Eternal Life Chapter 25 to Chapter 48. Several hundred heavenly demons, under the leadership of a few leaders who were close to the demon king level, joined together to form an enormous fighting force. The large magic sphere formed by the heavenly wolf smoke immediately showed signs of collapsing. Songtao zither, Cloudwater Flute. Seeing this scene, Suyu Yiyu, and the other female disciples of the Kalend Society would definitely not stand by and watch. They picked up a zither and a flute and were about to play, releasing sound waves to increase Fang Han's power. Don't play for now. Otherwise, the Sky Wolf smoke ball will break quickly. You might accidentally injure yourself. It turned out that the Sky Wolf smoke ball was a demonic tool. When the sound waves attacked from within, they would first attack the magic ball. Spirit-grade treasures did not have their own consciousness and could distinguish between friend and foe. Then what do we do? Suyu and Yiyu asked anxiously. On the count of 3, withdraw the Sky Wolf smoke ball and attack the Sky Demon. You guys activate the magic power of the zither and flute to protect yourselves. Time was of the essence and there was no time to waste. Fang Han's words came out like a string of arrows. 1, 2, 3. Sky Wolf smoke ball, withdraw. The enormous Sky Wolf smoke ball suddenly collapsed inwards, shrinking at a speed invisible to the naked eye. As it shrank, the air currents formed a huge vortex. Many Sky Demon outside let out miserable screams as they were torn to pieces by the violent air currents. Sky Wolf battlesuit. Fang Han retracted all the smoke ball and condensed it into a suit of armor. He met the hundreds of Sky Demon's wind drills head-on. Bang, the power of hundreds of Sky Demon clashed with him. Fang Han immediately felt as if his muscles and bones were about to fall apart. The Sky Wolf battlesuit suddenly turned into a cloud of black smoke and shrank back into the 7 demons' gourd. It had actually been shattered by the Sky Demon. Without the Sky Wolf battlesuit's ability to fly, Fang Han fell straight to the ground with a plop. He rolled and stood up once more. Fortunately, he had been standing on the ground when he charged and clashed with the Sky Demon. When he fell, he was only as tall as 2 or 3 people. If his magic treasure had been destroyed in the air, no matter how strong his body was, he would have been smashed into a meat patty. This was also the disadvantage of not having reached the divine realm. It was extremely dangerous to rely on external forces. There was no sense of security. After all, external forces were not one's own, and were not easy to control. In fact, many disciples of the sects would fight with others after they had Dharma treasures and spirit weapons. Once they were slightly scattered, they would fall from the sky and die. Some disciples obtained a spirit artifact Taoist robe and tried to fly into the sky. However, a hurricane suddenly blew from the sky and scattered the light on the robe. The disciple fell from the sky and fell to his death. The serious smoke was scattered and returned to the gourd of 7 demons. Suddenly, the gourd of 7 demons began to squirm. Fang Han felt a demonic power emanating from the gourd of 7 demons, repairing the scattered serious smoke. With a thought, the heavenly wolf smoke that had been repaired appeared once again. It wrapped around his body and turned into a battle armor once more. It really is a treasure. It's so magical. Fang Han was overjoyed. One had to know that the power of several hundred Sky Demon was not to be underestimated. They could directly destroy a spirit weapon. If Fang Han had been wearing the Blood Cotton Devil robe, it would have been directly destroyed. It required a divine arcana realm expert to refocus their magic power to repair the formation. The heavenly wolf smoke was also a spirit artifact. It had just been destroyed and could be considered to be crippled. It would require a great deal of effort to refine it again. However, the 7 evils gourd that contained it had the ability to repair itself. Otherwise, how could it be called a precious artifact? Wah wah, wah wah, wah wah. After seeing Fang Han's heavenly wolf smoke scatter, more than 10 Sky Demons saw an opportunity and charged forward. They circled around Fang Han and were about to enter his body and head to erase his thoughts. However, they didn't expect that the heavenly wolf smoke would rise again and wrap them up. With a twist, they were transferred to the river on the Acheron map. After being soaked in the Acheron's holy water, the Sky Demon's demonic nature was immediately eliminated, and they became the purest form of spiritual energy. Then, they were refined into the blue sky pill. Fang Han, who had condensed into the Heaven Wolf battlesuit again, jumped up and flew at a low altitude. His hands were grabbing everything in his way. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 sky demons were slain. At the same time, the sound of the zither and the flute echoed. Circles of sound waves spread out and shook the sky demon. They screamed miserably and gave Fang Han a great opportunity. Although the sound of the pine zither and the cloud water flute affected him, the heavenly wolf battlesuit was highly condensed. Unlike the wolf smoke magic ball, the effect was not as great. He could kill the sky demon to his heart's content. The sky demon screamed again and again. Almost 80 of them were slain by Fang Han in a row. There were almost 200 blue sky pills on the Acheron map. However, 200 blue sky pills were not even enough to feed 10 flying Yixias, let alone increase Fang Han's spiritual energy. Guys, kill this guy with all your strength. The few strong sky demon were infuriated. They commanded the sky demon to attack again, while they ran and jumped in midair and circled around Fang Han. Suddenly, they punched together. Cold wind blew, and the fist turned into a head the size of a water tank, which bit at Fang Han. This sky demon has learned demonic arts. They must be killed. The blue sky pills refined from these 5 strong sky demon will be much better than regular pills. Fang Han had been drooling over the leaders of the sky demon for a long time. How could he let them go? His whole body moved, and his body transformed into a flying wolf dash, dodging the bite of the head. He swung his fist at a half-naked sky demon. The speed of the sky demon was still a bit slower than the sky wolf battlesuit. He was hit with a pop, and a big hole appeared in his chest. There was no blood, but his face twisted, and he tried to escape. However, Fang Han's punch, accompanied by a loud roar, scattered the sky demon leader with a roar. Wolf Claw fiercely grabbed, and the cold wind scattered by the sky demon leader was immediately collected and sent into the Acheron map. What strong essence G! Yan Yan exclaimed in his mind. Then, a blue sky pill the size of a broad bean formed. Normal blue sky pills were only the size of a mung bean, but this one was as big as a broad bean. Its color was like jade, and green light flowed around it. It was as delicate as a perfect emerald. The quality of this pill is simply too good. It was simply not something that other medicinal pills could compare to. It seems that killing the sky demon leader, who has cultivated devil arts, was the right choice. Fang Han was overjoyed. With the temptation of great benefits, he threw caution to the wind. Using all his strength, he roared with all his might and chased after the sky demon leader. But this time, the sky demon leader had learned his lesson. With a shake of his body, he turned into a cold wind and joined with the rest of the sky demons. They turned into a giant cold wind top, spinning in the sky and crushing down on Fang Han. Fang Han dodged and roared at the same time. However, he could only slightly scatter the small sky demon at the edge of the cold wind. He couldn't shake the core of the wind. You haven't learned the incantation. Roaring like this is a waste of energy. You won't be able to concentrate your power, and it will scatter. How can you hurt the sky demon? Let me teach you the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. After you learn it, you can adjust the syllables and concentrate your will into the sound. It will not scatter. The sky demon has unparalleled destructive power against ghosts and ghosts without the protection of a physical body. Originally, the Ascension Gate also had a devil-slaying incantation skill called the Noble Spirit Song. It's the secret of the noble spirit of heaven and earth, but I don't know it. The sound skill didn't have much destructive power against beings with physical bodies. It couldn't compare to a real flying sword or fist. However, against the sky demon's formless airflow and thoughts, it was much more effective than fists and flying swords. Seeing Fang Han's roar shake the sky demon but waste too much energy, Yanjin couldn't help but ask. Then, a mysterious incantation and image were transmitted into Fang Han's mind, 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. In Fang Han's mind, the first thing that appeared were the phantoms of 8 heavenly dragons. These 8 heavenly dragons were incomparably bold and powerful. They had beards, golden scales, claws, and horns. Their auras were ancient, and they looked down on all with disdain. They made one feel as if they were holy and pure, as if they could drive away all evil and demonic auras. After these 8 heavenly dragons appeared, they constantly cried out. Each heavenly dragon emitted a different sound, and each sound was composed of hundreds and thousands of syllables, as if they were the sounds of the source of the great Tao. After that, Feng Han learned many of the incantations and words. Inflate the lungs, shrink the abdomen, lower the breath, dominate the dantian, move the spine, concentrate the mind, transform the 8 dragons, reorganize the syllables. Although the incantations were profound, most of them were about how to circulate energy, how to pronounce them, how to visualize the mind, how to coordinate with the body, and how to harmonize the mind with the body. To Feng Han, who had cultivated to the divine transformation realm, this wasn't too complicated. This was because he had long since understood how to move his muscles. However, there were still many aspects of the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon that left him shocked. It turned out that it wasn't just the throat, the nose, the abdomen, and even the stomach that could be pronounced. Even the back, the arms, the legs, and the pelvis could all be pronounced. There were as many as 8 places on the body that could be pronounced. However, an ordinary person couldn't pronounce these words anywhere else on the body. This was because their muscles weren't strong enough and they hadn't trained their membranes. This method of pronouncing the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon required an extremely strong physical strength. Only with extremely high flexibility could one display it. Before long, he had grasped the technique of pronouncing the words, the secret to coordinating the body and mind, and the syllables. This was also the reason why his mind was much sharper than the average person's. After memorizing these incantations, images, and techniques, Feng Han repeated them several times. He was confident that he could accurately display the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. First, he focused his mind. Then, he bent his body. His 4 limbs shook, his back clamped together, his waist and legs stretched out, his abdomen pulsing, his lungs thundering, and his nose and mouth filled with breath. His appearance was like a divine dragon stretching out in the skies. His form was similar, but his intent was even more so. A series of rapid, violent, and vibrating syllables that contained the will of sharpness, holiness, destruction, punishment, and killing burst out of his body. It was as if millions of people were roaring at the same time, thousands of monsters were roaring at the same time, thousands of volcanoes were erupting at the same time, and thousands of dams were releasing floods at the same time. Wu. Ku. Ba. Ma. Ha. Ya. Ha. Ha. The 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon burst out. A hurricane suddenly rose, and the sound waves burst out. It could be clearly seen that the ripples of the sound waves spread out in concentric circles with Feng Han at the center. This sound was clearly twice as loud as Feng Han's roar just now. Moreover, the will contained in the sound was unimaginably sharp. It was much more organized than the random roar just now. If the syllables Feng Han's random roar just now were a mob of mobs, then the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon right now were an organized, disciplined, and well-trained elite army. Their combat ability naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Ah, my head hurts. What's that sound? It's so ear-piercing, so painful. My heart has been stimulated. How can a human make such a sharp sound? The sounds of the pine flute and cloud water flute were all drowned out by the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. When the female disciples heard this sound, their faces suddenly turned pale, as if all the blood had been sucked out of them in an instant. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon was too sharp. The sound was like sharp blades cutting into their brains. They couldn't imagine how a human could make such a terrifying sound. Hurry up and cover your ears. The 2 female leaders, Suyu and Yu, suddenly changed their expressions. They were very strong, had good bodies, and were mentally tough. They hurriedly played their flutes and zither violently, trying to neutralize the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon. Otherwise, some of the weaker female disciples, who were only in the divine valor realm, would probably be shocked into idiots by the sound. However, these female disciples were still fine. With their physical bodies, the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon didn't do much damage to them. However, the sky demon was in trouble. The 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon swept out on the spot. It immediately scattered the sky demon, who had turned into a ball and was chasing after them in the form of a spinning top. The sky demon fell to the ground like raindrops. Bang! 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 They turned into hideous human bodies, badly mutilated and unable to move. As for the 4 or 5 sky demon leaders, they were barely able to fly in the sky like drunken birds. However, their speed was greatly reduced, and they were swaying left and right. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Shoo, shoo. Why is the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon so exhausting? With my current physical strength, I wouldn't be tired even if I roared for an entire Chani night. But now, I'm exhausted. After Feng Han roared the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon, he felt extremely exhausted. Even his head felt dizzy, as if he had exhausted all his strength and was about to sleep. Ever since he had achieved success in martial arts, he had never felt like this. To begin with, the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon is to release one's potential and stimulate one's greatest explosive strength. And this is because you've eaten the 9 orifices Jin Dan. Otherwise, if a normal divine transformation master were to use it, they would immediately be drained of all strength and fall ill. It would take them 10 days to half a month to recover. However, this is your first time using it, so you haven't grasped the subtleties of it. Once you become an inner court disciple and learn the Ascension Gate's Grand Spirit Song, you will be able to thoroughly understand it. At that time, when you release that sound, you will be able to turn all masters within 100 steps who haven't reached the divine valor boundary into idiots. Yen explained in detail, hurry, you still have some strength left. Hurry up and capture those sky demons, especially those 4 or 5 sky demon leaders. Hurry! 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 Feng Han also knew that it was time to harvest. His body moved and the heavenly wolf armor scattered, turning into black smoke that filled the air. It was like a giant net that covered the heavens and earth, immediately binding up the fallen sky demon leaders and pulling them back. At the same time, the 4 or 5 sky demon leaders that were flying away were also captured and placed into the 7 demons' gourd. Originally, after the heavenly wolf smoke turned into black smoke, its strength had been greatly reduced. It was impossible for it to bind up a complete sky demon. But now, these sky demons had been injured by the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon and their strength had been greatly reduced. After putting them into the gourd, Feng Han wrapped himself from head to toe, making sure that no wind or rain could pass through. Then, he quietly poured the sky demon leaders into the Acheron River. He wrapped himself in the heavenly wolf smoke to prevent his actions after collecting the sky demon leaders from being seen clearly by the 8 female disciples of the Kalan Society. After wrapping himself in this way, they wouldn't be able to detect any aura of the lying flood dragon or Acheron map. Walala, walala, one by one, the sky demon leaders were poured into the Acheron River and washed into pills. Feng Han was overjoyed. Then, he dispersed the heavenly wolf smoke and walked step by step to the front of the female disciples. He sat down cross-legged, took out a pure essence pill, and swallowed it. He drank a few mouthfuls of water and closed his eyes to rest his tired body. The danger had passed, so the female disciples didn't dare to be negligent. Seeing him like this, they knew that Feng Han was exhausted. After swallowing the pure essence pill, a warm current rose from his lower abdomen. Feng Han circulated his qi and blood, sending the warm current to every part of his body. He gradually recovered his energy and didn't feel so tired anymore. Only then did he stand up. Senior brother Feng Han, you are actually able to kill over 100 sky demon. I'm afraid that even the top 3 senior brothers and sisters in the Mountain River list do not have such abilities. A female disciple saw that Feng Han had woken up and complimented him. They were all overjoyed. After surviving a calamity, they were naturally happy. I am only able to do this because of the prized artifact, the 7 Evils Gourd. Without this prized artifact, we would have been torn apart by the heavenly demons. Feng Han patted the 7 Fiends bottle gourd. He wasn't willing to reveal his strength, and pushed all the credit to it. It was indeed so. If not for the 7 Fiends bottle gourd, not to mention a few hundred sky demon, even a few dozen sky demon would be difficult. The heavenly dragon's 8 sound was also because the sky demon had dispersed the heavenly wolf smoke and used up a lot of energy. If not, it would at most cause them to be heavily injured and still have the energy to fly away. The female disciples looked at the 7 Fiends bottle gourd, their faces showing obvious envy. It was a treasure that even true disciples rarely had, and it was truly too useful. Oh right, the sound technique that senior brother used just now, which sect is it from? It is so tyrannical. I heard Senior Sister Long use our Ascension Gate's Noble Spirit song before, but it doesn't seem to be from us? Suyuer asked. Before I entered the Ascension Gate, a person imparted it to me. He did not even tell me his name. This is my little secret, and I hope that all of you will not reveal it. Feng Han casually spouted a harmless lie. Of course, Senior Brother Feng saved our lives. With such a huge favor, how can we reveal Master Feng's secret? A few of the female disciples nodded their heads. Wouldn't that be too despicable? If Senior Sister Callan finds out, she will never forgive us. Senior Sister Callan? Feng Han asked. Senior Brother Feng, have you not heard of East Lingxiao, West Callan, North Yaoguang, South Wanro, and Zhong Tiandu? Suyuer saw Feng Han's ignorant face, and could not help but laugh as she explained, they are the 5 strongest true disciples of the Ascension Gate. They are our Callan Society's senior sisters. Callan lives on the west side of Mount Callan, so they are called West Callan. Their powers are even stronger than the Ascension Gate's Grand Elder. Among them, Senior Sisters Callan and Yaoguang are women. As for the rest, Lingxiao, Wanro, and Tiandu are all senior brothers. They all have the potential to live forever. So that's how it is. When these female disciples mentioned the 5 great true disciples, their faces involuntarily showed a look of reverence. In his heart, he knew that the 5 great true disciples were indeed extraordinary. They were much more powerful than Shi Longzi, Jin Shitai, and even more powerful than Feng Qingxue. But Feng Qingxue's improvement is extremely fast. I heard from Master Bai Haichan that she was at the 3rd level of the Divine Realm, Origin Aura. Now she is at the 4th level, Yin Yang. And after the battle with the demon god, she has comprehended many mysteries. Her improvement speed is godly. I'm afraid she will soon be on par with these 5. I wonder how demon marshalling Tianqing compares to these 5. I'm afraid they are on the same level. Feng Qingxue was not among the 5 masters of the East, West, North, South, and Central. Feng Han felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the stronger Feng Qingxue was, the more she could protect him. He was not fully fledged now, and needed someone strong to protect him. Now that we have killed all the Sky Demon, we should not act rashly. Rest here and recover our energy, because there are definitely more than a few hundred Sky Demon on the battlefield. If we encounter a large group of Sky Demon again, it will be extremely dangerous. Suyuer and Night Rain instructed, and at the same time asked for Feng Han's opinion. Let's rest first, but we still have to go. The number of Sky Demon on the battlefield has increased sharply. If we are already in this kind of danger, the other disciples will be in even more danger. They are all from the Ascension Gate, so we should save as many as we can. I have the 7 demons' Gord's protection, so the ordinary Sky Demon can't do anything to me. Feng Han insisted on saving people. Now that he had a few more reinforcements, and with the help of the Song Tao Zither and the Cloud Water Flute, 2 spirit weapons that specifically countered the Sky Demon, as long as they were careful, they could kill more Sky Demon. He also needed more Sky Demon to refine pills. Yen, how many Sky Demon did we catch just now? Are there enough pills to eat? There were a total of 413 heavenly demons just now. Including the 5 heavenly demon leaders, that's enough to refine 520 pills. Each of the 10 Yakshas would need to consume more than 30 pills to evolve into Asuras. With this deduction, you're left with less than 200 pills. You still need to kill more heavenly demons, the more the better. Okay. Knowing that he had more than 500 pills, Feng Han was very satisfied. Inner disciples of the Ascension Gate would start learning how to refine pills, but they would usually only be able to refine a few pills in a furnace, and they were not even good pills like the Vitality Essence pill or the Fasting pill. At most, they would refine low-grade pills like the Qi Circulation pill. Even if a true disciple was able to refine a good pill, he would only be able to refine a few pills in one furnace. 500 pills was enough to make a true disciple go crazy. Only a Dao artifact level pill furnace could refine such pills. Senior apprentice Brother Feng Han is right. Now that we have experience dealing with the Sky Demon, it's much easier to save people. Moreover, killing the Sky Demon is a great way to train our minds. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After thinking for a while, the female disciples all agreed with Fang Han's opinion. Everyone sat on the ground and rested for an hour. They were all full of energy and had completely recovered their strength. Only then did they stand up. Fang Han hurriedly waved his sky wolf smoke, which formed a large ball of smoke that enveloped everyone. They flew at a low altitude, about 15 meters above the ground, and avoided any mountain peaks they encountered. With so many people, he didn't dare to fly too high. Otherwise, if they encountered any situation and the sky wolf smoke dispersed, they would all fall to their deaths. If they didn't die at the hands of the sky demon and fell to their deaths, then they wouldn't even be able to become ghosts. However, they didn't expect that after they killed 400 to 500 sky demon, they had already attracted the attention of some existences. On a tall mountain peak thousands of kilometers away, Demon King Dwayne's eyes fiercely stared at them. Then, his eyes suddenly widened, and the wolf smoke magic ball that was flying at a low altitude appeared in his eyes. Die. Demon King Dwayne spat out one. His body moved and left the mountain peak. Like a phantom, he flickered a series of afterimages and disappeared into the distant sky. Ascension Gate, Sky Academy. On a huge mirror, an elder suddenly shouted, "Who are these 9 disciples? They actually killed hundreds of sky demon. Since when did our Ascension Transformation Outer Sect disciples have such a powerful figure? What kind of powerful magic treasure is it?" On the huge mirror, hundreds of black dots representing sky demon were wiped out by 9 red dots. They were obviously Fang Han and the 8 female disciples of the Kallen Society. This year, the sky demon has changed. Our Ascension Gate disciples have also changed. Don't be surprised. These outer sect disciples are very resourceful. Maybe they can borrow the magic treasures of the true disciples. Oh no. There are thousands of sky demon there. There's more. There's more. Oh my god, a demon king. At this moment, a fist-sized, pitch-black ball appeared on the mirror. Also, thousands of sky demon were surrounding a large group of disciples. The 9 red dots represented by Fang Han were closing in on the demon king and the disciples who were besieged by thousands of heavenly demons. Don't worry, Hua Tiandu and the others have already gone over. The demon king will also die. Just as they were talking, a long red stripe appeared on the big mirror. The vast immortal energy deeply shocked these elders. The demon chi ahead is very dense. Let's be careful. I'm afraid there's a lot of sky demon ahead. The wolf smoke ball flew at a low altitude, but its speed was extremely fast. Even the fastest horse could not match a third of its speed. However, compared to the escape lights and sword lights of the divine ability secret realm, it was much slower. However, caution was the parent of safety. Fang Han would not force himself to increase its speed. He was now quite adept at using the wolf smoke. He already knew that the core formation of the wolf smoke was in the small compartment of the 7 demons' gourd. As long as he focused his mind, the core formation would operate faster, and the wolf smoke would become more powerful. The more unfocused his mind was, the less powerful it would be. Using the wolf smoke consumed a lot of his mind. However, Fang Han's body was strong, his mind was clear, and his mind was strong. His mind was also strong, especially after practicing the Genshin mind art every day. His mind was very strong, and his will was purified. One day, he would accumulate enough to break through the barrier and transform his mind into spiritual power. Then, he would step into the divine ability secret realm. In this battle with the Sky Demon, Fang Han had benefited greatly from facing the Sky Demon. Especially the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon, which he had just learned. It was a supreme art that harmonized the mind with the body. It was very useful for condensing the mind. Gradually, as he controlled the celestial wolf smoke and pondered over the relationship between body, voice, mind, and will, he suddenly gained a new level of understanding. Suddenly, an extremely vast and intense chill vaguely came from the front, as if it was approaching a large snowy mountain. Fang Han sensed this strong yin qi and immediately warned. He slowed the wolf smoke down again. I also feel the thick demon qi. Suyuer took out a yellow talisman from her bosom and lit it with the true fire talisman. The talisman immediately flew out and turned into a fiery light. With a bang, it shattered into thousands of sparks that fell to the ground. Ah! There are thousands of sky demon. This talisman of mine is called a demon-seeking talisman. It's a Dharma artifact. Once it's ignited and thrown into the air, it can sense devil chi. This talisman will explode into sparks depending on how many devils there are. Now that there are hundreds and thousands of sparks, it's impossible to count them all. Let's hide for now, Suyuer said solemnly. The 8 female disciples were somewhat alarmed. Indeed, thousands of sky demon were not something they could protect, not even with treasured weapons. With so many sky demon gathered here, this is definitely not a game. There must be more disciples trapped here. Moreover, there are many of them. We still have to pass through them. We just need to be careful. Even if we run into thousands of sky demon, we can still hold out for a while if we don't attack. Feng Han was not afraid at all. He was bold and careful. The 8 female disciples of the Kalend Society could not help but admire his courage. They flew slowly. In front of them were tall mountains that reached into the sky. They were all bare mountains without a single tree. Looking across the mountains, there was a vast and boundless plain. They could faintly see that on the plain, there was a sudden burst of cold wind that whistled and swirled everywhere. And under the shroud of the cold wind, there were indeed disciples of the Ascension Gate. This time it was not 8 or 9, nor was it a dozen, but a total of 200 to 300 people. These disciples were all shrouded in the cold wind. There were more than 3,000 sky demon besieging them. Dozens of sky demon leaders that were close to the Devil King level. What kind of Dharma artifact is that? It can actually block the attack of 3,000 sky demon? Feng Han said in shock. Against a sky demon, there was strength in numbers. With a few hundred disciples with high cultivation, even a sky demon would be torn apart. But with thousands of sky demon, this was a bit too many. However, Feng Han saw that above these disciples, there were 9 shining golden, fist-sized golden pagodas floating. These golden pagodas emitted a dense golden light, like a huge pot lid that covered these disciples. No matter how the sky demon flew outside, they could not break through this golden light. As for the disciples who were being protected inside, they were divided into groups of 3 and 5, each of them holding a small bell. They violently shook it, releasing sound waves that attacked outside. Some of the disciples even took out a leather bag, which released wind that sucked a heavenly demon into the leather bag. 9 Palaces Golden Pagoda. That's the 9 Palaces Golden Pagoda. This is the magic treasure of Sky Capital Peak that protects the entire peak. It's extremely powerful, a pure Yan treasure. How did it appear in the hands of these outer sect disciples? Oh? That's 9 inner sect disciples. They must have been rescued. Yi saw the 9 small golden pagodas emitting 1,000 layers of golden light and could not help but exclaim. She could not help but be shocked because this treasure was too shocking. Pure Yan treasure. That's right, this 9 Palace Golden Pagoda is a pure Yan treasure. And it's much purer than the Sky Pheasant's extreme Yang rope. It's my best food. If I swallow these 9 golden pagodas, I can recover to the 5th level of transcendent power, the celestial realm. Then I can refine a spirit weapon for you. Yan was fluctuating violently in the Acheron map. He could only recover his strength by eating a pure Yan treasure. And now, this 9 Palace Golden Pagoda was a pure Yan treasure that could only be found by chance. Since the Ascension Gate has sent people to rescue us, if you don't want to be captured and skinned, then don't think about this 9 Palace Golden Pagoda, Feng Han said to himself. The most important thing now is to kill a few more sky demon and refine more pills. Then, he said, since a treasure like the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda has appeared, it means that the Ascension Gate's rescue has begun. Let's break into the protective layer of the Golden Pagoda. I'm afraid it'll be safer. That's right. It's rumored that the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda is a pure Yan treasure that the sect leader personally bestowed to the first true disciple, Senior Brother Hua Tiandu of the Sky Capital Peak. Senior Brother Hua Tiandu has always been using it to protect his Sky Capital Peak. This time, it appeared here because 9 inner sect disciples activated it. Obviously, Senior Brother Hua has also come here to kill other demons and left the pagoda to protect everyone. Let's go to the Golden Pagoda. It's absolutely safe. Suyuer agreed. So many disciples, how did they gather together? Feng Han asked. When he was sent to the battlefield of the Sky Demon, he was alone. We all have communication talismans. This kind of small Dharma treasure is very easy to obtain. Yi took out a small talisman and handed it to Feng Han. Take it. When we split up in the future, you can follow the guidance of this talisman to find every member of the Kalend Society. Let's go. Let's charge into the encirclement of the 3,000 Sky Demon in one go and enter the 9-palace Golden Pagoda. We'll meet up with the other disciples. Feng Han made up his mind. He fiercely retracted the heavenly wolf smoke and increased its power. You guys don't have to go anywhere. At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Feng Han's heart trembled. Fear rose in his heart as he looked back. He saw a tall man standing not far behind him. His eyes were pale, like two balls of ghostly fire burning. I'm the king of the Sky Demon, Demon King Dwayne. You killed more than 500 of my subordinates. You deserve to die. Demon King Dwayne said in an emotionless voice. Woo. Goo. Ba. Ma. Ba. Yeah. Ba. Ba. When Feng Han saw Demon King Dwayne appear, he didn't hesitate at all. The heavenly wolf smoke around him rolled and scattered. It instantly condensed into a megaphone-shaped object. At this moment, the 8 heavenly dragons' music burst out from his body. It was like thousands of soldiers and horses twisting together, sweeping forward. Especially after the sound was amplified by the heavenly wolf smoke megaphone, its power was even greater than before. The frequency of the sound waves was at least twice as high as before. This was the magical effect of the heavenly wolf smoke that Feng Han had figured out. The heavenly wolf smoke was not a simple cloud of smoke. It was the soul of the moonlight wolf, the 5 metals poison gas, and various other materials. After being refined by demonic arts, it was as heavy as mercury when it was heavy, as light as smoke when it was light, as fierce as the heavenly wolf when it was fierce, and as soft as flowing water when it was gentle. It could change into all kinds of shapes. With the heavenly wolf smoke transformed into a megaphone and combined with the 8 heavenly dragons' music, its power was boundless. This was also the reason why Feng Han dared to rush into the 3,000 Sky Demon array formation. However, as soon as Demon King Dwayne appeared, Feng Han knew that this was a fierce enemy. Its ferocious power was far greater than any Sky Demon. If he didn't strike first, he feared he would be at a disadvantage. Now that his cultivation had reached the divine transformation realm, he had a faint telepathic connection. He knew what was good and what was bad. This Demon King Dwayne in front of him had a feeling that he couldn't defeat him. He knew that he had run into a tough nut. Originally, Feng Han's 8 heavenly dragons' music would have shattered the heavenly wolf smoke. But, the heavenly wolf smoke had been refined by him with a drop of blood. It contained the spirit of blood within, just like it was part of his body. No matter how loud a person's voice was, they wouldn't go deaf. This was the same principle. Thus, not only was the 8 heavenly dragons' music unable to harm the heavenly wolf smoke, but it actually complemented each other. What a powerful sound wave! Demon King Dwayne didn't seem to have expected Feng Han to suddenly use this move. He was shaken by the 8 heavenly dragons' music. His body was shaken until it was distorted like water ripples. It constantly changed, as if it was about to dissipate. Finally, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky, dodging the sound wave attack. Too powerful, let's go. Feng Han saw that Demon King Dwayne wasn't shaken and was even calmly leaving. This was no small matter. The hair on his body stood on end. With his current strength, the combination of the 8 heavenly dragons' music and the heavenly wolf smoke's loud horn at such a close distance, even if it was an elephant in front of him, it would still be shaken to death. This Sky Demon King didn't even frown. His body wasn't even shaken away. This was too shocking. Originally, Feng Han wanted to use this new move to take the Demon King by surprise and see if he could slaughter the Demon King once. The Demon King was equivalent to an expert in the divine realm. If he could really kill it, then he would become famous and receive a huge reward from the sect. But now, it seemed that the gap between him and the Demon King was too big. It was impossible for him to kill an existence that surpassed his level. The top priority right now was to leave. The heavenly wolf smoke ball condensed again. This time, its speed was increased to the extreme. It rushed towards the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda's light shield on the plains. It just happened to be facing the 3,000 Sky Demon. Originally, the 3,000 Sky Demon were attacking the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda's light shield. Suddenly, Feng Han released a powerful 8 heavenly dragons music from behind. As a result, they were all shocked. Their movements slowed down, and they all turned to look. In the end, Feng Han rushed over at lightning speed. As he rushed, he released a few notes from the 8 heavenly dragons' music. These Sky Demon were instantly pushed away, unable to resist. Bang 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 bang, one Sky Demon after another was shattered. At this time, Feng Han still didn't forget to make a fortune. He collected the shattered Sky Demon into the 7 Demons' gourd. Then, he used an exquisite technique to divert his attention and sent them into the Acheron map. 1, 2, 10, 20, 30. This reckless charge took advantage of the chaos of the Sky Demon's formation to reap huge rewards. More than 100 Sky Demon were in Feng Han's bag. You're courting death. Demon King Vader saw this scene from afar. His face twitched. His body leaped, and a black light tore through the air, heading straight for Feng Han's back. Pop, when the wolf smoke magic ball was hit by the black light, it was immediately shattered and let out a cracking sound. It retreated into the 7 Demons' gourd like an injured snake. After losing the protection of the wolf smoke, Feng Han and the 8 female disciples of the Kalon Association fell down. Fortunately, the sky wasn't high, and everyone's bodies were strong. When they fell to the ground, they rolled to reduce the impact. They immediately got up and ran towards the golden light of the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda. It's our Ascension Association's disciples. That black light. It's not an ordinary Sky Demon. It's a Demon King. Oh my God! It's a Demon King. These disciples were actually able to escape from a Demon King. They're really powerful. It's the few senior sisters of the Kalon Association. No wonder the Kalon Association is the largest group among the disciples of the Ascension Gate. Why is there a man in the Kalon Association? Who is that male disciple? He's so powerful. He seems to have a demon treasure on him. When the black smoke was rolling, I thought it was a powerful Sky Demon. At this moment, the disciples within the light of the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda also saw clearly that it was one of their own. They immediately started discussing, but none of them ran out of the golden light to help. It wasn't that these disciples didn't want to kick someone when they were down and leave them in the lurch. It was just that the appearance of a Demon King was extremely dangerous. You guys quickly enter the golden light. I'll block it. When Feng Han saw the golden light in front of him and the Demon King rolling towards him, he couldn't help but roar. The Sky Wolf smoke appeared again and turned into a huge Sky Wolf. It opened its mouth and swallowed the Demon King. Many of the surrounding Sky Demon were sucked into the Sky Wolf. Kalon Association Suyuer. Yi knew that she couldn't hesitate at this moment. She hurriedly used her pine zither and cloud water flute to shake off the surrounding Sky Demon. She jumped into the light of the 9 Palace Golden Pagoda and immediately felt her body lighten. She let out a sigh of relief. We're safe. At the same time, they anxiously looked at Feng Han. Feng Han blocked the Demon King and gave them a chance to live. Now that they were surrounded, they were moved. Sky Wolf smoke. 7 Demons' gourd. This is the magic treasure of the Demon God sect. To think that it would fall into the hands of a small fry like you. What a waste. Give it to me. Demon King Valiant chased after Feng Han. When he saw the Sky Wolf smoke turn into a Sky Wolf to swallow him, he sneered and stretched out his demonic palm. It swayed in the wind and became huge, fiercely slapping at the Sky Wolf. Woo-woo, woo-woo. The Sky Wolf let out a mournful cry and exploded into smoke, but it still shrank back. Feng Han was shaken by the explosion and fell to the ground. He wanted to use the serious smoke again, but he found that the serious smoke was slowly recovering in the gourd. He could not use it at all. Apparently, the Demon King had severely injured it and it would take a long time for it to recover. This Demon King Valiance is much stronger than the Golden Stone platform. Back then, the Golden Stone platform couldn't break the Sky Wolf smoke. Although I had Yan's help back then, I'm much stronger now. This Demon King broke the Sky Wolf smoke in one strike. His demonic arts are monstrous. Fang Han was shocked and deeply felt the gap between him and the people in the divine realm. Demon King Valiance's palm broke the sky wolf smoke and was about to attack with a sinister smile. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and his expression changed as he looked into the distance. Why is it so cold? Fang Han was about to go all out, but he found that Demon King Valiance had stopped attacking him. He thought that the Demon King was being kind and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he felt a bone-piercing chill, as if winter had suddenly arrived. The Sky Demon felt it even more clearly. Fang Han seemed to see 3,000 Sky Demons shivering in the cold. In a trance, in the sky, goose feathers fluttered in the snow, covering the sky and the earth. The entire area within 1,000 miles changed color and became a vast expanse of white. Ah! Ah 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 ah! As the snow fell, the Sky Demon let out violent screams. Because every snowflake that touched their body immediately turned into ice, freezing them and dropping them to the ground. In an instant, the 3,000 Sky Demon were all covered in snow and frozen into ice. Not a single one was left. And those snowflakes seemed to have spirituality. When they touched Fang Han's body, they turned into ordinary snow. At the same time, Demon King Valiance was also covered in snow. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into a crystal-clear ice mountain and dropped to the ground. Heavenly cold dark force. Although Demon King Valiance was frozen, he didn't die. Instead, he let out a metallic sound from within. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 miles of snow and 3,000 demons were all frozen. Too powerful, too powerful. He's even more powerful than the demon marshalling Tianqing. Who is this person from the Ascension Gate? Fang Han, from now on, I have to use the Nirvana Grand Art to completely hide my body. I won't hear or answer you even if you call me. Otherwise, I'll definitely be discovered by this person. Yan's voice seemed to be trembling. Haha, haha. Senior brother is indeed powerful. Even the Demon King couldn't withstand one move of snow heaven and earth. In the end, we're still one step behind Senior brother. Senior brother cultivates Panwu's great strength divine ability. In terms of magic power, he's second to none among the disciples of the Ascension Gate. Otherwise, how could he be called Zhongtian capital? We swept through the Sky Demon battlefield. There were a total of 18,613 Sky Demon. Senior brother killed 10,000 Sky Demon. Out of the last 3,000 Sky Fiends, a Fiend King was also snatched by eldest senior brother. Eldest senior apprentice brother, I heard that 5 years ago, the Great Su dynasty invited you to perform a ritual to make snow so as to increase the next year's harvest. You directly made the snow float for 8,000 li, and the snow was 3 feet deep. The emperor of the Great Su dynasty insisted on giving the princess to you as a maidservant. Junior brothers and sisters, you're too polite. Let's go down and take a look. A few voices came from the horizon. These voices were abnormally ethereal. They came from the 9 heavens and sounded like the whispers of immortals. Following that, the sky full of snow suddenly stopped. A few rays of light appeared in the sky. Waves of immortal music came down. Amidst the rays of light, a few men and women walked down. Out of the few men and women, a few of them wore feathered robes and star crowns. Rays of light surrounded them. It was illusory and blurry. Immortal chi was overflowing. Everyone could smell the fragrance of the immortal realm. Fang Han was not fooled by their appearance. He could feel the immense power contained in their bodies. If any of them were to explode with their power, it was enough to crush him into powder. They were the true disciples of the Ascension Gate. The true core power of the immortal sections. All of the true disciples could summon the wind and summon the rain. Fang Han knew that for him to become such a true disciple, he had to first become an inner sect disciple, then enter the inner sect's mountain river list, obtain the sect's rewards, nurture, and step into the divine realm. Only then could he be promoted to a true disciple. Out of the few true disciples, the one who attracted the most attention was a man dressed in ordinary clothes. He was dressed in an ordinary green robe, as though he was a scholar from the secular world. He did not seem to have any divine abilities. Standing in the air, he did not release any rays of light or auspicious chi. He was different from the other disciples. But because of that, it showed that he had returned to his original state. He was the one who had just released the snow-filling heaven and earth technique, the ice-sealing 3000 Sky Demon. He was the Sky Demon King's #1 true disciple of the Ascension Gate, Sky Capital Peaks Hua Tiandu. Greetings Senior Brother Hua, Senior Brothers and Sisters. When the few true disciples appeared, all of the disciples in the light barrier, including the 8 female disciples from Kalan society, bowed down, showing enough respect. They were even more respectful than the officials meeting the emperor. The officials were respectful to the emperor because of power. And the reverence these disciples had for Hua Tiandu was because of his absolute power. Yes, you guys are able to persevere under so many Sky Demon Kings, very good. It can be seen that the disciples of the Ascension Gate have great achievements. Hua Tiandu stood in the air and waved his hand. Immediately, the 9 golden pagodas floating in the air slowly shrunk and flew into his sleeves. The golden light barrier also disappeared. The 9 inner sect disciples who were controlling the golden pagodas immediately relaxed. Originally, the Sky Demon Battlefield's assessment was for outer sect disciples, but this time, there was a sudden change, so the sect sent in inner sect disciples to help the disciples who were taking the assessment to get through the difficulties, and they would be rewarded by the sect. The 9 of you, guarding the disciples who are taking the assessment is meritorious. I will reward each of you with a 60-year pill, which can increase your lifespan by 60 years. Hua Tiandu spoke again and flicked his finger. Everyone saw a golden and white pill fly into the hands of the 9 inner sect disciples. The 9 inner sect disciples hurriedly bowed again. Thank you, Senior Brother Hua. Ecstasy could be seen on their faces. A 60-year pill, increasing lifespan by 60 years, which is 60 years. This Hua Tiandu is so arrogant. I thought he was the sect master of the Ascension Gate. Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. They were all true disciples, but Jin Shitai, Shi Longzi, and even Fang Qingxue were not as imposing as Hua Tiandu. Good fellow, Senior Brother Hua, you are so generous. Who knows how much time and energy it takes to refine this 60-year pill? Sky Capital Peak is really rich. A true disciple smiled. My energy is just a bit too dense. I just need to refine more pills in case of emergencies. Hua Tiandu smiled and landed on the ground. Your assessment this time was caused by the demon god and the sky demon, which put you in danger. But now the demon god and the sky demon battlefield has been eliminated by us, and you all passed. You can all become inner sect disciples. Ah. That's great. That's really great. Hearing this, all the outer sect disciples who took the assessment relaxed and were overjoyed. Hua Tiandu's words confirmed that they were inner sect disciples, and their treatment was completely different. Compared to the secular world, the ranks from Marquis to Duke were more substantial. Only Fang Han felt very uncomfortable. Without the assessment, how could he capture the Sky Demon to refine pills? However, you don't have to leave the Sky Demon battlefield in a hurry. I still have some things to investigate. Hua Tiandu waved his hand. Suddenly, all the disciples quieted down and looked at this lofty senior brother in silence. They didn't know what he was going to say. Unexpectedly, Hua Tiandu looked at Fang Han. You are Fang Han, right? Fang Han's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that this eldest senior brother of the core disciple would actually look for him alone. The difference in status between the two of them was too great, and the difference in strength was too great as well. They couldn't even get along. Fang Han, you can't offend senior brother Hua. Even senior sister Kalan has to be courteous to him. The great elder of the Levitation Heavenly Palace also gives him a lot of face. Seeing that Fang Han was silent, Suyuer was afraid that he would be in trouble, so she touched his arm and said softly. At this time, many of the disciples present looked at Fang Han. They didn't know why Fang Han could attract Hua Tiandu's attention. Yes, I am Fang Han. What can I do for you, senior brother? Fang Han adjusted his body and said calmly. The demonic treasure on your body is called the 7 demons gourd, right? Hua Tiandu's eyes fell on the 7 demons gourd hanging on his body. Yes, this was given to me by senior sister Qing Shui. Fang Han gradually felt that things were not going well. You have guts. Not only did you use the demonic treasure, but you didn't kill the demons. Instead, you attacked the disciples of the Ascension Gate. Not bad. Do you think you can do whatever you want with junior sister Feng's name? Hua Tiandu's expression suddenly changed. Suddenly, the disciples present felt incomparably cold. They were so scared that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone could feel the majesty of this unfathomable eldest senior brother who was full of mana. So you didn't know that Feng Han had offended this senior brother. They wanted to put in a good word for Feng Han, but they didn't have the qualifications to do so. They were suppressed by Hua Tiandu's aura to the point that they couldn't breathe. I don't know what senior brother Hua said about me doing whatever I want. Feng Han also felt the pressure, but he still didn't want to lose his dignity. He raised his voice and asked loudly. No? Hua Tiandu smiled coldly. Junior brothers Hua, come here. An inner disciple who had just manipulated the golden pagoda walked out. Only then did Feng Han recognize him. He was the disciple who had taken away the spiritual wind sword in the Jade Cuisine Hall. Junior brothers Hua, where did your spirit wind sword go? Hua Tiandu asked. It's him. He used a demonic treasure to take away my spirit wind sword. That day, he was fighting with the outer disciple, Prince Po of the Great Virtue Dynasty. I saw that it was outrageous, so I used my sword to stop him. In the end, he used a demonic treasure to take away my flying sword. When senior sister Mo killed Pink Prince, she couldn't set up the 6-6 sword formation and was killed. It's all because of him. He's a demonic sect spy. The inner disciple surnamed Swa pointed at Feng Han. His eyes flashed with a trace of treachery. It's true that when a snake bites, it bites deeply. That day, you used your flying sword to cut off my tendons. When the flying sword came to my body, it activated the power of the demonic treasure. That's why I took your sword. Feng Han had the impulse to kill this disciple surnamed Swa, but he didn't dare to do so. It was impossible. Who's right and who's wrong, I hope senior brother can decide. Senior brother can ask Prince Po about this matter. The inner disciple surnamed Swa lowered his head gloomily. I've already asked clearly. That's what happened. Hua Tiandu stared at Feng Han as if he wanted to find some clues. Feng Han felt as if all his clothes were stripped off. Fortunately, the Acheron map was completely hidden. Otherwise, it would have been discovered. Hua Tiandu's magic power was too terrifying. Feng Han, there are still some things about you that involve junior sister Feng Qingxue. I have to investigate thoroughly. However, she's in seclusion in the small immortal world right now, so I won't disturb her. You're just a little disciple, but you rely on a demonic treasure to strut around and ruin the reputation of our Ascension Gate. You even went to the extent of forcibly taking the flying sword of an inner disciple. How can our Ascension Gate stand in front of the other 9 gates of immortality if this gets out? Hua Tiandu stared at Feng Han and said. A 7 demons gourd is enough to ruin the reputation of our Ascension Gate. Senior brother is obviously biased. If you want to investigate, you'll have to wait until senior sister Qingxue comes out of seclusion. Feng Han was delighted when he heard that Feng Qingxue was in seclusion. However, Hua Tiandu's words were getting more and more serious. He actually brought his actions to the reputation of immortal ascension. He really couldn't help it. Otherwise, he would be blamed even more. Originally, he wanted to admit defeat, but his dignity stopped him. He was originally a servant of the Feng clan, and was enslaved by others. After obtaining the 9-hold golden pill, he finally regained his lost dignity. If he admitted defeat and begged for mercy in front of Hua Tiandu now, where would his dignity go? Wouldn't he become a slave again? Feng Han really didn't want to lose his dignity again. This thing was really too precious. It was more precious than any Dharma treasure or elixir. However, when he said that, everyone's expression changed. Even the expressions of the true disciples changed. He actually dared to say such words and contradict Hua Tiandu's dignity. This was something that had never happened before. How dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you contradict senior brother Hua? A true disciple took a step forward. Hua Tiandu sneered and stopped the true disciple. You want to use junior sister Qingxue to suppress me? However, I don't care about a mere disciple like you. I'm too lazy to investigate you. Put down the 7 demons gourd and go back to cultivate. Without this thing to show off, I think you should cultivate your character and have the demeanor of a disciple of the immortal Tao. Otherwise, people will laugh at us immortal Ascension Gate for being a mess. What? Fang Han's eyebrows twitched. Senior brother Hua told you to put down the 7 demons gourd and go back to cultivate. Are you deaf? An inner disciple roared. Hearing the inner disciple's roar, Fang Han's blood rushed to his face. Ever since he took the 9 orifices Jing Dan, his blood had the aura of the demon sect Emperor Huang Quan, so he had a strong dignity. He was no longer the little servant he used to be, but a master with the hope of breaking through to the divine realm, but he knew very well that he had to endure. There is a knife above the word endure, and the knife is stuck in the heart. But if he didn't endure, the consequences would be unimaginable. His opponent was too strong. Even Yan would be crushed to death, let alone him. This 7 demons gourd was given to me by senior sister Qing Shui. If I want to take it, I can only give it to senior sister Qing Shui. Senior brother Qing Shui, don't make it difficult for me. Senior brother Hua, you have many magic treasures. You won't covet this insignificant precious weapon, right? Fang Han's tone was very calm. He knew that today's matter would be difficult to deal with, so he had to deal with it calmly. If he lost his composure, he was afraid that he would be killed. The 7 demons gourd was a precious weapon with great power. It could defend and kill enemies. Just now, he had relied on this treasure to deal with the sky demon. Once Fang Han lost it, he would immediately return to his original state. If he could continue to use the 7 demons gourd, then after becoming an inner disciple, he could continue to cultivate. It would be much more convenient to go underground to kill demons, refine blood pills, search for treasures in the mountains, search for immortal caves at the bottom of the sea, and find fortuitous spiritual herbs in the swamps and volcanoes. His cultivation speed would be very fast. After all, cultivating to the divine realm required a large amount of material foundation. There were 4 elements of cultivation: wealth, companions, spells, and land. Material foundation was the first. Once he lost the 7 demons gourd, Fang Han would lose a great advantage of material foundation. Haha. Hua Tiandu smiled coldly and took 2 steps forward. The hearts of the 200 to 300 disciples present seemed to be moved by the sound of his footsteps. No one dared to breathe loudly. Are you implying that I covet your magic weapon? To tell you the truth, I was tasked by Master Tianxing to clean up the Ascension Gate because the Ascension Gate's atmosphere is rotten. Some of our disciples cultivate demonic arts, some refine demonic pills, and some use demonic treasures. If this continues, what will become of our grand immortal Tao Gate? Do you want the other members of the 9 gates of immortality to call us a demonic sect? You and Fang Qingxue are the first to stick your neck out. Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal are in cahoots, and you're even more arrogant because of your master's power. Do you think I only want to discipline you? Let me tell you, from today onwards, I will reorganize all the disciples within and outside the Ascension Gate. You mentioned Fang Qingxue again and again. Do you think I'll care about her? I, Hua Tiandu, started cultivating at the age of 3 and killed countless demons. For the immortal chi of the Ascension Gate, I'll even kill the demon emperor with my sword. It's fine if you don't mention Fang Qingxue. I don't want to bully the weak. But you mentioned her. I have to discipline you even more. Otherwise, how am I supposed to manage the hundreds of thousands of true disciples within and outside the Ascension Gate? Bully because of your master's power. Hearing these words, Fang Han's heart bled even more. But he was still enduring. Enduring with all his might. Do you think I can't do anything to you just because you don't have the 7 demons gourd? Even if Fang Qingxue was here today, the result would still be the same. Give it to me. Hua Tiandu's words were not for Fang Han's ears, but for the disciples of the Ascension Gate present. It meant that he was going to reorganize the Ascension Gate. Otherwise, Fang Han alone was nothing to him, and there was no need for him to say so much. Even if there were 10,000 Fang Han, he could kill them all with snow filling heaven and earth. As he spoke, Fang Han saw Hua Tiandu raise his hand. Instantly, he was enveloped by a powerful force. It was as if his limbs and bones were tied up, and he could not move. Ah! 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 Fang Han's body moved, and he roared the heavenly dragon's 8 voices. At the same time, he focused his mind. The heavenly wolf smoke from the 7 demons' gourd enveloped him, forming the heavenly wolf armor. Child's play. Hua Tiandu did not even look, and slapped with his palm. Rumble. There was no dazzling light, but in the dark, the airflow collapsed. It was as if a heavenly pillar had been broken, and the sky was collapsing. Under the pressure of this invisible force, Feng Han's heavenly wolf armor suddenly exploded. He could not roar the heavenly dragon's 8 voices anymore. His entire body was pressed to the ground, prostrating on the ground. Whoosh, the 7 demons' gourd actually lost his control. It flew into the air and landed in Hua Tiandu's hands. Hua Tiandu reached out his hand, and Feng Han felt as if a piece of his flesh had been ruthlessly cut off. He actually lost connection with the 7 demons' gourd. It turned out that the blood spirit that he had refined with his blood was completely eliminated by Hua Tiandu's gentle touch. The 7 demons' gourd no longer belonged to him. Hatred. Boundless hatred rose from Feng Han's heart. He had long thought that he had regained his lost dignity, but now, he had lost it again. Under Hua Tiandu's powerful strength, he had tragically lost it. I want to learn from the Emperor Huangquan and establish reincarnation. I want to make the world have justice and retribution. But now, I can't even protect my own dignity. What's the use of talking about this? For the first time, Feng Han felt that he was weak. He urgently needed powerful strength. No matter what, I need powerful strength. Only with strength can I have dignity. Only with dignity can I talk about ideals. I want strength, Feng Han roared in his heart. His whole body struggled, but there was nothing he could do, seeing that Feng Han had been pressed to the ground by Hua Tiandu in one move and had taken away the 7 demons' gourd. The inner disciple surnames was screamed, "Senior apprentice brother, I hope you can take back the spirit wind sword for me and punish this devil sect spy ruthlessly. It's best if you cripple his martial arts. Only then can we intimidate the other disciples. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of inner and outer disciples of the Ascension Gate will be entangled. It involves many true disciples. If you don't punish the chicken to warn the monkey, I'm afraid it will be difficult to rectify in the future." "Is that so? The spirit wind sword is not on him. But what you said makes sense." Hua Tiandu's eyes turned cold and was about to make a move. "Senior apprentice brother Hua has been ordered to rectify the disciples of the Ascension Gate. But there's no need to make a big fuss over a small disciple. How about I ask you for a favor here?" At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from the horizon. Then, a blue lotus cloud appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The lotus cloud formed a huge lotus platform. On the lotus platform sat a woman with dreamy eyes and a nebula. When she spoke, there was a peaceful feeling like a blooming heavenly flower. "Senior apprentice Sister Kellen." Senior apprentice Sister Kellen. When the disciples saw this woman, they were all shocked. Clearly, this woman's identity was not ordinary. This woman was one of the 5 most accomplished true disciples, Western Kellen. Kellen flew over and slowly descended from the sky. When she landed on the ground, her long skirt flowed to the ground and her fine black hair was like a waterfall. She looked at Hua Tiandu and said slowly, "This Feng Han saved your and yours lives. I, Kellen, owe him a favor. I wonder if senior apprentice brother Hua can let him go this time. Senior apprentice brother is so powerful. If you make a move against a small disciple, wouldn't it be beneath your status? Since junior apprentice Sister Kellen has interceded, I will let him go this time." Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. Without seeing him do anything, Feng Han felt his body relax. The pressure on his body disappeared and he stood up. "Scram. In the future, if I hear that you used a demonic treasure and ruined the reputation of the Ascension Gate, I will not forgive you." Hua Tiandu waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind blew over. Feng Han couldn't even stand still, and was blown to the ground and rolled twice. Yu and Suyu hurriedly ran over and helped Feng Han up. Although Feng Han was covered in dirt and had lost all his dignity, they still admired Feng Han's courage to contradict Hua Tiandu. Among the disciples of the Ascension Gate, no one dared to contradict Hua Tiandu like this. You bring him to my Kellen Peak. I have something to say to him later." Kellen looked at the situation and said, "I have something to say to senior apprentice brother Hua." Suddenly, Feng Han burst out with a loud voice. With a violent tremble, he stood up. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at Hua Tiandu. Senior apprentice brother Hua, today you took my magic treasure and humiliated my dignity. I accept it because you are stronger than me. I don't know if you can give me 10 years. 10 years? What do you want to do? Could it be that you want to use these 10 years to train hard and take revenge on me? Hua Tiandu said contemptuously. That's right. I don't know if senior apprentice brother Hua dares to give me this time. If you don't dare to give me this time, you can immediately cripple me or find another disciple to secretly cripple me afterwards. Fang Han gritted his teeth and spoke through the gaps between his teeth. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded by his actions. An outer court disciple actually dared to challenge the eldest successor apprentice brother. This world was simply too turbulent. It was as laughable as a farmer saying to the emperor that he wanted to seize the throne. Ha 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 ha. Hua Tiandu did not expect Fang Han to have such courage. You are just an ant and yet you dare to challenge me. Not to mention 10 years, even if I give you 100 years, it's nothing. All of you listen carefully, don't find trouble with him in the future. I'll let him train hard. Let's see how he will take revenge in 10 years. It's not bad for a courageous person like you to appear among the disciples of the Ascension Gate. I, Hua Tiandu, am not so petty as to go to war and get rid of you for a small ant like you. Then what's the point of cultivating? What Tao? What's the point of seeking immortality? Plop, Fang Han suddenly knelt down, pointed to the sky, and swore, the Emperor of Heaven above, within 10 years, I, Fang Han, will become a successor apprentice and fight to the death with Hua Tiandu on the Heaven's punishment platform. If I don't defeat this person, I, Fang Han, will immediately commit suicide and be annihilated for all eternity. The Emperor of Heaven is my witness. If I, Fang Han, violate this oath, I will be destroyed by heaven and earth and killed by man and God. Seeing Fang Han suddenly make such a vicious oath, Callan was slightly stunned. The other disciples were first shocked, then they began to whisper. Such a person can't be compared to senior apprentice brother Hua even if he trains for 100 years. I think he's been scolded by senior apprentice brother Hua until his brain is damaged. Will senior apprentice brother Hua care about him? Of course not. Who is senior apprentice brother Hua? He'll just treat him as a dog barking. What an arrogant person. But senior apprentice brother Hua's self-restraint is really good. If it were me, I would have killed him with a palm. This person is not ordinary. He's using words to bully senior apprentice brother Hua. At least for 10 years, no one will find trouble with him. Senior apprentice brother Hua still has to protect him to prevent others from saying that he's afraid of him growing up and harming him. Who can't see through this little trick? But he only has 10 years to live. He's just trying to be fast. 10 years will pass in the blink of an eye. When the time comes, he'll regret it. Hearing Fang Han's vicious oath, Hua Tiandu's eyes flashed, and then he sneered, you have the same personality as Fang Qingxue. Your courage is commendable, but your personality has entered the devil path. In 10 years, I'll see what kind of disciple you can grow into. But seeing your personality, it will be difficult for you to even step into the divine realm. While speaking, his body disappeared into the clouds, bringing the 7 fiends gored with him. Hee, the test is over. This time, we've all become inner sect disciples, and we even got to watch a good show. It's truly worth the trip. That's right. There's actually someone who doesn't know what's good for him, and challenged senior apprentice brother Hua. That's simply throwing an egg at a rock. There's still a few more months until the Mountain River list reopens. Let's see if this Fang Han can enter the Mountain River list. I heard that for the first place of the Mountain River list, the sect's reward is a treasure. It's a true treasure. The rest of the top 10 will all get flying swords and robes. Pooey, this Fang Han can enter the Mountain River list? The reason why he's so arrogant is because of the 7 fiends gored. Now that the 7 fiends gored has been taken away by senior brother Hua, how can he fight against others? Any inner sect disciple with a flying sword can easily kill him. Is the Mountain River list a place where such a person can enter? The experts of the Mountain River list can step into the divine realm at any time and become true disciples. The sect will treat them as half-true disciples, and will not be stingy with any spirit weapons or pills. Hush, let's not talk about Fang Han. Can't you see that he has climbed up the Callan Society's branch? Let's go, let's go. We have to work hard and train, and show our faces in the Mountain River List competition in a few months. The sect will reward the disciples who perform well. The discussions entered Fang Han's ears, but he did not care. He stood up and brushed off the dust on his body. Hearing the discussions, he knew that he had become the representative of overestimating himself, arrogant and conceited. It would not be long before the news spread throughout the sect, and countless people would laugh at him. But it strengthened his confidence in pursuing power. He had never thirsted for power like this before. Hua Tiandu will not find trouble with me for the time being. When Fang Qingxue comes out of closed-door training and finds out that I have challenged Hua Tiandu, I wonder what she will do. She will definitely have a whole new level of respect for me, right? The first place of the Mountain River List competition, will the sect reward me with a treasure? I must get my hands on that treasure, and let everyone shut their mouths, and know that I have the qualifications to challenge Hua Tiandu. Fang Han thought to himself. The reason why he took such a huge risk to challenge Hua Tiandu was firstly so that he would not be found trouble in the future, and secondly to increase his position in Fang Qingxue's heart. Fang Qingxue's character was that the stronger your character, the more she would admire you. Now that he was just a small outer disciple, he actually dared to challenge a direct disciple eldest senior brother. This was simply willing to be cut into pieces, daring to pull the emperor down from his horse. When Fang Qingxue comes out from the small immortal world, he did not know how she would admire him. Fang Han, this is senior sister Callan. Seeing Fang Han stand up after swearing, Su Yu and Yu still had lingering fear in their hearts. They looked at Fang Han's body, not understanding how this body could contain such courage. This small body contained courage that was 1,000 times bigger than the body. Where did this courage come from? In all honesty, they did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Hua Tiandu. If Hua Tiandu wanted to kill them, they would not resist because they had already accumulated so much power. They did not even have the thought to resist. This was like an emperor wanting to kill an official, and the official had no choice but to die. Senior sister Callan, thank you for saving me just now. Otherwise, my martial arts would have been crippled. From now on, I will be a cripple. Fang Han deeply bowed to this Western Callan woman. 10 years is too short. Callan said. What? Fang Han did not understand. I said that it is impossible for you to defeat Hua Tiandu in 10 years. I don't think so. Callan shook her head. Looking at your cultivation realm and vitality, you must have had a fortuitous encounter. That's why you are so confident. But as long as you are a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, which one of you did not have a fortuitous encounter? Even if you are an inner sect disciple, those on the Mountain River List, your fortuitous encounter is not small. Hua Tiandu was extremely talented, and also had great luck and great fortune. When he was very young, he had mistakenly entered an immortal's cave and obtained the mantle left behind by the Panwu Immortal Venerable, who was famous in ancient times. There were endless magic treasures, endless medicinal pills, and endless secret manuals. He cultivated the Panwu great strength divine ability, and his magical power was vigorous. Among the true disciples, no one could match him. Even the disciples of the number 1 Dao sect in the world, Greater One sect, could not compare to him. He is the great elder of the sect, and even the sect leader is counting on him to win face for the Ascension Gate. In the future, during the Immortal Assembly, he will subdue many of the other disciples. Jiao Lan spoke tirelessly, clearly describing Hua Tiandu's strength, luck, and immortal fortune, and it gave others boundless pressure and despair of being unable to defeat him. Is that so? As Fang Han listened, his face turned pale. He never thought that he would have such a fortuitous encounter, but others would also have such a fortuitous encounter. Immortal fate, the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Even if he cultivates to the immortal realm, I am not afraid. At most, I will fight him to the death. The more powerful he is, the more motivation I have to cultivate. Yes, you and Fang Qingxue are the same. You are full of courage, to your heart's content, as though you have drunk strong wine, your blood is boiling. You are truly the same. In the past, during the Immortal Assembly, Fang Qingxue had just been promoted to a true disciple, and dared to directly face Elder Sword Mania of the Sun and Moon Kenshu. Callan smiled and shook her head. You don't have to thank me. This time, you have saved you and the rest, and have contributed greatly. These 3 flying swords are a set, called the 3 crystal ice jade swords. I found a spirit weapon while exploring an ancient immortal's remains. It is not considered anything good, but I will give it to you as a gift. If you want to participate in the competition for the Mountain River list, you cannot do without flying swords. As she spoke, the well-known true disciple waved her hand, and the 3 flying swords flew out from her sleeves and landed in Fang Han's hands. Fang Han took a look. The 3 flying swords seemed to be made of ice crystals, transparent and pure, and his face revealed a look of joy. Callan's generosity was within his expectations, because she was too strong. She had definitely surpassed the 5th level of the transcendent realm, the heaven realm, and could refine her own spirit weapons. So flying swords to ordinary disciples were extremely expensive, but to them, it was nothing. But the 3 flying swords could not be compared to the 7 fiends' gourd. The 2 of you have become inner sect disciples, it is a joyous occasion. Suyu Yi Yu, the 2 of you will each have a flying sword, and the rest will be rewarded with high-grade weapons. Callan waved her hand again, and Suyu and Yi Yu both had a flying sword in their hands, while the other female disciples had a brocade pouch in their hands. No one knew what was inside, but they could tell that it was good stuff. Go back. Fang Han, although my Callan Peak does not allow male disciples to enter, but your courage is commendable, and I want to take a look. 10 years later. How far can you go? To us cultivators, time flies, 10 years is tomorrow. If you have any questions about your cultivation, you can come to Callan Peak to find me. With that, Callan's body moved, a lotus platform appeared under her feet, and she gradually disappeared. Fang Han also walked into the distance. Because on the ground in the distance, a wide stone door appeared. It was the Ascension Gate, and it opened the door to receive the disciples back. Yen, you're awake? That's right. After Jiaolan left, I woke up. These people are terrifying. Before I recover my strength, I am no match for them. Yen suddenly said, Callan gave you 3 flying swords, good. That's great, you now have 10 flying swords, and the 10 flying swords correspond to the 10 flying yikshaws. When they transform into asuras, they will have a burst of power, and I will take this opportunity to fuse the flying swords into their bodies. When the time comes, they will become even more powerful puppets. Can the 10 flying swords fuse into the bodies of the flying yikshaws? You have not cultivated to the 5th level of the transcendent realm, where you can set up formations and refine spirit weapons. Now that Fang Han had lost the 7 evils gourd, he had to rely on his physical body to fight enemies, and urgently needed a defensive treasure. The 10 flying swords you have now are all spirit weapons. Although I can't use the core formation, I can do some repairs on the outside, and fuse the flying swords into the Asura's bone spurs. This kind of Asura is even more powerful, and can kill enemies with a wave of its hand, burst out sword chi, and sword body as one. The sword is the person, and the person is the sword. In the past, Acheron, had such a refining method called the demonic sword puppet. To refine this thing, you don't need to step into the transcendent realm. As long as your spirit is strong enough to affect the consciousness of others, you can refine this powerful demonic sword puppet by yourself, and kill decisively to restore the glory of the Devil Emperor. Yen explained slowly, as if he was imparting knowledge of weapon refining to Fang Han. I have to step into the transcendent realm quickly. After becoming a true disciple, only then will I have the qualifications to compete with Hua Tiandu. Fang Han listened quietly, and then asked, Senior Sister Callan reminded me that Hua Tiandu also had a fortuitous encounter, and inherited an ancient orthodoxy called Panwu Immortal Supremacy, and cultivated the Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. His spiritual power is vigorous, and he is the first true disciple. Do you know Panwu Immortal Supremacy? What? Panwu Immortal Supremacy? Yan's voice was a little uncomfortable. If that Hua Tiandu really obtained Panwu Immortal Supremacy's orthodoxy, then it's really too difficult for you to defeat him. Panwu Immortal Supremacy is one of the 9 primordial supremacies, and the age of his cultivation is even older than the few great devil emperors. He had already become an immortal a long time ago, and entered another time and space. Before becoming an immortal, he left behind his orthodoxy, his Panwu Great Strength Divine Art. After cultivating it, one's spiritual power will be vigorous, and it's hard to find a match in this world. It's the purest, and it often subdues others with strength. No one dares to be unconvinced. Forget it, I won't say too much, lest I hurt your confidence. I have nothing to hurt. My confidence is like the sun and moon in the sky, like the rivers on the ground. Cultivation is about the person, not the technique. The road is one step at a time. Even if Hua Tiandu obtained that thing? That legendary door of everlasting life you spoke of can't destroy my confidence. Fang Han said proudly, come, let's go back. After becoming an inner disciple, there are a lot of things to take. After taking them, we'll go back and cultivate. This time, the Sky Demon battlefield has gained a lot. When I step into the transcendent realm, I'll let those people be surprised. After becoming an inner disciple, the benefits were different. This time, he had officially entered the transcendent realm. It's a pity that Demon King majestic virtue was taken away by Hua Tiandu. Otherwise, the effect of refining it into a pill would be extraordinary. Yan Di said regretfully. Originally, on the Sky Demon battlefield, 3,000 Sky Demons and 1 Demon King were all frozen by Hua Tiandu's snow heaven and earth. However, with Hua Tiandu's departure, these Sky Demons, including Demon King majestic virtue, disappeared into thin air as if they had been teleported away. Clearly, Hua Tiandu had taken them all. After passing through the ancient stone door, Fang Han returned to the inner immortal courtyard of the Ascension Gate. At this time, many disciples who had passed the test had returned. They were all discussing and looking at Fang Han with strange gazes. Some even pointed at him with disdain. The matter of him challenging Hua Tiandu was sensational and explosive news. It could be said that it had spread like wildfire. Even the half-elder examiners were looking at him strangely, as if they were looking at a plague. They definitely wouldn't say a word to him. Fang Han didn't care about this. He went straight to the place where he received his items and received a high-grade magic sword and various magic talismans. For example, the spirit travel talisman was a yellow cloth vest. There were many wind patterns on it and it contained spiritual power. As long as he tied it to his legs and ran with all his strength, a cool breeze would immediately surround him. It would make him as light as a swallow and run as if he were flying. It wasn't difficult to travel thousands of li in a day. There was also a paper crane for messages. A stack of golden steel talismans. Once burned, it would immediately be surrounded by a golden mist. It could block bows, swords, and even flying swords. The time it burned was the time it took to burn a stick of incense. It was used in emergencies. There was also a diving talisman. If this talisman was placed in one's mouth, it could absorb the vitality of the water and prevent one from suffocating to death. These magic talismans were all magic tools and spirit talismans that were very useful for life and cultivation. They were much more abundant than the 5 talismans of the outer sect disciples. Other than that, the most valuable items were a bottle of pills and a Taoist robe of water and fire. Not only could it block swords, but it could also avoid water and fire. When fire burned the body, it would be difficult for it to invade the body. When water flooded the body, it would automatically float. Fang Han didn't care about the magic sword because his original magic sword had been refined by Fang Qingxue. It had strong purple lightning and was very powerful. Except for the fact that it couldn't automatically fly out to kill enemies, its lethality was similar to a flying sword. Your house has been relocated and arranged to be in the inner immortal courtyard. This is your house plate. Without the consent of others, you can't break into other people's houses. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the sect rules. Also, you have 3 days every month to go to the cultivation courtyard. At that time, the cultivation imparting elder of the Feather Heavenly Palace will teach us the cultivation method of the Ascension Gate. He will explain the mysteries of the mind and guide you on the path to the magical realm. The elder who gave out all kinds of talismans stared at Fang Han for a while before he spoke with an expressionless face. Fang Han didn't nod. He just nodded to show that he understood and walked out alone. Haha, isn't this Fang Han who overestimated himself? Just as he walked out of the door, a voice sounded. Fang Han looked over and saw a man. Beside him was Qing Wei. Qing Wei also put on the Taoist robe of water and fire. Apparently, she had been promoted to an inner sect disciple. At this moment, Fang Qingwei looked at Fang Han's gloating expression, as if he had vented his anger. The man beside her, however, smiled and squinted his eyes. "Who are you?" Fang Han asked coldly. "Xianxia. Didn't you say that you were Qing Wei's fiancé? You even said that you would beat up any man that gets together with Qing Wei? Now that I am together with Qing Wei, do you want to beat me up?" "Oh, right, I heard that you even dared to talk back to senior brother Hua. The ignorant are truly fearless. The 7 demons' gourd has been taken away. How do you feel?" Xianxia stood beside Qing Wei and asked. Fang Han looked at the disciple called Xianxia. He was extremely focused and immediately felt that the man's physical strength was extremely strong. He was most likely not below him. His mental strength was also extremely condensed. It was as though he was about to transform at any time. He had a feeling that he was about to break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. His cultivation realm was even higher than his. He was definitely one of the top inner sect disciples. Whether the ignorant are fearless or not, you can give it a try. Fang Han closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Give it a try? In a few more months, it will be the day when the inner sect revises the mountain river list. At that time I will be waiting for you there. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I am ranked 3rd on the mountain river list. You can call me Senior Brother Yi. But without the 7 demons' gourd, I am afraid you will not even be able to enter the mountain river list. Xianxia laughed. "Qing Wei, let's go. Fang Han, you will always be a servant. You cannot change that." Qing Wei looked at Fang Han and said. "Ranked 3rd on the mountain river list, Xianxia. In a few months, you will no longer be." Fang Han did not make a move. Instead, he walked towards his room. After returning to his room in the inner immortal courtyard, Fang Han closed all the doors and sat cross-legged in the alchemy room to cultivate his mind. His original room was in the sleeping immortal courtyard, but he didn't have any luggage in it. He didn't need to pack anything. All his important things were thrown into the Acheron map. The Acheron map contained a huge space that could fit a mountain. The rooms in the inner immortal courtyard were different from those in the sleeping immortal courtyard. They were built purely out of pure white stone. They were tall, spacious, deep, and fresh, just like the immortal caves of immortals. Furthermore, each room was completely sealed. As long as the stone doors were closed, no one would be able to disturb them. The rooms were connected to each other. There were bookshelves, alchemy rooms, and fountains. The roof of the tall room was inlaid with dazzling pearls. These pearls weren't luminous pearls. They could absorb the light of the sun and moon and store it. At night, they would emit a soft light. Fang Han even saw an alchemy furnace that was taller than a person in the alchemy room. There were many fire talismans carved on the outside of the furnace, and there were all kinds of spring water beside it. This was something that outer disciples couldn't enjoy. Alchemy room. The huge alchemy furnace was neither gold nor iron, neither stone nor jade. Although it wasn't a spirit artifact, it was an excellent Dharma artifact. It could be used to refine weapons and herbs. Most importantly, the room was very quiet. In fact, it was very important for inner disciples to cultivate in their own rooms. No disciple could trespass on others' cultivation grounds without permission. Otherwise, they would be sent to the mines around the Ascension Gate to do manual labor for a few months. Or they would be sent to the gardens to grow rice, tend to the medicinal fields, and become farmers. Therefore, Fang Han chose to cultivate next to the alchemy room. He felt that the alchemy furnace was the best place to cultivate. The bottom of the furnace communicates with the earth fire. The top is a crystal Dharma artifact that can condense the true sun fire. You can adjust the size of the 2 flames according to your will and refine all kinds of things. However, you don't know how to refine weapons, so you don't know how to combine different metals and herbs. However, you can use this furnace to refine your body. Refine my body? How? Fang Han was stunned. Jump in yourself and refine yourself like a pill. You just have to control the heat. Who said that pill furnaces can only refine pills and flying swords? Many experts trained their minds and tempered their bodies in the cauldron. The inner disciples of the Ascension Gate definitely have this kind of skill, it's just that you haven't learned it yet. However, I know a method from the Acheron Gate called Yama's Golden Body. If you cultivate like this, even if you have pills, it won't be very fast, and you won't be able to achieve a high level of tempering of your mind and body. You have to change your cultivation method. Yan said coldly. He knew about the 10-year agreement between Feng Han and Hua Tiandu and understood the urgency of the matter. Originally, even with the help of the Sky Demon's elixir, Feng Han would need 1 to 3 years to step into the magical realm. Now it seemed that he had to speed up. Because even if he broke through the divine arcane realm, in Hua Tiandu's eyes, he was still a small shrimp. Yama's golden body? Feng Han listened to Yan's tone and knew that the Yama's golden body cultivation method must be very difficult to cultivate. To cultivate the Yama's golden body, you have to go through the cruelest pain in the world. Can you endure it? The first step can greatly enhance your mind and body, but to truly cultivate the Yama's golden body, you have to cultivate to the 10th level of the magical realm, the point of defying the heavens and changing your fate. Yan asked. If you have any tricks, just use them. I will cultivate according to your method. Feng Han was straightforward and decisive, too lazy to be long-winded. Okay. Seeing Feng Han like this, Yan didn't say anything. Suddenly, he waved his claws in the Acheron map, and suddenly a surge of mana rushed out and opened the lid of the cauldron. Gudong gudong, gudong gudong. A torrent of water rushed out from the Acheron map and poured into the cauldron. Then, a fierce flame ignited under the cauldron, and at the top of the cauldron, a ray of sunlight poured down like flowing gold, shooting into the cauldron's belly. Not long after, the Acheron's holy water in the cauldron began to steam. Yen roared, and 18 blood pills and 18 blue sky pills all flew into the boiling Acheron's holy water in the cauldron. Suddenly, the holy water emitted a strange fragrance. 18 hells, 18 kinds of suffering. Feng Han, jump in. Jump into the water. Train your mind and body in it, and suffer all kinds of hardships, but you must remember these 2 lines. Be patient and unmoving like the earth. Quiet consideration is as deep as a secret. No matter how much pain you suffer, you must be patient and unmoving, calm and think deeply. Otherwise, your mind will scatter, and you will be finished. You will be boiled until your skin is split open and your flesh is exposed, turning into rotten pork. Yen shouted at the cauldron. You want me to go in and cook? Feng Han finally understood how the Yama's golden body was refined. A living person was boiled in boiling water. Even a divine ability realm expert would die in it. After all, it was the body. This is Acheron's holy water, and it is different from other ordinary waters. Yen said, only Acheron's holy water can cultivate the Yama's golden body. Other waters won't work. However, once you jump in, the pain will be the same, or even more intense. It is equivalent to being boiled alive. This kind of pain is called being boiled alive. It is because of this that not many of our Acheron's disciples chose to cultivate this technique. Because if you can't endure it, your cultivation will be crippled, and your life will be in danger. Have you thought about it? Are you going to jump in or not? I will control the heat and cook you well. Boiling oil? I want to try. Feng Han gritted his teeth, took off his clothes, and hugged his body. First, he circulated his blood qi, closed his eyes, and jumped into the cauldron like a carp leaping over a dragon's gate. With a splash, he fell into the cauldron, splashing water and steam. When he jumped in, the Acheron map that was originally his tattoo flew up and stayed outside the cauldron. Yen emerged from the diagram and saw Feng Han jump in. With a wave of his paw, he slammed the lid of the cauldron down tightly, trapping Feng Han inside the cauldron. It's so hot. I can't take it anymore. But I still have to endure it. If it hurts, I will endure it. This was called cultivation. The soft cultivation from before was too lukewarm. This was what was truly explosive. This was truly a strong medicine. Good, very good. Very good. At this moment, Feng Han was in unbearable pain. His body was completely submerged in boiling water, and steam filled the air. Acheron's holy water was completely boiled by the fire. It was so hot that every pore on his body felt like it was on fire, and it was extremely painful. He never imagined that there could be such pain in the world. A person was being boiled alive in boiling water. What kind of pain was this? He closed his eyes and curled his body into a ball, like a baby in his mother's womb. Feng Han tried his best to endure the pain, and focused his mind, trying to forget the pain on his body. He wanted to achieve the state of enduring and unmoving as the earth, thinking as deep and hidden. But his body was in too much pain. Every time he tried to concentrate, the intense pain would break his mind. He could feel the skin on his body being scalded off layer by layer. The pain of being skinned. Endure, I will endure. I will endure. Endure without moving, forget the pain, focus. At this moment, Feng Han also displayed his unprecedented endurance and tenacity, and endured the pain fiercely. Yan watched from the outside. The medicinal power of the blood pill and blue sky pill in the Acheron's holy water seeped inch by inch into Feng Han's body and brain. It strengthened his physique, condensed his flesh, and stirred up his mind. He couldn't help but nod secretly. He can actually endure such pain. It's a pity that he hasn't found the trick yet. The trick of forgetting the pain, the peace of the mind, and the body naturally won't feel pain. When he reaches the state where he feels pain and comfort, his mind will be raised to another level, and he won't be far from the divine ability secret realm. While he was muttering to himself, Yen suddenly let out a sound, which entered Feng Han's ears in the pill furnace. The heart can control 10,000 kinds of minds. The pain of the physical body is also a kind of mind. If you can use your heart to eliminate the pain of the physical body, you can control your own mind and understand the principle of the soul. The human body has no pain, only the mind has pain. The dead don't know pain, only the living know pain. The heart can control pain? Although Feng Han was in extreme pain and was bitterly enduring, his mind was still very clear. When he heard Yan's words, it was like a bolt of lightning that cut through many obstacles in his heart. Suddenly, he touched the path of the mind and the physical body. He seemed to have grasped a trace of the mind that caused him pain in his mind. Kill all the pain! Feng Han roared fiercely, and once again focused his mind, killing and eliminating the trace of the mind that caused him pain in his mind. Suddenly, his body felt a burst of comfort, and the pain was not so intense. Gudong gudong, gudong gudong. The Acheron's holy water in the pill furnace boiled fiercely, but now Feng Han's body was red, but there was no skin peeling. It was as if he had just taken a hot bath. The medicinal power of the 18 blood pills and the 18 blue sky pills constantly merged into Feng Han's body, and some extravasated blood seeped out of Feng Han's pores. This was the waste that had been hidden deep in his body. Now, under the torment of the fierce fire, it was all cooked out. His flesh and blood became purer and more condensed. Feng Han suddenly had a feeling that the muscles in his body could be soft like a ball of cotton, and hard like a piece of steel. His physical strength, eruption, and endurance increased again. If his physical strength in the past was equivalent to the strength of 10 horses, then the current Feng Han had completely surpassed the strength of a horse. After cooking for more than 2 hours, Feng Han was motionless in the pill furnace. He was like a baby, as if he was dead, and his body was red like a prawn. However, his breathing was long, and although there was pain on his face, it was not intense. It was as if he had reduced the pain by himself. To be able to endure the pain so quickly, he is indeed a rare talent. It seems that the Huang Quan to fell into his hands was destined. Yen muttered. It saw that Feng Han had achieved some success in his cultivation. Come out. Yan's voice shook, and the Acheron's holy water in the pill furnace flew out, wrapping into a large water ball. Feng Han was still motionless, as if he was immersed in some kind of state. Plop. It fell to the ground, and the holy water returned to the Huang Quantu. Feng Han fell to the ground naked, and only then did he wake up. His whole body was lying on the ground like a paralyzed corpse, panting heavily, but he did not speak, as if he was recalling some of the experience of fighting the pain just now. Is it still painful now? Yan asked. I seem to have found some methods to subdue the pain with my heart. Is this the cultivation method of Yama's golden body? Feng Han thought for a moment. His body was filled with explosive power when he moved slightly. Now his entire body was naked, and his muscles looked as if they would explode at any time, making people shudder. It was easy to imagine how much explosive power such a body contained. His physical body was strengthened again, and his spirit was strengthened again. This is only the rough step of Yama's golden body. If you want to really start practicing, You have to wait until you step into the Divine Ability Secret Realm and have magical power. How far am I from the Divine Ability Secret Realm now? There is still a long way to go. There is still a lot of accumulation before breaking through the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. The Divine Ability Secret Realm is not so easy to break through. You have to cook like this every day to cultivate. I will gradually increase your pain. At this moment, Yen was like a strict master. My test is to test you and see how far your understanding of the spirit has reached. How do you want to test me? Swish, just as Fang Han finished his question, Yan's claws reached out silently, but the smell of blood was oppressive. He directly grabbed Fang Han's shoulder. Poochie! A large piece of flesh on Fang Han's shoulder was scratched open by him. Blood splattered, and the pain made Fang Han's face contort. Because Yan's claws seemed to have some kind of poison. Does it hurt? Of course it hurts. Shall I grab you and try? It still hurts? Then you haven't cultivated it well. Poochie. Fang Han's other shoulder was also scratched open. It doesn't hurt anymore. Fang Han sat up abruptly and looked at the place where he was scratched. He frowned and closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened them. He was incomparably powerful. There was no trace of pain on his face. I've erased the trace of pain here from my brain. Good, good, good. Yen was very pleased, and he tossed a blood pill to Xianxia. Rub your wounds, but killing them isn't a big deal. You'll never be able to kill them all. You'll have to convert the spirit of pain into tranquility. If you can cultivate to the point where you can sit in a pill cauldron and be boiled in water, then you'll be able to transform your spirit at will. When that time comes, you'll be able to forget whatever you want to forget and remember whatever you want to remember. Then there is only one last step left, which is to convert your spirit into magical power. Step into the Divine Ability Secret Realm. Then let's continue. Fang Han knew that time was tight and hoped to practice more. Cultivation requires a balance between work and rest. We won't cultivate today. You have to comprehend what you have learned. Come into the Acheron map. Those flying Yikshaws are about to transform into Azuras. Watch how I refine. Observing a flying Yikshaws transform into Azuras will be very helpful to you. Also, the vitality that erupts from their transformation is suitable for you to absorb. As he spoke, Fang Han's entire body was sucked into the Acheron map. He saw 10 giant heart-shaped cocoons floating on the Acheron River. The silver snake, red desire, spiritual wind, and the other flying swords were also inserted in the center of these cocoons. Bang! 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 These heart-shaped cocoons were strong and full, and contained a mysterious power. The transformation of a flying Yiksha into Azuras was no small matter. It was a qualitative leap. Fang Han had read myriad worlds and knew how difficult this transformation was and how much accumulation was needed. Although it was not as difficult as cultivating from the physical body realm to the Divine Ability Secret Realm, it was not far off. Now that Fang Han had the opportunity to witness this transformation with his own eyes, he stared intently, afraid that he would miss a single detail. Perhaps he could find a trace of physical evolution from this transformation and lay a solid foundation for himself to enter the Divine Ability Secret Realm in the future. Earth Demon Azura, Yiksha Heavenly King. Sky Demon, Blue Sky Demon, with the help of the Great Pill. Yanlung's voice was emotionless. Hundreds of blue sky great pills flew up from the Acheron River. 35 blue sky great pills were arranged in a formation, like the stars in the sky, beautiful and magnificent. The pills began to rotate, and under the influence of Yan's magical power, they melted into streams of energy, which then transformed into something that resembled both a human and a devil, and yet not a devil. A string of magical symbols appeared, which then fused into the cocoons. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The squirming of these cocoons immediately sped up by 10 times. It was as if war drums were beating together, and a fierce battle was about to break out. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fang Han's heart was beating along with these cocoons, as if it was about to change. 10 Sword Fusion. Spiritual Array Core, Unchanging 1, Gold Chi Flow. Decompose. Yen once again chanted a profound incantation. His voice was accompanied by the vibration of magic power, and it violently rushed out. In an instant, it hit the 10 suspended flying swords. Wang wang wang, wang wang wang. These flying swords emitted a strong fluctuation, and then the metal actually began to melt, melting into a flowing liquid, the 5-metal juice. However, in the center of these metal liquid, there was a cluster of things that looked like seeds. These things were the core array of a spiritual artifact, and also the foundation of a spiritual artifact flying sword. Yanlong's spiritual power could melt the metal of the flying swords, but it could not change the core array, but it was enough. Placing the array in the bone spurs of these Asuras would increase the power and lethality of the 10 Asuras. Okay, the Asuras are about to break out of their cocoons. As soon as Yanling melted the flying swords, the cocoons began to crack. Then, tall demonic figures appeared. Their bodies were covered in scales and hard shells, but their heads were all handsome men and beautiful women. They had the bodies of demons and the faces of immortals. Especially on their backs, there was a bone spur that stood up, looking extremely ferocious. Especially when the cocoons cracked, a bloody mist floated in the air, but there was no smell of blood. Instead, there was a kind of fragrance. When the Asuras break out of their cocoons, their power will transform. This bloody mist is called blood dew. It can only be found by chance. Fang Han, if you don't absorb it into your body, when are you waiting? Fang Han looked and had an idea. He took a deep breath, and like a whale sucking in water, he wantonly absorbed the bloody mist around him. This bloody mist was called blood dew. It was much purer than the blood pill. It was the life essence left behind by the flying Yiksha when it transformed into an Asura. It was the blood of the saint of demons. When a martial artist absorbs it, their skin and bones would become tougher, with the heaviness of the earth demon. Fang Han sucked it into his mouth and swallowed it. He felt that the blood dew was like a gelatinous substance, spreading to every part of his body. Between his bones and his bones, there was an additional layer of connection, a layer of toughness. Especially the large tendons on his body, which were wrapped with countless of the blood gelatinous substance, making it harder for them to break. Fang Han felt that his entire body had become a piece of beef tendon that had been kneaded. Even if he stretched his body, there would be no problem. Mortals, no matter how much they trained, would never have such flexibility. Now, I can only rely on my martial strength. I can definitely knock Yi Nantian down, and beat him to the point where his life and death is not up to him. But as the third-ranked disciple of the Mountain River list, he definitely has some secret methods. I'm afraid he has a few spirit tools. If he has the Sky Wolf smoke, then I cannot underestimate him. Feeling the obvious changes in his body, Fang Han was satisfied. This is the chance. Yan Dan did not care about Fang Han absorbing a large amount of blood dew. He aimed at the moment when the Asuras broke out of their cocoons. The melted flying swords immediately pounced forward, transforming into gold chi, completely enveloping the 10 Asuras, causing them to release painful wails. Fang Han had just finished absorbing the blood dew, and saw the Asuras wailing in pain. One by one they flapped their wings and floated in the space of the Acheron map. Their appearance had changed, they were no longer pitch black, but had a metallic luster on their bodies. Their texture seemed to be even tougher, and indestructible. What was even more amazing was that their bone spikes had changed shape. Some were like swords, some were like snakes, and some were like sabers. They emitted a sharp light as if they could fly out and injure people at any time. Moreover, they now had a metal helmet on their heads. It was obvious that it was made from the metal of the 10 flying swords. This helmet gave their heads the best protection. Success, I've finally refined them into demon sword puppets. From now on, even flying swords will have a hard time piercing through their scales. Their heads are no longer their weakness, and I've integrated the spirit formation of the 10 flying swords into their bone spikes. They can now fly their bone spikes out and use them as flying swords, twice as powerful as a real Asuras. Even if a first or second level divine ability realm expert met you, they would be caught off guard and die. Yan Dan looked at his masterpiece proudly, admiring it again and again, as if he had completed a piece of exquisite art. How do I command them? Same as always, sacrifice a drop of blood and feed them your essence blood. This way, they will be psychic, and become one with your thoughts, becoming your left and right arms, and you can command them as nimbly as your own arms. If you cultivate to the divine ability realm, you can further refine them and let them evolve into great asuras, and then refine them into an avatar, a second body. These demon sword puppets can even become your avatar. If your physical body is killed, your thoughts will be reborn in their bodies, which is equivalent to you having 10 more lives. This is also our demon sect's art of substitution, borrowing things to replace the form. But we can't talk about it for the time being. Yan Dan revealed the profound demon sect's Dao arts to Feng Han. These are all external objects. No matter how powerful the treasures are, they can only be used with one's own strength. I'll go rest for 12 hours first, and later, you can continue to cook me with the pill furnace. Feng Han looked at these puppets for a while, as if he didn't care. After sacrificing a drop of blood to refine them, he didn't test their power. Instead, he went out of the Acheron map and meditated in front of the pill furnace. Tiany's days passed just like that. Inside the alchemy room, the flames burned without extinguishing. The entire room was red, and even the air was distorted by the heat. It could be seen how high the temperature was. The alchemy furnace of the inner disciples of the Ascension Gate was made from condensed true sun fire and extracted evil earth fire. The size of the flame could be adjusted at will. When the flame was fierce, even the hardest steel could be melted in an instant. It was just that it couldn't melt steel into air. Alchemy furnaces that could melt steel into steam could only be done by spirit tool-grade alchemy furnaces. But even so, it didn't take much effort to boil a person. Feng Han was sitting cross-legged inside the alchemy furnace. The boiling Acheron's holy water was constantly bubbling. Steam rushed out of the small holes on the lid of the alchemy furnace, making a whistle-like sound. His entire body was being boiled in Acheron's holy water. Even his breathing seemed to have stopped. His pulse was as slow as a turtle's breathing. But as long as one was able to cultivate to the spirit-detecting realm, they would find that not only was he not being boiled to death, but the vitality in his body was becoming stronger and stronger. His originally tall body seemed to have been boiled to the point of condensing a bit. This was the result of highly condensed blood essence and bones. The most frightening thing was that his skin had turned into a faint golden color. It looked tough and dense, as if even a sword wouldn't be able to cut through it. In addition to this, Feng Han's expression was also very strange. If a normal person were to be boiled in boiling water, their face would be contorted in pain. They would be like a devil, full of resentment, but his face was like a spring breeze. If others didn't see the boiling steam and the blazing flames, they would think that he was sitting under a pine tree, listening to the wind, admiring the moon, and drinking fragrant tea. Where the heart is, where the will moves, turn bitterness into joy. The sea of bitterness is boundless, but turning back is the shore of bliss. Feng Han was indeed like a spring breeze at this moment. This was because he was following the cultivation method of Yama's golden body, turning his painful spirit into a happy mood. Then, he circulated the qi and blood in his body, spreading it to every part of his body, filling his skin, tendons, and bones. He also felt that his body had shrunk a little, but his body shape was more perfect, sturdy, and powerful. He cultivated for 25 days in a row, continuously cooking in the cauldron. Each time, he would consume a large amount of blood pills and blue sky pills. On this day, he had used up almost all of the pills he had concocted. There were less than 20 pills left. However, such a large consumption was well worth it. Feng Han was finally able to successfully operate his mind. He could forget any unnecessary things, and he could also firmly remember anything that was worth remembering. At this time, the spiritual power in his mind had condensed into a kind of golden liquid. It flowed slightly and radiated light in all directions. It was as if it was going to shoot the gate of heaven at the top of his head into the sky and connect with the vast blue sky. This was the symbol of spiritual power being accumulated to the extreme and condensed to the extreme. At the last moment, he would break out of his cocoon and become a butterfly. The huge amount of spiritual power would be converted into magic power. It would circulate up and down, communicate with heaven and earth, and then step into the divine realm. With a splash, Feng Han opened his eyes. A huge amount of vitality suddenly erupted. He pushed open the lid of the cauldron and jumped out. When he landed on the ground, the hard rock floor slightly collapsed into 2 pits. The foundation of Yama's golden body has finally been laid. Your accumulation is almost complete. Now your physical strength is about the same as Azura's, and the strength of your body is comparable to Azura's. Yan looked at Feng Han's pale golden skin and couldn't help but nod. He waved his claws, and a sharp steel sword appeared out of nowhere. He fiercely slashed at Feng Han. Seeing this, Feng Han didn't dodge. His eyes moved, and his skin suddenly trembled at high speed. It actually made a buzzing sound of steel. One by one, his pores bulged, and his golden skin was like scales. He forcibly received the slash of the steel sword. The vibration of his skin was actually like the sound of steel. How strong were his bones and muscles! Clang, the steel sword broke into two pieces, and Feng Han only had a white mark on his skin. Then, Feng Han dispersed his power, and his skin became soft. The golden color disappeared, and it was rosy and delicate, lustrous and elastic like jade. Good, your body can be said to be tyrannical now. Unfortunately, you still can't break the divine gate. I ate the 9 orifices Jin Dan and absorbed the blood dew. Then I cultivated the basic method of Yama's golden body and boiled it in the furnace for 25 days. I absorbed the essence of Acheron's holy water, blood pill, and blue sky pill, but I still can't break through the divine gate. This divine gate is really difficult. Feng Han sighed. He now felt that he had completed the accumulation, and he was only one step away from breaking through from a caterpillar to a butterfly. But this step just couldn't be taken, and he didn't know why. How can the divine gate be so easy? One step is the barrier between heaven and man. If it was so easy, then the Ascension Gate wouldn't only have 108 true disciples. The key to open the divine gate can only be explored and broken through by yourself. Don't be impatient. The more you accumulate now, the more powerful your spiritual power will be when you step into the divine gate in the future. I guarantee that you, who have cultivated Yama's golden body, will be stronger than Jin Shirtai once you step into the divine gate. His spiritual power is too weak, and he doesn't have much accumulation. Yen said, there are less than 20 blood pills and blue sky pills left. You can't go to the sky demon battlefield, but we can find a chance to go underground and kill flying Yikshaws, Azuras, and even those great Azuras who are not strong enough to refine them into blood pills. Those great Azuras can refine better blue sky pills than the sky demon. I can kill flying Yikshaws and Azuras now, but that great Azura has already turned into a human and has spiritual power. He's equivalent to a divine gate master. How can I kill him? Feng Han already knew the power of the Earth Demons. The Earth Demon clan doesn't specialize in refining tools, and they don't cultivate many divine abilities. Unlike the Ascension sect, which has 8 major divine abilities and many other minor divine abilities, the Earth Demon clan doesn't have any magical weapons, and they rely entirely on their powerful physical bodies. Now that you have 10 demon sword puppets, together with my divine ability, it's enough to kill a weak great Azura. Yen urged, if you want to defeat Hua Tiandu, you have to cultivate, and cultivate. You are constantly in the midst of a storm of blood, you can't waste any time. Every moment is precious to you. Let's go. Let's find a crack and go down. I'm very familiar with the distribution of underground forces and the terrain. Not in these 3 days. Why? Have you forgotten that there are 3 days in a month for the imparting of skills? Inner disciples have to go to the imparting courtyard to learn all kinds of martial arts of the Ascension Gate. They can also ask the elders questions about cultivation. Do you think I should give up the opportunity to learn the martial arts of the Ascension Gate? Feng Han remembered clearly that today was the day for the imparting of skills. At this point, he could control what he forgot and what he couldn't. That's true. The martial arts of the Ascension Gate must be learned and mastered. It would be best if I could learn something from the White Sun Soaring Sutra. That's a supreme technique that allows one to cultivate the Tao to become an immortal, break through the barriers of the world, and roam the myriad of worlds in the boundless starry sky. Even the Yellow Spring Great Emperor wants to obtain it. White Sun Soaring Scripture. Isn't that what Master Bai Haichan wanted me to get? Feng Han's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this wasn't something he could think of. After packing up, Yen entered the Acheron map and entered Feng Han's body like a tattoo. The 10 Azura demon sword puppets also hid inside, waiting for an opportunity to rush out and kill. In the Acheron map, there was also a blood cotton devil robe, the corpse of Pink Prince. However, he didn't plan to take it out. The blood cotton devil robe could only be worn when he went to the underground world to train. After closing the heavy stone door of his house, Feng Han walked out and went straight to the training courtyard. Let's see what martial arts will be taught today. Along the way, there were indeed groups of inner disciples walking towards the training courtyard. All of them were strong and capable. In fact, as long as one was an inner disciple of the Ascension Gate, they could easily become the prime minister of a country or the grand marshal of an army. Their temperament had long matured and they were heroes in the secular world. However, when these disciples saw Feng Han, they all had strange expressions. They were afraid that he would approach and strike up a conversation with them. They all quickly walked away, avoiding him as if he was the plague. Looks like I've really become the plague. That's right, Hua Tiandu's position among the disciples of the Ascension Gate is extremely high. He has great prestige and many admirers. I've offended him and no one has come to find trouble with me. How can I expect them to strike up a conversation with me? When Feng Han saw this situation, he didn't think much of it. One day, he would surprise them. Feng Han, you've caused a lot of trouble recently. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind. Feng Han's ears twitched. He didn't need to turn around to know that it was Princess Red Joy. You've also become an inner disciple? Turning around, it was indeed Princess Red Joy. Her body was wrapped in a fire and water Taoist robe, and her magic sword was on her back. She looked clean and neat. On the surface, she looked like a straightforward girl, but Feng Han could feel that her killing intent was hidden deep within. He could even faintly see that in the depths of her forehead, there was a sharpness that seemed like she could pull out her sword and stab someone at any time. She would never be soft-hearted when killing someone. If I did not become an inner disciple after obtaining such a huge benefit, then it would make me seem useless. The benefit that Princess Red Joy was talking about was naturally the true blue sword, which was a huge secret between the two of them, but I heard that you offended eldest senior brother Hua Tiandu at the Sky Demon battlefield. He is the #1 true disciple. Not to mention us ordinary inner disciples, even if the 10 experts of the Mountain River list were added together, they would not be able to withstand a flick of his finger. I'm afraid that even senior sister Qing Shui would not be able to protect you. And among the true disciples, there are many who have received eldest senior brother Hua Tiandu's kindness. You've gone against the Ascension Gate, how are you going to live from now on? At least for the next 10 years, I can train in peace. Feng Han licked his lips. Great! So you guys are here. A loud shout came out, and a few figures appeared in the distance. Feng Han frowned, looking over, he actually saw a few familiar faces. The person who spoke was dressed in a golden jade gauze gown, which was a spirit equipment clothing that was comparable to the blood cotton devil clothes. He was the person who was ranked 10th in the Mountain River list, known as the Silver Snake Sword, Yuan Jiankong. Other than that, beside Yuan Jiankong was senior sister Mo, as well as a few other inner disciples who had lost their flying swords, and even Prince Pe and a few others. So it's senior brother Yuan Jiankong, senior sister Mo, what can I do for you? Feng Han looked at them without moving. Although he had kept all their flying swords, he was not afraid of them. If he had offended Hua Tiandu, then what were they? That day when we were struck by the 6 desires in thunder, you relied on a demonic treasure and actually managed to escape. Yuan Jiankong laughed sinisterly, since that is the case, then you definitely know where my silver snake sword is. Now, please tell me. That day, I was also struck by the 6 desires in thunder, and relied on my demonic treasure to escape. After that, I do not know what happened. Yuan Jiankong, didn't you escape first, and did you not care about our lives? Feng Han laughed, he did not care about Yuan Jiankong's questioning. After Hua Tiandu took away his 7 fiend gourd, he did not investigate the matter anymore. A few small inner sect disciples came to find trouble with him, what could they do? Also, that day, I am afraid that you only had thoughts of stealing my demonic treasure, and wanted me to be the vanguard to kill the bandits, and die in their hands. Do you dare say that you did not have such thoughts? Feng Han retorted. Humph. How can you compare to us? Yuan Jiankong's fingers moved, his face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Since you dared to offend senior brother Hua, what other outrageous things can't you do? You must have secretly colluded with Pink Prince, you are a spy of the demon sect. Today, we came to find you for no other reason. If you hand over our flying swords, this matter will be written off. Not to mention that your flying swords are not in my hands, even if they were, I would not hand them over. You can give up. Fang Han laughed coldly. You said it well. I even dared to offend Hua Tiandu, what are you? Get out of my way. When he said get out of my way, he suddenly moved. Crackle. His body shrank, and he shuttled over like a ray of starlight, flying and flashing. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yuan Jiankong. He stood upright, and his muscles and bones shook. Immediately, it was as if a big bell was hit. His body exploded with a long sound, and the ground trembled. He opened his 5 fingers and covered the head like a dustpan. Clatter. Clatter, a strong wind tore through the air. The air within a radius of 10 m was shaken by his body, tumbling and rolling. It was as though a large river was surging, and a magnificent army was galloping, scattering in all directions. His entire person was like a steel giant demon. The faint gold light on his skin became denser and denser. In his eyes, there was a dense gold light, as though he was an emperor that controlled people's life and death. This was also the aura that came from training in the Yama golden body. It was a type of mental suppression. Not good. Yuan Jiankong was the 10th ranked inner sect disciple of the Mountain River list. His cultivation had already reached the limits of his fleshly body. Compared to ordinary inner sect disciples, he was much stronger. He had about 10 horses, which was equivalent to Fang Han before he trained in the Yama golden body. But how could he compare to the current Fang Han? When Fang Han suddenly moved, he was already on guard. A jade light shot out from his body, enveloping him into a jade-green ball of light. This was the light aura from the spirit tool robe golden jade gauze gown. The golden jade gauze gown was made from 10,000 years old pine needles. It was able to release pine wood true qi. It was flexible and dense. It could be used to fly and defend against flying swords. But, just as the green light was formed, Fang Han was already beside him. With a palm strike, he directly hit the light barrier. Pop, the light barrier trembled. Yuan Jiankong's qi and blood were shaken by a huge force. At the same time, Fang Han's steel giant demon-like figure actually covered the sky and appeared in his mind. It suppressed his mental state, causing his mind to be filled with divine might, terrifying, strength, violent, all these negative thoughts. It actually reached a level where it can affect my mental state. Yuan Jiankong knew that the huge figure of Fang Han that appeared in his mind was his mental projection. It was also a form of mental suppression. When one's martial arts reached the God transformation realm, they would be able to change their mental state and affect their enemy's mental state. However, Yuan Jiankong was also a person who had cultivated Genshin's mental art to a certain level. Even the Prince of Evil Moon could not shake his mental state, unless it was a master of the divine realm. But today, he was completely suppressed by Fang Han. Being at a disadvantage all of a sudden, he was both annoyed and angry. A surge of violence surged in his heart. Roar, with a roar, he concentrated his mental state and expelled Fang Han's suppression from his mind. At the same time, he tried his best to activate the golden jade gauze gown and wanted to fly. But it was too late. At this moment, Fang Han suddenly kicked out 36 times and slapped out 24 palms. Rumble. Rumble, the explosive punches and kicks dented the light barrier of the golden jade gauze gown. Pinewood true qi overflowed. Now, every punch and kick of Fang Han had the power to kick a cow away and smash a tiger into meat paste. After a series of high-speed attacks, the green light of the golden jade gauze gown finally could not stand it anymore. It scattered with a pop. Then it shrank into the clothes like a tide. The protection was broken by Fang Han's punches and kicks. His true qi was damaged. It was just like when hundreds of sky demon broke the serious smoke that day. Now that the pinewood true qi shrank into the clothes, the golden jade gauze gown was ruined. Of course, after a few days, the true qi inside would be repaired by the big formation and its power would be restored. But at least for now, Yuan Jiankong could not use the power of the golden jade gauze gown. Unlike the serious smoke, this gown could be repaired quickly with the help of the 7 demons gourd. but fortunately, it was also a spirit weapon. The core formation inside could not be destroyed. If it was a celestial artifact without a big formation, it would be completely broken and destroyed. Although it was not destroyed, Yuan Jiankong, who had temporarily lost the protection, was no match for Feng Han in terms of punches and kicks. Crane claws catch snake. Feng Han's hand formed the shape of a crane's claw, as though he was taking something out of his bag. He grabbed onto Yuan Jiankong's body. His 5 nails were like steel, penetrating into his flesh. He suddenly flung it. Yuan Jiankong's entire body was flung far away, crashing onto the ground. His bones cracked. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? When he crawled up, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His throat was cracking. He stared straight at Feng Han, and fainted. The 10th-ranked expert of the Mountain River list, a well-known figure among the inner sect disciples, was actually beaten up by Feng Han, and fainted. Many of the inner sect disciples saw the scene, and stopped in their tracks, shocked. Even senior sister Mo and the rest were stunned. Don't think that just because I lost the 7 demons gourd, I am easy to bully. Why aren't you scramming? Feng Han's eyes were sharp, his words sharp. Mountain River list's 10th ranked, this is your cultivation, don't throw my ascension gate's face. Also, senior sister Mo, didn't you lose the true blue sword? That is nothing, as long as you can form an alliance with me. In the future when I become a true disciple, I will definitely give you a flying sword that is even more powerful than the true blue sword. How about that? Humph. You're about to die, and you still dare to spout such nonsense? Don't even talk about becoming a true disciple. Even if it's the senior brothers in the Mountain River list, you will not be able to defeat them. Today, I will not argue with you. In the Mountain River list competition in a few months, you will be in for a good show. Senior sister Mo said coldly, and supported Yuan Jiankong and left unwillingly. Let's go. Feng Han did not care about them. He clapped his hands as though he had done something insignificant, and left with Princess Red Joy, and entered the technique courtyard. Yinantian, seems like Feng Han is truly a formidable opponent for you. You have to be careful in the Mountain River list competition. Don't be as miserable as Yuan Jiankong. A few pairs of eyes stared at Feng Han from afar, until Feng Han's back view entered the technique courtyard. Only then did they retract their gazes. The owner of those eyes was actually the person who had provoked Feng Han before, Yinantian. He was ranked 3rd in the Mountain River list, and was much more powerful than Yuan Jiankong. Humph. Who is Yuan Jiankong? Occasionally, he would swallow the silver snake's gallbladder, and obtain the silver snake sword bestowed by the sect, and the emerald gold gauze gown was barely able to enter the Mountain River list. I don't know how many trashy spirit tools like his there are. If Feng Han had the 7 fiends gourd, I would still treat him as an opponent, but without it, what can he use to fight me? If I want to kill him, I can kill him. Yinanshan's tone was cold, revealing a sense of arrogance, but in his eyes, there was no trace of underestimating his opponent. The person who spoke to him was another man, and he was ranked 4th in the Mountain River list, Lin Yan. They were all outstanding talents among the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Ascension Gate. Since senior brother Yi said so, then you definitely have confidence. But Feng Han's performance today truly made me have a whole new level of respect for him. I have to go back and prepare, in case I fail miserably. With that, Lin Yan hurriedly left. Come here. Yinantian beckoned with his finger, and just then, an inner sect disciple hurriedly walked over. Senior brother Yi, what orders do you have for me? Contact a few more people, and keep a close eye on Feng Han. Use the concealment talisman, and do not let him discover you. What he does every day, where he goes to train, keep a close eye on him 24 hours a day. As long as he goes out, keep a close eye on him, and if there is any news, immediately report to me. Here are 30 profound vitality pills, as a reward for all of you. Wait till all of you are clear on Feng Han. I will go to Wanro Peak, and get a flying sword for all of you. Yinantian flicked his finger, and a gourd of pills flew out from his sleeves, and landed in the hands of the inner sect disciple. Thank you, senior brother Yi. The inner sect disciple was overjoyed, and hurriedly left. Feng Han, I do not believe that you will step into the divine ability realm before me. In this Mountain River list competition, I will make sure that you will not be able to make a comeback. Yinantian sneered, and in a flash, he disappeared, and no one knew where he went. Hong Yi, after 3 days of training, let's go underground to train. Walking into the technique courtyard, Fang Han noticed many tall stone pillars on the ground, and every stone pillar could only accommodate one person sitting cross-legged. Good. There are many spirit medicines in the underground world, and even magic crystals and jade stones. I want to collect some to refine pills and talismans. The stone pillars were like a forest. In the middle of the stone forest, there was a gigantic altar, and on top of the altar was the technique courtyard. Fang Han leapt onto a stone pillar, and sat down cross-legged, and saw that the surroundings were filled with all sorts of inner sect disciples. Dang! Dang dang! The melodious sound of a bell rang out. Suddenly, an immortal-looking old man with an extremely long beard appeared on the technique imparting altar in the center. It was the technique imparting elder. He was not a half-elder, but an existence with profound magic power and remarkable abilities. This time, due to the change in the Sky Demon battlefield, many of the inner sect disciples in the Ascension Gate have been promoted, and their foundations have become shallow. Because of that, I will impart to all of you a cultivation technique. Listen carefully, I will impart it once, and will not impart it a second time. This will depend on your luck, and how much you can learn will depend on your luck. The technique courtyard elder's voice resonated through the entire technique courtyard, and every word was clear. Heaven and Earth Noble Spirit chant mantra. Fang Han listened carefully, not daring to miss a single word. Sure enough, the technique courtyard elder had memorized all the mantras of the Ascension Gate's Heaven and Earth Noble Spirit chant, especially the last Noble Spirit chant, which complemented the Heavenly Dragon's 8 sounds perfectly. While the skill-imparting elder was imparting the mental cultivation method, he had also mixed in some explanations. Indeed, every word was a gem. Every time he explained, Fang Han would be enlightened. This was the knowledge of a divine realm expert about cultivation, and it was not as simple as reading books. Often, he would have to think about some things for a long time, and ponder about the wrong path, but the technique courtyard elder's words would enlighten him. 3 years of hard work is not as good as a teacher's. Fang Han sighed in his heart. After a long time, the bell suddenly rang, and the technique courtyard elder's voice stopped, and he disappeared. The explanation was over. Didn't you say that if I have any questions about cultivation, I can ask the technique courtyard elder? Why did the technique courtyard elder disappear? Fang Han was puzzled. This requires you to contribute to the sect, and then report to the higher-ups to get the right to ask questions. Only then will the technique courtyard elder answer your cultivation questions. Every question requires a lot of effort. Princess Red Joy said, so if we go underground and kill a lot of demons and contribute their corpses to the sect, we will also get the right to ask questions. So that's how it is. Fang Han nodded. For 3 days, Fang Han and Princess Red Joy listened to the technique courtyard elder impart cultivation methods, and learned the Genshin spirit spell, Heaven and Earth Noble Spirit chant, and other advanced techniques one by one. In the past, Fang Han learned the mantra of Genshin's spirit spell from the Crane Fairy, and thought that he had grasped it well, but after listening to the technique courtyard elder's explanation, he realized that he had only scratched the surface. After 3 days of listening to the lecture, he still wanted to continue. But after 3 days, the technique courtyard closed its doors, and would only open again on the last 3 days of the next month. If only I could listen to the lectures every day, how good would that be? On that day, Fang Han and Princess Red Joy had finished their preparations and left Yuhua City. Caressing the 10,000 Beasts tablet, after a while, a crane cry came out, and the Crane Fairy glided down from the sky, and landed in front of Fang Han. How is that possible? There are hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Ascension Gate. If you teach them one by one, how can you teach all of them? But after becoming a true disciple, you can ask for guidance anytime. The disciples on the Mountain River list also have the right to ask the elders for guidance. Princess Red Joy said. Fang Han, I heard that you became an inner disciple. Why did you only come to see me now? Crane Fairy shouted, extremely unhappy. But when Fang Han took out a profound vitality pill and stuffed it into her mouth, she jumped up. Profound vitality pill. You are willing to let me eat it? Good stuff, good stuff. If I eat this pill every day, I can transform. Don't worry, this time we are going underground to train, is to collect treasures and concoct pills. When the time comes, you will eat it. Feng Han smiled. Quiet, I can feel that in these 3 days, there are people watching us. Princess Redjoy suddenly said. I felt it long ago, let's leave Yuhua Mountain first, then we can play around. Feng Han's voice was soft, like a mosquito humming. It was already late autumn. Large amounts of leaves had fallen from the trees inside and outside of Ascension Mountain, making the place look bleak and desolate. Standing at the peak of the mountain and looking into the distance, one could see that the air was cool and refreshing. Feng Han and Princess Redjoy looked at the mountain not too far away. Their noses twitched, as if they had smelled something in the autumn wind. Who is it that dares to stare at us? Don't you know that I am the ancestor of assassination, the gold medal of assassins? How could you hide from me? But Feng Han, it's strange that you were able to discover me. Princess Redjoy's voice was soft. It's nothing. My consciousness has been cultivated to a certain degree, so my senses are much more sensitive. Feng Han stroked the crane fairy's smooth feathers. We'll deal with them after we leave the mountain. Let's go. Aya, Feng Han, you're so heavy. You're twice as heavy as before. You're crushing me. As soon as Feng Han climbed onto the crane fairy's back, the crane fairy began to cry out. Is that so? But if you can even lift a horse, I should be able to carry you. Feng Han hesitated for a moment before speaking. Compared to before, his body was a bit smaller, but his weight was twice as heavy. This was because after cultivating the Yama golden body, his flesh and blood had become much denser and his bones were much denser. His bones were almost as hard as steel and his marrow was like mercury. His current weight was around 500 to 600 genes, but his body was even smoother and more perfect than a normal divine transformation realm master. This was also the reason why he had such a powerful explosive strength. Once he circulated his strength, his body was invulnerable, just like a giant steel demon. What was a golden body? In other words, after cultivating the Yama golden body to a certain degree, the same mass of flesh and blood would be as heavy as gold. Just how much strength did it contain? However, this was a matter for after they reached the divine ability mystic realm. The crane fairy mumbled for a moment before obediently carrying him and Princess Redjoy. It spread its wings and flew very low, gliding through the mountains. After gliding for about 100 miles, it landed in a desolate mountain range outside of Ascension Mountain. Crane fairy, Honey, cover your ears. Let me break the concealment technique of these people. Looking at the autumn scenery around him, Feng Han smiled coldly and informed the crane fairy and Princess Redjoy in a low voice. Then, facing a direction, he suddenly took a deep breath. His entire body suddenly expanded, and every inch of his skin bulged like a ball. When Princess Redjoy saw Feng Han in this state, she was shocked. This was because a moment ago, Feng Han was still a man with a perfect body. But in the next moment, he had turned into a round ball, a huge toad. The toad's entire body shone with a faint golden light. Its body seemed like it was about to explode from the air current, blasting everything within a radius of several hundred feet into smithereens. A terrifying aura burst out from Feng Han's body, and Princess Redjoy had the urge to run away from him. Woo! Coo! Ba! Ma! Bang! Ah! Bang! Bang! Heavenly Dragon's 8 notes, when it came out from Feng Han's mouth, it swept in a direction. The sound didn't disperse, but instead condensed into a sound wave that flashed through the clouds. A strong wind blew, destroying the forest. A small tree not far in front of them was blocking the sound wave, but it was actually uprooted by the wind. Seeing this power, the crane fairy trembled. This was because it felt that even a cow would be blown away in front of Feng Han. Crackle, crackle, wherever the sound wave swept, there was a mess, as if something had exploded. In the mountain 7 to 8 li away, the air distorted, and the figures of a few inner sect disciples appeared. These inner sect disciples were shocked, and the talismans in their hands cracked and burst into flames. This was an artifact, concealment talisman. It could be used to hide one's aura, and even the sound of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeat would be blocked. It was perfect for tracking and spying. However, it was destroyed by Feng Han's 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon, which contained a strong spiritual will, causing the magical power inside to become chaotic and break on its own. Feng Han's 8 notes of the heavenly dragon had shown great power in the sky demon battlefield. At that time, his body wasn't that strong. Now, after a month of boiling oil and laying the foundation for the Yama golden body, his physical body had more than doubled, and the power of the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon had naturally increased. Moreover, he had listened to the opening of the altar in the training courtyard for 3 days, and had verified the noble spirit song and the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. This kind of power was enough to break all Dharma artifacts. Ordinary spiritual artifacts could be destroyed with a roar. "Humph, you dare to spy on me?" Feng Han flipped onto the crane fairy's back and glided down, approaching the disciples. He landed and looked at them coldly. "Oh no, we've been discovered." These inner disciples saw that Feng Han's roar had destroyed their concealment talisman, and they came to their senses. They wanted to escape, but how could Feng Han allow them to do so? With a flash of his body, he created a feint to the east and attacked to the west. A few inner sanctum disciples were hit by his palm and were knocked unconscious. Now Feng Han's attack was as fast as lightning. Even Yuan Jiankong was no match for him, let alone these ordinary inner disciples. However, he didn't dare to kill them, or he would be punished by the sect's strict rules. Breaking the limbs of fellow disciples was a serious crime. When he fought with Yuan Jiankong, he only knocked him out. How are we going to interrogate them after knocking them out? It's not easy to interrogate them here. I'll capture them first, find a chance to subdue them, and make them work for me. Feng Han waved his hand, and a yellow light flashed, and the disciples disappeared. They fell into the Acheron map. In front of Princess Red Joy, there was no need to hide, because she already knew that he had a Dao artifact. Then we can't lock them up for too long, at most we have to release them before the Mountain River List competition, if not the sect will investigate. An inner disciple is not a small matter. We will go to the underground world to train for a month. In a month's time, we should be able to make these disciples listen to me obediently. I know that at the border of the Dali dynasty, there is a crack that leads to the underground world. Then we will go there. In the entire land, there were many cracks in the ground that led to the underground world, and it was not only in the vast desert. Feng Han and Princess Red Joy decided to choose a safer crack to go down. The cracks in the vast desert were filled with the spirit demon army, and the spirit demon altar. It was too dangerous. While they were talking, the two of them sat on the crane ferry and flew up into the sky. Sky Capital Peak, it was the first mountain peak of the Ascension Gate, the place where the eldest direct disciple, Hua Tiandu, resided. It pierced through the sky, reaching a height of over 3 kilometers. The white clouds were still at the middle of the mountain, and at the peak of the mountain, there were 9 golden pagodas floating, releasing golden light that enveloped the entire mountain peak, preventing demons from entering. At that moment, in the Sky Capital Peak's pill room, Hua Tiandu sat cross-legged beside the pill furnace, the true fire burning fiercely. Inside the pill furnace, the 3,000 heavenly demons and the Devil King Dwayne were refining. Hua Tiandu. Don't even think of refining me. Sky Demon Great Disintegration Technique. Demon King Dweed released a roar of despair, his body suddenly trembled and exploded, causing the pill furnace to jump up. Huh? Hua Tiandu pressed down with his hand, immediately suppressing the aftermath of the explosion. Senior brother, you did not refine the Demon King again? Beside him, there were a few direct disciples. These direct disciples all followed Hua Tiandu's lead. Devil King Majestic Virtue has cultivated his devil arts to the celestial realm, Xianxia thought. I can easily capture and kill him. But to erase his will and refine him into pure vital energy, I'm still missing something. At his level, with the Heaven Devil Disintegration Grand Magic, he has the right to commit suicide. Hua Tiandu shook his head. What is it that you lack? Acheron's holy water. Hua Tiandu said, this holy water is the essence of heaven and earth, the most mysterious river in the depths of the earth. Unfortunately, it was forcefully refined by Emperor Huang Quan for his own selfish desires, and then this holy river disappeared. Acheron's holy water is difficult to find in heaven and earth. Senior brother, I heard that the Flood Dragon Acheron map has appeared again. It might be related to Feng Qingxue. A direct disciple said. Of course I know. This can be considered her fortuitous encounter. Hua Tiandu said, let's not talk about this. In a few years, it will be the assembly of immortals of the 10 immortal Tao sects. You all need to cultivate well and win glory for the Ascension Gate in the assembly of immortals. I haven't traveled to the Li dynasty yet. I didn't expect the secular world to be so magnificent and beautiful. Up in the sky, a white crane was flying below the clouds. The mountains and rivers below were picturesque, the cities were vast, and the people were like ants. The cities, the roads were crisscrossed. The prosperity of the human world and the boundless mortal world were all in sight. Feng Han admired it from the sky and sighed with emotion. My Dali dynasty is not the most prosperous country. There are a few other dynasties to the east, especially the Dali dynasty under the Tai Taoist sect. It has a population of over 10 billion and occupies 36,000 states. It has a lot of resources and talents. That is what a real empire is. Comparatively, the Dali dynasty is only a second-rate country. 10 billion? How many people are there? If they line up, they can fill the sea. Feng Han could not imagine what kind of scene the great Xian dynasty was. How prosperous was it? It was really white jade as the walls and golden bricks as the floor. The Greater One Daoist sect is the oldest and most extensive of the 10 immortal Tao sects. They have a strict set of laws. The outer disciples of the sect have to go to the secular dynasties to do good deeds and accumulate merits. According to the merit of the outer disciples, they will be promoted to inner disciples and even be rewarded with spiritual tools and medicinal pills. Because of the rules of the merit list, the people of the dynasties under them are much more prosperous than the other dynasties. They have an endless stream of talented people and are much more powerful than our Ascension Gate. Princess Red Joy knew a lot of things. Merit list? Yes, it's the merit list. The outer disciples of the Tai Gate have to travel the world, cure diseases, and save people, help the common people to kill demons, deter corrupt officials, and get rid of treacherous and cunning people. They can even help them increase their food production. These things are all merits, and everything is recorded in the records. Because when the outer sect disciples of the Greater One sect go out to travel, they have to bring a merit book with them. Everything they do is recorded in it and handed over to the sect. Such a method of assessment. As expected of the number 1 sect of the Immortal Tao. Our Ascension Gate pales in comparison. Feng Han compared the actions of the disciples of the Ascension Gate to the disciples of the Tai Gate that Princess Red Joy had described. He could instantly see who was better. The other disciples of the 9 gates of immortality are all learning step by step. This time, Hua Tiandu made a big move against you and took away your 7 evils gourd. It might not be not to pave the way for the reform. But our Ascension Gate's strength cannot be compared to the Tai Gate. Adding the demons causing havoc, the rest of the immortal Tao obstructing us. To truly monitor the world, assess the disciples, and establish good and evil merit, the resistance is huge. You must know, the Gemini Gate, Sun and Moon Kenshu, 10,000 Return Immortal Island and other sects, all recruit disciples from Dali Dynasty, Da Dynasty and Da Su Dynasty. The 3 great dynasties are not restricted to the Ascension Gate. Princess Red Joy seemed to have done some research on the world's situation and the Daoist immortals. Her ambition was not small. Feng Han looked at her in surprise. Their gazes met, and then they looked away at the same time. The 10 immortal Tao sects, every 60 years, they will hold an immortal Tao assembly. The first is to unite against the demons, and the second is to see how the disciples of the various sects are doing. But this assembly of immortals can only be attended by those in the divine ability realm, and disciples in the mountain river list can go and watch. The previous assembly of immortals has been going on for 55 years, and there are only 5 more years until the new assembly of immortals. If the disciples of the Ascension Gate can gain the upper hand this time, then they can monopolize the 3 great dynasties. They can recruit even more disciples. The better the aptitude of the disciples, the more they can enter the divine ability realm, and the higher the chance of becoming a successor disciple. I heard that the Gemini Gate has over 600,000 disciples with excellent aptitude, so they have more successor disciples than the Ascension Gate. It is rumored that there are already over 150 disciples, and it is still growing. The Ascension Gate has been struggling for the past few years, but luckily they have Hua Tiandu to support them. Princess Red Joy continued, "So, Feng Han, you have offended Hua Tiandu, and it is really difficult. Huatiandu is now the mainstay of the Ascension Gate. That is not a big deal. If I enter the divine ability realm and become a successor disciple, the Ascension Gate just happens to be short of talents, and they will definitely pay attention to me. Feng Han saw the situation very clearly. Hey! The crack of the abyss is in front of us. Prepare everything, let's go down. I once snuck into this fissure. Deep inside, there are many ore veins. Among them are the most precious magic crystal and jade mines, which are heavily guarded by the subterranean Devilman army. The reason I pulled you here this time is that since you have a Dao artifact, you can store things endlessly. Let's take the opportunity to make a fortune. Between the mountains in the distance, there was a deep crack, like a fang-like mouth, terrifying. Princess Redjoy pointed with her finger and licked her lips. There is actually a magic crystal jade mine. Feng Han was also moved. Magical crystal jadestone was a miraculous type of ore because it contained magical power. It was very rare, and it was rumored that during the immemorial war between immortals and devils, the immemorial demon gods and immortals used their immense magic power to turn the world upside down, and the remaining spirit chi and jade were combined to form magic crystals. Magic power was usually only possessed by experts in the divine ability realm. But this kind of stone could be used to refine all kinds of magic artifacts, and could even assist in spiritual cultivation, and improve the quality of pills. Legend has it that some magic crystals even had natural formations, and as long as one could obtain a piece, it could be refined into a high-grade spirit artifact, or even a treasure artifact. Usually, even the 10 immortal Dao sects did not have many of these magic crystal veins. A piece of magic crystal could even be a natural spirit pill. In that case, let's go down. But since there is a magic crystal jade mine, it will definitely be heavily guarded by the underground demon army, and there might even be a great Azura who is equivalent to an expert in the divine ability realm. If we go down, we can only do it quietly, and not with great fanfare. Feng Han knew the importance of this. Let's go. After discussing the plan, he took the crane ferry and fiercely went down into the crevice. At the same time, Feng Han put on the blood cotton devil robe. Although the spirit robe was not as good as the sky wolf smoke, it was very useful for self-defense. At the same time, Feng Han's mind moved, and the 10 Azuras in the Acheron map became restless. After passing through the long and deep crevice, they directly fell into the abyss. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the crane ferry glided down to the ground. This time, the underground world was even more vast and boundless. Feng Han could even see mountain peaks rising from the ground. Tall mushrooms and fungus plants grew everywhere, and countless demon beasts lived there. They hunted for food, forming a food chain that was even crueler than the one on the surface. Poochie, just as Feng Han landed on the ground, more than 10 gusts of wind suddenly appeared. Bloody shadows burst out with a ferocious aura. More than 10 blood wolves pounced on him and the crane ferry. However, as soon as these blood wolves leaped into the air, their bodies suddenly split into two. 10 demonic shadows appeared beside Feng Han. These demonic shadows emitted a sharp sword light. In a flash, they killed the 10 blood wolves as easily as crushing dry weeds. Afterward, the blood crystals on the heads of the 10 blood wolves were picked out. Their essence blood condensed into silk threads and shot into the Acheron map in Feng Han's body. A sesame-sized blood pill was condensed in the Acheron holy water. What's with this sesame-sized blood pill? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Feng Han shook his head and secretly asked Yen. The blood wolf's essence blood is not strong enough to kill Yikshaws, flying Yikshaws, Azuras, and other tyrannical existences. Yan's nose twitched. The girl next to you is right. There's the smell of magic crystals and jades here. Keep going east. I smell a large amount of devil chi. Feng Han, what are you doing? Seeing the 10 Azuras floating around Feng Han like demonic shadows, Princess Redjoy was shocked. These are the 10 flying Yikshaws I caught last time. I refined them into Azuras and fused flying swords into their bodies. They are now devil sword puppets with great killing power. With their protection, even if we encounter a devil army, we will be safe. Let's go. Let's go east. Along the way, the 10 Azuras floated up and down like demonic shadows, harvesting lives like meat grinders. Within 3,000 steps of Fang Han, all the poisonous snakes and beasts, such as blood pythons, blood bears, blood wolves, and so on, were killed. The 10 Azuras were like 10 grim reapers. Blood pills were constantly being refined, but they were all pitifully small. Fang Han didn't care about them and continued forward. He used his spiritual power to scan the area and often found rare spiritual herbs in hidden places. Killing beasts, collecting herbs, and advancing forward was comfortable without any risk. After about half a day, Fang Han was about to sit down and rest. Suddenly, a straight sword light shot up from afar like an aurora. Ah, that's another sect's flying sword. There are disciples of other sects training underground. They might be fighting demons. Let's go take a look. This sword light is as bright as the stars. It seems to be a technique of the Gemini Gate. Princess Redjoy was alarmed when she saw this. Gemini Gate. Fang Han moved. Come, let's go take a look. Because Bai Haichan was a disciple of the Gemini Gate, Fang Han had always had a deep impression of this Immortal Path sect. As soon as he saw that it was a disciple of the Gemini Gate who was in danger, he immediately wanted to go and take a look. The dark and deep underground was filled with danger at all times. All sorts of monster beasts and bloodthirsty monsters emerged endlessly. Ordinary people would be killed if they entered, and even a divine transformation realm master would be in danger. Only those in the divine ability mystic realm were a bit safer. However, Fang Han, Princess Redjoy, and Fairy He relied on the killing power of the 10 Shuras to proceed forward. They eradicated all obstacles, allowing them to advance on a broad path that was as magnanimous as a residence. Before long, they had advanced dozens of miles. After crossing over an underground mountain, they saw a dazzling beam of starlight that danced like a dragon. At the same time, a strong demonic energy, the smell of blood, and a violent aura rushed towards them. It was clear that many demons had gathered here. Chila, a few white figures with weapons in their hands flapped their wings, creating a strong gust of wind as they whizzed over. They were actually flying yikshaws with white fur growing out of their bodies. Flying yikshaws were high-level existences among the underground demons. They were equivalent to human generals. They were strong and could glide as fast as birds. However, their bodies were covered in black scales. Fang Han had never seen one with white fur. White-furred flying zombies. Upon seeing the white-furred flying yikshaws, Princess Redjoy bellowed as her body trembled. These are the nobles of the underground demons. They are equivalent to members of the royal family. They have the bloodline of the infernal emperor. Nobles of the earth demons? Demon emperor bloodline? The introduction of the earth demons flashed through Fang Han's mind. He knew that the underground demon race was led by a demon emperor. A demon emperor was equivalent to an expert in the immortal secret realm. Their cultivation was so powerful that they could overturn rivers and seas and travel the outer realms. Of course, since these demon emperors were emperors, they also had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards and many concubines. Although the subterranean devil men were ugly, once they transformed into great Azuras, they were extremely beautiful. These devil emperors had extremely strong reproductive abilities. The offspring they gave birth to would be tainted with their bloodline and possess extraordinary abilities. These white-haired zombies were none other than the grandchildren of the Devil Emperor. Therefore, they were different from ordinary demons and yikshaws. They had special abilities. They were equivalent to the imperial disciples of the dynasty. Roar! Roar! A white-haired flying zombie locked its eyes on the crane fairy as a cruel smile appeared on its face. The weapon in its hand was not the usual steel fork of a flying yikshaw. Instead, it was a snow-white treasured saber. It was 7 feet long as a person. The saber was made of steel and had a shining cloud pattern on it. These white-haired flying zombies were using huge shiny battle blades, which were actually magical items. Not those inferior steel weapons. Rumble! Rumble! The saber cut through the air, creating a huge sonic boom. It was like a flying sword flying at high speed in the sky. Although it couldn't compare to the legendary instant kill technique, its speed was still extremely terrifying. That's the magic Gale Blade. Top-grade magical item. It's a weapon refined by the great Azuras of the Earth Devil. It's made by fusing magical crystals. The magical power on the blade can suddenly increase its speed when killing. Be extremely careful. Yan's voice transmitted into Feng Han's mind. When the crane fairy saw these white-haired flying zombies coming for him, he screamed in fright, "Feng Han, hurry up and block them." Ayaya, assure a sword formation. Feng Han's mind moved and the bone spurs on the back of the 10 Azuras suddenly popped out. They formed 10 sword lights and blocked the saber lights. Clang! 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 The white-haired flying zombies were stunned by the flying swords and stopped in the air. The magic Gale Blade in their hands was also shaken off. Their faces were all filled with shock. However, Feng Han didn't allow them to stop. With a thought, the 10 Azuras changed their fists and feet in the air and fiercely attacked them. Yan was even more unwilling to be left out. Yellow True Chi was transmitted from the Acheron map and turned into Acheron Earth Net. The net caught the white-haired flying zombies and sucked them into the Acheron map along with their blades. Good stuff. They have the bloodline of the Devil Emperor. Although I don't know how many generations of the Devil Emperor's descendants, the bloodline is thin, but there's still a little bit of it. The quality of the blood pills refined are extraordinarily high. 4 blood pills appeared in the Acheron map. They were refined by extracting the blood of these white-haired flying zombies. Their blood wasn't bright red but a kind of platinum liquid that flowed with great power. Therefore, these 4 blood pills also had a platinum color, and their quality was much higher than any of the blood pills he had refined before. Although the blood of these white-haired flying zombies has been extracted, their corpses are still useful. I can refine them into devil skin skeletons. They'll be very useful when you build up an army. For magic Gale Blades. You don't need them now, but when you build up your own forces, they'll be useful to you. You know, blades are weapons that people in the mortal world yearn for. Even outer sect disciples can use them. Unfortunately, they're not spirit weapons. They can be transformed into Sound Slaughter Devilskin blades, which are spirit weapons. The speed of the blades is like sound. They can cut through the air and kill with speed. Back in the day, they killed so many immortals that their name struck fear into their hearts. What do you think? Make your own arrangements. These 4 platinum blood pills can be used as food for a long time. Once I kill a few more, even the Azuras will have food to eat. When you refine the devilskin skeletons, don't use blood pills. Otherwise, I won't be able to raise them. These 10 Azuras need blood pills every day. Feng Han's 10 Azura puppets didn't need to eat or drink. On the contrary, they needed large amounts of pure food. Because they killed fiercely and exercised a lot, they naturally needed a corresponding amount of food. Feng Han didn't plan to raise more puppets because each additional puppet would require more food and pills. With his current savings, raising one more would be an additional burden. It was the same principle as raising an army. Otherwise, he could capture more flying Yikshaws and transform them into Azuras to form an army. Wouldn't he be able to kill whoever he wanted? This time, he came to the underground to kill more devils and refine more blood pills to store food. He didn't plan to increase the number of people. Don't worry, I don't plan to refine the devilskin skeletons now. I'm just accumulating the materials. Moreover, I don't have the strength to refine them now. I need to draw various formations on the skeletons so that they can absorb the sun and moon starlight and convert it into physical strength. Unless you can get me the pure Yang 9 Palace Golden Pagoda and let me eat it, I won't have the strength. Xianxia's voice was full of expectations. I'll make your wish come true sooner or later. Hua Tiandu's 9 Palace Golden Pagoda is a pure Yang treasure. I'll definitely get it for you. Feng Han said fiercely, making Xianxia burst with joy. After eliminating the 4 white-haired flying zombies, the nobles of the earth demons, Feng Han, the crane fairy, and Princess Red Joy finally saw the scene in front of them. Sure enough, there was a person trapped among the devils. There were more than 100 white-haired flying zombies holding gale magic blades flying up and down. They surrounded a person wearing a star robe and slashed randomly. This person wearing a star robe was very, very small. It was actually a 5 or 6-year-old child. The most terrifying thing was that behind these white-haired flying zombies, there was a woman standing. This woman had a graceful figure. Her back was facing Feng Han, but her white hair was like a waterfall of the Milky Way, fluttering in the wind. She was really a white-haired demoness. This white-haired demoness had a huge war blade floating beside her. The war blade was constantly humming, like a wolf waiting for an opportunity to strike. It was obvious that it had spirituality. It was a spirit weapon. As expected, the ignorant have nothing to fear. Xingyin baby, you dare to come here at such a young age. Don't you know that this is a forbidden area? Last time, a true disciple of the Sun and Moon Xianxia came here and wanted to seize the magic crystal jade ores. In the end, he was heavily injured and fled. Do you think you can slay demons and devils? This time, I'm going to eat boy meat. This white-haired demoness let out a sharp voice. This is a big Azura. She has already transformed into a human. Xianxia reminded, don't act rashly. That magic blade of hers is the sound-killing magic blade. The speed of the blade is comparable to sound. It's much faster than ordinary flying swords. This white-haired demoness is a big Azura. She's an expert in the divine realm, and that demonic blade of hers. We're not her match. Although Feng Han had cultivated the foundation of Yama's golden body, he was still a little wary of divine realm experts. Moreover, his senses were very sensitive, and he could feel the dangerous aura coming from this white-haired demoness. Experts of the divine ability realm were not easy to deal with. Although Yan was equivalent to the first or second level of the divine realm, her real combat power was questionable. That child has a lot of treasures, and even a bejeweled weapon? Where did she come from? Xingyin baby. It seems that her status in the Gemini Gate is not low, but she hasn't cultivated to the divine realm, and relying on a few treasures, how can she defeat a group of demons? There's a magic crystal and jade mine here, and the demon army guarding it is all the royal family members of the demon race. They're not ordinary. Then what should we do? A mine is guarded by a lot of troops. Not to mention this big Azura's white-haired demoness. If the army guarding the mine is alerted, we'll die. That won't happen. A mine is thousands of miles long, or even tens of thousands of miles long, like the border of a country. The garrison troops were scattered. Each has their own mission. If all the troops come here, what about other places? So we won't be surrounded by the demon army. This is the edge of the mine. These demons are stationed at the border. Even if we won't be surrounded, there are hundreds of white-haired zombies here, and the big Azura, white-haired demoness, I'm afraid we won't be able to win. If we kill all the white-haired zombies here, how many blood pills will we be able to refine? Subduing this big Azura is no small matter, it can add endless capital to us. That's only if we can eat it. If we can't eat it, we'll choke to death. It's not worth it. Let's go. Now, we can't leave even if we want to. The big Azura has noticed us. Several people quickly communicated. Crane Fairy and Princess Redjoy both advocated to leave immediately. Encountering the Yiksha and the flying Yiksha was nothing. Encountering the Demon Emperor bloodline white hair flying zombie and big Azura, the other party had a powerful spirit weapon. If they failed, they wouldn't even know how they died. However, Feng Han's cold words dispelled their thoughts of leaving. The Nebula baby, who was trapped in a group of white-haired flying zombies, was holding a shiny bracelet in his hand. The bracelet constantly radiated starlight and wrapped itself into a starlight magic ball, which looked like a magic ball made of smoke. Those white-hair flying zombies' gale demonic sabers slashed down, emitting a series of metallic clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and the sabers were actually all chipped. The starlight magic sphere was extremely heavy. It was like a floating planet, completely immovable and unable to be moved. Unlike the magic ball, the smoke ball. This Xingyin baby relied on this Dharma treasure to withstand the attacks of hundreds of white-hair flying zombies. Even the white-hair she-devil Big Azura seemed to have attacked, but it didn't break the defense. Clearly, the bracelet in the Xingyin baby's hand was a treasured artifact. A real treasure. It was a grade higher than a spirit weapon. Wah 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 wah. I just came out to play. I took a few crystals, and you want to hunt me down. You want to eat my flesh. Don't eat my flesh. I'll return the crystals to you. Wah 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 wah, the Xingyan baby cried loudly in the white hair flying zombie. He seemed to be a little afraid, and his eyes were filled with tears. He was really a 5 or 6-year-old child, not an accomplished expert who could shrink his body and transform into a baby. A few more flies from the Orthodox sect have come. Put down your flesh for now and eat slowly. I'll take care of these few. The white-hair she-devil Big Azura didn't pay attention to the Xingyun baby's crying. She suddenly turned around and looked at Fang Han, the crane fairy, and Princess Red Joy with her devilish eyes. Fang Han's mind was shaken. This white-hair she-devil was simply too beautiful. Her eyes were soul-stirring, and her face was devastatingly beautiful. After seeing her, even an emperor would have to give up his empire, and even an immortal would have to give up his immortal career and fall into the mortal world. This is a devil art. Fortunately, I'd been to the Sky Demon battlefield to train. Otherwise, I would have fallen for it. In an instant, Fang Han came to his senses. Although this Big Azura was beautiful, it was impossible for her to make him kneel under her skirt. The moment he came to his senses, the dense saber chi had already closed in on his body. What a fast saber, sonic demonic saber. The speed of the saber flying was comparable to the speed of sound. This Big Azura she-devil instantly used her vicious attack to kill Fang Han. The red light on the blood cotton devil robe burst out, blocking the sonic demonic saber's attack. However, it only slowed down the saber's speed slightly. After a slight pause, the red light was torn apart and retracted back into the robe. The saber continued to slash down. If there were no accidents, Fang Han would be cut in half in the next blink of an eye. The sonic demonic saber was originally a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. In addition, the Big Azura she-devil was equivalent to a master of the divine arcana realm. With her magical power, the saber's power was even greater. It was nothing for the saber to break the red light of the blood cotton devil robe. The blood cotton devil robe's magical power was broken, and it would take a long time to recover. It was not as nourished as the serious smoke by the 7 demons' gourd. If the 7 demons' gourd was with me, I could fight. Now I can only rely on you, Yan. Fang Han's thoughts flashed. At this moment, he gave up on resisting. Because there was no resistance, he could only attack with all his strength. The 10 Azuras, under the control of his mind, sent out flying swords. Then, they pounced on him. The sword light intertwined with each other, and their power was unparalleled. 10 spiritual weapon flying swords, 10 Azuras. How powerful would it be to kill them at the same time? At that time, Yen had calculated that it could directly kill a master of the Golden Stone platform. Sure enough, the white-haired demoness Great Azura's expression changed. The white hair on her head strung up like spirit snakes. Then, a surge of magic power circulated around her, stopping the flying sword that was slashing towards her in the air. Acheron Earth Net. As the sonic demonic saber approached, Yen did not dare to be careless. In an instant, he made the greatest resistance. Streams of Acheron's holy water flew out and condensed with his genuine chi, directly trapping the demonic saber. Chi 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 chi. As soon as the Acheron's holy water came in contact with the demonic saber, smoke immediately came out of the saber as if it was splashed by acid. The white-hair she-devil in the distance trembled. She had just used her magical power to block the attack of the 10 flying swords, and the sonic demonic saber's power weakened. Moreover, the Acheron's holy water was specially used to remove the spiritual imprint on magical items. This Azura's magical power was not strong enough to resist the corrosion of the Acheron's holy water. As long as it was poured on the magical item, the spiritual imprint on the magical item would be easily erased and it would become an ownerless item. The Acheron's holy water was something that even Hua Tiandu yearned for. The sonic demonic saber, with a buzzing sound, was absorbed into the Acheron map by Yen. Fang Han was out of danger. That was close. This demonic saber is really powerful. If you hadn't counterattacked fiercely and restrained the magical power of this Azura, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to suppress it. Even if this demonic saber didn't split you in half, it would have severely injured you. After absorbing the sonic demonic saber, Yan also had lingering fears. Fang Han almost broke out in cold sweat. If he hadn't made the prompt decision to kill this white-hair she-devil in return and restrain her magical power, he would have used the sonic demonic saber to counterattack and counterattack. If he had used the 10 flying swords to block the demonic saber, he might not have been able to withstand the full force of the Azura's attack and would have been killed on the spot. The difference between life and death was just a thought. This gave Fang Han a lot of combat experience. The dense spiritual power in his mind surged and condensed, becoming more compact and solid. It felt like it was about to crystallize. In his mind, it shone brighter and clearer, as if it could see through all the secrets of the brain. At the same time, he controlled his divine transformation acupoint, changed his body shape, and controlled the secretion of the various organs in his body. It could be said that his body was even more his own now. In the midst of life and death battles, his spiritual power was highly condensed and seemed to be on the verge of metamorphosis. Advancing from the physical realm to the divine realm was a process of spiritual metamorphosis and conversion into magical power. This was the sublimation of one's will. One had to go through all kinds of hardships and hover on the line between life and death many times. One day, there would be a sudden change, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. This was very difficult. Therefore, many of the inner disciples of the Ascension Gate were actually not inferior to Fang Han in strength, but they couldn't step into the divine realm for a long time. This was the reason why. If this goes on, I'll step into the divine realm sooner or later. I'm still missing the crucial step of metamorphosis. I'm not in a hurry. The stronger my body is now, the more powerful my magical power will be after I step into the divine realm. Fang Han was keenly aware of the changes in himself. He was even more calm and composed. Sonic Demonic Blade. With a roar, the Sonic Demonic Blade, which had just been cleansed by Acheron's holy water, was sent out by Yen. Fang Han grabbed it in his hand. With a light cut, his skin broke open and faint golden blood seeped into the demonic blade. Immediately, the demonic blade buzzed and established a connection with Fang Han. After being refined by Fang Han with his blood, it became his demonic blade. Good blade. Feeling the weight of the sonic demonic blade, as well as the surging magical power within it, especially the power of the core formation inside the blade, Fang Han was overjoyed. He could feel that this demonic blade, whether in terms of quality or the power of the formation, was far superior to the silver serpent sword, true blue sword, or red desire sword. The strength of the formation inside the sonic demonic blade was much stronger than that of ordinary flying swords. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to support the demonic blade's flight at supersonic speed. This demonic blade is an existence between a spiritual weapon and a bejeweled weapon. As long as this great Azura cultivates to the 5th level of the transcendent realm and can set up a formation, he will be able to combine his mystique with the formation to transform the demonic blade into a bejeweled weapon. This demonic blade is made of heavenly sea dark iron, yin-yang steel, positive and negative elemental magnets, and an unknown amount of magic crystals. It's no less difficult than the 7 evils gourd. It must be a treasure refined by one of the great Azuras who had extremely high divine abilities. With this demonic blade, your power will increase greatly. However, it will also be easy for others to steal it. This is because the blood refinement art is not reliable. Once you have enough spiritual power, you can use the blood refinement art. Even if it's someone 4 or 5 levels higher than you, they won't be able to take it away without the underworld holy water. In a breath, Yen transmitted a lot of information to Fang Han's mind. In an instant, Fang Han knew the secrets of the sonic demonic blade. I know a lot about blood refining and magical refining, Yi Futian said. Fang Han communicated telepathically. Blood refining was the most basic method. If an expert of the transcendent realm encountered one, it would be easy for them to take away flying swords and magical treasures. Magical refining, on the other hand, was much more stable when refined with magical power. This sonic demonic blade was originally refined by the great Azura, so it was impossible to take it away. However, he encountered this freak, Yen, and Acheron's holy water. The exchange between the two of them was purely through mental communication. It was as quick as lightning. In other words, he would have been killed 7 or 8 times. 10 flying swords, 10 Azuras. You're a disciple of the Orthodox sect, and you've cultivated demonic arts. And you have so many flying swords. At this time, the great Azura was surrounded by sword light. The Azuras were also attacking the woman with their fists and feet. However, this witch's magical power was very strong. Waves of magical power circulated around her body like glue. It actually stuck to these flying swords and Azuras, causing their speed to slow down. Feng Han could clearly feel that under the erosion of the witch's magical power, his spiritual imprint was fluctuating. If it were not for his strong will, these things would have been taken away. If there were no other means, these flying swords and Azuras would not be able to break through the witch's magical power. Sooner or later, they would be taken away. Humph! With a blade in hand, no one will be left alive. How could Feng Han allow this witch to refine his spiritual weapon? He opened his hand and transmitted his spiritual energy to the sonic demonic blade. Suddenly, the formation within it began to operate violently. Boom! A strong blade light burst out, tearing the airflow and directly bombarding the witch's protective magical power. Swish, swish. The sound of fabric being torn apart could be heard. The witch's mana was actually slashed apart by the sonic demonic saber. The dazzling saber light approached her body fiercely, reflecting her frightened and beautiful face. The witch was so beautiful that it was suffocating. However, Feng Han did not have a tender heart for the fairer sex. He wholeheartedly wanted to kill her. With a blade in hand, no one will be left alive. Demonic robe. At this moment, the witch would not wait for death. She made her move again. The white robe on her body suddenly moved, emitting a platinum brilliance and wrapping herself in it. Her robe was also a spiritual weapon. With her magical power broken, she could only rely on her spiritual weapon as a final defense. However, what happened next was inconceivably fast. The sonic demonic saber and the 10 flying swords once again bombarded the white gold brilliance. The witch's clothes were torn inch by inch, and in the blink of an eye, she was naked. The 10 Azuras took advantage of the situation and punched her body fiercely. The witch let out a shrill scream as she spat out blood and fell to the ground. Don't kill her. Yan's intention appeared in Feng Han's mind. Then, a Acheron's earth net flew down and directly pulled the injured witch into the Acheron map. Fortunately, she has not reached the stage where she can cultivate her magical power into true Yuan or true Qi. If she reached the second level of the divine ability realm, it would be difficult to deal with her today. Keeping her alive will be very useful. Use the Acheron's holy water to enchant her and make her your maid. This way, you will have a maid in the divine ability realm. The Acheron's holy water was also known as the enchanting potion and the water of oblivion. It had supreme effects. However, Feng Han could not answer at this time because hundreds of white-haired flying zombies saw that something had happened to the witch. They gave up attacking the Xingyun baby and flew over. Kill. Feng Han raised his hand again. The sonic demonic blade, 10 flying swords, and 10 Azuras swept across the sky. Princess Red Joy also released the true blue sword. The tragic massacre began. Puff, like stepping on an egg, blood flowed. A white-haired flying zombie was swept by Feng Han's sonic demonic blade. Not only was it cut into 2 halves, but it was also shaken into a bloody pulp by the huge impact. Not to mention the sharpness of the sonic demonic blade, just the speed of the impact could flatten and explode steel. No matter how hard the body of the white-haired flying zombie was, it was useless. However, Yen would not be so wasteful. Acheron's earth net flew over and collected all the corpses, blood, and demonic blades. He made a fortune. A white-haired flying zombie was a demon royal disciple. How powerful would the blood pill refined from it be? It could allow the 10 Azura sword demon puppets to have enough food to eat, so that they could maintain their powerful physical strength and even transform again, although it would take a lot of heavenly treasures to make the 10 Azuras transform again. The pill refined from the Demon Emperor's bloodline also gave them a chance to transform. Otherwise, there would be no way for them to transform again in their lifetime. The stronger Feng Han's power was, the safer Yen knew he would be. In the future, the chances of getting a pure yang magic weapon would be greater, and restoring his strength would no longer be a dream. Every white-haired flying zombie had a magic weapon in their hands, the Gale demonic blade. It was also a great fortune. Feng Han's whole mind was immersed in dealing with the white-haired flying zombies. The demons flying in the sky whistled. With his mind, he controlled the 10 Azura puppets to form a military formation. They formed a triangle around each other, protecting the 3 of them within. The sonic demonic saber was about to kill them. One by one, the white-haired flying zombies were directly beheaded. The bloodthirsty sound of the sonic demonic blade kept ringing. The true blue sword also penetrated the body of a white-haired flying zombie. The sword light flashed again and again. After more than 30 swords, this demon royal disciple was seriously injured. The power of the true blue sword was far inferior to the sonic demonic blade. In addition, Princess Rejoy's spirit was not as strong as Feng Han's. Therefore, killing the demons was a little difficult. One had to know that in the oceanic desert, senior sister Mo had a hard time killing the flying Xianxia with the true blue sword. Now, the white-haired flying zombies were much more ferocious than the flying Xianxia. They were almost comparable to Azura's. Gale Talisman, Golden Sharpness Talisman. Princess Red Joy also sensed the difficulty in killing the fiends. She suddenly put away her flying sword and took out 2 talismans that were at the Dharma artifact level. With a flick of her wrist, the 2 talismans burned and transformed into a gust of wind. A golden beam of light enveloped the flying sword. With the help of the talismans, the true blue sword seemed to have eaten a strong aphrodisiac. Its speed increased sharply, and it was as fast as lightning. The sword light on it also exploded. In just one move, it cut off the wings of a white-haired flying zombie. Wonderful. Feng Han looked at Princess Redjoy strangely. He also did not understand why Princess Redjoy had so many talismans. The 2 Gale Talismans and Golden Sharpness Talismans increased the flying sword's speed and sharpness. However, it was not permanent. The effect would only last for an hour before the magic power would dissipate. The flying sword would then return to its original state. Although this was the case, the killing power of the true blue sword had increased by several times. Killing the demons did not require much energy. Although magic tools were of the lowest grade, there were many kinds of them. They were very helpful to cultivators. Not only that, as long as they were used cleverly, they could also achieve unexpected results. For example, when Princess Redjoy was fighting with someone, she could use these 2 talismans to break the enemy's flying sword and kill them on the spot. One by one, the white-haired flying zombies were killed. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 demons died. Their bones, weapons, and blood all became Feng Han's wealth. Ordinary disciples of the immortal Dao sect would not be a match for so many demons. Even a true disciple like Jin Shirtai would not be able to withstand them. However, Feng Han had 10 Azuras, 10 flying swords, and the special effect of Acheron's holy water. He had subdued the Demoness and killed the white-haired flying zombies in one fell swoop. Of course, this was also due to the contribution of the Xingyun baby. This child had attracted most of the firepower. However, the situation was still very dangerous. The 10 Azuras formation was not as good as the Sky Wolf Smoke formation. There were still loopholes in the defense. If a group of them came in, the Crane Fairy and Princess Red Joy would not be able to protect them. They would most likely be killed. Feng Han's blood-cotton demonic cloak had been shattered by the sonic blade. It would take a long time for it to recover. It could no longer protect him now. Although the Yama's golden body was strong, it could not withstand the demonic blade's attack. Bang, as expected, more than a dozen white-haired flying zombies communicated with each other for a while. Then, they charged forward brazenly. The demonic sabers in their hands flew out and smashed open the protective circle of an Azura. Then, the rest of the white-haired flying zombies rushed in one after another. Hand over Grand Duke Missouri Lin, and we'll spare your lives. Eat them all. What did they do to Grand Duke Missouri Lin? If anything happens to Grand Duke Missouri Lin, we'll all be executed by the Senate. Kill these 2 people and 1 crane with all our might. Kill. These white-haired flying zombies were very intelligent. They were no different from the human soldiers. In fact, they were even a little smarter. They charged in and let out fierce roars that were like the roars of thunder and the cries of ghosts and gods. Woo. Goo. Ba. Ma. Ba. Yeah. Ba. Ba. Seeing the crisis, Feng Han took a deep breath and expanded. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon rushed out. The strong sound waves swept across the place. Bam, bam, bam. The dozens of white-haired flying zombies that rushed and stiffened and fell to the ground like raindrops. They fell to the ground and were half dead. Princess Redjoy did not stop. She activated her flying sword and stabbed the flying zombies that fell to the ground one by one. These flying zombies had extremely thick skin and flesh. They might not die from falling from a height of 1,000 feet. They would only faint. When they woke up, they would be alive and kicking again. Someone came to save me? Hearing the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, the Xingyin baby, sitting in the starlight ball, stopped crying. When she opened her eyes, she saw that the white-haired flying zombies that surrounded her had all disappeared. Instead, they went to kill another group of people. She was so happy that she jumped up and down. So that white-haired Demoness Grand Azura is a duke of the demon race. Her title is very high. She will be a prince if she goes one step further. Feng Han's roar made these demons suffocate and reduce the pressure. Then, the sonic demonic saber shook violently. Dozens of white-haired flying zombies were killed. That Xingyin baby should be out of danger. Why did the Gemini Gate let such a small child out? Feng Han thought as he fought hard to kill. Suddenly, a celestial ball jumped and entered the battlefield. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Those white-haired flying zombies that were hit by the celestial ball exploded into pieces in the blink of an eye. This celestial ball was so powerful. It turned out that the Xingyin baby had flown over and hit the bracelet. Sun Moon 5 stars thunder. Yan Changyin shouted and immediately collected the corpses. At the same time, he said in shock, "This is the Sun Moon 5 stars bracelet. It is also a pure yang treasure. It is comparable to the 9 palace golden pagoda. It is in the hands of this child. This child's identity is not to be underestimated. But I want to eat this bracelet. Divine ability realm. Spiritual power. Done. Finally done. So this is the divine ability realm? Mother said that I still need many years to grow my mind, to get rid of the fear, to temper my spirit, to train my heart to be extremely sharp, without any impurities, to be able to step into the divine ability realm. If not, no matter how strong my body is, no matter how many spirit medicines I have, it will all be useless." Xingyin baby's face wrinkled. What he trains in is actually Yama's golden body. According to the legends, it is the most painful technique in Acheron's sect. To endure the pain of being thrown into a frying pan. This person's endurance, his spirit and willpower, how strong is he? The Demoness recognized it. He actually stepped into the divine ability realm. That's too inconceivable. In this mountain river list competition, he will definitely be number 1, and after obtaining the treasure, after passing the test, he will be promoted to a true disciple. This time, Yi Tiannan and the rest are in trouble. Princess Redjoy, upon thinking about Feng Han's return to the Ascension Gate, and the many looks of disbelief, she felt carefree. How difficult was the divine ability realm? It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Feng Han might have borrowed the strength of many treasures, but the biggest was still his own courage, willpower, the courage to challenge Hua Tiandu, the strength to endure being thrown into a frying pan, tempering his spirit to be tenacious, without any impurities. But, achieving the divine ability realm did not mean that one could become a true disciple. The true disciples of the Ascension Gate had to be strictly tested and checked. Because they were core disciples, they had to be cautious. But in the Mountain River List competition, Feng Han could suppress everyone. The divine ability realm, even the number 1 of the Mountain River List, could not reach that height. In truth, even the number 1 inner disciple of the Mountain River List would not dare to challenge Hua Tiandu. For their pride, they would offend the number 1 true disciple. In the Mountain River List competition, he had suppressed everyone and obtained the treasures, and was then valued by the sect. After investigating his background, he was promoted to a true disciple. With a high position and authority, he was able to establish his own mountain, which was something that was already set in stone. With his relationship with Feng Qingxue, there was no problem with Feng Han's birth. Unless the Acheron map was exposed, there would be no problem for him to become a true disciple. Even if the Acheron map was exposed, it could still be considered a fortuitous encounter. Looks like I didn't misjudge you. That Lu Kang is short-sighted. For the sake of a flying sword, he abandoned his friend, Feng Han. He is really short-sighted and short-sighted. Princess Red Joy thought to herself. Summon the Dharma robe. Feng Han saw the surprised faces of the people around him and knew that he had finally succeeded. With a wave of his hand, the Taoist robe automatically flew over to his body under the guidance of his magic power. When he was being cooked, he was naked. Rumble, the chi was retracted and returned to his mind. The white tiger returned to its cave and the blue dragon returned to the abyss. Feng Han stepped on the ground and waved his hand. The 4 inner sect disciples were forcefully pulled out of the Acheron map. They were still unconscious. Now that Feng Han had stepped into the divine ability realm, it was time to subdue the 4 of them. The 4 inner sect disciples, after being captured by Feng Han and stuffed into the Acheron map, were suppressed and unconscious, so they did not know the secret of the Acheron map. Furthermore, after Feng Han pulled them out, he would not let them know the secret. The only one who knew that Feng Han had the Acheron map was the Great Azure Witch. But she had been struck by the indifference talisman, so even if she wanted to say it, she would not be able to. With a thought, she would become an idiot. Princess Red Joy only knew that Feng Han had a legendary Dao artifact, but she did not know that it was the demonic sect's sacred item, the Acheron map. And the Crane Fairy did not know either, let alone care about this. Xingyun Baby, who had seen too many treasures, did not seem to care about this. She thought that it was natural for Feng Han to have powerful treasures. Feng Han knew whether these things should be leaked or not. He would never reveal any of his secrets. The higher his magic power, the more cautious he was. With a flick of his finger, bam 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 bam. 4 crisp sounds of air waves were transmitted to the bodies of the 4 inner court disciples. The 4 disciples' bodies shook and gradually woke up. Feng Han used his magic power to stimulate their minds. Now that he had just formed the divine ability, he was still not familiar with how to use his magic power. He needed to strengthen his magic power and make it more vigorous and more flexible. Then, he needed to accumulate the next step of cultivation. One had to know that he was currently a blank slate for the next step of the divine ability realm. This was because after the divine ability realm, it was very different from the physical body realm. How to condense true chi, how to refine true chi into earth chi, and how to harmonize yin and yang, all of these required a series of cultivation methods. He did not have this, and it was impossible for him to create it. Either Yama taught it to him, or after he became a true disciple, he would be personally taught by the Ascension Gate. And provide various grotto heavens and blessed lands to condense true chi. For other experts who had cultivated to the divine ability realm, this was not a pressing matter. But for Feng Han, he only had 10 years. If he wanted to catch up with Hua Tiandu, he had to race against time. He could not waste a single moment. What is this place? Feng Han. How dare you knock us out and imprison us? This is against the sect rules. I'm going to report you to the elders. This is the underground. You brought us to the place where the devil lives. You are indeed colluding with the devil. You are a spy of the demonic sect. Haha, Feng Han, you don't dare to kill us. The Mountain River List competition is about to begin in a few months. At that time, they will have to count the people. If we are missing, senior brother Yi will definitely report to the elders. At that time, even Feng Qingxue will not be able to protect you. If you know what's good for you, let us go obediently. If not, we will report you, and you will not be able to escape the blame. When the 4 inner sect disciples woke up, they were extremely quick-witted. In a blink of an eye, they saw Feng Han sitting on a chair. At the same time, they looked around and knew that they were underground. Inner sect disciples, which one of them were not idiots? In the face of danger, they still had the guts to remain calm. If not, they would not be able to become inner sect disciples. As expected, Ichinan Tian? He commanded all of you to spy on me. This thing seeking death, he must be tired of living. During the Mountain River List competition, I will make sure he dies a horrible death. Feng Han sneered, all of you said that I colluded with the devil sect. Now look carefully, this is the son of the Gemini Gate Star Lord. He was trapped by the Great Azura, and I saved him. Tell me, am I colluding with the devil sect? Feng Han pointed at Xingyun Baby. The name of the Gemini Gate Star Lord was enough to intimidate the disciples. You want to deal with senior brother Yi, that is impossible. How can you imagine how powerful he is? One of the inner sect disciples shouted. Oh? Has he cultivated to the divine realm? Fang Han's eyes flashed, he raised his hand and clapped. Whoosh, the chi wave surged out, and a clear palm print appeared on the ground far away. It was half a chi thick. The ground shook, the 4 inner sect disciples released gurgling sounds, as though they were chickens that had their throats pinched, unable to speak. Originally, to the inner sect disciples of the Ascension Gate with high cultivation, they would not have any problems with their chi. But now, they were truly shocked. Godly. Secret. Realm, he looked at Fang Han and then at the huge handprint on the ground that Fang Han had left behind with a casual wave of his hand. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. This kind of influence, this kind of random movement, was definitely not caused by an artifact, nor was it caused by a spirit artifact. It was his own magical power, a real power. The inner sect disciples of the Ascension Gate had sharp eyes. They were not the kind of country bumpkins who did not know what was good for them, not to mention that their lifelong pursuit was the divine realm. How could they not recognize it? Every year, there were many divine realm true disciples who practiced their magical power in front of the inner sect disciples, and the inner sect disciples had to observe carefully. Impossible. Impossible. How difficult is the divine realm? How could you be promoted to this level? Reaching the sky in a single step, reaching the sky in a single step. The 4 inner sect disciples shouted. It was not that they lost their composure, but their lifelong pursuit was actually achieved by an enemy. Their nerves were about to collapse. Humph. Without any foundation, would I dare to challenge Hua Tiandu? Fang Han slammed his hand on the chair. This time, he did not use his magical power, but the huge strength of his body still made the chair make a sound. The sudden sound startled the 4 inner sect disciples. These 4 inner sect disciples suddenly remembered that Fang Han was the person who challenged Hua Tiandu. Although everyone thought he was ridiculous and overestimated himself, when he was promoted to the divine realm, they would not think so. Although Fang Han had cultivated to the divine realm, the gap between him and Hua Tiandu was still like heaven and earth. But after all, he had broken through the barrier between heaven and man, reached the sky in a single step, and became an existence envied by countless people, and his status rose sharply. Moreover, he seemed to have another relationship. The 4 inner sect disciples looked at Xingyun Baby, the son of the Gemini Gate Star Lord. Unexpectedly, he had a close relationship with Fang Han. It seemed that the other party dared to challenge Hua Tiandu because he had a strong backing, and not because he was arrogant. For the first time, the 4 inner sect disciples had a deep fear of Fang Han. They could only look up to an expert of the divine realm, and they could not afford to offend him. Even if Xianxia knew that Fang Han had stepped into the divine realm, he would probably regret provoking him. The 4 inner sect disciples' breaths softened. Even if they complained, the sect elders would not care about it. Who was more important, a true disciple of the divine realm or an inner sect disciple? Even pigs could tell. Although they were also experts of the divine transformation realm, and their bodies were at the 10th level, and were only 1 step away from the divine realm. However, everyone knew that this step was a huge distance. It was an existence that was almost impossible to achieve. Senior brother Fang Han, what are you going to do with us? The 4 inner sect disciples were dejected. Of course, I will use you to find out more about Yinan. I heard that Yinan is backed by the Wanro Peak, and senior brother Wanro. You will secretly report everything you find to me. Understand? Be double agents. On the surface, you are Yinan's men, but in fact, you are my men. Fang Han gave the 4 of them a clear path. Zhong Tiandu, Dongling Shao, Western Kalan, Northern Yaoguang, and Southern Wanro. These 5 true inheritors dominated a region, and their influence extended to the inner and outer disciples. Their huge network of connections intertwined into a net. Fang Han had already heard from Princess Red Joy that Yinan might be Wanro's man. But. No buts. Fang Han snapped his fingers and said, there is only one way. Of course, you will also get some benefits. These 4 magic wind blades were left behind after I killed the white-haired flying zombie. I'll give them to you as a reward. Do you understand? Okay. Yes, we won't dare to go against Senior Brother's orders. The 4 disciples took the blades and looked at each other. No one knew what they were thinking. Of course, I won't completely trust you, so I will have to use some methods to control you. Fang Han's fingers trembled and 4 rays of yellow light flew into the 4 people's heavenly gates. This is an evil supernatural power. As long as you have evil intentions and want to betray me, this supernatural power will turn you into an idiot with just a thought. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The elders won't be able to trace it back to me. This was the talisman of indifference. It was planted in their minds. We won't betray Senior Brother. The 4 of them trembled. They knew that things were not going well, so they didn't have any other thoughts. All right. All of you retreat and gather in another room to cultivate on your own. When the time comes, I will bring you back to the surface and to the Ascension Gate. Fang Xiaolin, arrange for them to stay in another room. Okay. The witch's eyes flashed. Now that Fang Han had cultivated to the divine realm, she didn't have any other thoughts. Everything was ready. In the following time, Fang Han still stayed in the underground castle to familiarize himself with his spiritual power. At the same time, he used his spiritual power to refine the sonic demon blade. It was more powerful and harder to be taken away. Yan, what do you think I should cultivate now? What powerful divine ability does Acheron's Gate have? Something like the instant kill technique? Fang Han had been thinking about the instant kill technique. This kind of divine ability pursued speed. It would kill in one strike without any hesitation, which was in line with his personality. You are not suitable to cultivate any divine ability now. You will only strengthen your spiritual power. Because before the 5th level of the celestial realm, you can only cultivate one type of divine ability. Otherwise, the conflict between the different types of spiritual power is enough to turn you into a virgin chicken. When you become a true inheritor of the Ascension sect and learn his mystical abilities, you will not be suspected by others. Wait until you reach the heaven realm. When you reach the celestial realm, I will teach you all the divine abilities of Acheron's Gate, and then let you condense the most miraculous divine ability seed in the world, the Great Jin Dan. When the time comes, you can integrate the Acheron River into your spiritual power. It will be so fierce that even Hua Tiandu may not be unable to defeat it. I see. If I learn the divine ability of Acheron's Gate, I can't learn the divine ability of the Ascension Gate because of the conflict between my spiritual power. Then I can only try to strengthen my spiritual power and become a true disciple. Fang Han understood all the clues. Fang Xiaolin, come here. The witch heard Fang Han's call and hurried over. How far is it from your mine? Is there another mine? What kind of experts are guarding it? You want to go to another vein? You can't do that. That might alert my Earth Demon Senate. The Great Azure is Doyan. The Doyan's spiritual power is 100 times stronger than mine. The witch seemed to know what Fang Han was thinking, and immediately said in fear. Forget it, it's better to be safe than sorry. There's no need to take risks now. Fang Han's eyes flashed, and dispelled the idea of attacking other veins. Then let's return to the Ascension Gate and prepare for the Mountain River List competition. The first place treasure belongs to me. Then what about Xingyun baby? Princess Redjoy asked. He wants to play everywhere. If something happens to him, it won't be good. Then should we send him back to the Gemini Gate? Fang Han thought about it. It was indeed difficult. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Xingyun baby screamed, but then his Sun Moon 5-element bracelet suddenly released starlight, flashing and flashing, with a ticking sound. Not good, my mother is here to find me. Xingyun baby was shocked. Your mother? Isn't that the Madam of the Star Lord? Fang Han was startled. He then became alert. Luckily he did not cheat Xingyun baby of his bracelet. If not, even if he succeeded, the other party's parents would investigate, and even the sect leader of the Ascension Gate would not be able to handle it. He would definitely be in trouble. As one of the top 10 immortal sects, if the news of him cheating a child's treasure spread out, the sect leader of the Ascension Gate would definitely lose face, and would definitely punish him severely, and might even kill him on the spot. For the sect leader of the Ascension Gate to kill him, it would be easier than killing an ant. Even if the Emperor Huangquan was revived, he would not be able to stop it. Most of the immortal sects would only have one Tao companion. But the great emperors of the demonic sects would have many wives and concubines, numbering in the thousands. Countless sons and daughters. Since she was Xingyun baby's mother, then she must be the madam of the Star Lord of the Gemini Gate. Feng Han's heart tightened, he had never seen such an important person before. He was afraid that the Acheron map would be seen through. It doesn't matter, you have now stepped into the magical realm and used the refining Acheron map, and I have hidden it well. As long as you are not an expert of the immortal realm, you will not be able to find any clues. If you don't step into the magical realm, then you will really be in danger. Yan sensed Feng Han's uneasiness, so he said. While they were talking, Xingyun baby looked around for a place to hide. She was so flustered that she almost cried, but the situation suddenly changed. A ray of starlight fell from the sky like a waterfall, shot into the underground world, and entered the ancient castle. Then, the figure of a woman appeared in the starlight. This woman was 28 years old, wearing a star hairpin and a star robe. Her face was like a god, and her whole body exuded a noble and pure immortal aura. This immortal aura made people feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. Baby, why are you so naughty again? This time, you actually took advantage of the time when I was refining pills to run out and come to such a dangerous place underground. As soon as this woman appeared, her eyes were locked on Xingyun baby. Xingyun baby let out a silly laugh. Her body spun and flew to the woman's side, unable to control herself at all. At the same time, the sun-moon pentagram bracelet also fell into the woman's hand. Ah! External incarnation. Feng Han knew at a glance that this was not the woman's original body, but an external incarnation similar to the demon god. After this shock, Feng Han did not want to be rude and sang a long fei nua, Junior greets Madam Star Lord. Magical realm, immortal Tao disciple? So you are a disciple of the Ascension Gate. At this time, Madam Star Lord also saw Feng Han and saw that Feng Han was an expert of the magical realm at a glance. She then smiled, how did you know that this is an external incarnation? Junior once went underground and saw the demon god's incarnation, so I guessed that this is Madam Star Lord's external incarnation. Feng Han flattered himself. You saw the demon god and you are still alive? What a miracle, when did the Ascension Gate have a true disciple like you? Madam Star Lord knew that Feng Han was a disciple of the Ascension Gate because of the style of the Taoist robe he was wearing. Junior went there with Senior Marshal Sister Qing Shui. Feng Qing Shui? Not bad, not bad, she is a dual cultivator and has the help of the demon marshal. That demon god will not offend the innate great monarch. Madam Star Lord patted Xingyun baby's butt. Mother, this time it is all thanks to big brother Feng Han who saved me, or else I would have been eaten alive by the great Azura. Xingyun baby said. What happened? Madam Star Lord's face turned cold, she looked around and finally, her gaze stopped on the demon girl. Great Azura? Madam, I have already subdued this great Azura, she is now my maid. Feng Han quickly said. You subdued the great Azura? Madam Star Lord looked at Feng Han again, the Ascension Gate has a true disciple like you, it is truly a talent. Not bad, your arcane energy is dense, but you have yet to condense innate qi, but it is only a matter of time. This time, you saved Xingyun baby, so I cannot be stingy, otherwise, I will be laughed at by the Ascension Gate. Here is a star-gathering mana pellet that I just refined, it can condense your arcane energy even denser, allowing you to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. While speaking, a palm-sized crystal stone suddenly appeared in Feng Han's hand. Sealed in the crystal stone was a spiritual pellet, the size of a longan fruit, bright yellow in color, countless star vortexes were spinning inside, constantly absorbing something. With one look, one could tell that it was a high-grade spiritual pellet, something that could only be found by chance. However, Feng Han hesitated slightly and said, saving Xingyun baby is nothing, I am also here to train. Xingyun baby and I hit it off, I also borrowed his sun-moon pentagram bracelet to train. Junior does not dare to accept Madam's medicinal pellet. How can I take back what I have given out? But you are very honest, I rarely see such an honest person like you. You can be my baby's friend, I hope you will shine in the immortal assembly of the 10 sects in the future. I will remember you. After Madame Star-Lord finished speaking, her body moved, and the starlight retracted, disappearing in a flash. It was impossible to figure out how she left. This madam is unfathomable. But I have never heard of such a person in the past. It seems that she is a rising star in the recent thousands of years. Fortunately, she came with an incarnation, her strength is insufficient, and her insight is insufficient. Otherwise, even if the Acheron map was not exposed, the Great Azure Witch's Indifference Talisman would also be exposed. However, this star-gathering mana pellet is indeed an amazing immortal pill. It can really thicken your arcane energy. Your current arcane energy is already more dense than the Golden Stone platform. If you take this pill, it will be more useful for your future cultivation. Yen said. Do not have the heart to harm others, but do not have the heart to guard against others. I also do not trust this Madame Star-Lord. Take this pill and study it carefully, in case there is something inside and you fall into her trap. Feng Han clenched his teeth and said. You are becoming more and more like the Devil Emperor. Not bad, that's the way. Yen Zanmei said. Feng Han, now that baby is gone, are we going back immediately? Princess Redjoy asked again. I originally wanted to kill a few more white hair flying zombies and flatten a few mines. I want to refine some pills and store them for emergencies. But from the looks of it, it is extremely dangerous. Of course we have to go back first. But the matter of me cultivating to the divine realm, no one is allowed to leak it out, in case those people are prepared. Wait until the Mountain River List Assembly, I will let them know what is called shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Feng Han gave a gag order. After cultivating for another 10 days, it was already the end of the month. Every month, it was time to listen to the Elder Gong's lecture. Feng Han then packed up his things, brought the Great Azure Witch and flew out of the crevice. They flew all the way back to the outside of the Ascension Gate Mountain. Only then did he secretly release the 4 inner sect disciples, allowing them to be spies. At the same time, in the Ascension Mountain range, there was a tall mountain peak in the south, rising into the clouds. It was Wanro Peak. Senior Brother Yi, is this Wanro Peak? Are we here to meet Senior Brother Wanro? Feng Qingwei looked at the tall mountain peak, deep in thought. That's right. Yi Nantian said, Senior Brother Wanro possesses remarkable abilities. When you meet him, you have to be careful with your words, don't offend him. I know that. Oh right, the people you sent out to investigate Feng Han, why aren't they back yet? The 4 inner sect disciples that I sent out are all very good people. They have all sorts of concealment talismans on them, and the possibility of them being discovered is very small. And even if they were discovered, would Feng Han dare to harm them? Harming fellow sect members is a serious crime. A light punishment would be crippling their martial arts, a heavy punishment would be imprisonment for life. Maybe Feng Han and the rest went underground? There must be a problem with the information sent by the paper cranes. This matter is not that urgent. Yi Nantian spoke casually to Qing Wei, but in his heart, he was extremely cautious, secretly calculating all sorts of things that could happen. But just at that moment, 4 paper cranes suddenly flew over from afar, revolving around him. There is news. Yi Nantian was overjoyed, he waved his hand, and the paper cranes all flew down, opening up to reveal many letters filled with words. Qing Wei came over to take a look, only to see that it was filled with densely packed words, describing everything that happened to Feng Han after he went underground to train. First, he met with the Yiksha army, and had to escape. After that, he was chased by Commander Shura, etc. A series of events were written vividly, without a single leak. Haha, take a look, Feng Han is just like that. After losing the 7 Fiend Gourd, he truly does not have any special trump cards. In this Mountain River List competition, what do you want me to do to him? Cripple his martial arts? Or break his arms and legs? After Yi Nantian finished reading, he laughed out loud, feeling extremely comfortable. Normally, harming fellow sect members and injuring their limbs will result in heavy punishment. Only in the Mountain River List competition, where both sides compete, will there be no restrictions on injuries and deaths. Qing Wei said coldly, she was extremely familiar with the sect rules. I don't want his life, I just want you to cripple his martial arts, and let him continue to be a servant. I will let him know what is called living a life worse than death. Audacious servant, using a servant to bully his master, lawless and out of control, our Fong family will directly use a steamer to deal with such servants. Good. Let's go and pay respects to senior brother Wanro. The two of them stepped onto Wanro Peak. Although Wanro Peak was not as majestic as Sky Capital Peak, it was still majestic and lofty, with an azure dragon-like stone staircase, towering into the clouds, directly leading to countless of palaces on the peak. It was winter, the yellow leaves were falling, and everywhere was a scene of waning autumn. But Wanro Peak's trees were lush and verdant, with mist rising everywhere, waterfalls flowing, red-crowned cranes flapping their wings, white deer biting on lingji, monkeys holding longevity peaches. It was a scene of immortals. It is said that on Wanro Peak, every single spiritual tree is watered with pills. Thus, the spiritual chi is dense, and the life force is endless. Senior brother Wanro is truly generous. Fong Qingwei looked at the magnificent trees, exuding dense chi of grass and wood, and couldn't help but be surprised. That's for sure. Ordinary disciples can only dream of getting their hands on pills, but for senior brother Wan Luo, it's nothing more than an ordinary medicinal ingredient. However, cultivating on Wan Luo Peak is many times better than cultivating anywhere else. Yi Nanzhen's words showed just how rich and powerful this true disciple of Wan Luo was. Mount Wan Luo was so tall that it reached the clouds. It would take a normal person several days and nights to climb the stairs. However, Yi Nantian and Fong Qingwei were both powerful martial artists, so it didn't take them much effort to climb the stairs. After 2 hours, they had already reached the top of Mount Wan Luo, which was surrounded by clouds. A magnificent palace appeared in front of them. Wanro Palace, this was the palace where South Wanro, one of the 5 great core disciples, cultivated. In front of Wanro Palace, there was a huge square, which was paved with precious sea blue stones. It was as flat as a mirror and as hard as iron. The sea blue stones looked like the waves on the sea, and the fresh water was blowing on their faces. It was over 10 miles wide, and people standing on the square looked tiny. This square was built by senior brother Wanro with his great power. He flattened the mountain and ordered the demons to transport the sea blue stones from afar. Yi Nantian introduced. His power is truly boundless. When can I reach such a level? I can command the demons in the world. I can command all living beings to obey my orders. Fong Qingwei clenched her fists. Hiya! 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 At this moment, the sound of horses galloping came from the square, and the two of them looked over. They saw many inner and outer disciples standing in the center of the square, and each of them was leading a big horse. These tall horses were all bright yellow in color, and their manes were golden. At a glance, they looked as if they were made of gold. The airflow coming out of their mouths was as fierce as dragons, which made people think that they were dragons. These are the Xianhuang horses of the Dashuan Empire under the Tai sect. Senior brother Tsong is testing his power, Yi Nantian and Tianyi said immediately. Fong Qingwei looked over and saw that the outer and inner disciples were leading about 80 Xianhuang horses. They were all riding on the horses, and they suddenly shouted and whipped the horses. Boom, the 80 Xianhuang horses galloped violently. Wherever the horses stepped, the ground shook like thunder. The impact was unparalleled. However, at this moment, a tall young Taoist looked at the Xianhuang horses galloping away. He opened his 5 fingers and grabbed in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The airflow was like an invisible rope, and it actually pulled the 80 Xianhuang horses back. It pulled them back. No matter how the horses galloped and neighed, they were pulled back by the power. They couldn't move half a step forward. Fall! Following his shout, the 70 to 80 profound yellow horses were suddenly pulled over. They were in a complete mess. He grabbed in the air. He caught 80 galloping horses. The Taoist's power was too strong. The Xianhuang horses were the horses of the Dashuan Empire, the largest empire in the world. The Dashuan Empire had a population of more than 10 billion, and it revered the Tai sect. Many empires in the world vaguely used the empire's laws, currency, and measurements as the standard. The Dashuan Empire's currency was used everywhere. The Xianhuang horses could travel 3,000 miles in a day. The charge of the heavy cavalry could even break through the city walls. Any dynasty would use this Xian yellow horse as the standard to execute the torture of being split up by 5 horses. At the same time, the experts of the divine ability realm would also grab in the air to catch the galloping horses, to test the strength of their power. With my current power, my body's strength, I can at most withstand the power of 13 galloping horses. This senior brother Tsang was promoted to a direct disciple in the Mountain River list 2 years ago. He went into closed-door training for 2 years to increase his power. Now he is at the first level of the divine ability realm, and he can actually use his power to catch 81 Xianhuang horses. He is so much stronger than me. The divine ability realm is too powerful. Yi Nanshan's heart swayed, his thirst for the divine ability realm grew. Once he stepped into the divine ability realm, his power would definitely not be as simple as multiplying. Eh? Junior brother Yi is here? Senior brother Wanro is waiting for you in the pill room. After the Taoist grabbed the 81 Xianhuang horses, he was still not satisfied. In the blink of an eye, he saw Yi Nantian and Qing Wei. Senior brother Tsang's power is boundless. Yi Nantian quickly said, Senior brother Tsang, you have your own mountain peak, why are you here at Wanro Mountain today? This little bit of power is not worth mentioning. Senior brother Wanro can flick 100 of me with one finger. Today I am here at Senior Brother Wanro's place to ask for some pills to increase my power. I am about to condense my chi, and step into the second level of the divine ability realm. The more powerful my power, the better. It's these disciples who want to see how powerful my magic power is. So they brought out these Xianhuang horses. Senior Brother Tsang turned his gaze to Fang Qingwei. Your senior sister Qingshui's younger sister? I heard that senior sister Qing Shui went to the small immortal realm to train. In the future when she comes out, I will need her guidance. Senior brother Tsang, I will tell my sister. Fang Qingwei quickly said, she naturally knew what to say at this moment. Alright, you guys can go in. Yi Nantian and Fang Qingwei entered the Wanro Palace. In the inner immortal courtyard, Fang Han was channeling his power in his alchemy room. Streams of powerful magical force began to revolve around his body, resulting in the formation of invisible dragons and tigers roaring with great force, causing the hearts of the 4 inner disciples to race. Although the 4 inner disciples each had the power to pull 7 or 8 horses, Fang Han could still kill one of them with a flick of his finger. Not bad, not bad. You guys are good at making up lies. Continue to lie to Yi Nantian like this. You guys can leave now. Fang Han stopped channeling his power and waved his hand. Yes, Senior Brother Fang. We will tell Senior Brother Fang about Yi Nantian. Right now, he and Fang Qingwei went to the Wanro Mountain. The 4 inner disciples quickly hid themselves and left quietly. Yen. I really want to test how much magic power I have now. How many horses can I pull? Fang Han asked. You have trained in Yan Luo's golden body, and your power is dense. It is much denser than ordinary experts who have stepped into the divine realm. You should be able to pull 90 over Dashuan Empire's mysterious yellow fierce horses. Yan Luo thought for a while. I just checked the astral energy gathering pill, and there is nothing wrong with it. You can use it without worry. This is the Gemini Gate's sacred medicine. After using it, it can raise your power to the level of 100 horses. There are still 2 months before the Mountain River List competition. You should condense your power even more, the denser the better. Otherwise, you might fail miserably. I will not let my guard down. The few people on the Mountain River List are not ordinary people. They have powerful treasures, and even treasures. Yi Nantian went to the Wanro Mountain. I am afraid he is there to borrow treasures. Fang Han sneered in his heart. After returning from the underground, he had gone into closed-door training and channeled his power. He tried his best to strengthen the power in his body and build a good foundation for himself. How strong is Hua Tiandu's power? He suddenly asked Yan Luo. Immeasurable. You cannot use the mysterious yellow horse's power to measure it. This person can move mountains and fill oceans. His Panwu Herculean divine ability is known for his power. If you want to calculate, I am afraid he is thousands of times stronger than you, or even tens of thousands of times stronger. Experts of the longevity secret realm can even suck the water out of a large river. Take the Dragon Abyss River for example. Emperor Huangquan, in a moment, can suck the entire river dry, and move all the water to other places. Such power. It is not something a person can imagine. Yan Luo seemed to be afraid of hurting Fang Han's confidence. But in a battle between two people, although the density of the power is a huge factor, it is not the only factor. Training in the divine ability secret realm is many times harder than the physical body realm. Every time you advance a level, you have to pay a huge price. Don't think that Fang Qingxua's training speed is so fast. She had a huge fortuitous encounter. She has a huge secret on her. So strong? Fang Han knew that what he wanted to do was still a long way off. In the next 2 months, Fang Han was extremely low profile. Other than the last 3 days of every month, when he went to the cultivation courtyard to listen to the cultivation imparting elders lecture, he would stay in his cave abode all day without coming out. He would never talk to any disciples, nor would he cause any trouble. He was as obedient as a little lamb. Although the elder was talking about the various cultivation methods of the physical body realm, and to Fang Han's current cultivation, it was not useful, but he still listened attentively. He knew that he had relied on the power of the Sun-Moon 5-star bracelet to enter the divine ability secret realm. If not for the pure yang treasure, he would have needed at least a year to enter the divine ability secret realm. So, his foundation was not stable, and he did not know much about how to convert mental energy into power. But after listening to the elders' lectures for the past few days, he gradually understood. Physical body, mental energy, power and other aspects of transformation, as well as how to train, he was now very clear, and understood everything. Listening to the lectures benefited him greatly. In this period of time, he did not reveal his strength. He was waiting for the Mountain River List competition to stir up a commotion. If he did not make a sound, he would amaze everyone. The great Azura white-haired demoness also stayed in her house the whole day, helping him to refine all sorts of talismans and tools, and all sorts of pills. When experts of the divine ability secret realm possessed power, they could start to refine pills and refine tools. For example, the concealment talisman, gale talisman, sharp metal talisman, divine travel talisman, golden steel talisman, exorcism talisman, etc. They could also refine fasting pills and vitality pills. Of course, they required a large amount of spirit medicine and ingredients. But the great Azura demoness underground castle, other than storing magic crystals, she also stored many underground spirit medicine and ores. It was enough to refine tools and spirit pills. Fang Han wanted to train, so he let the demoness do the hard work. Anyway, the Yama demoness said that as long as the demoness showed enough loyalty, he would impart to the demoness a series of Acheron's sect supreme divine abilities. Acheron sect, the former number 1 sect of the demon Tao. Even the sky demon sect could not compare to it, the various divine abilities were not small. Hearing that, the demoness immediately agreed to do the hard work, because it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the next 2 to 3 months, Fang Han trained extremely hard. Every day he would congeal his power, and then jump into the furnace, using the magic crystals and jades to boil Acheron's holy water, and cleanse his body. After training to the divine ability secret realm, the gates to heaven opened, his mind became clearer, and all his potentials were fully unlocked. His Yama's golden body had also begun to improve. The faint golden glow on his skin had been completely suppressed. As long as he did not circulate his power, he was no different from an ordinary person, but once he moved, his body would tense up, and immediately the golden light would circulate, making him invulnerable to swords and spears, and even spirit-grade flying swords would find it hard to injure him. After gaining magic power, the Yama golden body's strength had completely surpassed the scales of an Azura. As for Princess Red Joy, she had already stepped into the divine transformation realm, and every day she quietly cultivated. Occasionally, she would secretly come to Fang Han's place to discuss matters of refining talismans and pills with the demoness. Strangely, the demoness got along well with her. The crane fairy had also started to cultivate, and Fang Han taught it the black hole breathing technique, great spirit of heaven and earth, and other mental cultivation techniques he had learned from the elder of imparting arts. During the month in the underground castle, it had started to transform, and with the help of the Sun-Moon pentagram bracelet, its transformation had become even more powerful. A few days ago, Feng Han brought the crane fairy out of the mountains to search for 100-year-old big yellow snake inner core to refine a fasting pill, and in the end, they met a group of poisonous snakes, numbering in the thousands. He was about to use his magic power to kill them, but the crane fairy released a crane cry, which shook the 9 heavens, and the thousands of snakes immediately went limp and fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. This was because the crane fairy had an extremely strong mental power, and could shake the thoughts of the snakes, and could even release all sorts of illusions to confuse ordinary people. This realm could already be called a demon. As long as it took another step and stepped into the divine realm, after a long period of true chi refinement, the crane fairy would be able to shed all of its feathers, and slowly transform into a human, but this was an extremely difficult matter. For animals to cultivate to the divine realm, it was much more difficult than humans, and it required a person with a high level of divine ability to enlighten them. Over the past 2 months, everyone around Feng Han had been making continuous progress. The day of the Mountain River List competition was getting closer and closer. On this day, the weather suddenly turned cold, the northern wind blew, and snow floated down from the sky. It was already winter. The weather in the 4 seasons changed, and even Feather Mountain's Ascension Gate was no exception. Although there were experts in the divine realm who could change the weather, but there was no need to waste their magic power. What a big snow! Feng Han walked 1 round in his courtyard. The snow was already 3 chi thick, and when he stepped on it, the sound of crunching could be heard. The cold chi assaulted him, the taste of ice and snow seeped into his lungs, causing him to have a spirit bathing in the snow charm. In a few days, it will be the Mountain River List competition. I see that the inner sect disciples are all nervous. You should swallow the star congregating pill. Yan urged. This pill, I soaked in Acheron's holy water for a month. All the mental imprints have been removed. Only the pure medicinal power is left. All right. Feng Han returned to his pill room and took out the star congregating pill. With a kacha sound, he opened the sealed crystal and took out the pill, but he did not swallow it. Instead, he wrapped it with his magic power. Rumble, once the elixir came into contact with Feng Han's dermic powers, it immediately changed. A huge explosion occurred, transforming into countless star vortexes, enveloping Feng Han within. What a strong medicinal power! It is too tyrannical, ordinary people cannot withstand it. But it is not as dense and gentle as the 9 orifices Jin Dan. Feng Han immediately felt the unique characteristics of the pill. If a divine transformation realm expert ate the pill, their body would immediately explode and die. He sat down cross-legged and forcefully revolved his magic power, absorbing the medicinal power. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. 8 hours passed. 10 hours passed. Countless star vortexes gradually revolved around his magic power, and then fused into his magic power, transforming into pure life origin chi. Feng Han felt that his magic power seemed to have many more vortexes. A vortex. Vortex. Strong and powerful, his magic power tempered even more tightly and sturdily. Turbulent and surging. Who knew how long had passed? Suddenly, Feng Han opened his eyes, sparkling with light. He stood up fiercely, his entire being towering like a mountain. As expected, this star congregating pill is a high-grade spirit pill. With my current magic power, I am most likely able to pull 100 horses. The power of 100 horses. Dang. 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 Suddenly, a bell sound came out. Creak. Princess Red Joy and the Demoness walked in. Feng Han, the Mountain River List competition is about to begin, and the bell to gather the inner sect disciples. You have been in closed-door cultivation for 3 days and 3 nights. Is that so? I have been in closed-door cultivation for so long? Feng Han was startled, then said, Then let's go, Feng Shaolin, enter the Acheron map, and do not reveal yourself. When I am promoted to a true disciple, I will have my own identity. True disciples had profound magic power. It was not strange for them to take in a great Azura for their own use. While speaking, Feng Han stepped out. The Mountain River List competition had finally begun. Amidst the heavy snow, the bell rang incessantly. This bell sound was different from the previous Heaven and Earth alarm bell. It was not rung from the Heaven Ascension Palace, but from the mountain river court, one after another, it was melodious and soothing, gathering many of the inner and outer sect disciples. Although the outer sect disciples did not have the qualifications to participate in the mountain river list competition, but they could observe and comprehend, improving their own cultivation and fighting techniques, as well as battle experience. One by one, the disciples walked through the snow towards the mountain river court, which was the fighting grounds of the competition, and the mountain river list was hung high up. I heard that this time, the mountain river list competition, the sect's rewards are extremely generous. They have prepared a treasure. There are also many powerful high-grade spirit weapons, and it is said that there is also the Yin Yang longevity pill as a reward. Compared to last year's mountain river list competition, this is a few times more generous. I wonder who will get it this time. The Immortal Assembly of the 10 Immortal Sects will be held in the next few years, and the sect wants to have a few more Divine Realm experts among the inner sect disciples. Of course, they will not be stingy with their resources to nurture talented disciples, so that they can gain face in the Immortal Assembly. This time, I am afraid that Yuan Jiankong will not be able to maintain his 10th place. He lost his silver snake sword, and was beaten up by Feng Han previously. He has lost all his face. This time, that Feng Han, I am afraid that he will enter the mountain river list. His strength is not bad. Humph? Enter the mountain river list? I am afraid that he will not even be able to keep his life. This person is arrogant and conceited, and dares to go against senior brother Hua Tiandu. Many of the people in the mountain river list are senior brother Hua's admirers. Will they let him go this time? Furthermore, senior brother Yinan Tian has long wanted to deal with him, and has already said that he will not let him off. You all should know of senior brother Ye's strength. Yes, senior brother Ye's strength is extremely terrifying. I wonder if there will be anyone who will advance to the Divine Realm in the mountain river list competition? It is said that in the past few competitions, there were disciples who broke through and stepped into the Divine Realm, shocking everyone. I don't think so. The Divine Realm is not a small matter, it is a step to heaven. Senior Sister Long, it is not impossible. Ah. Senior Sister Long. She is the number 1 of the mountain river list for 3 consecutive competitions. Many of the outer and inner sect disciples were discussing. Feng Han was in the middle of the crowd. His heart was neither happy nor sad, as pure as snow, cold and clear. He was dressed in an ordinary water and fire robe, his hands were empty, he did not bring anything. Originally, his sound-kill demonic blade was a high-grade spirit weapon. It was extremely powerful, but he had lent it to Princess Red Joy. Although Princess Red Joy had the true blue sword, it could not be exposed. But the sound-kill demonic blade was more tyrannical than the true blue sword. If Princess Red Joy used it, she would definitely be able to shine in the competition. Following the surging flow of people into the mountain river court, Feng Han found his own seat and sat down. He saw that in the entire mountain river court, there were many stages erected. Needless to say, it was for the many inner sect disciples to spar. And right in the middle of the mountain river court, there was a gigantic yellow notice board, gilded in gold, mountain river list. On it, there were 10,000 rays of light, thousands of auspicious chi, releasing a majestic power. No one knew if it was a spirit weapon or a treasure weapon. On the mountain river list, there were 10 names. Feng Han was surprised to see that Yinan Tian was ranked 3rd. The first was a lady with the surname Long, called Long Xian. Seeing her, he suddenly thought about when he had just entered the inner sect. When he handed in the azure bone spur, he met the yellow-robed lady. Senior Sister Long, could it be, she is the number 1 of the mountain river list? Thinking about the yellow-robed lady, she used 2 fingers to easily pick up the 50 kilograms azure bone spur. It was even easier than picking up chopsticks. He knew that she was unfathomable. Feng Han calmed himself down and looked at the bottom of the mountain river list. There were many big chairs with many sect elders sitting on them, as well as a few true disciples. All of them were conversing with one another, their gazes sweeping across the disciples, as though they were judging them, giving pointers on the mountain river list. Feng Han even saw Senior Sister Callan, but Hua Tiandu was not present. After about an hour, the entire mountain river court was filled with disciples from both the inner and outer sects, all of them sitting in circles. But it was not crowded. The mountain river court was extremely big, and could be said to be the biggest building in the Ascension Gate. It could accommodate as many people as it wanted. The bell suddenly stopped ringing, the lingering sound lingered, bringing with it a calming power. The entire mountain river court immediately became quiet, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. One of the clan elders stood up, his gaze sweeping around. All the disciples felt that he was staring at them, and did not dare to look at the clan elder in the eye. With just this move, it showed that the clan elder was definitely an expert of the divine realm. The Mountain River List competition is a rule set by the Ascension Gate to select the most outstanding disciples and groom them. In the competition, all of you must bring out your true abilities, and not put on an act. This time, the sect will be giving out generous rewards to the outstanding disciples, regardless of whether you are in the top 10, as long as you perform outstandingly, have enough perseverance, extraordinary willpower, intelligence, you will be able to obtain the rewards. Let's begin. With that announcement, many of the half-clan elders stepped onto the competition stage. Taking out the name list, they announced the inner sect disciples who would be competing on stage. There were originally over 5,000 inner sect disciples, but this time, there was a problem with the Sky Demon's test. All of the disciples were promoted, causing the number of people to increase. So this year's Mountain River List competition was the most chaotic one. But no matter how many disciples there were, the Ascension Gate strength was arranged neatly, and there would definitely not be any chaos. Stage 19, Feng Han, Xianxia. When Feng Han heard his name being called, he immediately walked up. Many of the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples all looked at him. He was now a famous person, and the typical example of overestimating himself. They all wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Even the great clan elders were looking at him. Callan also stared at him, her face revealing a look of surprise. She frowned, as though she was thinking about something. Yan Luo's golden body's sealing technique, and the concealment talisman refined by Yan Luo, it truly has some use. Although these people can sense that the qi on my body is abnormal, but they did not sense that I am an expert of the divine ability realm. Feeling the gazes of the great clan elders, Feng Han was secretly rejoicing that he had prepared well. He had long hidden the qi in his body deep in his mind, and at the same time used all sorts of talismans to seal it, not revealing any of his qi, and could even conceal it from experts at the 6th or 7th level of the divine ability realm, but it would not last for long. After a long time, the seal would weaken, and he would immediately be discovered. Acheron, it was a synonym for concealment and obscurity. The concealment talisman refined by Yan Luo also had its own uniqueness. Only when encountering a strong enemy would he suddenly release the seal. If he showed his strength too early, it would be troublesome if others were prepared. You're Feng Han, the one who overestimated himself? I heard that your 7 demons gourd was taken away by senior brother Hua. But you actually beat up Yuan Jiankong. There's something special about you. But Yuan Jiankong, who lost the silver snake sword, is a piece of trash. I'd like to see what you have up your sleeves today. The one standing opposite him was Feng Han's opponent for this round, Xianxia. He was not wearing the water and fire Taoist robe, but a moon-white robe, with a faint brilliance, and a whirlpool of qi rippling rhythmically. Although it was not a spiritual tool, it was a robe that was stronger than the water and fire Taoist robe. In his hand, he held a sword, which was purely made of jade, not metal, but it was sharp and shining brilliantly. This flying sword of mine is called Kuan-Yu. It has a spiritual array inside, and the power of the sword is vigorous. I had a fortuitous encounter, and found the treasure of an ancient qi cultivator in the ancient Kuan-Wu mountain. This sword can be operated according to my will, and even 28 dark yellow horses could not pull it. You just have to ward it off. Xianxia chuckled and explained the power of the Kuan-Yu sword in his hand word by word, trying to put pressure on Feng Han. This inner sect disciple was obviously an extraordinary character. In this world, there were many abandoned ancient caves, and many spiritual tools were left behind. Occasionally, there would be disciples who would explore the barren mountains and have fortuitous encounters. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, before Feng Han could say anything, a thick smoke suddenly emerged from his body. Instantly, the arena was shrouded in smoke, and at the same time, he disappeared, as if he was invisible. Spiritual fog barrier. Concealment talisman? Feng Han blurted out when he saw this. The spiritual fog barrier was a spiritual talisman that could emit a thick fog within a radius of a few miles, and the concealment talisman was naturally a spiritual talisman that could hide one's body. However, the concealment talisman that Xianxia had activated could even hide his flying sword, which was more advanced than the ordinary concealment talismans. Whoosh! In the thick fog, an invisible and sharp metal wind pierced through the air. In an instant, fog rose. Concealment. Summoning the flying sword. Vicious attack. Xianxia was so powerful that he could do it in one breath, and it was impossible to guard against. Clang! A spiritual sword appeared in Feng Han's hand, and purple lightning flashed. It was the spiritual sword that Feng Qingshui had refined. With a casual wave, it blocked the invisible and sharp metal wind. In the loud sound, the purple lightning flashed, and the invisible metal wind crackled, revealing its shape. It was the Kuan-Yu sword, and the spiritual sword in Feng Han's hand was broken into two. The Kuan-Yu sword was a spiritual flying sword, so it could naturally defeat the spiritual sword. However, after the spiritual sword was broken, Feng Han didn't stop. His body flashed, and he let out a long whistle. It wasn't the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, but the authentic noble spirit song of the Ascension Gate. The noble spirit of heaven and earth, the long song of weeping, the sacrifice of death. The huge sound wave swept across, and the thick fog was swept away. Even the Kuan-Yu sword was shaken to the point that it paused for a moment. In the corner of the arena, a distorted shadow appeared. It was Xianxia. Feng Han didn't stop at all. In the long whistle, he pounced forward and punched and kicked, creating a violent wind that smashed onto Xianxia's body. Bam, 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 bam. Xianxia didn't even have time to react before he was punched dozens of times. The spiritual robe on his body was torn apart, and he let out a shrill cry. He was swept off the arena like a piece of trash and passed out. Clang! The Kuan-Yu sword lost control and fell to the ground. Bam, bam. Feng Han did not pick up the sword. He clapped his hands, walked down the arena, and returned to his seat. It was a clean and neat move. Feng Han wins. The half-elder announced. Many disciples looked at Feng Han strangely. There was a thick fog in the arena just now. Most of the disciples did not see clearly how Feng Han won and were puzzled. He won? Does he have a Dharma treasure that can block the Kuan-Yu sword? Maybe. Rumor has it that he has some relationship with Kalin. Maybe he borrowed another flying sword. Yuan Jiankong wasn't his opponent, so it's normal that Xianxia couldn't block his attacks. Look over there. The sword fight is about to start. Other than Feng Han, there were also exciting battles happening in the other arenas. The inner disciples either won or lost. Some disciples were seriously injured and were immediately carried off the arena to be treated by the elders of the Divine Realm. With the help of the Divine Realm, as long as they were still breathing, they would be able to come back to life. However, some of them were seriously injured and their martial arts were greatly weakened. Senior Brother Yi, I admit defeat. At the same time, Yi Nantian was fighting against an inner disciple in another arena. The inner disciple didn't even make a move, he just admitted defeat and jumped off the arena. Yi Nantian defeated his opponent without a fight. Feng Han, I didn't expect you to win a battle. Looks like you still have some trump cards. But I hope you don't meet me today. That way, you can enjoy a few more hours of your life. Seeing that Feng Han had defeated his opponent, Yi Nantian's eyes turned cold. He walked out with a fake smile on his face. I will make you regret saying that. Feng Han licked his lips. Ha ha ha. Yi Nantian seemed to have encountered something funny. You know what? I have a Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure isn't something you can fight against. It's even better than the 7 demons' gourd that was taken away from you. What do you have to fight against me? But when we meet, I won't give you the chance to admit defeat. Yi Nantian turned around and left as he spoke. His words were to put pressure on Feng Han and make him nervous. If I hadn't reached the Divine Realm, I would have been disturbed by your words. But now... Feng Han sneered in his heart and closed his eyes to rest. Not sure if it was a coincidence or someone had arranged it on purpose, but after Feng Han closed his eyes to rest for a while, the second round of the competition began. The elder who announced the names of the two sides was the first to shout out in a loud and clear voice. Feng Han. Yi Tiannan. Stage 1. As soon as this shout resounded out, the entire crowd was instantly shocked, and cries of surprise and bewilderment rose and fell in succession, resounding throughout the area. They are going to fight. Senior brother Yi and Fang Han are actually going up against each other. This time Fang Han is going to be in trouble. How can he be senior brother Yi's opponent? Yeah, senior brother Yi is hiding his strength. Legend has it that he has a Dharma treasure on him. Plus, he has been cultivating on Wanro Peak for 2 months. I'm afraid he is even more unfathomable. Let's just watch Fang Han suffer. Fang Han stood up in the midst of the discussion. Callan, who do you think will win? On the stage, a true disciple asked Callan. This true disciple was wearing a purple robe with 9 dragons embroidered on it. These 9 dragons were all 5-clawed true dragons. They were all different in color. Some were black, some were yellow, some were green, some were red. He was actually wearing a robe with 9 dragons embroidered on it, which vaguely gave him the noble aura of an emperor. It was very different from the elegance of immortals. However, this robe matched his temperament perfectly. Ling Xiao, what do you think? Callan smiled and asked instead of answering. It turned out that this elite disciple who wore a Daoist robe with 9 dragons and had the noble aura of an emperor was actually Dongling Xiao. He was in charge of Dongling Xiao Peak and was one of the 5 elite disciples of the Ascension sect that was ranked alongside Jiao Lan. He was renowned for his fighting prowess and possessed remarkable abilities. His clothes and temperament gave off the feeling of purple chi from the east. Dongling Xiao, South Wanro, West Callan, and North Yaoguang were the 4 true disciples. Aside from super experts like Master Qianxia, they were much more powerful than the average Grand Elder. They were the true pillars of the sect. They called each other by their names and Daoist names. They would not call each other junior sister or senior brother. However, these 4 people all called Hua Tiandu eldest senior brother. This was because Hua Tiandu's dharmic powers were a level higher than theirs. He was a true powerhouse. His great strength divine art was boundless, and there was hope for him to break through to the immortal mystic realm. Hua Tiandu was a giant among the disciples of both the immortal and demonic sections. Gaia had even won over the demon marshal. Yinan Tian has been groomed by Wanro, and has powerful treasures on him, maybe even more than one. Although this Fang Han has some ability, but he is too arrogant. Even senior brother Hua Tiandu dares to say that he will win in 10 years. Even we do not dare to say such words. It seems that the ignorant are fearless. I am afraid this time he will fall. Ling Xiao said leisurely. 10 years to win against Hua Tiandu is indeed a little too arrogant. But this Fang Han is definitely not ordinary. I do not think that Yinan Tian will win. Callan chuckled. Oh? I heard that Callan Yu once bestowed this Fang Han a set of 3 crystal ice jade swords. Could it be that he can rely on that to win against treasures? You must know that I know that Wanro has a treasure, Luo Xingmen, that was bestowed to Yinan Tian. Ling Xiao flicked his fingers. Luo Xingmen? Callan was startled. Wanro actually bestowed this treasure to Yinan Tian. Seems like he is determined to let him take Long Er's Mountain River List Rank 1. Long Xian has been the Mountain River List Rank 1 for a few consecutive years, and the sex rewards have all been given to her. This time, the sex reward is a Yin Yang longevity pill, and a pure Yang treasure, the golden blazing mirror. Even the true disciples are envious. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Jiao Lan, you think highly of Fang Han. Why don't we make a bet? I bet that Yinan Tian will win, and I will bet a treasure, the heavenly wood divine needle. While saying that, he took out a 3-inch long wooden needle, green in color. Heavenly wood divine needle. This is a treasure that the Eastern Green Wood True Chi condensed for 10,000 years. It was condensed by you for so many years, and you actually want to bet with me? Obviously you are interested in something on my body? Callan's face turned cold. That's right, I am interested in Callan's bracelet, the Milky Way bracelet. On Callan's right hand there was a bracelet, like a miniature Milky Way. It was dazzling. One look and one could tell that it was a top-grade treasure. For true disciples like them, they would not have spirit weapons on them, but definitely treasures. Because they could refine spirit weapons themselves. How about it? Jiao Lan, do you dare to bet? Ling Xiao saw that Jiao Lan's expression was not good and could not help laughing out loud. Good. Callan, have never lost. Callan's hand waved, and the bracelet, and placed it on the table. She clenched her teeth and laughed, but you are a man, what do you want this bracelet for? Isn't it is? Haha, of course I'm giving it to someone. Ling Xiao placed the heavenly wood divine needle and the Milky Way bracelet together. If you want to give it away, wouldn't it be better to get the Sun Moon pentagram bracelet from the astral sect? That bracelet, a pure treasure. But eyes that one. Callan's eyes were cold as she looked at the stage. At that moment, 99% of the disciples were focused on the battle between Feng Han and Yinantian, because it was a fierce battle. Yinantian was ranked third on the Mountain River list, and had treasures on him. Even if he met an expert from the divine realm, he would not be afraid. And Feng Han was the one who went against Hua Tiandu. Feng Han. Why are you not coming up? Are you afraid? When Tianyi heard his name, he stood up, and in his hand, there was a small stone door. The stone door was simple and unadorned, as though it was the door of an ancient god's palace. On it, there were carvings of strange beasts, complicated patterns, and with a slight tremble, a burst of ancient qi rushed out. With a casual twist of his hand, a stream of air was emitted from the stone door and wrapped around him. Then, he disappeared and appeared on the stage as if he had teleported. What treasure is that? So mysterious? That's the Luosheng door. Legend has it that Senior Wanro used it to kill countless of Sky Demon, the great Sky Demon King. This Luosheng door has the ability to shift, absorb spirit weapons, and capture enemies. Seems like Yinantian is going to fight for first place. We don't have any hope. A few of the 9th and 8th ranked disciples on the Mountain River list had ugly looks on their faces. Senior Sister Long's face has changed. Below the stage, in a good spot, the yellow-robed lady Senior Sister Long's face changed as well. She looked at Yinantian and Feng Han, then she calmed herself down and sat down cross-legged, showing off her good cultivation. As expected of the top-ranked disciple of the Mountain River list for a long time. Even many of the elders on the stage, Callan and Ling Xiao nodded their heads. Long Xian also had treasures on her, but she hid them well. She already knew that Feng Han had lost, and she was about to face a fierce battle. Treasures and spirit weapons, as long as the difference was not too big, the usage still depended on the person's intelligence. Whoever had strong mental power and ingenious usage would be able to win. It seems that Feng Han is not going to have an easy time this time. Qing Wei sat in the middle, surrounded by a group of people who were trying to curry favor with her. Her aura was bright and her body was releasing a treasure aura. It was obvious that she had obtained great benefits. Another artifact? Yinantian sure hid it well. The 4 spies did not manage to find out anything. Feng Han walked up the stage step by step. Seeing the Luosheng door, he clenched his fists. He did not ask Yan, because Yan had already used the Great Desolation technique to hide, and would not reply even if he shouted. He was also unable to sense the Acheron map. Not bad, you actually have the courage to step on the stage. Yinantian saw Feng Han walking up, and laughed coldly, but you are just an ignorant fool, and do not know what's good for you. While saying that, he lightly threw the Luosheng door in his hand. Immediately, the small stone door immediately expanded to the height of 2 people, and stood behind him. 8 Desolation Divine Sword. He opened his mouth and spat out an inch-long small sword. Although the small sword was only an inch long, it was exquisite and small, and was not a weapon, and could not even be considered a child's toy. But when it was spat out, the entire place was immediately filled with a sharp qi, the crystal aura shooting out, causing people to be unable to look at it directly. Everyone could feel waves after waves of sword qi surging towards them. Feeling the sword qi on their bodies, everyone felt as though they were about to be cut into pieces. The might of the small sword was much more terrifying than any spirit weapon, but no one was surprised, because they all knew that it was Yinantian's personal weapon, the reason why he was ranked 3rd on the Mountain River list, the 8 Desolation Divine Sword. It was a treasure-grade flying sword. Just this sword, no other spirit weapon was its opponent. It was not a reward from the sect, but a fortuitous encounter he had during an adventure, but this flying sword was a low-grade treasure. It could not be compared to the 7 Termination Gourd. If the 7 Termination Gourd was used to activate the 7 Termination Sword formation, it would be able to break the flying sword. Even so, it was still a rare treasure. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of metal clashing came out. The exquisite 8 Desolation divine sword had a spirit of its own, and suddenly transformed into a large transparent steel ball, wrapping Xianxia in it. It was truly an iron bastion, indestructible. Spirit-grade flying swords could not transform, and could only attack the enemy directly. But a treasure-grade flying sword could transform into a large steel ball, and could bring people into the sky or into the sea. It was tightly protected. It could even split into sword auras, and kill with 100 swords. Feng Han, don't say that I am bullying you, I will let you have 3 moves. Xianxia laughed out loud, pleased with himself. At this stage, he was truly in an undefeatable position, and could even be said to be at the stage of absolute victory, as the disparity in strength was too big. Just by relying on the 8 Desolation divine sword, it was already invincible, and ordinary flying swords could not withstand it. And even borrowed the Rashomon. With 2 treasured weapons working together, no one could imagine how powerful it was. The Rashomon was a treasured weapon even more profound than the 7 demons' gourd. This is simply bullying. A few elders shook their heads. Jiaolan, looks like your Milky Way bracelet is going to be mine. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. Suddenly, a violent howl interrupted his laughter. This violent roar was accompanied by waves of fluctuations, and it actually contained mana, and it came from Feng Han. This is... Ling Xiao stood up abruptly, and exclaimed in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Callan stood up as well. This can't be real, right? Let me take a closer look. The elders stood up as well. This can't be real. What is this? Countless pairs of eyes stared at the violently roaring Feng Han. At this moment, Feng Han stood in the arena, his clothes fluttering, and the gate of heaven opened wide, and a violent flow of air emanated from his body. The blue dragon rises from the abyss, and the white tiger rises from the cauldron. The roar of the dragon and the tiger. His entire body floated up into the air, and the powerful flow of air was like a herd of horses galloping. The powerful fluctuations of mana were like the surging of a great river. Feng Han did not use any treasures. He stood in the air, opened the seal, and channeled his mana, revealing the strength of the divine realm. At this moment, he looked down at Xianxia like a king. Xianxia, you dare to boast with just 2 treasured weapons? You'll let me have 3 moves first? Who do you think you are? You think treasures are a skill? Today, I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. I've already stepped into the divine realm. Do you know what the divine realm is? The divine realm. Reaching the heavens in a single step. You'll never reach this height. Feng Han's laughter shook the entire place. He had cultivated the golden body of King Yanluo and achieved the divine arcana realm. His dermic powers were already abundant. Now that he had consumed the astral energy gathering elixir, his dermic powers were further enhanced. Even the golden stone platform's mana was not as powerful as his. The divine realm. It really is the divine realm. Is this really the divine realm? That's right. This is the divine realm. He actually managed to cultivate a divine ability. All the disciples were shocked at this moment, and then burst out into a frenzy. They couldn't believe their own eyes. The entire Mountain River court was in a frenzy. Every disciple of the Ascension Gate had the urge to go crazy. They were jealous, envious, regretful, cursing, and scared. Those who were regretful were the disciples who said something to Feng Han, and those who were scared and cursed were the disciples who hated Feng Han. When Feng Han talked back to Hua Tiandu, almost 99% of the disciples of the Ascension Gate despised him. Now, these disciples were scared and regretful. In the next 10 years, Hua Tiandu would not do anything to Feng Han, but Feng Han could take revenge on them. Becoming a true disciple in the divine realm was something that was set in stone. My Ascension Gate is very lucky. We actually succeeded in becoming a divine realm disciple. We have to report this to the higher-ups. An elder on the viewing platform roared, unable to hide the excitement in his heart. Immediately report this. This is a big matter. Another elder was overjoyed. The immortal assembly is near, our Ascension Gate wants to increase our strength. Who would have thought that someone would send us a pillow? That's great, according to logic. This time, the first place of the mountain river list was rewarded with the Yin Yang longevity pill. Only by consuming it can one step into the divine realm. Who would have thought that Feng Han would actually be promoted by himself? What kind of miracle is this? Miracle, it is indeed a miracle. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, but it is a blessing for my ascension gate. Callan sighed, and sat back on the chair, her face revealing a sweet smile. How is it? Ling Xiao, I'm afraid you can't have my Milky Way bracelet. This heavenly wood divine needle is one of your beloved treasures, I will kindly accept it. Not necessarily. Ling Xiao's face did not look good, but he sneered, that Feng Han has just stepped into the divine realm, I'm afraid he has not learned how to use his power, and he has two treasures on him, the 8 Desolation divine sword, and the Luotian Gates mysteries, you should know about it. I'm afraid the outcome is still unknown. Of course I know about the mysteries of the Luotian Gate, but how much of it do you think he can use? And Feng Han's power is actually so dense, at least 100 horses galloping, with such power, who would believe you if you said he had just stepped into the divine realm? Callan raised her head, praising. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao pinched his fingers, his gaze sharp, piercing straight towards Feng Han, as though he wanted to see through all the secrets on Feng Han's body. How is that possible? How is that possible? This slave actually stepped into the divine realm? No, it can't be. The divine realm, one step to the heavens, is even more honorable than the emperor. At that moment, the one who was the most hysterical was Qing Wei. She stood up, her entire body trembling, not knowing if it was due to excitement, anger, or shock. Her entire person was in a state of madness, and the disciples around her all subconsciously distanced themselves from her. The crowd below the stage was in an uproar, everyone was excited. But on the stage, the power was also surging, like a raging fire, with a single touch. Even if Feng Han had broken through to the divine realm, the battle still had to continue, because that was the rule of the mountain river list, a rule that had been passed down for 1,000 years. Yi Nanshan's face turned pale white. He had never thought that Feng Han had hidden his strength so deeply, and at the most crucial moment, gave him such a huge blow. Although he had trained his fleshly body to the peak of the 10th level of the God transformation, and was close to the divine realm, but the closer he got, the more he knew how difficult it was to take that step, and how unreachable it was. At the peak of the fleshly body, at most, he had the strength of an Azura, and was able to pull 13 mysterious yellow horses that could travel 3,000 miles in a day. Some of the more talented ones could only pull 15 horses, and that was already the limit. But even if it was the lowest level of the divine realm, one could still use his power to grab 80 mysterious yellow horses, and his strength had increased by 6 to 7 times. That was not all. The power of the fleshly body and the power of the spirit realm were completely different, extending and extending, changing at will, without any openings, releasing at will, not afraid of fire or water, blades and swords, and was 1,000 times more flexible than the rigid fleshly body. This transformation required a huge amount of luck, and a huge amount of spirit qi. Looking at the high and mighty Feng Han who was floating in the air, looking at him coldly, Yi Nantian felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. But following that, his heart surged with an intense anger, jealousy, and unwillingness to accept the outcome. Feng Han, don't think that just because you have stepped into the divine realm, you can be arrogant. I have 2 treasures on me, and can defeat you. Today, I will let you know the power of the Luoxing sect. While speaking, the Ba Huang divine sword that had transformed into a large steel ball, suddenly compressed again. Crack! Crack! It turned into an iron armor. The Ba Huang divine armor. It was similar to the Sky Wolf battlesuit that had transformed into the Sky Wolf battlesuit. However, the Ba Huang divine armor was much tougher and fiercer than the Sky Wolf battlesuit. It was 3 feet around Yi Nanshan's body, and it was constantly emitting sword qi, cutting and slashing. Anyone who got close to it would be minced into pieces in an instant. Puff! Yi Nantian burst out and turned into a stream of light, rushing toward Feng Han fiercely. He was like a giant iron demon, attacking and slashing with all his might. Didn't you say you would let me have 3 moves first? Why are you stopping now? Feng Han raised his palm, opened his 5 fingers, and then made a grabbing motion in the air. Splash! 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 The air around him was driven by the power of the spirit realm, and it turned into a sticky liquid, freezing Xianxia in the air. Xianxia was like a beetle trapped in a spider's web, struggling and roaring furiously. What great strength! If I didn't take the astral spell condensing pellet, I wouldn't be able to trap him. Feng Han drove his spirit realm energy and condensed the air around Xianxia. He could feel how powerful the Ba Huang divine sword was. It could probably pull over 70 or 80 horses at once, which meant it was as powerful as a divinity state cultivator. However, Feng Han was good at using his spirit realm energy, so he didn't care. After his spirit realm energy wrapped around Xianxia, he was shocked. His spirit realm energy penetrated into the light of the Ba Huang divine armor. He was going to use his spirit realm energy to take away the Ba Huang divine sword. He was going to wipe out Xianxia's spirit of blood inside the sword. A physical body state cultivator's weapon was refined with a drop of blood, which made it easy to be taken away. That was also why physical body state cultivators would try to avoid fighting divinity state cultivators even if they had magical weapons. Back then, Feng Qingxue took away the 7 demons' gourd with one move. When the 7 demons' gourd fell into Feng Han's hands, the golden stone platform came and covered Feng Han with the green flame. Feng Han immediately lost consciousness, and if Yen didn't help, the gourd would have been taken away. Not good. Xianxia suddenly felt his consciousness becoming blurry. Feng Han's spirit realm energy had wrapped around him and penetrated into the Ba Huang divine armor, shaking the spirit realm blood inside. Once the spirit realm blood was destroyed, the weapon would change owners. Feng Han relied on his spirit realm energy to penetrate the weapon's light and snatch the Ba Huang divine sword. With a thought, the spirit realm treasure would change owners. At this crucial moment, Xianxia displayed his strength as the 3rd ranked on the Mountain River list. He fiercely bit his tongue and used the pain to clear his mind. He then opened his mouth and chanted a series of syllables. It was the Ascension Gate's noble spirit song. The intense sound waves shook the spirit realm energy, and after that, the Luotian Gate on the stage felt the sound waves and suddenly changed. A gigantic vortex appeared inside the gate. Luotian vortex. As soon as the whirlpool appeared, Feng Han felt his dermic powers flowing into the Rashomon like rivers flowing into the sea. This door could actually absorb dermic powers. At that moment, the spirit realm energy went out of control and flowed out. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia suddenly felt the pressure on him lessen. He knew that the Luotian Gate was working. Without hesitation, the Ba Huang divine armor on his body exploded with sword auras and rushed towards Feng Han. He wanted to use the chance to cut Feng Han into pieces. Not good. Not good. The clan elders on the stage were shocked. They could naturally tell that Feng Han was in danger. If he was killed, the sect would lose a divine ability realm disciple, which was a huge loss. But, right at that moment, Feng Han revealed a cold smile. He suddenly flipped over and grabbed outwards with both hands, pulling them inwards. His body spun like a top, and the spirit realm energy that was being sucked into the Luotian Gate was controlled by his willpower. It suddenly slowed down and condensed into a formless drill. It rumbled as it spun. The airflow was violent and a hurricane was formed. It trembled twice and stopped its momentum. Like a rubber band, it turned its head and actually retracted back, striking fiercely on Xianxia's back. Boom! Xianxia was caught off guard and lost his balance. The glow of the Ba Huang divine armor suddenly weakened. The sword auras that were shooting out were trapped by the spirit realm energy and froze in the air. Feng Han's body moved after that. He was like a dragon, shuttling back and forth in the air. The streams of spirit realm energy changed again, but they didn't spread out. Instead, they were like a spider's web, trapping Xianxia again. That series of spirit realm energy control was highly condensed. He was definitely not someone who had just entered the divine ability realm. He was definitely an experienced spirit realm cultivator. If it was someone who had just entered the divine ability realm, he wouldn't be able to control his spirit realm energy so well. But now, the Luotian Gate had sucked away all of his spirit realm energy. The clan elders who were shocked again. This time, they were shocked by Feng Han's ability to control his spirit realm energy. He had truly used his magic power to the acme of perfection. In fact, ever since Feng Han achieved the divine ability secret state 3 months ago, he had been constantly tempering his dermic powers. He had mastered the intricate control of his dermic powers. He could condense them at will, change their forms, borrow force to counter force, disassemble and reassemble them, refine chi into threads, cast nets, condense his palms, capture and twist. All of these were practiced to perfection. The 3 months of hard work didn't go to waste. Besides, he had a great master like Yan Liqiang who had a lot of experience in using spirit realm energy. Feng Han, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. 100 sword slash. Yinantian cursed as he was trapped again. He tried his best to activate the Ba Huang divine armor to attack again. Over 100 streams of spirit realm energy burst out from the Ba Huang divine armor. At the same time, the suction force of the Luotian gate became stronger. Feng Han didn't care about his curses. His body swayed even faster in the air. No one could pinpoint his exact location. As he swayed at a high speed, he raised his left hand and a stream of spirit realm energy twisted and turned into a wind whip. It whipped at Yi Nanshan's armor and extinguished the spirit realm energy. Yi Nanshan's body was also whipped around. He clenched his right hand into a fist and put it toward the Luotian gate. Rumble. Rumble, clouds of spirit realm energy were condensed and shot toward the Luotian gate. When they reached the Luotian gate, they immediately exploded. It was the spirit realm energy explosion. The huge wave of spirit realm energy counteracted the power of the Luotian vortex. Nice. He circulated his spirit realm energy and gathered the spirit realm energy into a cloud of spirit realm energy. It exploded when it hit the Luotian vortex and counteracted the suction force of the Luotian vortex. Although it wasted a little bit of spirit realm energy, it bought him some time. It seems like he has been in the divine ability realm for a long time. He has been holding back until today. What a character. Callan was overjoyed to see this. She was about to win the bet with Ling Xiao. How could she not be happy? The magical treasure was not the most important thing. It was a rare opportunity. As she spoke, Feng Han made another move. His spirit realm energy transformed into wind whips that whipped Yinantian. Yinantian was spinning around like a wolf running like a pig, but he could not escape from Feng Han's control. He tried to use the Luotian gate several times, but Feng Han used a clever method to counteract the Luotian gate. Luotian Great Art, 8 Baron Sword. Seeing that he was about to fall into a dangerous situation, Yinantian roared again. The Octotera armor shattered into pieces, and the armor turned back into a small sword. At the same time, the vortex inside the Rashomon stopped, and a stream of chi shot out to strengthen the small sword. The exquisite 8 Baron sword seemed to have taken a huge dose of medicine. It swung thousands of sword moves, and its power grew exponentially. It broke through the spirit realm energy and slashed toward Feng Han. It was like a hot knife through butter. The spirit realm energy was shattered. After losing the protection of the flying sword, Yi Nanshan's body began to fall downward. However, as he was falling, a talisman on his body began to burn, which turned into a stream of spirit realm energy, allowing him to land steadily on the arena. So that Rashomon can also add magic power to flying swords. Feng Han was shocked when he saw the 8 Baron sword's power growing exponentially. It broke through his spirit realm energy and slashed toward his flesh. He knew it was because of the Luotian gate. He was well aware of the power of the 8 Baron sword, but the power of the Luotian gate was mysterious and unpredictable. He had no idea what kind of secret it was hiding. Facing the attack of the flying sword, he raised his hand and channeled his spirit realm energy to his hand. Following this, he struck out 64 palms in the air like waves crashing onto the shore. Each of the palms was highly condensed with spirit realm energy, which turned into a palm print that struck the 8 Baron sword. It slowed down the power of the 8 Baron sword. When the 8 Baron sword arrived in front of him, he suddenly uttered a series of notes. Wu. Gu. Ba. Ma. Ha. Ya. Ha. Ha. 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. This time, the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon that Feng Han uttered were no longer sound waves. Instead, they were distorted spirit realm energy talismans. These talismans intertwined with each other like 8 invisible spirit realm energy dragons that shot toward the 8 Baron sword. When the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was in the physical body realm, it was just sound waves that didn't have much power. However, once it reached the divine ability realm, with the help of spirit realm energy, its true power would be revealed. When the 8 Baron sword encountered the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, it immediately made a buzzing sound. It vibrated at a high speed like a bee's wings, as if it was about to disintegrate. After vibrating for 3 blinks of an eye, its power suddenly dissipated. It fell straight onto the arena, making a crisp sound. Ugh! Xianxia felt as if he had been hit by a stick. This was because he felt that when Feng Han uttered the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, his spirit realm energy imprint in the sword was shattered. Whoosh, with a roar, he flew forward and tried to grab the 8 Baron sword that had fallen onto the ground. As long as he could grab hold of it and let it be stained with his blood, he would be able to use it again. However, Feng Han was faster than him. He landed on the ground in an instant and stood in front of him. Then, he stepped on the 8 Baron sword, causing him to miss the sword. Oh no! Xianxia realized that the situation was not good, so he quickly retreated. His eyes were filled with hatred. The Rashomon behind him started to vibrate again. However, Feng Han couldn't allow him to activate the Rashomon anymore. He took a step forward and his clothes expanded. His spirit realm energy surged out and pushed his body forward. Then, he struck Xianxia's body with his palm. Puff, Xianxia's body was sent flying as high as 5 or 6 people. Blood spurted out from his mouth like a fountain. Then he fell straight down from the ring. His bones were all broken and his veins were all broken. His martial arts had been crippled. He lost. He has a great weapon and Brother Wanro's Rashomon, yet he still lost. Brother Xianxia lost unjustly. He didn't lose unjustly at all. Feng Han is a powerful cultivator who has reached the divine realm. I wonder if Feng Han will take the 8 Baron sword away. I don't think so. According to the rules, even if he loses, he doesn't have the right to take away the opponent's treasure. That's not necessarily true. This Feng Han is overbearing. When he hasn't reached the divine realm, he already dared to talk back to Brother Hua Tiandu. What about now? Maybe he will really take the 8 Baron sword away. Yeah. The last time I went to Wanro's Peak, I saw Brother Tsung practicing his spirit realm energy. But he's not as powerful as Feng Han. You should know that Senior Brother Tsung broke through to the Divine Arcana realm 5 years ago. He cultivated in seclusion for 5 years to increase his spiritual power, but his spiritual power isn't as high as Feng Han's, nor is he as proficient in using it. Is that so? Then this Feng Han is really scary. It seems that challenging Senior Apprentice Brother Hua wasn't just arrogant. Xianxia lost. He was beaten until he vomited blood and fell out of the arena. His spirit realm was completely destroyed. This shocked all the inner and outer sect disciples once again. Although they knew that Feng Han was powerful, they did not expect him to be this powerful. He was able to use his Dharma power without any difficulty, as if he had been cultivating for many years. At this moment, Feng Han was both mysterious and terrifying in the hearts of these disciples. Heavenly Dragon's music? That's an ancient dragon's skill. Not many people know it now. How did he know it? At this moment, a few elders were discussing. Maybe Feng Qingxue taught it to him. Ling Xiao, I'll take the heavenly wood needle. At this moment, Callan calmed down. She waved her hand and the Milky Way bracelet returned to her wrist. The heavenly wood needle also fell into her hand. Ling Xiao's face twitched. Losing the heavenly wood needle was painful for him too. The heavenly wood needle was a treasure condensed from the heart of a tree for tens of thousands of years. The chi of the heavenly wood needle could unblock the meridians, enlighten mortals, refine Dan, nurture spirit grass, destroy evil, all kinds of effects. However, he couldn't go back on his words now. Xianxia, I told you that you would regret it. Let's see how arrogant you can be after I destroy your spirit realm. Why bother? If you didn't provoke me, I would have left you some face today. You wouldn't be like this now. You've lost all your face and become a cripple. Feng Han listened to the discussions below the arena. His expression didn't change. He looked at Xianxia who fell out of the arena and said coldly and mockingly. Xianxia's spirit was very strong. Although all the bones in his body were broken, he still didn't faint. He looked at Feng Han with eyes full of hatred, as if he wanted to take Fang Han to hell. His strong hatred covered the sky, but his body couldn't move at all. Fang Han ignored him and was about to pick up the Octotera sword. He couldn't leave this flying sword to Yinantian. Yinantian and he were now irreconcilable enemies. Fang Han wanted to find a good opportunity to kill him. How could he leave a treasure to his enemy? Even if it was against the rules, he had to find an excuse to swallow it. As for the Rashomon, forget it. Although he wanted to devour it, he didn't care. Although he wanted to swallow it, it was something from Wanro Peak. If he offended Zhongtian capital and southern Wanro, it would be hard to deal with the consequences. However, just as he was about to pick up the sword, he suddenly felt the Luotian gate shoot out a stream of air. It actually sucked in the Luotian gate. After that, the stream of air didn't stop, and it also sucked in Yinantian, who had broken all his tendons and veins. What's this? Fang Han felt danger from it, but he didn't do anything. The disciples also stopped their discussion and looked at the Rashomon that was slowly flying up. A voice came from the gate, "It's a blessing for the Ascension Gate to have a disciple reach the divine tier. However, there's no need for disciples of the same sect to fight to the death. It's better to make friends than enemies. I'll take Yinantian away. That's it for now. Fang Han, don't blame Yinantian in the future. You're a divine tier master, so you have to be magnanimous. It's senior brother Wanro." That's right, it's senior brother Wanro's voice. Many inner disciples who had been in the Ascension Gate for many years were shocked because it was Southern Wanro's voice that came from the Luotian Gate. Humph. This one Luo was obviously biased. Wasn't he a little more open-minded? I'm magnanimous, but I'm afraid Yinantian won't be magnanimous. We'll beat him until he's dead. It'll be hard to deal with the aftermath. Fang Han heard Wanro's words and felt a chill in his heart, but he changed his tone. Of course, I'm a divine tier master, so I won't lower myself to junior brother Ye's level. That's good. Within the Luotian Gate, Wan Luo uttered 3 words. The entire gate shrunk and transformed into a ball of light. With a leap, it disappeared. Clearly, it had returned to Wan Luo Peak. Fang Han wins. A half-elder who was in charge of hosting the competition walked up the stage and announced Fang Han's victory. Fang Han didn't show any joy. He walked down the stage step by step, but he didn't go back to his original spot. Instead, he walked toward Qingwei. The disciples in front of him saw him coming and quickly moved away, afraid of angering this divine tier master. Fang Han. What do you want? Qingwei saw Fang Han coming and said with a fierce expression, "Do you want to harm me?" Humph. I'll tell my sister when she comes out. Let's see how you explain it to her then. Is that so? Fang Han made a grabbing motion and Qingwei was wrapped up by an invisible force. Her body was pulled over to Fang Han's side. I don't want to do anything to you, I just want to tell you. The last time, I told you that I will beat up any man who tries to get close to you. Yinantian is no exception. His martial arts will be crippled, and you have to take care of yourself. After that, Fang Han sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest, ignoring the complicated gazes of the other disciples. Qingwei clenched her teeth and secretly moved her feet. Suddenly, she squeezed into the crowd of disciples and escaped from Mountain River Court. She didn't know where she went. Fang Han didn't care about her. Bang! On another stage, the sound-killed demonic blade flew out and instantly cut an inner sect disciple's flying sword into 2. The inner sect disciple's face turned ashen and immediately admitted defeat. Princess Red Joy returned victorious. She walked to Fang Han's side and sat down. Fang Han, your sound-kill demonic blade is really powerful. Seems like I can enter the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Be careful. If you meet an expert, do not tangle with him. Fang Han nodded his head. Following that, the Mountain River list competition continued. All the disciples displayed their divine abilities. Some disciples used talismans ingeniously and performed outstandingly. However, no matter how outstanding a disciple's performance was, they wouldn't attract any attention because the news of Fang Han's ascension to the divine realm was too shocking. Any other disciple's performance was nothing compared to his. And for Fang Han's competition, as long as it was his turn, all the disciples would automatically admit defeat. The competition continued until night time, and the majority of the disciples had their results. There were only a few rounds left. Princess Red Joy had indeed fought her way into the top 10 of the Mountain River list. Just then, the clan elder announced the name list again. Fang Han. Long Xian. Fang Han, congratulations on entering the Divine Ability realm. From now on, you will be free and unfettered, and your future will be bright. This time, as long as you defeat me, you will be able to obtain the Yin Yang Longevity Pill, and the Pure Yang Treasure, the Golden Blazing Mirror. You will be able to improve even further. On the stage, the yellow-robed Lady Long Xian, who had consecutively held the number 1 position in the Mountain River list, looked at Fang Han with a smile. She did not seem to be nervous at all, and spoke frankly with assurance. What? Junior Sister Long, do you still want to fight with me? You have seen my strength just now. I am afraid you do not have much of a chance of winning. Fang Han was startled. He did not expect Long Xian to still look as though she wanted to fight with him, and not admit defeat. Seems like she was either stubborn or had other methods. According to logic, Fang Han should call Long Xian senior sister, but upon entering the Divine Ability realm, he became a senior brother. The Ascension Gate separated the seniors and juniors according to their cultivation. If not, for an expert of the Divine Ability realm to call Long Xian senior sister, she would not be able to accept it. Fang Han, your spirit power is vigorous, and your usage is ingenious. Obviously, you have entered the Divine Ability realm long ago. Yinan Tian wielded the 8 Desolation Divine Sword, and even the Luoxing sect was not your opponent. According to logic, I should have retreated, but that Yin Yang Longevity Pill is something I must have. Because my cultivation has reached a certain level, and I am only lacking the last step to condense a large amount of spirit chi to transform. After consuming the Yin Yang Longevity Pill, I can immediately enter the Divine Ability realm. If not, I will need to cultivate bitterly for 3 to 5 years. Long Xian's yellow robe fluttered slightly. She spoke calmly and tirelessly, like a clear spring, nourishing one's heart. Such strong self-confidence. To say that you can definitely enter the Divine Ability realm in 3 to 5 years, seems like the time has come. Hearing that, Fang Han knew that Long Xian was not a small matter, because she already knew that he had broken through many obstacles, and only lacked a large amount of spirit chi to break through. If it was Yinan Tian, he would definitely not dare to say such words. For this kind of person, their state of mind, thoughts, and experience had all reached the level of divine ability. The only thing they lacked was a large amount of vital energy to replenish their spirit and transform their spirit into magic power. No wonder she was so confident and still wanted to fight with Fang Han. Even Yinan Tian had a treasure. Long Xian, who had been the number 1 on the Mountain River list for so many years, would definitely have a treasure. Furthermore, it was definitely a treasure that surpassed the 8 Barons' divine sword. If that's the case, Junior Sister Long, please make the first move. Fang Han knew that Long Xian was an important figure in the Callan society. Now that he had established a good relationship with the Callan society, it would not be good to destroy it. However, he had to fight for the first place. Putting everything else aside, the number 1 magical treasure, the Golden Flaming Mirror, was a pure yang magical treasure. Although it was far inferior to the Sun Moon Pentagram Bracelet and the 9 Palaces Golden Pagoda, it could still greatly replenish Yan's energy. The stronger Yan was, the better pills he could concoct, and the more effective the Acheron map would be. The Acheron map was a Dao treasure, and a top-grade Dao treasure. It was even rumored that it could transform into an immortal treasure. Its power was enough to overturn the seas and rivers, and dominate the world. It was definitely not just a storage item, but also the ability to concoct pills using the Acheron holy water. If he could recover the power of the Acheron map, there would be hope for him to defeat Hua Tiandu. If not, the current Fang Han would still have little hope. Fang Han, be careful. Long Xian stood still, and suddenly, cold chi shot out in all directions. Although it was not as terrifying as Hua Tiandu's dark heavenly cold energy, it still caused Fang Han to feel his limbs go numb. A dragon-shaped sword slowly rose from behind Long Xian. This sword was entirely the color of ice crystals. Faintly, one could see the cold chi on the sword, and a hornless ice dragon roaring. This sword is called the Frost Dragon. It is formed from a frost dragon in the eye of the North Sea. Its power is far above the 8 Baron sword. Fong Han, be careful. Don't get hurt by the frost dragon. The soul of the frost dragon can even spit out frost divine thunder to freeze the blood vessels. Even if an expert is hit by it, his body will be frozen and broken into pieces. Long Xian explained the characteristics of this sword in detail. However, she was different from Yinan Tian. Naturally, she would not secretly attack Fong Han. Fong Han stood with his hands behind his back. He did not speak, but he was already on high alert. The mana around his body surged, but he did not release it. The air within 3 feet of him twisted, either rising, falling, or spinning to disperse the cold chi. His physical body was strong. The golden body of Yama was cultivated by boiling oil. He was not afraid of the cold. In a world of ice and snow, he could sleep for a few days without any clothes. Go, Long Xian lightly shouted, and the deadly cold flying sword shook its head and tail, and let out a loud snort. Suddenly, it sped up and slashed towards Long Xian. Cold chi shot out in all directions, and ice crystals danced in the air. The water in the air had been frozen into ice crystals. Kacha! The solid ground of the arena was frozen and a few deep cracks appeared. Magic treasures actually had their own emotions. When it was visualized, it seemed to have a deeper level of spirituality. Good. Fong Han only felt that the mana around his body was starting to become difficult to circulate. The cold chi penetrated through his mana and attacked him. His entire body was cold. Even his eyebrows and hair were frozen. However, he did not panic. His body moved and his mana circulated even faster. His entire body was surrounded by streams of air. As they rubbed against each other at high speed, a huge wave of heat was released, dispersing the cold chi. Cultivators with extremely high abilities would be surrounded by dermic powers. When they flew rapidly in the sky, the friction between their dermic powers and the atmosphere would produce sparks. There were even long fiery tails that looked like meteorites. Although Fong Han was far from having such abilities, it was easy for him to circulate his mana and rub against the air to create waves of heat. Capture. With a little bit of mana, his body also moved at high speed. The arena was filled with illusions of him. In an instant, he dodged the attack of the Frost Drake sword. At the same time, he condensed his mana into a huge hand and flew towards Long Xian. Once he captured Long Xian and forced her to admit defeat, this battle would be over. He would also be able to obtain the Yin Yang Longevity Elixir and the Golden Light and Raging Flames Mirror. After all, although Long Xian was powerful, the Frost Drake sword was not as good as the Rashomon sword. Fong Han did not find it difficult to deal with it. As for Long Xian herself, she had not formed a mystique and could convert her mental energy into mana. Based on her physical cultivation, the power she could unleash was limited. Who knew that when she saw Fong Han's huge hand of mana flying towards her, a smile flashed across Long Xian's face. Frost Drake Dragon Soul, Ice Soul Holy Thunder. Bam, the Frost Drake sword sped up again. The dragon's soul on the sword instantly became clear. It opened its mouth and spat out a white ice ball the size of an egg. When it collided with Fong Han's huge hand of mana, it exploded and the white crystalline air started to boil. Kacha 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 kacha, the sound of countless solid icicles rang out. Fong Han's huge hand of mana was blown to pieces. The crystalline air spread out and formed an ice castle, completely freezing Fong Han within. The layers of ice walls were solid and thick, as hard as steel. The most powerful thing was the cold air within the ice walls, which was 10 times colder than before. Although it was not to the extent that it could freeze steel into powder, it was enough to directly freeze a person into pieces. This cold air was extremely harmful to the human body. A divine transformation master would be turned into an ice sculpture upon contact. However, when Fong Han was trapped in the ice wall, he didn't suffer any frostbite. He was just trapped inside. Because he was circulating his mana, it was very difficult for the cold air to penetrate his mana protection and enter his body. However, this greatly hindered his actions. Frost Drake. Pass through the ice walls and kill. Long Xian stood outside the ice castle and suddenly pointed at the flying sword. The Frost Drake sword shook its head and waved its tail as it drilled into the ice walls. With a whoosh, it appeared beside Fong Han. It opened its mouth and spat out a frost thunder at Fong Han's body. When it came into contact with his mana, it suddenly exploded. The explosion shook Feng Han's protective mana and the ice walls around him thickened again. This frost thunder is too powerful. Even if my mana is strong, it would still be shattered. Fortunately, I've cultivated the Yama golden body and am not afraid of normal cold air. If I were a normal divine transformation master, I'm afraid my body would have been frozen solid. If I had cultivated to the second level of the divine transformation realm, the true energy realm, I would be able to turn my mana into true chi and break through the ice walls easily. But now, I have to use up a lot of energy. Feng Han was secretly surprised at the power of the Frost Drake sword. The layers of ice walls were as hard as steel and wrapped around him. But this sword could freely pass through the ice walls. It was really strange. What he didn't know was that the Frost Drake lived in ice and had no problems passing through ice. And to break through the ice, he had to use up a lot of his mana. The deadly Frost Sword kept shooting out Frost Divine Thunder in an attempt to blast Feng Han's dermic powers away. Even if it couldn't, it would wear down Feng Han's dermic powers until his dermic powers were exhausted. Mana was the same as stamina. If you used too much, it would be drained. Feng Han, you are trapped by the Frost Thunder's ice walls. Your mana is constantly being drained. If you have a strong magical treasure, you can break through the ice walls. If you don't have a magical treasure, even if you can break out, your mana will be depleted. I've taken advantage of you this time. Long Xian smiled as her voice came in. That's not necessarily true. Feng Han laughed and the mana in his body suddenly shrunk. It actually shrunk back into his body. Suddenly, the layers of ice walls were formed and the Frost Drake thunder exploded again. The ice walls became thicker and thicker until it completely froze Feng Han. This time even his body was frozen because Feng Han had shrunk his mana. Is he trying to shrunk his mana and then explode it to break through the ice walls and escape? However, even if you can blast it out, most of your magic power would have been consumed. And letting the ice come into contact with your body will cause great damage to your body. Is he willing to harm himself? Seeing this, Long Xian's eyes narrowed into slits. I'm afraid that's not the right thing to do. Yeah, even if he can break out, his mana will be depleted and he won't be able to do it. I didn't expect Long Xian to use the Frost Drake sword so well. This time, even if Feng Han is in the divine transformation realm, he will be in trouble. Long Xian still has a powerful treasure on her. This is also the reason why Feng Han didn't go all out. If he attacked from the start and grabbed the Frost Drake sword, Long Xian wouldn't be able to withstand it. It seems that he can't go easy on her. Yeah. Now he's in trouble. The elders on the spectator stand whispered to each other. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. As expected, Feng Han had shrunk his mana and shrunk it outwards. Suddenly, the force of 100 galloping horses rushed out, wave after wave. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed out a few hundred times. The ice wall shattered layer by layer and was then sent flying. Large chunks of the ice wall smashed outside. This caused the outer and inner court disciples to dodge at lightning speed. The Frost Dragon sword seemed to know that Feng Han had used all of his spiritual energy to launch this attack. It was extremely powerful. If the spiritual energy hit it and seeped into the sword, it would be able to destroy the blood well within. Therefore, at this critical moment, it suddenly turned around and landed in Long Xian's hands. Seeing that Feng Han had escaped, Long Xian's squinted eyes suddenly opened. A hidden talisman burned on the spot and her entire body disappeared, avoiding Feng Han's strongest attack. Then, she reappeared in the sky. Seeing that Feng Han had landed on the ground and seemed to be exhausted, she waved her hand and the Frost Drake sword attacked again. At the same time, to be safe, she threw out another Dharma treasure. This Dharma treasure was a small golden hoop. It was round and looked like a hoop. When it was thrown, it actually bypassed the attack of the Frost Drake sword and shrunk towards Feng Han. This was her trump card, the golden hoop. Once thrown out, it could shrunk and shrunk. Especially on the head, it could squeeze the brain out. Once caught, the victim would be at the mercy of others. It could also control the enemy. If the enemy was disobedient, the hoop would shrink and they would die. It was even more effective than the indifference talisman. This was a Dharma treasure, but it could not be used for self-defense. It could not be used to attack the enemy like a flying sword. It had to catch the enemy off guard. Otherwise, it would be difficult if the enemy dodged it or used a flying sword to cut it open. This Dharma treasure was a treasure with a special function. However, Feng Han had used 99% of his mana to break the ice walls and was about to recover. Furthermore, Long Xian used the Frost Drake sword as a cover. Once the hoop shrunk, it would definitely hit. It's over. Long Xian is indeed powerful. She actually defeated an expert of the divine arcana realm. However, this Feng Han is too arrogant. He did not use any Dharma treasure and only used his own mana. It will be difficult for him to fight against a Dharma treasure. Ah. He's starting to fight back. How can he still have such powerful mana? That's Dharma crystals. He has Dharma crystals and jades on him. The situation changed. At this moment, Feng Han's body once again emitted waves of vigorous dharmic powers. They condensed into two giant chi palms, one in each hand, and grabbed the frost dragon sword and the golden hooped sword. Suddenly, the two Dharma treasures were firmly held in place. Then, Feng Han's mana surged and swirled around him, lifting him up. He waved his hand, and countless strands of chi shot out, intertwining into a giant net, trapping Long Xian within. Long Xian was like a fish caught in the net. Dharma crystals. Feng Han, you have Dharma crystals on you to replenish your mana. No wonder. Long Xian was caught in the net and was shocked. But when she saw a few crystals flying out from Feng Han's body, they were Dharma crystals. She knew why Feng Han did not use up his mana. I've lost. Please show mercy. When Feng Han heard this, he withdrew his dharmic powers and landed. His mana wrapped around the two Dharma treasures and sent them to Long Xian's side. Junior sister Long's methods are indeed brilliant. But this time, I have the upper hand. After defeating Long Xian, Feng Han knew that he was the number one on the Mountain River list. The Yin Yang Longevity Pill and Golden Light Blazing Mirror were his. The magic crystals were obtained by Feng Han from the underground Great Azure Witch's Castle. It was an ore that everyone in the cultivation world yearned for even in their dreams. Experts of the divine ability realm who wore it could absorb the power from the magic crystals and replenish their spirit chi. When facing an enemy, they would not have to worry about their spirit chi being depleted. Long Xian thought that Feng Han had used up a lot of his spirit chi, but she did not expect him to have magic crystals on him that could be absorbed endlessly, allowing him to be as vigorous as a dragon and as ferocious as a tiger. Although the spirit chi in a magic crystal was not considered dense, and after absorbing all of it, the magic crystal would lose its effect and become an ordinary jade stone. But to Feng Han, who was at the first level of the divine ability realm, it was still able to last for a long time. Furthermore, Feng Han did not only have one magic crystal on him, he had brought a few hundred magic crystals from the underground. Although he had used them to refine his body in the past few months, he still had some left. What a pity, to step into the divine ability realm, I will need to accumulate for another 3 to 5 years. Long Xian took the treasure and shook her head. She walked down the stage and left. Her back view was bleak and filled with regret, as the matter this time was a heavy blow to her. Feng Han looked at Long Xian's back view, his mind moved, as though he had thought of something, and his face revealed a smile. Good. Mountain River List Rank 1. This time, a dark horse has appeared. Feng Han, come down to the Mountain River List. Just then, a few elders on the viewing platform called out to him at the same time. Feng Han nodded his head, he kept the magic crystals and activated his spirit chi. He slowly landed on the viewing platform and looked at the gigantic Mountain River List. The Mountain River List Rank 1 name had already become his, and Long Xian had automatically dropped to Rank 2. Princess Red Joy actually held the Rank 5 position. As for Yuan Jiankong, Yi Nantian had already dropped out of the Mountain River List. This is a Yin Yang Longevity Pill and a pure Yang artifact, the Golden Blaze Mirror. The Yin Yang Longevity Pill is the supreme elixir of our Ascension Gate. The sect leader and a group of grand elders have been nurturing it in the cauldron for several 60 years, and only 5 pills have been refined. Although you have reached the transcendent realm and no longer have any use for it, it can still condense your arcane energy. However, the best effect is that it can change your physical body, strengthen your life force, and increase your lifespan by 1060 years. Saying that, one of the clan elders waved towards the mountain river list, and immediately, a light shot out from the list, bringing a pill and a mirror over. The pill was being supported by the mushroom-like 5-colored clouds, spinning in the air. This elixir was black and white. Half of it was black, and the other half was white. The dividing line was like a human spine, and powerful spiritual power pulsed from it. The appearance of this elixir was comparable to the 9 orifices Jin Dan. It was indeed a rare elixir. Especially when it could increase a person's lifespan by 1060 years. That was 600 years of lifespan, which was extremely rare. One must know, even if one's physical body was trained to the 10th level, one's lifespan would only exceed 100 years. At most, one could live to 130 to 150 years before their body would age, and they would die of old age. But after stepping into the transcendent realm, it would not increase one's lifespan. Instead, because a large amount of the physical body's essence had been converted into spiritual power, it would cause the body's qi and blood to be depleted. So, after stepping into the transcendent realm, although one's power would increase greatly, and one would be able to fly in the air, break the worldview of ordinary people, and do all sorts of unimaginable things, but it would not be able to increase one's lifespan. So there was a saying in the cultivation world, transcendent powers are not beneficial to one's life. Transcendent powers are transcendent powers, and life is life. It meant that after stepping into the transcendent realm, a person would still die. Of course, after attaining the transcendent realm, one could train further. At the 5th level of the heaven realm, one's spiritual power would be able to communicate with the heaven realm, understand yin and yang, understand spirituality, and could congeal a large array. Using the array to protect the body's internal organs and other parts of the body, it would strengthen the body and strengthen the organs. It could increase one's lifespan to 800 years, so experts of the heaven realm were highly respected. It was not as simple as being able to make spiritual weapons. It was also because of this that the Ascension Gate valued Fang Xianxia so much, and sent her to the celestial realm for seclusion. It was also because of this that the first 4 levels of the transcendent realm could not increase one's lifespan, so the disciples of the Ascension Gate valued pills that could increase their lifespan very much. Last time in the Sky Demon battlefield, Hua Tiandu had rewarded others with a 60-year pill that could increase their lifespan by 60 years. Those inner disciples were wild with joy. It was also because of this reason. Who didn't want to increase their lifespan? However, the 60-year pill could only be taken once. After taking it a second time, the pill would lose its effect. Fang Han looked at the yin-yang longevity pill and fell into deep thought. He had taken the 9 orifices Jin Dan to improve his physique. In fact, his lifespan was already very long. Although he was not sure how long he could live, it would definitely be longer than the average person. And after cultivating the Yama's golden body, his physical strength would actually increase the toughness of his organs and increase his lifespan. One had to know that the 9 orifices Jin Dan was even more miraculous than the yin-yang longevity pill. And the cultivation method of the Yama's golden body was Acheron's secret technique. It was also created to strengthen the physical body and increase one's lifespan. The golden blazing mirror was a hexagonal mirror, the color of fire. On its surface were streaks of flame patterns. Those flame patterns were in the shape of lotus flowers, clean and neat, bright and pure. At first glance, it gave people a feeling of exuberant yang, without any impurities, and boundless vitality. Fang Han immediately knew that this was a genuine pure yang treasure. This golden light and raging flames mirror can emit golden flames to refine demons. Furthermore, its fire attribute is pure yang and can be used to temper your bones. You can draw a few wisps of pure yang fire into your body and transform your bone frame. The elder explained, after you put it away, immediately go to the levitation heavenly palace. The elders will assess your birth, promote you to a true disciple, and bestow you with a mountain. They will also teach you one of the 8 mystiques of the Ascension Gate. Fang Han grabbed the pill and the mirror. Hearing that he was being taught the Ascension Gate mystique, he couldn't help but feel excited. He was now in the mystique realm and had spiritual power, but he hadn't learned the mystiques yet. For example, the purple lightning underworld blade, the heavenly cold arcane underworld force, the boundless dark gold sword chi, the the instant kill grand art, and so on. Only after learning these things would his strength truly improve, and he would be able to cultivate further. Feng Han, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. Even I was wrong about you. Callan stood up and said to Feng Han, but I'm very happy that you won a heavenly wood divine needle for me this time. I haven't forgotten senior apprentice sister Callan's kindness in giving me the sword. Feng Han thought for a moment, then suddenly took out the Yin Yang longevity pill. Senior apprentice sister, please give this Yin Yang longevity pill to Long Xian. After she consumes it, she can also transform into the mystique realm. This way, my ascension gate will have another true disciple. What? Seeing Feng Han's action, Callan was shocked. Even the elders and Dongling Xiao, who was about to leave, trembled and looked at Feng Han with strange gazes. Why? Although you've cultivated to the mystique realm and don't need to transform, you probably don't know the significance of this Yin Yang longevity pill to increase one's lifespan by 60 years. The longer one's lifespan, the more opportunities to cultivate. Let me tell you, my ascension gate had true disciples before, but because their lifespans had dried up, they died of old age without being able to cultivate to the celestial realm. Many disciples of the sect would fight over a spirit medicine that could increase one's lifespan by 10 or 20 years. Callan's eyes flashed with a strange light. I swear that within 10 years, I will fight Hua Tiandu to the death on the Heaven's Judgment platform. If I can't defeat him, I will end my own life. If I can defeat Hua Tiandu within 10 years, then my cultivation will naturally be profound and my lifespan will be long. If I can't, then I will die immediately. Therefore, this Yin Yang longevity pill's 60 years of lifespan is actually not important to me. It's better to owe him a huge favor. Feng Han smiled faintly. Seeing Feng Han smile, Callan didn't know why, but she felt a deep chill in her heart. She could feel his determination, decisiveness, and endless resentment. This resentment was transformed into motivation for cultivation, causing Feng Han to cultivate diligently and bravely. It was indeed a huge favor. A single Yin Yang longevity pill represented a lifespan of 600 years, and the strength of the transcendent secret realm. Even Callan was a little moved by this pill. Although she had broken through to the heaven tier and had 800 years of lifespan, no one would complain that their lifespan was too long. Cultivation was a matter of competing with the heavens for lifespan. If you could live for one more year, then you would have the chance to live for one more year. Many experts had broken through to the heaven tier and bitterly cultivated, but in the end, after cultivating for hundreds of years, they still couldn't break through. In the end, their qi dissipated, and there were many examples of death. Seeing Feng Han give it away just like that, it was really a pity. He was determined to defeat Hua Tiandu, cutting off his own path of retreat and burning his boats. Callan couldn't help but feel that it was a pity, because she knew that Feng Han couldn't possibly defeat Hua Tiandu no matter what. But now, of course, she had to accept Feng Han's favor. Long Xian was an important figure in her Callan society. Once she stepped into the transcendent secret realm and became a true disciple, it would greatly increase the strength of Callan society. I accept your favor on behalf of Long Xian. Callan took the Yin Yang longevity pill and waved her hand lightly. When you learn the transcendent secret realm, come to my Callan Peak. I'll have Long Xian thank you in person. No need to be so polite. I'll follow the elder to the Heaven's Emergence Palace now, and later visit senior sister Callan. Feng Han nodded, knowing that he had established an unbreakable friendship with Callan. In the future, he would have an ally in the sect, or a true backer. Callan, your Callan Peak has never allowed men to enter. Now that you've invited him, I'm afraid you've made an exception. Ling Xiao smiled coldly at the side. The rules are set by me. For a Yin Yang longevity pill, what harm is there in making an exception? Callan said calmly. If you can get Feng Qingxue to join your Jialan association, when the sect leader ascends to immortality and achieves immortality, I'm afraid you'll be able to compete with senior brother Hua for the position of sect leader in the future. What's the use of getting someone who won't even live for 10 years? Ling Xiao's words had somehow become sharp. After he finished speaking, he looked coldly at Feng Han. You're on your own now. After he finished speaking, his entire body was wrapped in a cloud of purple qi, and he disappeared. It was unknown what kind of escape technique he had used. This Ling Xiao is someone close to senior brother Hua, so don't mind him being a bit harsh to you. However, he won't secretly harm you, so you can rest assured. Callan saw this scene and explained to Feng Han. Looks like before I've even become a true disciple, I've already offended Zongtiandu, Dongling Xiao, and Southern Wanrou. Feng Han smiled mysteriously. But I've already offended Hua Tiandu, so I'm not afraid of offending more people. Long Xian will be waiting for you at Callan Peak. After Callan spoke, she took a step out. Her fulgurating shadows moved, and it was unknown how she moved. Feng Han knew that these true disciples had all cultivated many kinds of mystiques, and their strength was far above his. Let's go. The elders watched all this in silence. When true disciples like Callan and Ling Xiao fought each other, although they were elders, they did not dare to interfere. Their mystiques were not as good as these true disciples. Although their statuses were higher than the half-elders, they could not compare to the Master Tianqing, the elder of imparting techniques, such big shots. Even Jin Shirtai's father, Jin Lai Ri, did not dare to truly offend true disciples like Callan and Ling Xiao. However, in front of them, Feng Han could not put on any airs. Immediately, the elders took the lead and flew up, while Feng Han followed behind. The Levitation Heavenly Palace was a majestic and boundless palace. It was still suspended in the clouds in the depths of the Levitation mountain range, half hidden, like the palace of the Celestial Emperor, a city in the clouds. This was the first time Feng Han had come to the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Seeing the aura of the floating city, his heart was deeply shaken. How much power does one need to be able to float this city in the air? The power to rein 10,000 horses? No, that's too little. At least 10,000 times more, to rein 100 million horses. That might be enough. Feng Han calculated how much power this would require, but he could not estimate it. And now, he could not ask Yan. Although Yan would definitely know, this dragon vein had already used the great Nirvana technique to hide, and was in a deep slumber. Carefully, he followed the elders into the Levitation Heavenly Palace. Stepping on solid ground, he could still feel the white clouds floating beneath his feet. At a glance, the entire Levitation mountain range and the great city in the Central Plains were vivid in his eyes. He could see 1,000 miles away, high above, ruling over the land. Living in the Levitation Heavenly Palace, one can develop the aura of an immortal over time. Feng Han sighed. Where one lived, one could develop the aura of an immortal. Arriving at the Levitation Heavenly Palace, this city in the clouds was filled with great halls. Each floor was higher than the last, towering into the 9 levels. Feng Han felt like he had ascended to immortality and came to the Heavenly Palace to pay respects to the Celestial Emperor. This is the Palace of True Teachings, the place where true disciples are taught mystiques. Feng Han, go on in. The elders have already received the news and want to check you. As long as you pass their inspection and there are no flaws, they will teach you a mystique on the spot and assign you a mountain peak. From then on, you will establish your foundation and officially become a true disciple. The elders brought Feng Han to a palace. Feng Han looked over and saw the words Palace of True Teachings written on the signboard. His heart skipped a beat, but he nodded and walked in. Step by step, he walked into the Palace of True Teachings. Feng Han was calm and collected. In his mind, he sealed away everything related to Emperor Huangquan. At this moment, even his memories were fuzzy. Upon entering the Palace of True Teachings, the first thing that entered his sight was the Elder of Imparting Arts. Feng Han had seen this elder many times before, so he felt somewhat comforted. However, there was an elder next to the Elder of Imparting Arts that Feng Han had never seen before. This elder had pitch black hair and a white face without any facial hair. He actually had the appearance of a youth. Although this elder was a teenager, Feng Han could feel his heart pounding. It was like a person who had done something wrong and was afraid of being punished by the heavens when he heard thunder. Don't be afraid. Although I control the heavens punishment platform, I am still very cautious about killing true disciples of the Ascension Gate. This youth's voice was unexpectedly very old. Heaven's punishment platform. He is Elder Tianqing. Feng Han's face turned cold. He quickly bowed, cupped his fists, and made a promise. Tianqing, what do you think of him? The Elder of Imparting Arts asked. Master Tianqing's old eyes swept over Fang Han's body. Fang Han felt as if every inch of him, including his soul, was being seen through. His flesh, bones, fur, and organs were all seen through. Then, Master Tianqing's old eyes swept over Fang Han's ascension gate. Suddenly, Fang Han felt as if his mind was being seen through. Fortunately, he had temporarily forgotten the memories of the Acheron map and the 9 orifices Jin Dan. Otherwise, his thoughts would have fluctuated so violently that they would have been seen through. Master Tianqing's old eyes didn't linger for long before he retracted them. Teach him the mystique. Since you've seen it, there's no mistake. The elder of imparting arts nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, a jade book landed in front of Fang Han. It was a jade codex that recorded the power of the Ascension Gate. Fang Han was excited and quickly held it up with both hands. He saw the words Spring Breeze with Spirit Technique written on the jade codex. He couldn't help but be stunned. Based on his intuition, he knew that this divine ability was definitely not like the powerful divine abilities of Purple Lightning Underworld Blade, Heavenly Cold Dark Force, Green Flame 7 Cultivator's Radiance, and Natural Gold Sword Chi. It seemed to be an auxiliary divine ability. This Spring Breeze Wood Spirit Technique is a minor power of the Ascension Gate's Heavenly Wood Great Art. It absorbs the spiritual energy of plants and refine it into true Chi. It can be used for healing, refining pills, strengthening the body, increasing lifespan, and nourishing Chi. It has unparalleled effects. Right now, our Ascension Gate has many disciples, but we lack pills. After you cultivate this Spring Breeze Wood Spirit Technique, you can use your true Chi to refine pills. Every month, you will refine 100 Wood Spirit pills and hand them to the Sex Immortal Storehouse for the disciples to use. After a year, when you have refined your Wood Spirit Chi, I will teach you the Heavenly Wood Great Art. Elder Technique imparting saw that Fang Han seemed to be unwilling and explained with a smile, this year will also be a test of your temperament. The sect has nurtured you and taught you techniques. As a direct disciple, you naturally have to do something for the sect. All direct disciples are the same. This is the difference between our Immortal Dao sect and the Devil Dao sect. In the Devil Dao sect, those with high power can oppress those with low power, but in our Immortal Dao sect, those with high power have to help those with low power. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Go. At the back of this Spring Breeze Wood Spirit Technique is the method to refine Wood Spirit pills. Remember, refine 100 Wood Spirit pills every month and hand them to the Sex Immortal Storehouse. Otherwise, if you violate the mission, you can forget about learning any more power in the future. Master Tianqing then said, I am in charge of the sect's laws, and I especially value direct disciples. I hope you don't violate the sect's rules. Otherwise, you will not be able to escape punishment on the Heaven's Punishment platform. Yes. Fang Han originally wanted to ask if he could learn the instant kill technique from the Dark Gold Sword Chi. However, after hearing the tone of the two elders, he knew that this was all part of their plan. Thus, he held the book and left respectfully. Seeing Fang Han leave, Elder Chuan suddenly asked, How was it? I was just about to ask you that, Master Tianqing replied with a question. He cultivated the Yama Golden Body, which is a divine ability of Acheron's sect. I don't know if it was Fang Xianxia who taught it to him. It seems that the legendary Acheron map has reappeared and fallen into Fang Xianxia's hands. Chuan Gong's snow-white eyebrows twitched. This is also her fortuitous encounter. It seems that she is destined to shine in the assembly of immortals, just like Hua Tiandu. In the past, Hua Tiandu obtained the inheritance of Venerable Pan Wu and immediately suppressed the crowd. He greatly increased the color of our Ascension Gate. Master Tianqing said with a smile. However, there are still many remnants of Acheron's sect hidden in this world. Among them, there is no lack of thousands of years old devils with profound skills. The Acheron map is Emperor Huangquan's decree. Whoever obtains this map can unify the Acheron sect and restore its power as the #1 sect of the demonic path. If this spread out, my Ascension Gate will be in trouble. Moreover, Fang Xianxia will not be able to rest in peace when she goes out to gain experience. Tianqing, this map is no small matter. You can talk to Fang Xianxia about it. Elder Chuangong said. Xianxia's temperament is proud and aloof. She has had many fortuitous encounters. Talking about her privacy will instead arouse her disgust. Thus, we can force her to join the demonic path. If she is roped in by the Khanate demon sect, not only will our Ascension Gate lose a talent, but we will also be attacked crazily by the demon marshal. Although the demon marshal is nothing, if we kill him, it will attract his father, Xianxia, which will be quite difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Xianxia still possesses deep feelings for our Ascension School. Our utmost exalted headmaster has already spoken to her many times. He has told us to not pay attention to this matter. Elder Tianqing, the youngster, shook his head. Which true disciple is not arrogant? When their cultivation is high, they will naturally not be willing to be under others. As long as they don't do anything to endanger our Ascension Gate, we don't need to strictly control them. Otherwise, they will have a rebellious mentality, which will be bad. Divine Ability Realm disciples are not children. We have to worry about everything. Tianqing, you're right. However, this Fang Han has ascended to the Divine Ability Realm and has a life and death pact with Hua Tiandu. We have to temper his character. After all, he won't be able to defeat Hua Tiandu in 10 years. Hua Tiandu is advancing by leaps and bounds every day. In 10 years, he will most likely step into the immortal realm. Even I can't defeat him, let alone Fang Han. When the time comes, you can just step in and resolve it. Elder Technique imparting said. Of course. Master Tianqing sat down. After leaving the Ascension Heavenly Palace, Fang Han suddenly felt his skin move. It was Yanguan who woke up from the Nirvana Grand Art. These two elders are really powerful. I almost couldn't hide it from them. Especially that Master Tianqing, he's unfathomable. Yen, this spring breezewood spirit art doesn't seem to be powerful at all. Do you think I should learn it? Fang Han gave the Jade Codex to Yan Guan. Humph. This spring breezewood spirit art is just one of the 8 great divine abilities of the Ascension Gate, Heavenly Wood Grand Art. It absorbs the essence of vegetation and refines it into true qi. It's not very powerful against enemies and is most suitable for refining pills. Looks like the Ascension Gate wants you to be a coolie for a year. If you want to defeat Hua Tiandu, every breath is extremely important. How can you waste a year on this? Yan Guan sneered. Then what do we do? Let's practice it first. Why? Didn't you say not to waste it? Fang Han asked curiously. This spring breezewood spirit art is a wood-type art. After you condense true qi, you can cultivate the Heavenly Wood Grand Art. The Ascension Gate's Heavenly Wood Grand Art is also top-notch. It's not inferior to Fang Qingshua's Purple Thunder Blade. How can I cultivate the Heavenly Wood Grand Art? You'll need a year to do it. I will. What? I know the Heavenly Wood Grand Art. Although I don't cultivate it, I know how to cultivate it. Yan Guan's voice suddenly became erratic. And I know that the Heavenly Wood Grand Art originates from the primeval Azure Food Emperor art. The Grand Art of the Ascension Gate is only a part of the Azure Food Emperor art. I know the complete version. The Azure Food Emperor art. Fang Han was delighted. If that's the case, what do I have to fear? Indeed, there's nothing to fear. I didn't want to teach you any divine abilities because I didn't want the Ascension Gate to find out. But now that the Ascension Gate has taught you the spring breezewood spirit art, you can start cultivating the Azure Food Emperor art. Your true qi comes from the same source anyway. No one will suspect anything when you use it. Yan Guan seemed to have been waiting for this day. Dongling Shao cultivates the Heavenly Wood Grand Art. But after cultivating the Azure Food Emperor art, the quality of your true qi and dermic powers will surpass his. Come, let's go to Callan Peak. I'm sure Senior Apprentice Sister Callan has something to give me. Fang Han was overjoyed. Then let me eat the golden radiance blazing mirror first. Welcome to visit www to see more excellent works. Main text Callan Peak. To the west of the Ascension Mountain Range was the place most revered by the female disciples of the Ascension Gate. The 5 great true disciples were Western Callan and Northern Yaoguang. Callan was the most powerful among the disciples, while Northern Yaoguang cultivated alone like a ghost. Many true disciples couldn't see her true face, and she wasn't on Yaoguang Peak most of the time. Fang Han used his divine ability to fly to Callan Peak. Jialan Peak was covered in a light blue crystalline rock that resembled sapphires and blue crystals. It looked like a magical existence that didn't belong to the mortal world. Although Feng Han had been to the Ascension Heavenly Palace, he was still envious of Callan Peak. He thought about it and wanted to have a similar peak. If he could manage it well in the future, he would have something to rely on. Who is it? Don't you know that male disciples aren't allowed to fly near Callan Peak? Ah, it's Senior Apprentice Brother Feng Han. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. Senior Apprentice Sister Callan and Senior Apprentice Sister Long Xian are waiting for you. Feng Han flew. When he approached Callan Peak, he saw a few female disciples flying in front of him. They were about to ask when they saw that it was Feng Han, so they quickly changed their words. Feng Han took a look and saw that it was Su Yu, Yi Yu, and the other 8 female disciples that he had saved from the battle with the Sky Demon. When they saw Feng Han, they were extremely friendly. The 8 female disciples were all wearing a spirit tool robe and a flying sword. Basically, they were wearing one robe each, so they were not afraid of accidents happening when they went out to collect herbs. It was much safer for them. The Mountain River List competition has just ended, and all of you are already here at Callan Peak. Feng Han greeted them. He knew that he had already established a good relationship with Callan sect. In the future, when he did things, cultivated, went out to explore and gain experience, it would be much smoother. This time, our performance in the Mountain River List competition was not bad. Although we did not enter the top 10, but we received rewards from the sect. Senior Apprentice Sister Callan even rewarded us with a set of spirit tool robes. Su Yu answered while leading the way for Feng Han. They landed on Callan Peak and landed on the ground, but Senior Apprentice Brother Feng Han's promotion to a true disciple has caused a huge commotion. It was just a fluke. Feng Han said humbly. How can such things be a fluke? Yi Yu laughed, but then her face changed, and she lowered her voice. Senior Apprentice Brother, you have to be careful. The competition among the true disciples is much more intense than the competition among the inner disciples. You offended Senior Apprentice Brother Hua, and many of the true disciples are unhappy with you. I know that. Feng Han revealed a sinister smile on his face, causing people to be afraid. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If anyone dares to harm me, I will let them know what retribution is. Senior Apprentice Brother went to Emergence Heaven Palace this time. I wonder what divine ability you learned. Su Yu asked. Spring Breeze Spiritual Wood Technique. It is just a small divine ability, and I need to concoct pills for the sect for a year before they can impart the Heavenly Wood Great Technique to me. Feng Han said honestly. Weird, why would the sect impart such a small divine ability to you? And concoct pills for a year? According to logic, even if the complete Heavenly Wood Great Technique was imparted to you, it would not be strange. One had to know that Senior Brother Feng Han was a genius among geniuses. He had achieved divine powers on his own. Logically speaking, the sect should focus on nurturing him. Why is this happening? Su Yu asked curiously. Maybe it's because he offended Hua Tiandu. Yi Yu touched her flying sword. Feng Han only smiled coldly and did not say anything. Suddenly, a voice came from the top of the mountain. Is that Junior Apprentice Brother Feng Han? Come up. It was Callan's voice. Everyone quickly flew up and arrived at the top of Callan's palace that was shrouded in clouds. When they walked in, a huge dermic power suddenly came from the sky, enveloping their bodies and bringing them into an alchemy room. This alchemy room is really huge. As soon as Feng Han stood still, he saw a huge alchemy furnace in the alchemy room. It was as tall as 10 people, and runic light flickered on it. Dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other divine beasts were coiled around it. It was like a giant spirit god that held up the sky. This alchemy furnace was definitely a supreme-grade treasure. Callan and Long Xian were sitting next to the alchemy furnace. When they saw Feng Han enter, Long Xian hurriedly stood up. Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Feng Han for the alchemy gift. Long Xian will never forget this kindness. I'm just making the best use of it. Feng Han sat down. I don't dare to accept this kindness. A Yinyang longevity pill, a treasure of heaven and earth. I can accept this kindness. However, after Long takes it, she will need 3 days and 3 nights with my help to refine the medicinal power. Only then will she be able to use her dermic powers. Callan waved her hand. and a verdant divine needle appeared in her palm. It was the heavenly wood divine needle, which she had won from Xianxia in a bet. The elder of imparting arts only taught you a little spiritual wood spring wind technique. Although this was beyond my expectations, it also seemed to be within my expectations. However, the spiritual wood spring wind technique comes from the heavenly wood technique. You have to first refine the spiritual wood chi, and then cultivate the heavenly wood chi. This time, I won a heavenly wood divine needle from Xianxia. I'll give it to you. Refine it and integrate it into your own mana. This will save you a lot of hard work. It will also bring you great benefits. After she finished speaking, Callan waved her hand, and the heavenly wood divine needle landed in Feng Han's hand. Feng Han looked at the divine needle in his hand, and secretly rejoiced. He knew that his relationship with Callan had paid off. Although he didn't know what kind of magic treasure the heavenly wood divine needle was, since Callan said so, it would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. He would know after asking Yen. However, now that Callan was unfathomable, Yen didn't dare to casually show himself. Regarding cultivation, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Of course, your Dao techniques were all learned from junior sister Xianxia. When she comes out of seclusion, you should consult her. She's an immortal and demonic cultivator, and in the returning void of the ocean, she obtained an ancient lady's talisman, the inextinguishable lightning talisman. This time, if she can come out of the lesser immortal realm and knows that you actually dared to challenge Hua Tiandu, she will definitely be very happy. Callan seemed to be very clear about Feng Qingshua's personality. May I ask senior sister, what kind of place is the lesser immortal realm? Feng Han asked. The lesser immortal realm is the most mysterious place in the Ascension Gate. Although I've cultivated there before, I don't understand the situation inside. Moreover, this is the biggest secret of the Ascension Gate, so it's not convenient to talk about it. This is the sect's rule. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, the sect leader's talisman will definitely allow you to cultivate there. Callan smiled. Have you settled on a mountain peak? If you need anything, just let me know. I haven't settled on a mountain peak yet. Maybe in a few days. That's right. Every true disciple's mountain peak has to be built by the sect's elder heavenly works. Once the palaces are completed, they will be given to the true disciple. Callan nodded. However, in the next few days, you'll need to cultivate the spring breeze spiritual wood art. If you absorb the essence of vegetation in other places, it'll be very difficult for you to succeed. On Callan Peak, there's a violet bamboo forest. It's a spirit root that I've carefully cultivated. If you cultivate there and absorb its essence, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In that case, many thanks, senior sister. Feng Han said. The outside of the mountain was covered in white snow, and the cold air was threatening. The mountains and rivers were silver, and the beautiful white waves were magnificent. However, there was no snow on Callan Peak. The climate was as warm as spring, and even the biting cold wind could not blow over. Logically speaking, the higher the peak, the colder the wind. However, the airflow on Callan Peak seemed to always be in a calm state. Even Feng Han could not figure out why the airflow was fixed. He admired Callan's unfathomable spiritual power even more. Even Callan admitted that she was not as good as Hua Tiandu. Feng Han had a new understanding of his opponent. At this time, Feng Han was sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest, practicing the spring breeze wood spirit technique. This purple bamboo forest was more than 800 acres. When the breeze blew, the bamboo shadows danced, and the purple sea was magnificent. Every purple bamboo was purple golden color. After being watered and cultivated by the elixir water, it was unprecedentedly tough. It could even be used to make flying swords and spirit weapons. Even treasured swords and sabers could not cut these purple bamboo. Spiritual power revolves, spring wind turns into rain, awaken the wood spirit, turn the false into the real, the door of cultivation. According to the cultivation method of the spring breeze wood spirit technique, Feng Han cleverly used his own spiritual power, and turned it into the vast and mighty spring breeze. Suddenly, it flew out and scattered among the purple bamboo. These purple bamboo felt Feng Han's spiritual power, and immediately swayed. The spiritual power turned into a spring breeze, stroking these purple bamboo and seeping in. Feng Han gradually became familiar with the characteristics of the plants. Suddenly, it changed into an extremely strong whirlpool, and with a whistling wind, it was pulled back. Suddenly, in the air, one could see a wisp of green and purple chi of the plants, as thin as gossamer, gathering towards Feng Han. Feng Han's originally invisible spiritual power was dyed green and purple, and then it was absorbed into his mind. The second level of the divine power realm, the true energy realm. It was to cultivate the invisible spiritual power into true chi. It could be seen and touched. The divine power realm was to transform spiritual power into spiritual power, and spiritual power into true chi. It was a sign of the improvement of the divine power. Spiritual power was invisible and intangible, but spiritual power was invisible and tangible. True chi was tangible and tangible. That was why it was called genuine chi. Feng Han used his dermic powers to capture and slap people. Everyone could only see the formless, violent air currents. However, if one succeeded in cultivating true energy, then everyone would be able to see the greenish-purple wood spirit palm. In fact, when one's Xianxia reached a certain level, one could even transform into a true giant tree, capable of suppressing an area and supporting the heavens. What Feng Han was doing now was absorbing the wood spiritual chi and turning his magical power into true chi. After the magic power was transformed into true chi, the firmness and toughness of the power would increase by another level. If Feng Han's current strength was enough to capture 100 mysterious yellow galloping horses, then after the magic power was transformed into true chi, it would greatly increase. He even captured 200 galloping horses. However, this also depended on the quality of the Xianxia that was cultivated. If Feng Han were to cultivate in an ordinary mountain and absorb the spiritual energy of ordinary plants, then the quality of his Xianxia would not be high, and his cultivation speed would be very slow. However, this purple bamboo forest was planted by Callan with painstaking efforts. Each purple bamboo was equivalent to thousands of ordinary trees. This purple bamboo forest was a paradise for cultivating wood element true energy. The wood spiritual chi in the surrounding purple bamboo was constantly being absorbed by his dermic powers. The more he absorbed, the more he absorbed. After that, Feng Han felt that his mind could no longer hold it all. He quickly used his dermic powers to guide the wood spiritual chi into various parts of his body. According to the spring breeze wood spirit's body refining technique, it nourished his internal organs and body fascia. Suddenly, Feng Han felt that his body was somewhat stiff. It was as if he was about to turn into wood. Startled, he quickly stopped in his tracks. This purple bamboo forest is really a paradise. When cultivating, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Just when Feng Han was shocked, a voice transmitted from his mind. Yen. How did you wake up? Quickly teach me the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor skill. You've already eaten the golden blaze mirror. How's your recovery? Feng Han was overjoyed. He knew that his savior was here, so he immediately asked. The taste is really good. A pure yang treasure. If only you could give me a few more. However, this golden blaze mirror is too weak. It's far inferior to the 9 palaces golden pagoda and the sun-moon pentagram bracelet. I didn't recover much. You're having fun, but I lost a treasure. I'm clean now, and I don't have a single treasure. Also, this spring breeze wood spirit technique has a body refining technique. If I absorb the wood spiritual chi, will it conflict with Yama's golden body? Will it cause my body to be as stiff as wood and stone? By now, Feng Han already knew many taboos of cultivation. If there was a conflict between different types of true chi, one's brain would explode and die. If the body refining technique was not done properly, one's body would be petrified and turned into wood. Now that his body was somewhat stiff, he suspected that there was a problem with his cultivation. With such dangers, you're indeed vigilant. However, it's not without benefits for you. Yen heard Feng Han's doubts and pondered silently for a moment. Metal restrains wood. Yama's golden body specializes in restraining wood spiritual chi. Your body is somewhat stiff now. You have to use the blood chi circulation technique of Yama's golden body to forcefully disperse the wood spiritual chi in your body and forcefully devour it. This will strengthen your body. If this goes on, your body will become more and more tyrannical. Yama's golden body will also continue to improve. However, it will be extremely painful to disperse the wood spiritual qi in your blood qi circulation. It's even more painful than being thrown into a frying pan. You have to be mentally prepared. Come, I'll teach you the verdant emperor wood technique now. Yan's voice was accompanied by waves of thoughts that were forcefully transmitted into Feng Han's mind. Feng Han immediately felt as if he had arrived in the primordial age. The earth was desolate. Amidst this desolation, in the distant east, a green pillar suddenly soared into the sky, supporting the heavens. Then, this green pillar gradually transformed into an emperor, covering the earth in green. Lines of cultivation techniques, talismans, images, and even insights were transmitted into Feng Han's mind. Verdant Emperor Talisman. Wood Emperor Talisman. Feng Han gradually understood the basic cultivation method of the Verdant Emperor wood technique. He divided all his spiritual power into two, and immediately, 2 talismans appeared in his palms. These 2 qi talismans were made up of many small talismans that were constantly moving around. They grew and multiplied in an endless cycle. A powerful suction force was emitted from Feng Han. Crackle, dozens of purple bamboos that were closer to Feng Han suddenly exploded and withered, turning into rotten wood. There was no sign of life. The wood spiritual qi of the purple bamboos was instantly sucked away. Completely clean, not a single drop was left. So domineering. Feng Han was shocked. Just as he wanted to stand up, his body was like a tree, completely losing the ability to move. Looking down, the skin of his body's joints had turned into the texture of bamboo, as if his entire body had turned into wood. Yama's golden body. Scatter the wood spiritual qi. Feng Han knew that at this moment, he was at the critical point of his body going berserk. He immediately channeled his spiritual power, urging the qi and blood circulation in his body to attack each of his joints, breaking away the wood spiritual qi that had turned rigid. But with this impact, his entire body was immediately filled with incomparable pain. It was as if countless saw teeth were ruthlessly cutting his body, sawing apart every part of his body. Feng Han felt that his body would fall apart at any time. Feeling this intense pain, Feng Han's thoughts boiled in his mind, but no sound came out of his mouth. Yan was right. This method of using the Yama's golden body to scatter the wood spiritual qi was extremely painful, equivalent to dismemberment. Every time you circulate the Verdant Emperor wood technique, it is equivalent to rescuing yourself from the brink of going berserk. Although this kind of pain is dangerous, it is also a way to temper your will. The stronger your will, the stronger your spiritual power, and the stronger your spiritual power. Only in this way can you advance by leaps and bounds. This kind of cultivation is equivalent to dismemberment. If you can endure it, what pain in the world can you endure? Yan's voice was cold and emotionless. At this moment, Feng Han could only faintly hear its words as he circulated the Yama's golden body to break through. Kacha kacha. Every time he reached a joint, Feng Han's entire body would tremble. Every inch of his skin and flesh would be twisted and broken. But he knew that if he stopped circulating his qi and blood, the rigidity of his body would become more and more severe, and eventually he would become a wooden man. Indeed, every time he cultivated the Azure Wood Imperial technique, it was equivalent to falling into qi deviation, and he needed to use great strength and willpower to save himself from it. This sort of tempering was something that ordinary people utterly didn't dare attempt. But in order to defeat Hua Tiandu, Feng Han dared to try anything. This was nothing. Step by step, he circulated his spiritual power and stimulated his qi and blood to break through the barrier. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights, Feng Han's joints exploded one by one. His muscles swelled up and then exploded. Waves of wood spiritual qi were forcibly blasted out and then absorbed into the 2 talismans in Feng Han's hands. I've finally saved myself from going berserk. Feng Han stood up abruptly and his body shook. Suddenly, his muscles twitched like pythons and expanded outwards, creating a shockwave that blew the withered purple bamboos around him into spinning in the air. This was purely the strength of his muscles, without the slightest use of his Dharma powers. At the same time, Feng Han felt that after breaking through the barrier, some pure wood spiritual qi had merged with his flesh and blood, and his body had become stronger. His qi and blood continued to circulate like the surging Longyuan River. A faint wave of vital energy rushed into his mind and merged with his spiritual power, further strengthening his spiritual power. Dispersing the Azure Emperor Talisman and Wood Emperor Talisman in his hands, Feng Han's mind moved. He opened the gate of heaven and a wave of spiritual power rushed out. This spiritual power was no longer invisible, but carried a faint purple chi. It was like smoke and clouds, faintly discernible, as if some kind of ghost was condensing into a form with the help of incense. Suddenly, he condensed the spiritual power into a big hand and slammed it on the ground. Suddenly, a 3 to 4 feet thick palm print appeared on the ground. Feng Han felt that his spiritual power had increased a little. At least it had increased the strength of a fierce yellow horse. When I was in the physical body realm, I didn't know how many elixirs I had to take to increase the strength of a horse and how many times I had to train my bones. But when I reached the divine secret realm, I broke the shackles and my strength could increase infinitely. This is the benefit of the divine secret realm. Feng Han sensed carefully. You're just a little bit successful now. It's still too early to transform all your spiritual power into chi and step into the true energy realm. You have to speed up your cultivation. Oh right, give me the heavenly wood divine needle and let me soak it in the water of oblivion. When you're familiar with the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art, you can absorb all the wood chi on the needle. You should be able to step into the true energy realm soon. Otherwise, the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art is too domineering. You'll suck the entire purple bamboo forest dry, and you won't be able to explain it to Kellen, Yen explained. After you devoured the blazing golden mirror, your strength seems to have increased a lot. It's a pity that I haven't used this treasure yet. I should let it refine a few sky demon first. Feng Han listened to Yen Fa's words and saw Yen Fa throw the heavenly wood divine needle into the yellow spring river. With a splash of the river water, the heavenly wood divine needle immediately emitted green gas. A treasure weapon melted so quickly, it was obvious that Yen Fa's power had increased greatly. Is it a pity? Using the blazing golden mirror to exchange for the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art is such a good thing. If word gets out, even the sect masters of the 10 great immortal Dao sects will fight for the position. Yen chuckled. You should quickly step into the true energy realm. That's the most important thing right now. However, you can't neglect refining the wood spirit pill. Let's try to refine the herbs that we picked from the underground. Now that you've cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art, you shouldn't need to refine them to extract their essence. Alright, let's give it a try. Feng Han took out a few glossy Ganoderma, Poria cocos, Rehmannia, and dozens of other spiritual herbs from the map of the underworld and piled them into a pile. He secretly activated the Qing Emperor Talisman and sucked them in. All of a sudden, this pile of spirit herbs emitted traces of medicinal qi, all of which gathered in the center of his palm. After the medicinal qi dissipated, this pile of spirit herbs turned into a pile of medicinal dregs, all of their essence absorbed. I am the Azure Emperor, the Emperor of all wood. I adjust the nature of wood and combine the spiritual energy. Feng Han's dermic powers continued to circulating the medicinal qi according to the method of refining the wood spirit pill. Then, a spiritual pill the size of a sesame seed appeared in his palm. Originally, refining the wood spirit pill required many spiritual herbs to be placed in a cauldron. Then, the person refining the pill would use his dermic powers to absorb the medicinal qi and refine the pill. However, the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art was too domineering. It forcibly absorbed and controlled all wood. There was no need to refine it with fire. It could directly command it. It was like an emperor to his officials. If the emperor wanted his officials to die, the officials had no choice but to die. In fact, when the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art was cultivated to the end, one could fuse all wood for one's own use. As the Emperor of Wood, as the Azure Emperor, one could control the life of heaven and earth. There was nothing one could not do. This was an extremely powerful divine ability. Now you know how domineering the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art is. However, you're still far from being able to control all wood and control its life and death. Of course I know that. You're an expert in cultivation. How long will it take for me to step into the true energy realm? Feng Han asked. 5 years at most, 3 years at least. But since you've absorbed the heavenly wood true qi from the heavenly wood divine needle, it can be 10 times faster. You'll be able to master it in 3 to 5 months. That long? Feng Han was taken aback. Yan Jingjing asked, what do you think? After entering the divine realm, each level was more difficult than the last. Normal experts might not be able to cultivate true qi even after 20 to 30 years. For example, if you want to cultivate the Great Gold Blade aura, you have to choose a good metal mine and absorb the essence qi of the metals. You have to sit there all day and take all kinds of pills to neutralize the damage caused by the metal qi. If you hadn't taken the 9 orifices gene down and cultivated the Yama golden body with the help of the water of oblivion, then cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art and acquired the Heavenly Wood Divine Needle, it would still take you 30 years to reach the true qi level. A few thousand years ago, there were many itinerant cultivators in the divine realm. They cultivated for 50 to 60 years but still couldn't cultivate true qi. That's why people nowadays rely on sections. Only with resources can you cultivate faster. You also know the Great Gold Blade aura? Do you know the instant kill art? Feng Han asked the question that he had always wanted to ask. He still didn't know how many kinds of martial arts Yan knew. Of course I do. I even know the Purple Spot Shadow Thunder Blade, 7 cultivators of True Blue Flame Aura, Heavenly Cold Dark Force. I know the 8 divine powers of the Ascension Gate. The 8 divine powers of the Ascension Gate are just middle-level martial arts. The most powerful and top divine powers are recorded in the White Sun Soaring Sutra. I don't know any of them, like Hua Tiandu's Pan Wu divine powers. Yan Jingjing answered straightforwardly, after reaching the celestial realm, you will reach the 6th level of the divine powers, the Unity realm. In that realm, he would have to cultivate more mystiques. Every time he learned a new mystique, the mystique seed he would condense in the future would be stronger. It would directly determine how many chances he would have in the immortal secret realm in the future. My Acheron's Gate was the number 1 sect of the Devil Path. It even surpassed the number 1 sect of the Immortal Path, the Tai Gate. In fact, I know 36 divine powers. And Emperor Huangquan had 99 primordial divine powers. 99 types of primordial divine powers. How powerful is that? When Feng Han heard that the Emperor Huangquan had 99 types of primordial divine powers, he was genuinely shocked. How powerful was that? The Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique is also a type of primordial divine powers. If you cultivate it well, it will be much more ferocious than the Purple Thunder Blade. As for the Boundless Dark Gold Sword aura, you don't have to learn it. If you want to learn it, learn the Mighty Golden Emperor Chop. That is the true metal Tao. Comprehend the mysteries of the metal between heaven and earth. Yen smiled coldly. If you cultivate to the 5th tier, the celestial realm, your mind will be able to contain all kinds of true qi, and you will be able to learn the 5 emperors' great devil powers. Hua Tiandu may not be able to kill you. In a competition, it will be difficult for him to firmly suppress you. 5 emperors' great devil powers. Feng Han quickly asked, is that the ultimate technique of the Acheron sect? That's right. It is the ultimate technique of the Acheron sect. Only after learning the 5 emperors' great devil powers will you have the qualifications to control the Acheron sect. The 5 emperors' great devil powers are the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor technique, the Red Emperor Fire Emperor Qi, the Mighty Golden Emperor Chop, the Black Emperor Water Emperor Fist. Yen said solemnly. Azure Emperor, Red Emperor, White Emperor, Black Emperor. There are only 4 emperors. Didn't you say the 5 emperors' great devil powers? There should be 5 emperors. As Feng Han listened, he heard some doubts. There is another one, which is the Yama golden body that you are cultivating now. The next step is the Huangquan Earth Emperor Dao. The Earth Emperor is the Earth Emperor, and the Earth Emperor is the King of Hell. This great technique absorbs the essence of the earth and fuses it with magic power to cultivate the Earth Emperor true qi. However, you can't cultivate right now. You can only temper your fleshly body. Otherwise, if your fleshly body collides with the Wood Empress true energy and you can't balance it out, you'll immediately be blasted into a virgin chicken. Furthermore, even if you didn't cultivate the Earth Sovereign true qi, the blood essence of the Yama golden body is clashing with the Wood Sovereign true qi. Every time you cultivate it, your body will go berserk, and you'll have to expend a lot of energy to save yourself. If you were to further cultivate your true qi, wouldn't you be even more powerful? Yen began to spill the beans to Feng Han. After being together for so long, it was time for them to gradually share their secrets. Otherwise, Yen would still be a mystery to Feng Han. In the depths of his heart, Feng Han would not completely trust Yan. At the very least, Yan wanted him to find a pure yang magic treasure before he was willing to teach him the cultivation method. This was a deal, and not a good teacher who wholeheartedly wanted him to be. However, their interests were still closely tied together. Neither of them could survive without each other. 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystiques. Do you know all 5 of them? When will you be willing to teach me? Feng Han asked. These 5 cultivation methods sound like earth-shattering mystiques. If you know all of them, then I can imagine how powerful the Emperor Huangquan would be. Of course I know all 5 of them. But I can't teach you now. Because your spiritual power is not enough, and both the immortal and demonic Tao have the soul-searching technique. If I teach you and you are restrained by someone powerful, what will you do? Search for all 5 mystiques. Then the foundation of Acheron's gate will be completely destroyed. Yan shook his claws. Unless you cultivate to the 5th tier of the Empyrean realm, then I will teach you one by one. I will also teach you all 36 mystiques that I know. At that time, it will depend on your talent and achievements. Moreover, the 5 Emperor's Great Demon Mystiques have reached a small success. Then you will be able to subdue the remnants of Acheron's gate, take them in as your subordinates, and gradually establish your own power. There are still many things that you need to do now. When you are not cultivating, you can find out how many remnants of Acheron's gate are left, and how many divisions it has become. Of course, that's not a problem. Let's cultivate. The 5th tier of the mystique, the Empyrean realm. Feng Han clenched his fists. I will definitely reach it soon. Even if I can't reach the Empyrean realm, I still won't be qualified to defeat Hua Tiandu. Difficult, even more difficult. With your current progress, reaching the Empyrean realm in 10 years is a fantasy, unless you have some fortuitous encounter. I think that other than cultivating in seclusion, you will have to travel and look for ancient caves and ancient ruins. Only then will you have a chance. Yan shook his head. Cultivate to the true energy realm first. Condense your spiritual power into vital qi, and it will be more powerful. It will be safer to go out. Feng Han took out a blood pill and swallowed it. After replenishing his vital qi and nutrients, he sat down cross-legged and circulated his spiritual power. His left palm formed the Azure Emperor's talisman, and his right palm formed the Wood Emperor's talisman. He wholeheartedly absorbed the wood spirit qi in the purple bamboo forest. Now that he was using these 2 powerful talismans, he was able to control them slightly. They would not suck the purple bamboo dry and turn them into rotten wood. However, the suction force was still a little stronger. Gradually, the purple bamboo forest began to explode, and streams of greenish-purple air escaped, forming a vortex that shot into his body. His body was constantly being lignified and constantly being broken. Every time it was broken, Feng Han would swallow a blood pill to replenish his physical strength and blood circulation. The new blood pill he refined was made from the blood of the white-haired flying zombie, and it contained a faint trace of the Devil Emperor's bloodline. Now, in the process of constantly taking blood pills, the Devil Emperor's bloodline was also integrated into his body. In the process of breaking through again and again to prevent qi deviation and lignification, it was in harmony with the Yama's golden body. They complemented each other and enhanced the degree of his body's condensation, the strength of his organs, and provided a stronger spirit to his mind, which could be converted into more spiritual power. 1 Tianyi day passed. Outside Callan Peak, the snow had stopped and the sun appeared. The ice and snow melted, and the world was warm. After more than 3 months, the earth returned to spring. Spring had come. It was the season when all things were sprouting and plants were lush. The wood spirit qi between heaven and earth was even more abundant. Feng Han sat in the purple bamboo forest for more than 3 months. In these 3 months, he had been eating blood pills and drinking spiritual water. Because the blood pills were pure, there was no need to excrete. Even if there were some impurities in his stomach, he just needed to circulate his spiritual power and bring them out of his body. In addition, he had the cleansing talisman, so there was no need for him to clean his body. With a little turn, his body was clean from top to bottom. Therefore, after cultivating for so long, he still felt the same as when he first came in. He couldn't feel the passage of time at all. The only difference was that his body seemed to be more delicate, and every pore was emitting the warm breath of the spring wind. It was as if he was the god of spring, resonating with the spring. Every pore of his was constantly inhaling and exhaling spiritual power. Now, his spiritual power had turned into a thick purple color, which was exactly the same color as the bamboo in the purple bamboo forest. Sometimes, when the spiritual power in his pores was too heavy, it would fall to the ground and take root, growing purple bamboo. Then, as the spring wind blew, the purple bamboo formed by spiritual power dissipated. At this time, the two Azure Emperor talismans and Wood Emperor talismans in Feng Han's hands had been hidden in his body, and no one could see them. But the suction force in his body was even stronger. This suction force was not only limited to the purple bamboo forest. It seemed to have enveloped the entire Kalon Peak, and all the plants and herbs on it were affected. And the spring wind outside Kalon Peak was bright and beautiful, and the spiritual energy of plants and trees that sprouted from all things was also absorbed by Kalon Peak. At the top of the peak, Kalon, who was cultivating in the elixir room, was finally startled and opened her eyes. At the same time, Long Xian, who was cultivating in the elixir room, also felt something. After Long Xian swallowed the yin-yang longevity pill that Feng Han had given her, and with Kalon's help, she had already converted her mental energy into spiritual power and steadily stepped into the mystic realm. Now, every day, she nourished her spiritual power and practiced her techniques, making her sluggish spiritual power nimble and familiar with it. She had built a strong foundation. In these 3 months, she had also become a true disciple. But it was still too early for Long Xian to condense her vital energy. But she had an advantage, and that was Kalon's careful guidance. That's the spring wind spiritual wood technique. How can it be so powerful? She felt the spiritual energy of the wood on Kalon Peak crazily surging towards Feng Han. Why do I feel that the spiritual energy of the wood is rushing towards the purple bamboo forest as if it's worshipping the emperor? This is the foundation of the spring wind spiritual wood technique, but it's much more exquisite than the other techniques. It's even more advanced than the heavenly wood technique. It should be one of the top techniques of the wood element. This Feng Han is indeed not simple. Looks like he's about to convert his spiritual power into vital energy. This is beyond my expectations. Kalon waved her hand, and a gust of medicinal energy shot out from the cauldron. Light blue pills that looked like sapphires condensed in her palm. These pills were all poured into a medicine gourd, and she put it away and handed it to Long Xian. Feng Han has secrets on him. Don't look into it, lest you make Feng Qingshui unhappy. Most of the core disciples have secrets. If you look into others' secrets, they will be hostile towards you. Let's not talk about Feng Han. You've reached the divine arcane realm, and you've been cultivating here for 3 months. You're basically familiar with the usage of your magical power. The Elder of Imparting Techniques has also taught you the all-water divine technique. Together with the true dragon bloodline in your body, you're like a tiger that has grown wings. You'll be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. This is a gourd of blue crystal pills. It can continuously condense your body, replenish your energy, and provide powerful vital energy. It can also help with your all-water technique. Take it with you when you go out. I heard that some miracles have appeared in the ancient ruins of the returning void. You can explore it. Maybe there will be some miracles. Long Xian took the gourd. Thank you, Senior Kalon. Why don't you go to the returning void yourself? Returning void is an ancient ruin, one of the battlefields of the Great War of Immortals and Demons. Many experts have obtained fortuitous encounters there. Feng Qingshui even obtained some of the ancient lady's legacies, which greatly improved her abilities. I've been there a few times, but the situation there is complicated. The Great War of Immortals and Demons was earth-shattering. The passage between our world and the other worlds was broken. It's extremely dangerous to go deep into it. Exploring the periphery is of no use to me. Kalon shook her head. Senior sister is ambitious. She wants to follow Venerable Ling Long's example and establish exquisite paradise after reaching the longevity secret realm. 3,000 years ago, Venerable Ling Long was a disciple of the Tai Gate. Because she learned an evil Dao technique, she was hunted down and killed by the Tai Gate. They wanted to cripple her magical power, but she escaped. In a fit of anger, she re-established the Tai Gate and created exquisite paradise, which eventually became one of the 10 immortal Tao gates. Even the Tai gate couldn't do anything about it. 3,000 years ago, there was only the 9 gates of immortality. Long Xian said. Because of the exquisite tribulation 3,000 years ago, the immortal Tao gates now have an easier time for their disciples to learn other techniques. Apart from the Tai gate, which is still as old-fashioned as ever, they no longer forbid their disciples from learning other techniques. However, Hua Tiandu wants to reform the Ascension Gate and reorganize the sect. He wants to learn from the old-fashioned Tai gate and establish stricter sect rules. If he cultivates to the longevity secret realm and becomes the legitimate acting sect master, I'm afraid my days will be limited. Sooner or later, I'll have to learn from Ling Long and create my own sect. I think that Feng Qingshui has the same idea. Callan exhaled slightly. But you can go with Feng Han to explore returning void in search of immortal opportunities. Feng Han has a great opportunity. Plus, he has great strength. He'll be a good helper for you. Just as they were talking, boom. On Callan Peak, the wood chi rippled slightly. There was a fragrance everywhere. The spirit herbs in the herb fields withered slightly. The blood ginseng field, Lingji herb field, Poria herb field, vermilion fruit herb field, Gastrodia herb field, dragon snake herb field, snow lotus herb field, all the spirit herbs and wood chi in the hundreds and thousands of mu of herb fields flowed away and gathered towards the place where Feng Han was sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest. Then, it merged with his own dermic powers. Callan Peak was one of the 5 true disciple peaks. There were more than 1,000 types of spirit herbs. The quality of the herb fields was also much better than the other true disciple peaks. With Feng Han drawing in the wood chi, the benefits were great, all kinds of spirit herbs and wood chi gathered in Feng Han's dermic powers. Feng Han could only feel that his dermic powers were filled with the aura of thousands of spirit herbs, spirit trees, spirit grasses, spirit roots. There was even the warm vitality of spring. All these auras gathered into a ball and stained his dermic powers. His entire body was completely wootified. Thousands of trees grew in his mind as if they were about to explode. This, Callan Peak has so many spirit herbs. More than half of them have withered. Long Xian hurriedly flew out. Seeing this, she was shocked. This is not much use. Just plant them again. It won't take much effort. Callan also teleported out. Looking at Feng Han in the purple bamboo forest, she said, he absorbed the wood chi of hundreds of herbs and thousands of trees. Isn't he afraid that the wood chi will clash and go berserk? It seems that his body has already wootified and gone berserk. Let's see how he resolves it. Look at the process of his chi refinement. It will give you a lot of experience. In the future, you will be able to take fewer detours. As she spoke, Callan also looked deeply at Feng Han. She watched as the wood chi gathered in his body. How was he going to resolve it? This time, if I can't get through this chi deviation, I'm finished. At this moment, Feng Han felt the wood chi entering his body. It was very uncomfortable. His entire body had truly wootified. His skin showed wooden patterns, like the growth rings of trees. His entire person looked like a lifelike wooden sculpture. He had just felt the aura of spring outside. He knew that he had been sitting here for more than 3 months. In addition to spring, the vegetation was lush and full of vitality. It was the best time to cultivate the Azure Emperor's Wood Emperor technique. He only had 10 years to challenge Hua Tiandu. Every day that passed was a matter of life and death, dignity, honor, and disgrace. 3 months had passed in a blink of an eye. Feng Han could not help but feel a little anxious. Hence, he activated his chi. As a result, the wood spiritual chi worshipped him and surged into his mana. He could not control it even if he wanted to. He had no choice. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. He sorted out the spirit chi and prevented it from becoming chaotic. But in the end, the wood chi became more and more violent. He had no choice but to use the heavenly wood divine needle to suppress it. Whoosh! A needle-shaped light slowly rose from the top of his head. In the blink of an eye, it expanded and turned into a huge green tree. It spun non-stop and absorbed all of the spiritual chi of the wood and wood. Feng Han took this opportunity and immediately activated his Yama's golden body to break through, bam, the wood texture on his body exploded continuously, revealing his smooth and sparkling skin. However, Feng Han felt his physical strength was not enough after breaking through one level. He quickly swallowed a blood pill. Now he could not move his hands and feet. He could only use his spiritual power to swallow the pill. Once the blood pill entered his abdomen, he used his spiritual power to dissolve it. It immediately increased his physical strength and blood circulation. He broke through another layer of woodification of his joints. Feng Han now had experience. Every time he felt his physical strength was not enough, he would swallow a blood pill. In the end, the blood in his body would circulate faster and faster. It was like a flood in a great river, rushing and whistling. Even a few feet away from him, one could hear the sound of blood rushing with their ears. It was simply appalling. How can his body be so tyrannical? He broke through the level of woodification in one go. The circulation of his blood actually has the sound of surging through his body. This degree of tyrannical strength is simply unheard of. He can at least pull 20 maroon-yellow horses. Long Xian exclaimed. Her calculation of power was extremely precise, because it was related to battle. You had to use the same amount of power as your opponent and use the same amount of power to counter. If you used too much power, or if you used too little power, it would be fatal. There were 110 direct disciples of the Ascension Gate. Feng Han and Long Xian had broken through. Among them, there were many who were at the first and second level. However, with just the strength of the body, it was impossible to pull 20 maroon-yellow horses. Even Long Xian herself, who had the bloodline of the true dragon and was very noble, did not have this strength. Watch carefully, don't be distracted. He is about to condense his qi. Callan suddenly shouted. Bang 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 bang, just as Long Xian was shocked, Feng Han had already broken through all the levels. He stood up and the heavenly wood divine needles above his head exploded, turning into a green stream of air and entering his body. Then, Feng Han felt a sudden change in his dermic powers. It was tightly integrated with the wood spiritual qi. At the same time, his magic power also changed color, turning into the color of pure green wood. Within it, there were traces of shining and noble bright yellow qi. This was the Wood Emperor's true qi. After 3 months of cultivation and melting the heavenly wood divine needles, Feng Han had finally entered the second level of the divine ability secret realm, the true energy secret realm. He could turn his spiritual power into true qi. Moreover, the quality of his true qi was very high. It was the Emperor of all wood. The Wood Emperor true qi was the cultivation method that could suppress all the wood spiritual qi in the world. Heaven and Earth Wood Emperor, giant wood suppression. His left hand made a grabbing motion, and a giant green wood floated in the air and struck downwards. Boom! Rocks flew in all directions, and the soil surged up in waves, as if there was a huge earthworm moving underground. The ground caved in from the impact, forming a hole as deep as 3 to 5 people. It was as if a well had been dug out. This was Feng Han using the Wood Emperor true qi to form a green wood and hit the ground to test its power. This test was indeed very powerful. Before Feng Han had cultivated his genuine qi, he could only make the ground sink a few feet deep with his palm. Now that he had used the Wood Emperor's genuine qi to condense the giant wood, its power was much stronger than before. Not to mention other things, just the impact alone was so powerful that even Shura, who had a hard shell, would be smashed into a pile of flesh and blood. This was the power of true qi. Now that I've converted all my true qi into Wood Emperor true qi, my strength is indeed more than 5 times. Before I cultivated my true qi, I could capture more than 100 horses. Now, I can at least capture more than 500 horses. Yes, 500 horses. Feng Han calculated in his mind. His current strength was at least 500 horses. If he put his life on the line, he might even be able to capture more than 600 horses with his true qi. After converting his true qi, his strength had increased by 5 times. That was the 3rd tier of the divine realm, the origin energy realm. How many times would his strength increase after converting his true qi into earth qi? Although Feng Han knew that each tier of the divine realm was harder than the last, and that each tier would increase his strength, he was still shocked by the sudden increase in strength. What's wrong with that? You've cultivated the Azure Emperor Wood Emperor art, one of the best Tao techniques of the ancient wood element. After you cultivated your true qi, it's naturally more powerful than the average person's true qi. Moreover, the heavenly wood divine needle in your true qi is a treasure item with the strength of 100 horses. Now that you've merged with it, it's not surprising that your strength has increased by 5 times. Yan felt Feng Han's shock and said disapprovingly. Someone's here. Feng Han absorbed all of the Wood Emperor's true qi into his body. He looked up and saw Long Xian standing on top of the purple bamboo. She wore a yellow robe and stepped on the bamboo leaves. She was weightless and swayed with the wind like a butterfly in the wind. He knew that this was the power of Abhijna. Otherwise, given his physical body realm cultivation, it would have been impossible for him to defy common sense and stand on the bamboo leaf. Congratulations, Feng Han. You've reached the second level of the divine ability secret realm in just 3 months, and you've successfully cultivated true energy. This kind of speed was truly shocking. An average person would need 30 to 50 years to be able to take this step. Even the disciples of the great sects of the Ascension Gate, with their abundant resources and many senior brothers and sisters helping each other, would still need 8 to 10 years. Long Xian smiled and congratulated Feng Han as he finished cultivating. You're too kind. I was lucky to be a little faster. Long Xian, you've finally reached the divine ability realm. This was truly worthy of celebration. You've reached the heavens in a single step. Feng Han said calmly. I still have to thank you, Feng Han. If Long Xian achieves anything in the future, it will all be thanks to your generous gift of pills. One Yin Yang longevity pill increased my lifespan by 60 years and gave me an extra 600 years of cultivation. There's hope for immortality. Long Xian spoke the truth. She was very grateful to Feng Han. Right, speaking of pills, I still need to make wood spirit pills for the sect. I've been delayed for 3 months. If someone attacks me with these pills, I'm afraid I'll be punished. Speaking of pills, Feng Han suddenly remembered something. At the same time, he was as empty as a wild field. He had consumed all of the blood pills and blue sky pills. In the past 3 months of seclusion, he had been constantly trying to break through and use the Yama golden body to prevent his body from turning into wood. His stamina and nutrition had been greatly depleted. He had consumed several times more pills than usual. I need to go somewhere to kill Azuras or white-haired flying zombies to make blood pills. Otherwise, the lack of nutrition will greatly hinder my cultivation. Feng Han calculated. It was time for him to go out and gain some experience. Would spirit pills? Senior Sister Jialan knows of your difficulties and has already refined 1,200 pills. She has arranged for Princess Red Joy to send them to the Sex Alchemy Lab. She has helped you complete this year's mission, so you don't have to worry about it, said Long Xian nonchalantly. What? Then I'll have to thank Senior Sister Kellen. Feng Han felt much more relaxed when he heard this. It was fine if he ate the pills himself, but how long would it take to hand them over to the sect? Feng Han finally felt that there were many benefits to having a good relationship with Kellen. One Yin Yang longevity pill was not given away for nothing. That's nothing. Oh, right. Oh right, there's one more thing. Long Xian paused for a moment. You're already a direct disciple. The Celestial Designer Institute has already built a mountain peak and a palace for you. You can name it yourself. Because you've been in seclusion for the past few months, I was afraid that the mountain peak would be abandoned, so I sent some outer disciples to take care of it. I also took some spirit herb seeds from Senior Sister Kellen and had them plant various spirit herbs. It should be ready by now. Oh? My mountain peak has been built? Then let's go take a look. Feng Han was overjoyed when he heard this. He couldn't help but want to go take a look. Alright, let's go. My Dragon Maiden Peak is not far from yours. It's 100 miles away. We can look after each other in the future. Long Xian said. Also, Princess Red Joy has already joined the Kellen Society and has received personal guidance from Senior Sister Kellen. Your Crane Fairy has also been slightly enlightened by Senior Sister Kellen. Its cultivation has improved greatly. Senior Sister Kellen has been very kind to me. Feng Han flew up and flew alongside Long Xian. After flying for a few hundred miles, they saw a mountain peak rising from the ground. Its aura was as sharp as a sword. There were 5 palaces on the mountain peak. They were resplendent, with new pavilions and terraces. Wonderful, in the secular world. To build such a palace on this mountain peak, I'm afraid it would take millions of people to work hard for decades. But the immortal Tao sect could build it in just a few months. Fang Han sighed. Yes. The sect sent Herculean demons. They built it in one night. The only difficulty is to erect the mountain peak. But with the many elders of the Celestial Designer Institute working together, it won't be a problem. As Long Xian spoke, she and Fang Han landed in front of the palace at the top of the mountain peak. Instantly, many disciples came to greet them. Greetings, Senior Sister Long, Senior Brother Fang Han. Senior Brother Fang. Most of the outer disciples and even inner disciples of the Ascension Gate wanted to curry favor with the core disciples to get some benefits or give some pointers to their cultivation. Long Xian called some reliable outer disciples to plant herbs and do odd jobs on Fang Han's mountain peak. These disciples were more than happy to do so. Seeing so many outer sect disciples bowing to him, Fang Han was just about to take out some gifts when he remembered that he had already consumed all his medicinal pills. He didn't have any extra flying swords or magical treasures. He had a few magical crystals on him, but he couldn't give them away. Thus, he didn't have anything to give. He couldn't help but frown and feel a little awkward. Fortunately, Long Xian seemed to see Fang Han's awkwardness. With a shake of her hand, she gave each disciple a pure essence pill, which relieved Fang Han's awkwardness. Fang Han, what do you think this mountain should be called? Long Xian waved her hand and the disciples dispersed. She and Fang Han entered the core of the biggest palace, the pill room. In 9 years, I will have a battle with Hua Tiandu. If I don't win, everything will be for naught. Although the gap between us is huge, the wheel of fortune changes. What goes around comes around. He may be showing off in front of me today, but in 9 years, it may be my turn to avenge him. Let's call this mountain Reincarnation. Fang Han decided on the name of his mountain peak. Fang Han, I can't compare to your courage. But I heard that Hua Tiandu recently summoned Qing Wei to Sky Capital Peak. Long Xian suddenly said. Qing Wei is just a small figure. Why would Hua Tiandu notice her? Although I challenged Hua Tiandu, with his status, I'm afraid he doesn't see me as an opponent. Fang Han was stunned. He didn't know why Long Xian suddenly mentioned Qing Wei to him. Now that he had cultivated the Wood Emperor's true qi, he could be considered a top figure. He could stand firm among the true disciples. At least if he met Jin Shirtai, he could beat him up. Senior brother Hua Tiandu obviously doesn't care about you, but he does care about senior sister Fang Qingxue. Long Xian clapped her hands and said, he stole your 7 demons' gourd. Senior sister Qingxue is in seclusion and doesn't know about it. If she knows, she won't let it go. With her personality, I'm afraid it will cause a huge uproar among the true disciples. He has to deal with the aftermath. I wonder how he'll deal with it. Fang Han frowned. We'll know in a few days. I'm here to ask you something. Are you interested in taking a trip to the ocean's return to void? Exploring? Long Xian returned to the main topic. The return to void in the ocean? Hearing this, Fang Han fell into deep thought. He knew about the return to void. It was recorded in various worlds. The return to void was a mysterious place in the ocean. It was said that all the seawater flowed there. Because of the great war of the immortals and demons, there was a battle at the return to void that broke through this world. It was connected to the outer realm and even the alternate space. In the return to void, there were many ancient ruins, remnants of the great war of the immortals and demons, and many treasures. Ancient spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, precious weapons, Tao weapons, and even the legendary immortal weapons. The bones of the ancient demon god, the remains of the sky demon, the flesh of the immortal secret realm experts, etc. Endless treasures were hidden there. However, the return to void was also very dangerous. The environment was harsh, and some of the broken voids were related to the distortion of space. Even immortal secret realm experts might not be able to come out if they entered. In some places, heavenly fiends came from the outer realm's passageways and occupied them. Fang Qingxue and the demon marshal had explored the return to void and encountered the water goose sky demon. The two had worked together to kill it and gained many benefits. Fang Han knew about this. Over the years, countless Taoist and demon sect disciples had explored the return to void, hoping to find ancient treasures, pills, flying swords, and other treasures. Many people had gained fortuitous encounters, but even more fell into them and died. Therefore, various worlds warned disciples to be very careful when exploring the return to void. In fact, the most important thing for both Taoist and demon sect disciples outside of cultivation was to roam the world in search of natural treasures and ancient ruins. This was a necessary part of cultivation. It was called finding immortal destiny. The greater a disciple's fortuitous encounter, the greater their immortal destiny. Cultivators had to have great perseverance to succeed more than half of the time. But the other half depended on luck. As the saying went, man proposes, God disposes. How difficult was it for a mortal to cultivate the Taoist path? It was not easy to change fate and life with one's own strength. One had to have luck and immortal destiny to rely on external forces. That was also luck. Now that Long Xian had joined forces with Fang Han to search for treasures in the return to void, she wanted to see how her immortal destiny was. She wanted to try her luck. Even if she could not find it, she could train. There were many spirit herbs in the return to void. Picking some could be used to refine supreme-grade spirit pills. If I cultivate in seclusion, I won't be able to surpass Hua Tiandu in 10 years. I have to go out and train and try my immortal destiny. Besides, I've finished all my spirit pills. I have to find more spirit herbs to refine. Fang Han thought to himself. Although there were many spirit herbs planted on Reincarnation Peak, they were not mature enough. They could barely be used to maintain the daily nutrition of the body. They could not be used to refine spirit pills to increase one's dermic powers. All right. I have to prepare. Tomorrow, Tianyi, let's go to the return to void. Let's try our immortal destiny. Let's search for treasures. Fang Han slapped his thigh and made up his mind. All right. Long Xian stood up and flew out. Demoness, you can come out now. Pack up and follow me to the return to void. Suddenly, a yellow light flashed on Fang Han's body. The great Azura Demoness, Fang Xiaolin, appeared. She had been hiding in the Acheron map to cultivate under Yan Xingyo's control. After seeing Fang Han cultivate the Wood Emperor's true qi, she knew that she had no chance of escaping. She was only at the first tier of the mystical realm. After Fang Han entered the mystical realm, he could easily suppress her, let alone now that he had cultivated true qi. Moreover, it was the Wood Emperor's true qi, one of the 5 emperors of the primordial age. Ordinary true qi realm experts could not do anything to him, let alone a demoness who was 1 tier lower. The difference in 1 tier was like heaven and earth. Their strength was multiplied several times. It was not like when he was in the physical body realm. Yes. The demoness did not dare to resist. This cauldron is an immortal treasure from the inner yard. It's too shabby. I hope I can exchange it for a spiritual treasure after returning from the return to void. It would be even better if I could exchange it for a treasured cauldron. I'm drooling over senior apprentice Sister Callan's treasured cauldron. Fang Han looked at the cauldron in his alchemy room and shook his head. This cauldron belonged to him in the inner yard. It was moved out to the peak. As a true disciple, using an immortal treasure cauldron was indeed shabby. Return to void, return to void. After arranging everything, Fang Han opened the various worlds and read the introduction to the return to void in detail, Sky Capital Peak, in the alchemy room. The first true disciple sat cross-legged beside his cauldron. Hua Tiandu's cauldron was 36 people tall and 66 feet wide. It was made of an unknown material. It was neither gold nor iron, neither stone nor jade. It was shrouded in layers of smoke as if it had infinite space. Now, this cauldron was violently swallowing. Suddenly, it shrunk to the size of a fist, and then expanded into a colossus. It kept shrinking and growing. It was an unprecedented wonder. A cauldron that could expand and shrink was unheard of and unseen. It was beyond the scope of a treasured treasure. Poof. Suddenly, the cauldron became as tall as a person, and a gourd was spat out from it. This gourd glowed with treasure light and overflowed with immortal qi. 7 killing moves, immortal sword formation. Hua Tiandu caught the treasured gourd in his hand. Then, the cauldron spat out 7 treasured swords and flew into the gourd. Immediately, the gourd buzzed. With a light shake, the sound of thousands of swords could be faintly heard. Your sister, Fang Xianxia, will be coming out of seclusion soon. I took away Fang Han's 7 demons gourd not because I coveted this little treasure. To be honest, even if the demon god gave me his sky demon god-slaying sword, I might not want it. Fang Han had a faint demonic aura on him. He was not a disciple of my immortal Tao, so I punished him. I've already helped you refine the 7 demons gourd. I've erased the heavenly demon chi and turned it into immortal chi. I've added in the heavenly wolf smoke inside and refined it into the wishful golden smoke. It is much stronger than the heavenly wolf smoke. I also gave you 7 flying swords to set up the 7 killing sword formation for you. Now that I have given it to you, your sister will have nothing to say when she comes out of seclusion. The gourd in Hua Tiandu's hand was actually the 7 demons gourd. But now that he had refined it, it was even stronger. He tossed the gourd, and it automatically flew out of the elixir room and landed in Qingwei's hands. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother Hua. Fang Qingwei received the gourd with a serious face, but her eyes were wild with joy. Don't call this gourd the 7 demons gourd. I'll name it the wishful immortal gourd. Hua Tiandu's voice came out. Thank you, eldest senior brother. Qingwei took the wishful fairy gourd and quickly refined it with her blood. She felt the powerful energy coming from the gourd and was overjoyed. But she gritted her teeth. Fang Han, you dog of a slave, I'll let you know what it means to be a master. You want to take this wishful fairy gourd to Fang Han? Hua Tiandu seemed to have seen through Qingwei's thoughts. He thought for a while and warned, Fang Han has many secrets. And he's cultivated to the divine realm. Even if you go, you won't be able to deal with him. You should cultivate well and reach the divine realm. I've left you a year's worth of pills in the gourd. Go. Eldest senior brother really has the temperament of a leader. In the future, you'll be able to reorganize the Ascension Gate and fight against the Tai Gate. Only eldest senior brother's magic power and thunderous methods can lead Ascension sect to prosperity. Fang Qingwei knew what to say at this moment. Ha 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 ha. Hua Tiandu laughed in amusement. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of mana wrapped around Fang Qingwei and sent her out of Sky Capital Peak. With the wishful fairy gourd, my strength will increase 100-fold. I heard that the young master of the Nightless Island is going to explore the returning void with his father. His father is a master of the transcendent realm. I'll gather a group of people and try my luck with him. If I can get some ancient pills or pure yang treasures in the returning void, I'll break through to the transcendent realm. Fang Han, just you wait. Fang Qingwei left Sky Capital Peak and pondered for a while. Golden smoke came out of the wishful immortal gourd, emitting bursts of sandalwood fragrance. Within the golden smoke, there seemed to be notes flashing, waves of demon subduing melodies cleansing the mind. There were also thumb-sized immortals in golden armor cruising in the smoke. This golden smoke wrapped around Fang Qingwei and whistled as it turned into a golden rainbow that rushed into the sky. The white clouds in the sky were cut into pieces. Its power was much greater than the heavenly wolf smoke. Wishful golden smoke, Hua Tiandu was right. After the 7 demons gourd was refined by him, it became even more powerful. Moreover, it was upright and had a grand immortal chi. A day passed. Early in the morning on Tiani the next day, the sun was even brighter on Reincarnation Peak. Birds chirped incessantly on the tree branches, pecking at the petals of peach blossoms and begonias. A ray of golden light leapt out from the distant horizon. The morning light sprinkled down, bringing with it an even stronger scent of spring, causing every inch of Fang Han's skin to become lively. Fang Han cultivated the verdant emperor's wood emperor art. The most suitable time to cultivate was spring. Bathing in the morning light, his magic power would fuse with the spiritual energy of the plants, transforming into wood emperor's true energy, causing his cultivation to become even more profound. Every time he revolved the wood emperor's true energy, Fang Han felt his strength increase by a bit. His understanding of the nature of spring deepened by another level. Fang Han, let's go. As Fang Han sat on the edge of the cliff cultivating, Long Xian slowly flew over and landed on the ground. She stood motionless on the moss-covered rocks. Feng Han's Samsara Peak was located at the back of a cliff. Below it was a 10,000-foot precipice that was covered in moss. If one wasn't careful, they could easily slip down and fall to their death. Even a divine transformation master wouldn't dare to stay here for too long, but to a divine mystic realm master, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. Good. Feng Han stood up. Feng Xiaolin, are you ready? Xiao Lin, who was also sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. Demonic light flickered in her eyes, and her magic power surged, scattering the morning fog in all directions. Going to the Return to Void is also a good thing. I've long wanted to go there to collect some demon beast guts to increase my strength. This is? Another divine ability master. Long Xian had already noticed the demoness and was a bit shocked. A divine ability master was no small matter. This is a slave I subdued when I was training underground. She is a great Azura. My magic crystals were obtained when I subdued her, Feng Han said. A great Azura. That's a nobleman of the underground demon race. You have to be careful of the elders of the underground demon race. Long Xian cautiously said. A great Azura was equivalent to a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. If someone were to capture a true disciple of the Ascension Gate as a slave, then the Grand Elder of the Ascension Gate would immediately go to their door to protect the sect's reputation. Even the Supreme Leader of the Ascension Gate would take action. If a demon master wants to kill us, the Ascension Gate won't sit idly by, so there's no need to worry. Moreover, if an elder of the underground demon race comes looking for trouble, I'll just have to kill him. A great Azura is full of treasures. Feng Han's words were vicious, but his heart was on high alert. Let's go. The sea is far from here. We can't delay. As he spoke, Feng Han's body flew up and a stream of Wood Emperor's vital energy gushed out and wrapped around his body, forming an armor-like battle robe. Behind the battle robe, the airflow was constantly gushing out. With a whoosh, he flew dozens of miles away. Long Xian and the Devulus hurried after him. After Feng Han had cultivated his true qi, his dermic powers were more vigorous and his strength was stronger. He could fly faster in the air. Furthermore, the Greenwood Emperor's art had a special vibratory true energy that allowed one to fly through the air, which reduced the air resistance to a minimum and increased one's speed. Using magical power to fly wasn't without techniques. In fact, there were many. All sects and clans had their own flying techniques, and even individuals had their own understanding of flying. Some people used their magic power to condense it on their ribs, forming something like wings and gliding in the air. Some people condensed their magic power on their backs and continuously shot it out. Some people condensed their magic power at the soles of their feet, stirring up the air currents and running in the void. A single step would allow them to cross dozens of miles. Some people used flying swords to save energy. Some people used magical power to attach themselves to the flying swords, and then stepped on them to fly. All sorts of flying techniques were based on the use of magical power and true qi. This was the first time Feng Han had flown so violently after cultivating true energy. True energy wrapped around his body, forming a shuttle shape that reduced the air resistance. After that, he felt as if his body was piercing through the air. The air was howling in his ears, and the mountains and rivers below were moving further and further away. It was incomparably carefree. Before he condensed the true qi, he could fly faster than Crane Fairy by relying on his magical power, but he couldn't fly too fast, otherwise, his magical power couldn't support him, and if he flew too fast, the magical power would tear the airflow, friction with each other, and the magical power would be scattered. But now, his true qi was different. I heard that when you cultivate Empyrean energy, you can fly faster than the speed of sound. When you reach the 5th level of the Deva realm, the friction between magical power and the air can cause you to fly faster than a meteor. I wonder how fast you can fly. Feng Han knew that his current flying speed wasn't very fast. If he really reached the point where he could fly faster than the air, he wouldn't even need to use any magical treasures. He could just charge forward and kill his enemies. After all, magical treasures and flying swords weren't as fast as him. After flying for an hour, Ascension Mountain was far away. Feng Han estimated that he was about 2,000 miles away. His true qi was running out, and the magical power in his mind was exhausted. He landed on a mountaintop and sat down cross-legged, using the Greenwood Emperor art to recover his energy and magical power. Actually, he had magical crystals, so he could fly without stopping. However, it was a waste to use them to replenish his magical power and stamina. After sitting for a while to recover, the devilish woman and Long Xian finally caught up. They were both exhausted. "Fang Han, you're flying too fast. You have to conserve some energy when you're flying. If you meet someone from the Devil Dao and they see that your dharmic powers are insufficient, they might take advantage of you and kill you to refine pills or dharma treasures. That would be tragic. The outside world isn't like the Ascension Gate. Devils don't dare to get close to the Ascension Gate. But outside, cultivators like us can run into danger at any time. Furthermore, when we fly, we have to use concealment talismans to hide ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be discovered by people on land." Long Xian sat down and swallowed a medicinal pill. After recovering her energy and magical power, she said, "That's right. I was flying too fast just now and forgot about my body." Fang Han nodded. After resting for a while, Fang Han learned a few things about the outside world. He carefully hid his body and conserved his strength as he flew lightly. Just like that, they flew and stopped and flew, hurrying day and night. After 2 days and 2 nights, water vapor suddenly surged in front of them. The air was incomparably moist and sticky with water vapor. There was a salty fishy smell in the wind, as well as an indescribably dangerous aura. "We've reached the sea." Long Xian's mind jolted. She seemed to have a special consciousness towards the ocean. Fang Han saw circles of water vapor being absorbed by her pores. Combined with her mana, it was refined and absorbed. Strands of water vapor essence were absorbed into her body. He knew that Long Xian cultivated the all-water godly technique, which allowed her to cultivate faster in the ocean. The myriad water divine technique was one of the 8 divine abilities of the Ascension Gate. Dark purple lightning blade, heavenly cold dark force, green flame 7 cultivators radiance, heavenly wood technique, great freedom dark gold sword chi, myriad water technique, mountain refining form dipper, and 9 palace divine form technique. After mastering these 8 divine abilities, any one of them could dominate the world. The vast ocean appeared in front of Fang Han's eyes. The blue waves stretched to the horizon. No one knew how far it was, how many secrets it contained, and how many dangers it contained. From the Ascension Gate to here, we took close to 3 days. If it was Senior Callan, we would have reached in an hour. Long Xian sighed as she looked at the ocean. The ocean is extremely dangerous. After we fly in, we might not even be able to find an island to rest on if our mana is depleted, let alone reach the virtual immortal realm. Long Xian, what magic treasure do you have that can allow us to rest halfway? It would be best if it's a magic treasure like a boat. Fang Han had studied the various worlds diligently. He already knew the various disadvantages of cultivators entering the ocean. Of course, or I wouldn't have come to the ocean. I have a Rosy Clouds airship. It's condensed from the clouds in the sky that Senior Callan collected. When it's collected, it's a cloud of rosy clouds. If it's thrown out, it's a medium-sized airship. Long Xian said confidently, but let's not be too ostentatious. In the ocean, there are many independent sects with divinity realm rogue cultivators. Although they are far inferior to the 10 immortal Dao sects, it wouldn't be good to have conflicts. In the world, other than the 10 immortal Dao sects, the 7 demonic sects, the 5 demonic sects, and the underground demon race, there were many rogue cultivator sections. Of course, these rogue cultivator sects were not the martial arts sects of the mortal world. They were immortal sections. Fang Han was very clear about this. The sect leaders of rogue cultivator sects were usually divinity realm experts. There would never be a longevity realm powerhouse. This was because if a longevity realm powerhouse wanted to establish a sect, it would definitely be on par with the immortal Dao sects 3,000 years ago. The Tai Gate's exquisite paradise cultivated to the longevity realm and became a powerhouse. It was because of this that she established exquisite paradise and turned the 9 gates of immortality into the 10 immortal Dao sects. However, there were some powerful sect leaders of rogue cultivator sects who also had very powerful abhijna. They could combine all abhijna into one, cultivate the abhijna seed great golden core, pass the great tribulation of wind and fire, and cultivate the cosmic form. For example, Feng Han himself beat up the young master of Nightless Island who was with Feng Qingxue. That Nightless Island was a rogue cultivator sect, and the master of the island was a divinity realm expert. He sent his son to the Ascension Gate to learn to increase the power of Nightless Island. This was to prevent them from being destroyed by other rogue cultivator sections. The conflict between rogue cultivator sects was much more intense than the 10 immortal Dao sects. Vendettas and fights were endless, because they all wanted to fight for resources, secret manuals, and techniques to enter the longevity realm. Unlike the 10 immortal Dao sects, which had abundant resources and had signed agreements with each other, there would be no large-scale battles. On land, there were many empires under the protection of the 10 immortal Dao sects, and there weren't many rogue cultivator sections. However, on the desolate sea, resources were abundant, and spirit herbs were endless. There were many rogue cultivator sects, and all of them were powerful and not to be trifled with. Ordinary rogue cultivator experts were unrestrained by rules and laws, and did as they pleased. They didn't care if they were good or evil, immortals or devils. As long as there were benefits, they would immediately kill and steal, then flee and hide. On the sea, other than beasts, storms, and natural disasters, one had to be especially careful of rogue cultivators. This is a desolate beach. It belongs to the territory of the Great Su dynasty. It should be a shallow coral reef. Let's go there and look for blood corals that are over 500 years old. The blood corals we collect are an important formula for the pure energy pill. Long Xian saw that Feng Han was deep in thought, but didn't know what he was thinking. She pointed ahead and flew over. Although the essence pill isn't as good as the blood pill, it's still a good medicine. It can replenish the stamina of 10 Azuras. It's also good to collect some blood corals to make pills. Feng Han also flew over and came to a shallow sea. In the shallow sea, which was hundreds of feet deep, there was white sand and blue water. Colorful fish swam back and forth. Colorful venomous sea snakes and sea lizards lurked in the dark. There were also some sharks swimming back and forth. It was very beautiful, but very dangerous. If it was a physical body state cultivator, it would be very dangerous to collect corals. But for a transcendent realm cultivator, it was nothing. Long Xian pointed with her finger and a surge of arcane energy forced the seawater apart. She reached down to a group of red corals and searched. Suddenly, she reached up and scooped up a blood coral the size of a bull's horn. It was glowing with a bright red luster and a surge of essence chi was emitted from it. It was abnormally dense. This is a blood coral over 500 years old. If an ordinary person carves it into jewelry and wears it, it can expel the impurities in the body's blood, clear the blood poison, and increase longevity. When we make pills, we grind the blood coral into powder and refine it with true fire. It's an important ingredient for the essence pill. In fact, the 9 ingredients for the essence pill can all be found in the sea. Long Xian searched for a while but couldn't find any more blood corals. She couldn't help but sigh. This is the shallow sea. Let's go to the deep sea. The place we're going to is the returning void. Feng Han didn't kill the creatures in the sea to make blood pills because these creatures were too weak. Even if they were fierce sharks, killing 100 of them wouldn't yield a sesame-sized blood pill. If he wanted to kill them, he had to kill strong creatures to make good quality blood pills. To the returning void, with our speed, we'll need to fly for 10 days to half a month. But the deeper we go, the stronger the creatures are. Of course, there will be more spiritual herbs. I also want to find the inner bladder of the crystal blood snake to make a soft water pill to condense my chi. Long Xian nodded. The frost dragon sword flew out and turned into a wave of water vapor. It wrapped around her and flew towards the deep sea. Feng Han gestured for the witch to follow. After flying for more than 2 hours, the land on the mainland had completely disappeared. At a glance, there was water everywhere. Water as far as the eye could see. Not a single island could be seen. They couldn't go up to the sky or down to the ground. There wasn't even a place to rest. Anyone would feel unsafe. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened. Dark clouds covered the sky as if a storm would come at any time. The atmosphere on the sea was very gloomy. A storm is coming. Let's go down and rest. Our mystiques aren't strong. It will be difficult to fly in the storm. If there's lightning in the storm and it strikes us, we'll be injured immediately. Seeing such a scene, Long Xian waved her hand, and a brilliant cloud flew out from her hand and landed on the water surface, forming a small pleasure boat. It was colorful and fragrant. When Feng Han saw this small boat, he couldn't help but think of the beautiful pleasure boats on the river outside Longyuan City and the scene of beautiful women. This spring was the best time for nobles and rich disciples to drink and have fun on those boats. Back then, he also had a dream that one day he would become one of these nobles. But now, he had far surpassed them. Where did the opportunity in life come from? It landed on the rosy cloud boat. It was no different from a real boat. When the clouds gathered, it was as hard as stone and as light as wood. Feng Han couldn't help but admire Callan's power. This boat was a spiritual weapon. However, it couldn't be used to fight enemies. It was used to rest on the sea. It was a treasure to enjoy life. Woo 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 woo, woo 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 woo. As soon as he landed and rested for a while, Feng Han began to practice the Wood Emperor's genuine qi. While he was practicing, a gust of wind blew from the sea. The waves rose a few feet high and were extremely bumpy. However, the rosy cloud's qi boat emitted bursts of multicolored light and blocked the waves. The boat was bumpy and would not sink. There's a strong fishy smell in the wind. Good luck. We actually encountered a 1,000-year-old python, the Black Water's king snake. Long Xian also cultivated the all-water divine technique. However, she cultivated the water divine technique and was very sensitive. She suddenly exclaimed when she smelled the sea breeze. Feng Han was awakened. 1,000-year-old python. Black Water's king snake. Transforming into a flood dragon. The giant python in the sea was a type of Black Water's king snake. It was an ancient species. If it was born with great luck and ate some spiritual medicine, it would accumulate spiritual energy in its body and change its bloodline. It would extend its lifespan. After thousands of years of molting, it would transform into a flood dragon. Although a flood dragon wasn't a dragon, it could have divine techniques, a giant python transforming into a flood dragon. It was the same as a human cultivating a divine technique. It was the most important step on the path to becoming a diviner. It was also the key to becoming a demon. An animal that cultivated a divine technique could be called a demon. Especially the Black Water's king snake. Its body was huge. Once it transformed into a flood dragon, it would have divine techniques and its power would be much greater than a human's. When Feng Han cultivated a divine technique, his divine techniques would only have the power of 100 horses. A flood dragon was different. It could have 1,000 horses. It could even have the power of 2,000 horses, that was 10 times or 20 times that of a human. This was because the Black Water's king snake's body was much stronger than a human's. Once it cultivated a divine technique, its divine techniques would also be stronger. When a normal snake turned into a flood dragon, its divine techniques would be far inferior to the flood dragon of the Black Water's king snake. However, it was too difficult for the Black Water's king snake to transform into a flood dragon. It would need at least 1,000 years of transformation. This was because their intelligence was too low. A few hundred years old Black Water's king snake was a spiritual medicine for countless cultivators. It had yet to transform into a flood dragon. It was killed by someone. A snake would transform into a flood dragon after 1,000 years, then a dragon after 10,000 years. After transforming into a flood dragon, it was equivalent to a divinity realm expert. After transforming into a dragon, it was equivalent to a longevity realm expert. Long Xian's hornless dragon sword was not a real dragon. It was also a small flood dragon. However, its size was far smaller than the flood dragon of the Black Water's king snake, so its divine techniques were much weaker. Even so, the hornless dragon sword was extremely powerful. It was a treasure. Let's go. 1,000-year-old Black Water's king snake has transformed into a flood dragon. This is a rare fortuitous encounter. If we can kill it, we will be able to kill it. If we kill it, there will be many benefits. Its guts can increase our divine techniques by a lot. What a huge Black Water's king snake. It's much bigger than my hornless dragon. Long Xian took the lead and flew up. As for Fang Han, he looked towards the direction where the stench was strongest. He saw a sea tornado spinning in the sky. Within the tornado, he could vaguely see a huge snake the size of 200 to 300 people. It was hissing fiercely. The scales on its body opened up, and endless water vapor formed a whirlpool. The sound was sharp, and it was carried by the wind. It was hair-raising. Fang Han immediately channeled the Wood Emperor's true qi. It turned into a green light and flew towards the huge snake in the tornado. The Black Water's king snake was a huge sea snake. It dominated the ocean, and even sharks and whales had to run away. What more, a 1,000-year-old flood dragon? After it transformed into the Black Water's king snake, normal divinity realm experts were no match for it. It was a tyrannical monster. Fang Han had read myriad worlds and knew the uses of a huge snake like the Black Water's king snake. Especially after it transformed into a flood dragon, it was even more useful. He did not expect to encounter such an opportunity on his first trip out to sea. The moment the Black Water's king snake transformed into a flood dragon was when it was weak. If it could pass this period of weakness, its divine techniques would be strong enough to dive into the deep sea. Even a level 5 divinity realm expert would find it difficult to kill it. A level 1 or level 2 divinity realm expert would be its food. We're lucky to encounter the Black Water's king snake transforming into a flood dragon. When the witch flew up, she was also very envious. Just as Fang Han flew over, Yen suddenly said, "There are divinity realm experts lying in ambush around the Black Water's king snake. They seem to be waiting for it to transform into a flood dragon. It's not just us." Just as Yen finished speaking, Long Xian's voice came, "I feel the water vapor fluctuating. There seems to be someone else." This was Fang Han's first time seeing a spirit transform into a demon. Moreover, it was a colossal creature like the Black Water's king snake, a primitive species. The majestic demonic aura and a stench of blood spread out. The storm on the sea was fierce, the wind howled, and the ghosts and gods cried. If a sailing ship passed by at this time, the people on the ship would probably be scared to death. Before a living creature cultivated a divine ability, it could only be called a spirit. For example, the crane fairy could use its enormous spirit to create all kinds of illusions and confuse ordinary people. This was called a spirit, which was what ordinary people called becoming a spirit. If the crane fairy could cultivate to the divine ability realm, spirit would be converted into magical power. Then it would become a demon. It was a real monster. Spirit, demon. Two different levels, just like the physical body realm and the divine ability realm. Although the crane fairy had eaten a lot of pills with Fang Han and gained endless benefits, and had been enlightened by Callan, to transform into a demon and enter the divine ability realm, it would take at least 60 years if there were no fortuitous encounters. In these 60 years, it would have to take pills every day to purify its flesh and blood, without any impurities. Therefore, Fang Han did not bring the crane fairy out this time. In the vast sea, the crane fairy could not be of much help. Instead, it would be a burden. The Black Water's king snake was in the center of the storm. Fang Han used his true qi to fly closer, dozens of miles away. The more he saw it, the more vivid it became. The scales on the giant python's body were the size of a human face. Now that they were all open, the reverse scales were like knives, fierce and ferocious. Especially that bloody mouth, even an elephant could be swallowed at will. It was a real snake swallowing an elephant, without a hint of pretense. The venomous fangs in that bloody mouth were as long as an elephant's tusks and were incomparably sharp. It was obvious what would happen if one was bitten. Fang Han knew that the dark water kingsnake's fangs were 10 times better than the azure bone spur. If a heaven realm master could get his hands on it, he could place it in various formations and use his magic power to refine it into a flying sword of the treasure grade. How powerful would the dark water kingsnake be after it transformed into a flood dragon? Fang Han had only just gotten close to the Blackwater kingsnake, but he could already feel that the Blackwater kingsnake's magic power was more than double his own. After condensing his Xianxia, he already had the strength of 600 horses, but this Blackwater kingsnake already had over 1,000. If this Blackwater kingsnake learned the divine ability and condensed its vital energy, then it would enter the second tier of the true energy boundary like Fang Han. How strong would its magical power be? The strength of 3,000 horses? The strength of 5,000 horses. However, For a monster like the Blackwater Kingsnake, even if it entered the divine ability secret realm, it wouldn't have the chance to cultivate the divine ability unless it was taken in by the 5 demonic Dao sects. But before that, it would definitely be spied on by many cultivators. Entering the divine ability secret realm and becoming a monster was the most dangerous time. Without the protection of a sect, 7 or 8 out of 10 people would die. If the commotion was too big, it would attract too much attention. At this moment, the Blackwater Kingsnake in the middle of the storm seemed to have sensed the danger. It saw Fang Han and the others approaching, and its cries became sharper and more ferocious. Waves of spiritual energy were transmitted, creating all sorts of illusions, as if to scare away Fang Han, the witch, Long Xian, and the hidden spies. But it was useless. Masters of the divine ability secret realm did not care about illusions. And at this moment, the Blackwater Kingsnake was at the most critical moment of its transformation. It could not escape, nor could it give up halfway. Otherwise, its spiritual energy would collapse, and it would turn into a vegetable snake. Let's wait. Let's wait for this Blackwater Kingsnake to turn all its spiritual energy into spiritual power and transform into a flood dragon. Let's do it now. Should I intercept the spies in the dark, or should you do it? Long Xian suddenly parted the water curtain and moved closer to Fang Han. The witch used a concealment talisman, and the 3 of them disappeared into the water curtain storm. Their auras, voices, and bodies were completely hidden. Long Xian, what do you think? Fang Han asked. This Blackwater Kingsnake is very useful to you. I don't need it. Moreover, I've consumed a yin-yang longevity pill, increasing my lifespan by 600 years. I have plenty of time to cultivate slowly. You only have 10 years. You can't afford to waste any time. I'll help you intercept the spies in the dark. You wait for this Blackwater Kingsnake to transform into a flood dragon. The moment Long Xian appears, attack suddenly. Kill it and take it. Do you have a treasure that can take such a huge kingsnake? Long Xian's voice reached Fang Han's ears. She used her spiritual power to transmit her voice. Alright, I won't stand on ceremony. Witch, help Long Xian and guard against the spies in the dark. If I get anything good, you will benefit too. Hearing that Long Xian was willing to let him have the Blackwater Kingsnake, Fang Han did not stand on ceremony. Indeed, he needed a lot of resources to increase his strength. As for Long Xian, she could slowly cultivate. She still had a long way to go. From this, it could be seen that Long Xian was a sensible person. Alright. It's about to transform into a flood dragon. With a loud roar, Fang Han focused all his attention on the Blackwater Kingsnake. At this moment, the storm was even more violent. Waves of spiritual power were emitted from the Blackwater Kingsnake's body. On the head of this giant sea serpent, 2 large lumps bulged. Following that, a series of hard shells bulged. 2 coral-like horns that were more than 10 feet long grew out. At the same time, the spiritual power on the Blackwater Kingsnake's body dissipated. The tornado-like storm lost the support of its spiritual power and disappeared. Hundreds of thousands of pounds of seawater fell from the sky into the sea. It started to rain heavily. Now's the time. At this moment, Fang Han did not hesitate at all. With a grab of his hand, Wood Emperor's true chi surged out and turned into a huge green tree. It crashed into the Blackwater Kingsnake that had transformed into a flood dragon. Against a flood dragon, normal flying swords were useless. However, Fang Han's Green Emperor's Wood Emperor's skill could turn into a huge tree and knock out the flood dragon in one hit. It was perfect for dealing with such a huge creature. The speed of the huge green tree was extremely fast. Although it did not exceed the speed of sound, it covered the distance of tens of miles in the blink of an eye. It crashed heavily into the Blackwater Kingsnake's body. The flood dragon let out a tragic roar and fell into the sea. It shook its head, as if it was knocked out. It had just transformed into a flood dragon and did not know how to use its spiritual power. Moreover, it was extremely weak. Otherwise, with its rich spiritual power, Fang Han would not be able to defeat it even if they were to fight one-on-one. Would Emperor Silk, inescapable net? Seeing such a scene, Fang Han moved quickly. With his rich experience, he knew how to use his true chi. After the huge green tree knocked the Blackwater Kingsnake over, it suddenly turned into a huge net and enveloped it. How dare you take advantage of me? At this moment, a black shadow suddenly shot up from the surface of the sea not far away. Fang Han only felt the turbulence in the air. As the person flew, circles of milky white air appeared around him. It was a sonic boom. This was a strange scene where the speed surpassed the speed of sound and the sound was left behind. Frost Dragon. Long Xian had been waiting for this. Her Frost Dragon sword flew out and collided with the figure. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. The figure did not move much. He vaguely grabbed and slapped, and the Frost Dragon sword flew back. The figure was like a shadow. He was as fast as lightning and flashed in the air. He closed in on Long Xian and the witch and struck out two palms. Pop pop. The speed was too fast. Before Long Xian and the witch could react, they were hit by the two palms. They screamed and fell into the sea. The figure suddenly turned and pounced on Fang Han. Fang Han only saw that the figure was still a few miles away. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of earth chi had enveloped him. Oh no! He was at least an origin or a realm expert who had converted his true chi to earth chi. He did not expect to encounter the Black Waters Kingsnake on his first trip out. He was just about to reap some benefits. Instead, he was robbed by a powerful expert. He did not know if this luck was good or bad. Was it fate or bad luck? However, Fang Han did not have the time to think about this. The person who attacked him was too fast and too ferocious. Earth Chi was much more powerful than True Chi. The difference in strength was also many times greater. There was no way he could block this attack. Fang Han could not see the person's face clearly. He could only feel that the person was shrouded in a milky white airflow. The black shadow was swaying, and the sonic boom made his genuine chi unstable. His body felt like it was about to disintegrate. The power was immense and fierce, however, he wasn't like the witch or Long Xian. He was someone who had cultivated true energy, and he cultivated the Wood Emperor's true energy, a primordial divine ability. Furthermore, he cultivated the Yama's golden body. Naturally, he wouldn't fall so easily. Woo. Goo. Ba. Ma. Ha. Yeah. Ha. Ha. When the opponent's gang chi enveloped him, Fang Han used the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon. Mixed with his genuine chi, the notes collided with the opponent's gang chi and immediately blocked the gang chi that was covering him. The figure that was rushing over was blocked and paused for a moment. It seemed that he did not expect Fang Han to be able to use such a powerful musical assassination technique. The power of the 8 notes of the Heavenly Dragon increased exponentially with the depth of one's cultivation. Now that Fang Han had condensed the Wood Emperor's genuine chi, the syllables formed musical notes and formed 8 indistinct green dragons. It was no less powerful than any genuine chi spell. Crackle. The 8 blue dragons exploded on the person's body. The person's earth chi buzzed, and sparks flew. However, it did not shake the person's earth chi. However, Fang Han did not stop. He circulated his true chi and a green wooden stick appeared in his hand. He raised it higher than Tianyi and swung it down at the person's head. At this moment, the person stopped. Fang Han could see his face clearly. It was a middle-aged man in black. He had 3 strands of beard and a dark purple face. It seemed that he had been exposed to the sun for a long time, or he had cultivated some kind of strange skill. This middle-aged man in black had a gloomy face. His eyes were vicious and cold, and there was a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he was used to killing and robbing. He had been through hundreds of battles and had never failed to take someone's life. Hee hee. I have been guarding this Blackwater Kingsnake for a month, waiting for it to emerge from the deep sea and transform into a flood dragon. Who would have thought that you would come and snatch it from me? You deserve to die. After the person stopped, he did not stop. He sent out a stream of earth chi to block Fang Han's green true chi wooden stick. At the same time, he reached out his hand and a stream of milky white earth chi danced in the air. It turned into a demonic hand with a radius of half a mu and slammed down on the Blackwater Kingsnake. Pop. Millions of caddies of seawater were blasted away. Fang Han's net of true chi was also shattered by the slap. He lost control of the Blackwater Kingsnake. The Blackwater Kingsnake let out a shrill cry again. Its body wriggled and flew up with the water. Unfortunately, if this primordial mutant was not in a weakened state, it would not be afraid of any cultivators. Now, it was at the mercy of others. This person had severely injured the Blackwater Kingsnake. The giant hand grabbed the python's vital point and lifted it into the air. It seemed like he was going to take the python away. You want to leave after hurting someone? Feng Han saw that this person could use his mana to lift the python effortlessly. Although he was shocked, he would not let this person leave just like that. He did not know whether Long Xian and the witch were dead or alive. Feng Han was enraged by this person's sneak attack. This python was at least 10 to 20,000 caddies. With a loud roar, Feng Han took advantage of the moment when this person was subduing the Blackwater Kingsnake. He gathered 90% of his true chi in his mind and turned it into a sharp spiral. It was like the growth rings of a tree. It drilled out and went straight for the person's protective earth chi. This was a method of using true chi. It was also a move of the Verdant Emperor Wood Emperor skill. Using true chi in a high-speed spiral to drill in suddenly, it could break through defenses and was good at attacking. Although Feng Han could not say that he had mastered the Wood Emperor true chi to perfection, it was very pure. He could control it with a thought. Little thief. The middle-aged man in black sneered again with killing intent. How dare you show off your pitiful true chi in front of me, the island master of Suicide Island? I'll let you know that a superior skill can crush someone to death. Heavenly Dipper Death Palm. Even as he spoke, his protective Empyrean energy took shape. A milky white palm appeared. It was a very strange palm, with only 3 fingers that looked like the claws of a bird. The 3 fingers were covered with runes made of twisting Empyrean energy, which formed the word extermination. Break. Cripple. Bang. The protective earth chi clashed with Feng Han's Wood Emperor true chi again. Feng Han's true chi was shattered, but the middle-aged man in black was also forced back. He glided a few miles before stopping. Bam! The Blackwater Kingsnake that had been caught in the distance also fell back into the sea because of the gang chi of this Suicide Island master being slightly disrupted. What kind of true chi is this? It's of such high quality. The island master was stunned. Although he had used up a portion of his strength to lift the giant python, he was 1 level higher than Feng Han. The difference was like heaven and earth, but he was still forced back by Feng Han's true chi. It could be seen that Feng Han's true chi was a kind of miraculous art. In the fight just now, he had already felt the power of Feng Han's true chi. It was continuous, incomparably tough, dense, and vigorous. It was like the arrival of spring, vast and abundant. No matter how hard he tried, he could not disperse it. What Suicide Island master? I'm a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. You're just a small rogue cultivator, an evil cultivator. How dare you go against me, the Ascension Gate? Do you want to die? Feng Han roared with a sharp voice, but his true chi secretly condensed again. It circulated in his mind, preparing for the strongest attack. Disciple of the Ascension Gate. When the island master heard this, he was shocked. His expression was uncertain, as if he was afraid. No matter how powerful a rogue cultivator sect was, they had a lot of misgivings when facing a colossus like the 10 immortal sections. This was because killing one of them would definitely cause them to be hunted down endlessly. Just as the island master was stunned and weighing the pros and cons in his mind, Feng Han made his move. Yan. Do it. Feng Han called out to Yan in the Acheron map and set up a killing move. The green light collapsed and turned into a huge tree that ruthlessly pressed down. Yan was even faster. With a dragon's roar, countless Acheron's holy water and Oblivion's water turned into water arrows and water blades that covered the island master. As soon as the Oblivion's water came into contact with the island master's protective earth chi, it immediately corroded his spirit like acid. This caused the island master to let out a scream. Ever since Yan had awakened, he was equivalent to a second-tier true chi expert. After devouring the blazing golden mirror, his strength had increased again. Although he hadn't reached the 3rd-tier origin aura realm, he had cultivated the true chi of the Yellow Springs to its peak. The Yellow Springs Holy River's unruffled water was used to perfection. There was also a layer of insidious poison that specialized in eroding the mind and restraining all magic treasures and magical powers. Anyone who came into contact with it would be seriously injured and have their memories damaged. Moreover, Yen was hiding in the Yellow Springs diagram, taking advantage of the Suicide Island Master's unpreparedness to launch a sudden attack. He was a peerless assassin. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but once he made a move, he would definitely take someone's life. A mere Aura Realm cultivator dares to act like a tyrant. You actually call yourself Absolute Life? Today, I will let you know what Absolute Life is. Your Aura Chi is quite dense. Give it to me to refine pills. Refining it into pills will be a great tonic. Its effect is no less than that of the Blackwater Kingsnake. Under Yan's attack, the Oblivion's water invaded the other party's magic power, causing the Island Master to scream. However, he did not stop. His true chi revolved again, and under his control, the Oblivion's water changed into thousands of forms. Sometimes it turned into water blades, sometimes it turned into water swords, and then it turned into arrows, spears, crossbows, spears, axes, halberds, soft whips, iron hammers, and even ropes. In less than 3 breaths, the Island Master, who had come aggressively to kill and rob, was beaten to the point where he did not know where he was. His protective aura was on the verge of collapse, as if it was about to be shattered. Once the protective aura was shattered, it would be a dead end. This was because relying on one's physical body would only lead to death in the sea. If one did not get killed, one would drown. After a divine ability expert was deprived of his magic power, it was equivalent to losing his divine ability. Then, he would be a tiger without claws and fangs, no longer a threat. As Yen attacked, the series of methods he used caused people to gasp in amazement. When it came to the use of genuine qi, Feng Han was no match for Yen. Ah! What kind of true qi is this? How can it be so vicious? My brain. I don't care about the Ascension Gate anymore. Kill, 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 kill. When the Island Master was attacked, he immediately felt that the memories in his mind were damaged. His mind became blurry, as if he was about to become an idiot. Experts of the divine ability realm had a very accurate grasp of their minds. As soon as the Oblivion's true chi invaded, the Island Master felt it. He gritted his teeth and activated the strange skill he cultivated to stabilize his injuries and prevent the Oblivion's invasion. At the same time, he let out a wild roar and suddenly condensed his aura. With a shake, he broke out of the encirclement. He fiercely slashed 2 streams of aura at Feng Han and Yen, then turned around and flew into the distance. Bang! Bang! Feng Han activated the Wood Emperor skill, condensed a giant wood, and smashed the aura. Just as he was about to give chase, Yen stopped him. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Moreover, this person cultivated a kind of lesser magic, the Celestial Death skill. In the face of danger, he can kill himself and perish together with the enemy. However, he has been poisoned by the Oblivion and will become an idiot sooner or later. Unless an expert of the Immortality Secret Realm or the 9th or 10th level of the Divine Ability Realm saves him, it's impossible for him to save himself. Let's wait for a while and let his injuries flare up. Then, we'll find his lair and kill him. At the same time, we'll plunder his treasures. He must be an overseas rogue cultivator who cultivated to the Aura Chi realm alone. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. It's a waste not to take it. Well said, I have the same idea. Feng Han nodded, you go and collect the Blackwater Kingsnake. I'll go look for Long Xian and the witch. I don't know how they are. They shouldn't be dead, right? As he spoke, Yen had already flown out. At the same time, he controlled the Acheron map to cover the Blackwater Kingsnake on the surface of the sea. The snake that had transformed into a flood dragon was absorbed into the Acheron map and returned to Feng Han's skin, motionless. On the other hand, Feng Han used his true chi and flew towards where Long Xian and the witch fell into the water. Plop plop plop, plop plop plop, a series of bubbles emerged from the surface of the sea and formed a fountain of seawater. Long Xian grabbed the witch and stood on top of the fountain. When she saw Feng Han flying over, she was surprised. I didn't expect the Island Master of Suicide Island to spy on the Blackwater Kingsnake. Feng Han, you actually chased him away? I used the Ascension Gate's name and caught him off guard and successfully ambushed him. Feng Han looked at Long Xian and the witch and asked, "How are you guys? Are your injuries serious?" "It's alright, he just scattered my Fa and destroyed one of my totem robes." Long Xian shook her head, "But luckily I've cultivated the myriad water technique, so I'm like a fish in water in the sea. Otherwise, they would also suffer a calamity. After recovering my spiritual energy in the sea, I immediately came up and was about to help you when I saw the island master flying away. It's good that you're not injured." Feng Han also knew that Long Xian and the witch had defensive treasures on them and could not have been killed in one blow. Just now, their spiritual energy was scattered and they temporarily lost their divine abilities. "What about the Blackwater Kingsnake?" "I saw that the island master did not take the Blackwater Kingsnake with him when he flew away," Long Xian asked. Feng Han's eyes flashed. "I kept it." "So Feng Han, you have a treasure on you, a Dao artifact. No wonder you have the ambition to challenge senior brother Hua. No wonder you could defeat the island master in one blow." Long Xian was shocked at first but she slowly calmed down, "But this is Feng Han's secret. Don't worry. Long Xian will not say a word about it and will keep it a secret. If there is any news, I will never have any hope of reaching the immortal secret territory. To be able to create a space of its own and carry a huge creature like the Blackwater Kingsnake silently, even a treasure artifact could not do that. Only a legendary Dao artifact could do that. Even Princess Redjoy knew about this, not to mention the shrewd and knowledgeable Long Xian. This is nothing. Long Xian, you don't have to make such an oath. You and I are both disciples of the Ascension Gate. I gave you the Yin Yang longevity pill because I trust you. We came out to travel and go to dangerous places like the returning void. We are entrusting our lives to each other. Without trust, how can anything be done?" Feng Han waved his hand and changed the topic. "Oh right, you are very knowledgeable. Just now, you seem to be familiar with the island master? Do you know who he is?" Long Xian's face was completely calm. She did not talk about the fact that Feng Han had a Dao treasure with him. It was as if she had never seen it before and did not know about it. Now that she had said this, it was just right. Both of them were extremely shrewd people. They naturally knew how to handle the situation well. There are many independent cultivators overseas. There are hundreds and thousands of forces. However, this Suicide Island master has some reputation because this person is sinister and ruthless. He specializes in killing people and stealing their belongings. He is one of the notorious 40 Great Loose cultivator bandits overseas. In his early years, he once took a devil sect elder of the Heaven Jew sect as his master. Later on, because he killed his fellow disciples and stole their treasures, he was expelled from the devil sect. He fled overseas and became a loose cultivator. His Suicide Island is extremely secretive and no one knows where it is. 40 Great Bandits? Are they together? That's not it. It's a list made by some overseas rogue cultivators. They've listed out the 40 most vicious rogue cultivators in the overseas rogue cultivators and added them together. The Suicide Island master is ranked 38th. The witch listened to Feng Han and Long Xian's one-on-one answer and nodded. "I have heard of the 40 great bandits of the independent cultivators from overseas, but I have never seen anyone. However, if the Suicide Island master is ranked 3rd from the bottom, then how powerful is the great bandit ranked 1st? So he is an abandoned disciple of the demon sect. And he is alone." Feng Han said, "This time, he was injured by me and escaped. Since he is heavily injured, let's leave this place and find a secluded place to recuperate. I will refine the Blackwater Kingsnake and you will recover to your best condition. Then we will go and kill the island master. Take his life while he is injured." "Do you know where his island master is?" Long Xian hurriedly asked. "I am familiar with the sea, but I do not know where the island master is." "Of course I know. Because he is injured, I planted some of my aura." Feng Han knew that Yan Xian must have a tracking method. "Alright, let's leave this place." Long Xian nodded. "The Blackwater Kingsnake has just turned into a flood dragon and its aura is very strong. I am afraid that some people will come after smelling the aura. You have to know that people with great abilities can sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth from thousands of miles away. Let's go." Fang Han naturally knew how powerful it was. The three of them concealed themselves again and flew in another direction. After flying for 2,000 to 3,000 miles, they stopped and landed on an uninhabited island. This small island had a radius of a few dozen miles and the chi channels were sparse. It would not attract any cultivators and was a good place to stay. After landing, Fang Han sent a trace of his spiritual power into the Acheron map. He saw the black water kingsnake floating on the Acheron River. It was in a daze and had turned into a plant snake. However, it was not dead and its spiritual power was still there. Xianxia? How do we refine this guy? I have a method. I don't know if you are willing to take the risk. My Acheron evil sect has a demonic technique called grafting flowers on trees. It can graft spiritual power, but it requires the art of oblivion and someone who has cultivated the golden body of Yama. Now, we have both. What's grafting flowers on trees? Fang Han was confused. It is to transfer the spiritual power of this black water kingsnake to your body. After this black water kingsnake turned into a flood dragon, its spiritual power is at least 1,500 horses worth of spiritual power. I will transfer all this spiritual power to you. However, the success rate is not high. If it is not done well, the spiritual power will not be balanced and you will go berserk. Your spiritual power will go berserk and your entire body will explode. You will explode into blood. However, your golden body of Yama is very strong. Ordinary experts with the art of Yama would not be able to withstand the torture and explode. Because you can withstand it, I can barely give it a try. Moreover, I have already used the art of oblivion to erase all of this flood dragon's memories. It will not resist at all. Without the art of oblivion to erase all of its memories, if it struggles a little, your body will explode and you will die during the grafting process. Yan said solemnly. Let's do it. If we don't take the risk, we won't have any fortuitous encounters. It is impossible for me to defeat Hua Tiandu in 10 years. 1 year has already passed and it is getting closer and closer. What am I afraid of? Fang Han immediately made the decision, transferring spiritual power, grafting flowers on trees. Transferring all of the black water kingsnake's spiritual power to Fang Han's body, Fang Han's spiritual power was currently at most equivalent to 600 horses. If the transfer was successful, it would be 3 times stronger. Close to 2,000, in terms of spiritual power. Experts in the true Qi realm or even the Aura Qi realm would be invincible. Is there really such a miraculous technique in this world? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to cleanse every transcendent realm expert's mana with the water of oblivion and transfer it to myself? If that's the case, wouldn't I be invincible if I killed a few more experts and continuously transferred their mana? After Fang Han agreed, he hesitated for a moment. It was not that he regretted it, but that the transcendent realm technique was too ridiculous and unbelievable. It was beyond the common sense of cultivation. If he could refine the dark water kingsnake's mana into the blue sky pill after killing it and slowly increase his strength, he could understand. However, it was impossible for him to transfer all of his magical power to her. Mana was the same as physical strength. For example, if you killed a tiger, you could eat its meat and drink its bone soup to replenish your nutrients and increase your strength. This was normal. However, if you wanted to kill a tiger and transfer its physical strength to your own body, that was simply impossible. Mana transfer is a miraculous technique of the Acheron sect? However, it's not that easy. After you transfer it, you'll know. I guarantee that you won't risk your life to test it a second time. Perhaps this time, you might explode and die due to the clash of different mana. Furthermore, at the end of the cultivation, transferring arcane energy would be of no use. Which of the 9th and 10th levels of the Transcendent Secret Realm did not have the power of 1,000,000 horses? Immortal Realm experts were even more immeasurable. Moving mountains and filling seas was a piece of cake for them. What was the use of transferring mana after killing a few people? Risking your life for a small profit? Making enemies? Carrying the name of bloodthirsty? Moreover, they did not have the water of oblivion. Moreover, the higher the level of the transcendent realm, the deeper the mana imprint, and the harder it is to transfer. If this dark water kingsnake had cultivated to the true Qi realm, it would not be possible to transfer it. Otherwise, the clash of different types of true qi will definitely kill you. This kind of Dao technique is only used to lay the foundation, to speed up, and to gamble with one's life. Yan's tone became very serious. If you've really made up your mind, then get rid of all distracting thoughts and listen to my true qi circulation chant. If you make a mistake, you'll definitely die. Also, your success rate this time is 50 to 50. In my opinion, if you don't take the risk, you have no chance of defeating Hua Tiandu. Also, going to the return to void is very dangerous. If you don't raise your strength, I'm afraid you'll die there. When Feng Han heard Yan's words, he naturally understood. Cultivation is actually the same as doing business. The more capital you have, the more you earn. Hua Tiandu's capital is too high. Just casually cultivating and refining pills is equivalent to several years of my bitter cultivation. Without taking risks, it's impossible to catch up to him. Don't tell me you know so well. Sometimes, you're even smarter than me. I won't say anything else. Let's begin. Yan also admired Feng Han's decisiveness. Even if he didn't fight, he would still die. If he fought, there would still be a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, the method of circulating true qi was transmitted to Feng Han's mind. As Feng Han listened, he diverted some of his attention and said to Long Xian and the witch beside him, "I'm cultivating a minor Dao technique now. Please help me guard the technique and prevent others from disturbing me." "That's not a problem. Anyway, my dermic powers have already recovered. You can cultivate as much as you want." Long Xian changed the frost dragon sword in her hand slightly, turning it into a stream of water vapor and covering the area. The witch didn't nag and followed Feng Han's instructions. Now that she was under Feng Han's control, she had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, Long Xian was also watching her from the side. When Feng Han saw Long Xian's mystique, he nodded his head. It was a type of water ripple concealment technique. This concealment technique would be easily discovered on land, but it was extremely convenient in the sea as it blended in perfectly with the surroundings. "I'm going to start cultivating now. I can't be disturbed." After saying that, Feng Han closed his eyes and the dermic powers in his body surged. Then, they were all absorbed into his mind. A pained expression appeared on his face, as if he had entered a state of cultivation. "Why are you acting like this? You haven't started cultivating yet, right?" Yan noticed Feng Han's state and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Humph. I can't let my guard down. Long Xian knows that I have a Dao artifact on me. With such a huge temptation, it's hard to guarantee that she won't have any evil thoughts. Although we're all disciples of the Ascension Gate and can't kill each other, but on this deserted island, there's no one around. Once she kills me and swallows the Dao artifact, no one will know that I've died in the returning void. The reason why I'm acting like this is to cultivate and enter a state of cultivation is to see how this Long Xian is like. To think that you're the dragon vein of the Acheron River. You don't know the slightest bit of treachery in the human heart." Feng Han said coldly, "This time, if Long Xian can gain my trust, then I'll be at ease to enter the returning void with her. If she does anything strange this time, I'll have to be more careful." "Feng Han, you're really something." At this point, Yan Yi couldn't help but admire Feng Han's meticulousness. He could even squeeze oil out of a rock. At this time, he still had to be wary of his fellow disciples. Next, Feng Han pretended to channel his spiritual power. His entire body was drenched in sweat. One look and anyone could tell that he was in a highly tense state of cultivation. Actually, it was all an act. After more than 2 hours, Long Xian was still sitting cross-legged and alert. There was no movement at all. Feng Han gradually let go of his worries and began to cooperate with Yan Yi to use the grafting technique. He wasn't too worried about Long Xian. After all, they were all disciples of the Ascension Gate. Moreover, they were all direct disciples. If they killed each other, the punishment would be death. Moreover, Yan Yi wasn't unprepared. The witch and Long Xian also restrained each other. However, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Now that he was pretending to cultivate, he could test if Long Xian had any evil intentions. He could see if she would suddenly attack for the temptation of a Dao artifact. A Dao artifact was a treasure of legends. Even the Sun and Moon pentagram bracelet wasn't a Dao artifact. Among the 5 direct disciples, other than Hua Tiandu, the other 4 probably didn't have many Dao artifacts. According to various worlds, when a Dao artifact was born, it would cause a bloodbath. Even the experts of the Immortal Secret Realm would fight for it. Immortal Secret Realm experts wouldn't fight for normal bejeweled artifacts, lest they embarrass themselves. However, a Dao artifact was different. Looks like Long Xian doesn't have any evil intentions. After all, unless he's an extremely vicious, heartless, and ruthless person who has received great kindness from you and is a core disciple of the same sect, he wouldn't be so ungrateful. Yan nodded. Let's begin. Shifting flowers and trees, shifting the stars, transforming the power into reform. Turn. Suddenly, half of Yan's true qi rushed into Fang Han's body, while the other half rushed into the body of the Blackwater Kingsnake, who had turned into an idiot. He was like an axle that connected the 2 wheels of Fang Han and the Blackwater Kingsnake. Rumble. After Yan Yi communicated with the Blackwater Kingsnake, Fang Han's mind shook violently. The Blackwater Kingsnake's spiritual power kept flowing into him. When the foreign spiritual power came into contact with his qi, it was like gunpowder meeting fire, exploding. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the grafting technique would actually be so dangerous. Pfft. Blood flowed out of his orifices, and his body felt like it was going to explode into a pile of minced meat. His head felt like it was going to explode. The explosion wasn't the only one. There was a chain reaction. Fang Han knew that this was the most critical moment. If the foreign spiritual power and his qi caused a chain reaction, it would be like a fire burning down the forest. There was no way to stop it. Grafting spiritual power, 49 transformations, grand divination, 1 origin mystical use, Yama's way, endure and remain motionless, Xitigarbha secret door, divine ability door open, rivers into the sea, magnanimity. At this moment, Fang Han forgot all the pain in his body. All of his consciousness turned into a single thought. Magnanimity, rivers into the sea, magnanimity. Using the true energy of the flower grafting technique, he formed a portal that constantly absorbed the magical power, suppressing the chain reaction, and devouring the magical power of the heterogeneous magical power. Streams of magical power were actually absorbed into his true energy, where they were scattered and melted. There was no conflict at all. They became his own spiritual power. The divine ability of grafting flowers onto trees was indeed extraordinary and had its own unique uses. At this moment, Fang Han's body was filled with qi. He was like a balloon, floating in the air. He was also discovered by Long Xian and the Demoness. Long Xian and the Demoness widened their eyes. They didn't know what Fang Han was doing. How did this happen? What kind of divine ability is he cultivating? I've seen a lot, but I've never seen this before. What kind of divine ability is he cultivating? What if something goes wrong and his body explodes? If the sect investigates, I won't be able to escape responsibility. Long Xian was also very nervous. If something happened to Fang Han, she would be investigated. She was indebted to Fang Han. If Fang Han suddenly died on an adventure with her, it would be hard for her to bear the consequences. Even the slightest bit of gossip would be unpleasant. Similarly, if she died, the Ascension Gate would also investigate Fang Han. True disciples were different from inner and outer sect disciples. If an outer sect disciple died, it would be nothing. They could still cover it up. But if an inner sect disciple died, all the elders would be furious. Even the sect leader would be shocked. After all, there were only 100 or so true disciples in the sect. One death was one less. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, a series of explosions sounded. They came from Fang Han's body. With each explosion, Fang Han spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that his meridians were broken. Oh no! Long Xian was shocked. However, Fang Han suddenly opened his eyes. His body, which had swelled up like a balloon, had completely disappeared. His eyes shone brightly like never before. He opened his mouth and exhaled. Like a hurricane, it blew the big rocks on the deserted island into the sky. What a strong aura! He has the strength of at least 2,000 horses. Long Xian was shocked. The witch was even more shocked. Impossible, impossible. How could he suddenly increase his dermic powers by so much? Feng Han had finally succeeded in grafting. How is it? Feng Han, do you want to try it a second time? How does it feel to dissolve a foreign dermic power? This is because the Blackwater Kingsnake has just turned into a dragon and has new dermic powers. The imprint is not deep yet. Yan teased. Did I finally succeed? I thought that the explosion just now had blown me to smithereens. Feng Han woke up. He felt the dermic powers in his body surging like waves. They were strong and powerful. With a slight movement, they vibrated like steel. He knew that he had successfully grafted and obtained all of the Blackwater Kingsnake's dermic powers. At the last moment, he had completely forgotten himself. The only feeling he had was that his mind had exploded. All his consciousness had been blown to pieces. He thought he was finished. He did not expect to succeed. This was half due to luck. Only now did he feel the danger of grafting. He did not want to try it a second time. Because he could not guarantee that he would be lucky every time, he could only take the risk once. If he took the risk every time, there would definitely be problems and he would die. The clash of foreign dermic powers was too dangerous. Once it exploded, not only would his body turn to dust, even his consciousness would be blown to pieces. It could be said that he would never be able to reincarnate. With my current dermic powers, I can fight with the Suicide Island Master. What's more, he's heavily injured. This time I will search his house and wipe out his entire family. He is one of the 40 great bandits overseas. He must have killed many people and stolen many things. Otherwise, he would not have earned this title. If I don't make this windfall, when will I? Yen, you should be able to sense this guy's lair. Of course I can sense it. The man and the flood dragon communicated with each other spiritually. The Blackwater Kingsnake still has a shell, but its blood essence is still abnormally strong. Its skin, teeth, and horns are all materials to make good spirit artifacts, or even treasured artifacts. Its blood essence can be used to refine at least 300 flood dragon blood pills, and the quality is far above the blood pills refined by the white-haired flying zombie. After all, this Blackwater Kingsnake is a foreign species and has transformed into a flood dragon. The quality of its blood must not be too good. One pill is equivalent to dozens of ordinary blood pills. In this way, those Azuras will have enough food to fight and kill for me. Feng Han once again circulated his true qi throughout his body, clearing his bones and recuperating his internal organs. He floated in the air and let out 2 loud laughs. Although the Suicide Island Master was a realm higher than him, he might still have the upper hand in a one-on-one fight. He would definitely not be afraid of this person. As one of the 40 bandits, his lair must be rich in resources, and he was heavily injured. Feng Han could not help but feel excited. Let's go. Feng Han was the first to fly up. Where are we going? Long Xian saw that Feng Han was fine and energetic, and heaved a sigh of relief. How did your dermic powers increase so much? I just learned a new mystique. Let's go to the Suicide Island Master's house. Alright, as long as we can find the Suicide Island, we must kill this person. You must know that the Wangue Immortal Island has a bounty for the capture of the 40 bandits. Long Xian also flew up and immediately responded. After we kill the Suicide Island Master, we can go to the Wangue Immortal Island to get the reward. The Wangue Immortal Island was also one of the 10 Immortal Dao sections. It was a powerful force and was the overlord of the ocean. However, for the thousands of wandering cultivators, the ocean was billions of miles wide, and they could not manage it all, nor could they unify the ocean. Even the giant of the Immortal Dao, the supergiant Tai Gate, could not supervise all the wandering cultivators in the ocean. One must know that there were some dangerous places in the ocean that hid very powerful people. This was especially true in the depths of the void reversion, where there were countless alternate dimensions and worlds. There were even devil gods among the heaven devils. Because of this, good and bad people mixed together, and cultivators like Suicide Island Lord and the 40 bandits appeared. Of course, many of the cultivators in the ocean were very kind and focused on cultivation. There were all kinds of strange things in the ocean. Feng Han's encounter with the Blackwater Kingsnake and the sneak attack of the Suicide Island Master were just the tip of the iceberg. This kind of thing could happen all the time in every corner of the ocean. Fang Han, Long Xian, and the witch all flew up. Now Fang Han's spiritual power was as strong as 4 true energy realm experts. In order not to delay the journey, he waved his hand and 2 streams of Wood Emperor's true qi wrapped around each other. He spurted out his true qi and flew forward. But as he flew forward, Fang Han also used a few concealment talismans to hide his sound, air flow, and body. The concealment talisman was a talisman that could make one invisible. As long as one was a master of the divine arcana realm, they could refine it. However, it required a lot of materials, such as the scattered light stone. Fang Han did not have so much time to search for materials, but Long Xian had a lot of them. Some of the outer and inner disciples of the Ascension Gate would go underground to collect these ores and contribute them to the sect, and they would be rewarded with elixirs. The hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Ascension Gate all went to collect them, and their inventory was very rich. Although Fang Han's flying speed was fast, he could not exceed the speed of sound. This was because he had not cultivated Gang Qi. But now that his spiritual power was much stronger, he could travel much faster. He did not need to rest every few thousand miles, and he could still fight even if he flew tens of thousands of miles. This way, turn west, turn south, turn north. Yan kept pointing out directions in Fang Han's mind, looking for the lair of the Suicide Island Master. After flying for thousands of miles and turning left and right, about 4 hours later, the sky gradually darkened. The stars rose, and the sea of starlight was bright and peaceful. At this time of the year, we should be sailing on the sea, drinking wine, and admiring the stars in the sky. That should be a wonderful thing. But now that we're going to kill and rob, it's a little wasteful and spoil sport. Long Xian lamented. It's good to kill when the moon is dark, and good to set fire when the wind is high. Of course, such a starry night is not suitable for killing. But that's what bandits do. We're here to exterminate demons, Fang Han said in a low voice. It's right in front. Yan coldly transmitted his thoughts. Fang Han immediately condensed his true qi in his eyes and expanded them. Instantly, the scenery in the distance was vivid in his eyes. On the sea, there was a long canyon, filled with black gas. He did not know how long and winding it was. Around the canyon, there were fierce reefs and dangerous shoals. It seemed to be a natural maze. At a glance, he could not tell how big it was. This canyon is dangerous. Long Xian also saw this canyon. It was filled with killing intent, and she could not help but gasp. The Suicide Island Master is hiding in this canyon. We must be careful when we go in, lest we fall into an ambush. Fang Han did not hesitate, and flew into the canyon with Witch and Long Xian. After flying into the canyon for a while, 7 or 8 male and female cultivators wearing 8 trigrams purple gold robes suddenly flew over. Most of these cultivators had Dharma treasures. They did not use their Dharma powers to fly because they had not cultivated Dharma powers. In other words, they had not stepped into the divine arcana realm. If Long Xian was here, she would definitely recognize the 8 trigrams purple gold robes. This symbol was only worn by the disciples of the number 1 sect of the Immortal Tao, the Tai Gate. Senior Brother Zhang. This is the Evil Spirits Canyon? The Suicide Island Master, ranked 38th among the 40 bandits, is hiding here? Then we'll be able to slay demons and exterminate devils. How great of a merit would that be? How many pills and Dharma treasures can we exchange for a huge merit on the sect's merit list? A disciple asked the leader of the group. That's right. If we kill this Suicide Island Master and bring his corpse back to the sect, we'll be able to obtain great merit. With this merit, I can be promoted to a true disciple. The leader, Senior Brother Zhang, smiled coldly and emitted a trace of magic power from his body. He was actually an expert in the divine realm. Among the 8 Tai Gate disciples, Senior Brother Zhang was the only one in the divine realm. However, he didn't use magic power to fly and still relied on magic treasures. Obviously, his magic power cultivation wasn't deep enough, and he hadn't cultivated true qi. However, he was still an inner disciple of the Tai Gate after cultivating the divine realm. It could be seen how difficult it was to become a true disciple of the Tai Gate and how powerful Tai was. Rumor has it that the Suicide Island Master has cultivated to the 3rd level of the divine realm. He can fly extremely fast and has cultivated the Heavenly Dipper Death Hand. He can kill people with one blow. Although we've gathered the 8 trigrams mystic heaven formation, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him. A disciple said worriedly. Don't worry, we won't be the vanguard. This time, Wangui Immortal Island has issued the strictest hunting order for the 40 bandits in history. The sect master of Wangui Immortal Island has already issued a decree, ordering all the rogue cultivators on the ocean to encircle and annihilate the 40 bandits. Senior brother Zhang chuckled. The 40th and 39th ranked bandits were killed not long ago. Now, they're targeting the Suicide Island master. It's just that ordinary people can't find the location of the Suicide Island. However, I know it's in this evil spirit gorge. I've secretly notified the people of the 5-island alliance of the Nightless Island, Floating Island, Turtle Island, Spirit Pearl Island, and Rainflower Island. Once they receive the news, they'll definitely come to kill him. I think they should arrive in an hour. 5-island alliance? It's just a small rogue cultivator circle. What can they do? Only the Nightless Island master has some divine power. A disciple snorted. These rogue cultivators had a fortuitous encounter and stepped into the divine realm. However, they'll never have the chance to cultivate true chi because there's no way to cultivate true chi. Ordinary experts, if they had a fortuitous encounter and cultivated for decades, they could step into the divine realm. However, without the cultivation method of the divine ability secret realm, he would never be able to convert his magical power into Jin Qi, and could only go around in circles at the first level. The cultivation method of the magical realm was basically only available to a few major sects, or it was recorded in ancient books. The island master of Suicide Island had originally cultivated in the demonic sect's Heavenly End sect, which was why he was able to cultivate Gang Qi. The Nightless Island has been doing quite well recently. This time, they even managed to invite a disciple of the Ascension Gate. Furthermore, he even pulled some strings and sent his son to the Ascension Gate to become an inner disciple. The rogue cultivators in this area don't dare to offend him. Senior brother Zhang licked his lips. I've already learned that some disciples of the Ascension Gate are already guests on Nightless Island. If they heard that the Suicide Island master was in the Evil Ghost Gorge, they would definitely come. Let them take the lead and fight to the death with Suicide Island. Then, we will kill them. Borrow the enemy's strength to fight back. That's right. Senior brother Zhang is right. We can also pay attention to the disciples of the Ascension Gate. What exactly is the situation like? The Ascension Gate has recently produced many talents and has gradually threatened the position of our Tai Gate. If this continues, it will be greatly detrimental to our Tai Gate's plan to establish the Immortal Tao and use merit to determine the Immortal Tao in the world. Didn't Master specifically instruct us to pay close attention to the Ascension Gate when we came out to travel this time? A disciple said calmly. Using merit to determine the Immortal Tao in the world is a great undertaking set by the sect master and many immortal supremacies. Right now, the cultivators in the world are a mix of crooks and dragons. They use strength to dominate everything, causing many arrogant people. We must give the cultivators in the world a set of rules and laws to restrain them. Once the laws are violated, a calamity will immediately descend. This is enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Another disciple made a solemn vow. By completing this unprecedented immortal undertaking, our Tai Gate will truly be in charge of the Immortal Tao and lead the group of immortals, which is also the Heavenly Court. This is the common goal of us Tai Gate disciples. Junior brother Zhang, let's work together. Senior brother Zhang's expression was solemn. Let's not enter the evil spirit gorge for now. Let's wait for the 5-island alliance and the disciples of the Ascension Gate to come. Let's go and hide. I have a heaven evasion talisman here. It's a precious artifact that Master bestowed to me before he left. As long as we use it, experts below the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm will not be able to find any trace of us. As he spoke, senior brother Zhang solemnly took out a jade talisman from his bosom. This jade talisman was inlaid with 5 different colors of gold, purple gold, azure gold, white gold, and black gold. They were cast into talisman records and patterns. Powerful magic power was emitted from it. In an instant, the 8 Tai Gate disciples all disappeared without a trace. The power of this spiritual talisman was indeed of the highest quality among precious artifacts. The few of them hid their bodies. After the time it took for 2 to 3 incense sticks to burn, there was a faint whistling sound from the horizon. There were many figures, and the wind howled. It was actually a large group of people flying over together. Among them, the most eye-catching one was a golden rainbow. It shone through the sky. As it flew at a low altitude, it caused a gust of wind to plow a deep gully in the sea. This power was at least the galloping force of a few hundred horses. This golden rainbow was actually the wishful golden smoke, a treasure that had been refined by Pan Wu's great strength mystique. This evil spirit gorge is really too long. It's like a maze inside. At this moment, Fang Han and Wich Long Xian had already entered the evil spirit gorge. This evil spirit gorge was very deep. Once they flew in, they were surrounded by black fog. There were tall reefs, valleys, and roaring waves everywhere. Humph. No matter how cunning the Suicide Island Master is, he can't escape from my tracking senses. He used lesser mastery magic to set up illusions everywhere, merging with the surrounding mountains and reefs. He also used many magical treasures to cover it up. He might be able to fool experts below the heaven realm, but how can he fool me? Yan and Fang Han communicated telepathically. Then, they flew to a hidden reef and a whirlpool of seawater. This place was about 2 to 3,000 mu in radius. It was like a small lake, with torrential currents in the middle. There were a few reefs that were as hard as iron. Black fog filled the air, water vapor boiled, and the sea roared. It was a breathtaking sight. This is the place. Blast it with your true qi. All right. Fang Han circulated his true qi and pushed out with his palm. A huge green tree appeared out of nowhere and slammed into the whirlpool of reefs. Pop, pop. Pop. This time it did not hit the sea. Instead, it was blocked by an invisible force. Then, circles of black fog were dispersed. The whirlpool of seawater completely disappeared. It was a small island, and on the island there was a palace. A palace that was glittering with jewels. On it was written, Suicide Island. Suicide Palace. If this Suicide Palace was placed in the secular world, it would be equivalent to the mansion of a governor's office. It could be considered magnificent and magnificent. However, in the eyes of an immortal sect, this palace was a little small and did not have the atmosphere of an immortal. However, this was in line with the identity of the island master as a rogue cultivator. How could a rogue cultivator have the time and energy to build a palace that was hundreds or thousands of miles in radius? The residences of rogue cultivators were a little small. They could not be compared to a giant immortal sect like the Ascension Gate. Outside the palace, there were no great formations or forbidden spells. This was because setting up a great formation required an expert above the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm. Only those in the Transcendent Realm could communicate with the Transcendent Realm and comprehend the sun, moon, stars, grass, wood, feng shui, and the rise and fall of the tides. Only then could they occasionally combine all kinds of magic power and circulate it, increasing its power by thousands of times. The island master had not reached this realm. Otherwise, Fang Han would have been killed by him long ago. It was also because of this that the island master seemed to be hiding very well, but he was blasted out of his original form by Fang Han's Wood Emperor True Qi. If there was a protective formation around him, Fang Han would not even be able to break it. Rumble. Rumble. Once he was in his original form, Fang Han could vaguely sense the aura of mana coming from the depths of the Palace of Life Ending. He smiled coldly and waved his hand. Suddenly, 5 streams of green gas shot out from his fingertips and turned into 5 giant logs in the air. They fell from the sky and smashed down viciously, destroying a few houses. Although these houses were decorated with jewels, they were all made of ordinary gold, silver, and pearls. They were priceless in the secular world, but they were of no use to cultivators. Fang Han did not feel that it was a pity to destroy the pearls and gold on these houses. Gold and silver in the secular world were generally useless to cultivators. Firstly, they could not buy pills, and secondly, they could not buy magic weapons or spirit weapons. Gold and silver could only be used occasionally for refining pills. The most powerful country in the world, the Dashuan Empire under the Tai Gate, used money, not gold and silver, but a kind of black and yellow money. This kind of money was the currency used by cultivators. However, more than half of the cultivators' transactions were through bartering. Ah. You're not a ghost, but you actually found this life-ending island. After Feng Han destroyed many palaces, the life-ending island master could no longer sit still. He suddenly flew out from his most hidden alchemy room. Together with him was a cauldron-shaped house. Upon closer inspection, this cauldron-shaped house was actually a pill furnace, yes, a cauldron the size of a house. Although this cauldron was not as big as Callan's cauldron, it was not small. It was incomparably powerful. Aura Qi swirled around it and the airflow vortex brought about fierce wind. It seemed to be faintly glowing. It was unknown what kind of metal it was made of. A powerful medicinal aura and magic power fluctuations were transmitted from the cauldron. It was as if thousands of fierce horses were trampling and shaking. At first glance, this cauldron was a precious cauldron. A precious cauldron. Heavens! No wonder this life-ending island master, an itinerant cultivator, was able to cultivate to the third level of the transcendent power realm and cultivate aura qi. So it was because he had a precious cauldron like this. They are both precious cauldrons, but cauldrons are the rarest. A precious cauldron can be exchanged for 100 precious cauldrons, flying swords, and dermic robes. Long Xian cried out. There were gurgling sounds coming from the depths of her throat, as if she was choking on her saliva. She was so shocked. What was the most important thing for a cultivator? It was not flying swords, dermic robes, and even more so not all kinds of treasures. It was a cauldron. Cultivators were born by consuming medicinal pills. Powerful strength and stamina required pure medicinal pills to replenish such a huge amount of energy and nutrition. Medicinal pills were food. Those who consumed them would not grow old. It was because of this that cauldrons were the most important thing for cultivators. Cauldrons were like ordinary people's land. When ordinary people had land, they could grow food, refine silkworms, and weave cloth. Eating and wearing clothes were not a problem. When cultivators had cauldrons, they could produce medicinal pills, refine countless flying swords, and even refine their own physical dermic powers. Many Dao techniques needed to be cultivated in cauldrons. For example, Feng Han's Yama's golden body also needed to be cooked in a cauldron. With a precious cauldron, a cultivator could be said to have a guarantee. Long Xian's current cauldron was also a spirit weapon. It was already very impressive. Feng Han's cauldron was even worse. It was still a dermic weapon. Fortunately, he had the Acheron map, the Forgotten Love Water, and Yen, the pill refinement master. He did not lack medicinal pills. In fact, most of the direct disciples of the Ascension Gate had cauldrons that were spirit weapons. There were less than 10 precious cauldrons. Only Dongling Shao, West Callan, South Wanro, North Yaoguang, and a few other direct disciples with high cultivation levels had them. It was also because of their fortuitous encounters that they obtained precious cauldrons that their cultivation levels improved by leaps and bounds. Hua Tiandu's cauldron was a Dao weapon used by Pan Wu Celestial Lord. That was why his dermic powers were so high. Among all kinds of magic treasures, pill furnaces were the most difficult to refine. They required the combination of many formations, such as filtering formations, controlling true fire, gathering heavenly fire, earthly fire, thunderous fire, wood fire, metal fire, and so on. There were also formations for dividing medicinal ingredients, formations for adjusting air flow, formations for adjusting medicinal properties, and all kinds of musical formations. Because medicinal pills had spirituality, when refining pills, they could be infused with beautiful music to enhance their spiritual effects. There were also exorcism arrays. Because the pills were refined, the invisible sky demon would come and destroy them. There were all kinds of arrays. If it was a Dao weapon cauldron, it could even control the changes in time and space within the cauldron. An ordinary cauldron contained at least a few dozen arrays, and at most hundreds or thousands of arrays. As for flying swords and dermic robes, the arrays were already impressive. For example, the supreme-grade spiritual weapon, Sonic Demonic Saber, had a sound-killing array on it, which increased the speed of the saber. If they were both spiritual weapons and treasured weapons, 100 flying swords and 100 dermic robes couldn't compare to a cauldron of the same level. Cauldrons were the kings of dermic treasures. The value of a cultivator mainly depended on his cauldron. A good cauldron meant that his cultivation level was definitely high. This was proof of success. Many dermic treasures were refined in cauldrons. Now that the island master of Suicide Island flew out with a treasured cauldron, it was obvious that his cultivation level could cultivate earth energy. A good cauldron meant that the quality of the pills refined was high, and the cultivation level would also rise. What a treasured cauldron! This is great. The Acheron map is only suitable for refining pills with water techniques, and I can't use many of my techniques. With this treasured cauldron, I can use fire techniques to refine pills. You can even throw 10 azuras into the cauldron to cultivate and let them become one with the flying swords. It's even more powerful. Your Yama golden body can also be improved. At this moment, Yen also roared excitedly. Kill. Kill, kill. I don't care about anything else, but I must obtain the island master's treasured cauldron. The benefits are too great. Good. Would Emperor True Chi sword? Feng Han didn't hesitate and released his True Chi, transforming it into millions of green wood divine swords. They shot out, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they slashed towards the island master. Kill. At this moment, the island master also knew that it was extremely dangerous. The earth energy on his body circulated and transformed into the heavenly dipper hand. Palm shadows filled the sky and fiercely collided with Feng Han's Wood Emperor True Chi sword. Clang. Clang. Clang, clang. True Chi and earth energy collided and exploded in the air at the same time. It was as if millions of fireworks had been set off. A large part of the magnificent divine palace of suicide below had collapsed, and the fragments of gold, silver, and jewelry flew everywhere. Feng Han let out a muffled groan as he glided in the air for more than 10 feet before stabilizing. As for the island master, he actually glided back for more than 300 feet before crashing into his own treasured cauldron. Only then did he stop. In the head-on clash between the two, Feng Han actually had the upper hand. The moment Feng Han attacked, he had the strength of 2,000 horses galloping. His power was unparalleled. All of the Dark Waters Kingsnake's magic power, coupled with his own magic power, was enough to suppress an expert of the earth energy realm. Furthermore, the quality of his Wood Emperor True Chi was extraordinarily high, giving him an advantage. How did your magic power increase by so much? The island master said in shock. Demon, die. The answer was Long Xian's Frost Dragon sword. The cold air was deep, and a large amount of seawater was frozen into ice. The island master's body was also frozen by a thick wall of ice, and his movements were obstructed. Ice Spirit Godly Thunder. Now that Long Xian had cultivated a mystique, it was much more powerful than when she was fighting with Feng Han. She could use the Frost Dragon sword to its fullest potential. The Frost Dragon sword transformed into a Frost Dragon. It opened its mouth and spat out a series of white Ice Spirit Godly Thunder. In the midst of the explosion, the island master's earth energy was almost dispersed. When she was fighting for the Dark Waters Kingsnake, she had been ambushed by the island master and was almost injured. Now that she wanted revenge, how could she hold back? 5 Hell's Royal Cauldron Great Cauldron. Seeing that the situation was not good, the island master roared. The cauldron that was the size of a house behind him suddenly spun. 5 flames shot out from the cauldron, and upon contact with the ice, it immediately exploded. Thunder from a clear sky. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky fell and the earth cracked, all the layers of ice were blown to pieces. The Frost Dragon sword screamed from the explosion and flew back into Long Xian's hands. Long Xian let out a muffled groan as she flashed behind Feng Han. This time, she was prepared and was not injured. Ha 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 ha. I have the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron in my hands. Do you think you can do anything to me? Enter the cauldron. Impenetrable by all evils. The Suicide Island master roared as his body moved, intending to enter the cauldron. It turned out that this cauldron was called the 5 Hells Imperial Cauldron. Dream on. Feng Han's body moved as his True Chi boiled. The True Chi that covered the sky condensed again and turned into an extremely small needle that flickered with a clear light. It was hard to look at it directly. Heavenly Wood God Needle. Whoosh, the tiny Heavenly Wood Divine Needle reached the Suicide Island master's body in a flash. It pierced through the island master's true chi and penetrated his body. Feng Han had used the heavenly wood god needle to cultivate the true chi of the wood god emperor. All the heavenly wood chi on the heavenly wood god needle had been absorbed by him, but he could also condense true chi at any time and imitate it again. Now, he had condensed the true chi of the wood god emperor into the heavenly wood god needle and shot it out. The force was concentrated to the extreme. Taking advantage of the moment when the island master exploded the ice and was unable to replenish his energy, he killed him in a single blow. The opportunity was perfectly grasped. Ah! The island master let out a miserable scream as he watched the heavenly wood god needle pierce into his body. He wanted to wrap it with his true chi and force it out. However, the heavenly wood god needle suddenly expanded and turned into a giant wood. It pushed his body apart and tore it into pieces. A rain of blood filled the sky as limbs flew everywhere. The island master's body exploded into powder. The enormous true chi in his body lost control and immediately went berserk. Like a volcanic eruption, it rushed into the sky. Then, it exploded. When an expert of the divine realm died, his magic power would rush into the sky, explode and dissipate, scattering between heaven and earth. Feng Han did not care about the island master's flesh and blood. He did not have much true chi and was not much stronger than an Asura. Unless an expert of the divine realm cultivated to the celestial realm, their bodies would not be much stronger. They would not be like the Black Water King serpent. As for the other party's magic power, although useful, it could only be captured alive and slowly refined. Although Feng Han had the ability to kill the island master, he did not have the ability to capture and refine the other party alive. Even Hua Tiandu could not refine the demon King Vyud and make the other party use the sky demon body disintegration technique to self-destruct. How difficult was it to capture and refine an expert? To refine the Black Water King serpent was to choose the right time and take advantage of it. That kind of opportunity was hard to come by. Head. In the rain of blood, Long Xian saw that the island master's head was protected by the true chi. She hurriedly waved her hand, and cold air flew out, freezing the head in ice. The island master was dead, but his head was very important because he could be taken to receive a reward. Feng Han took advantage of this opportunity to grab the 5 Hells King cauldron with his true chi. This cauldron was as big as a house. Once the island master died, it lost control and flew out. It was not easy to catch it. At this moment, many people suddenly flew over from the distant canyon. I didn't expect someone to beat me to it. Leave the cauldron behind. Many flying swords and Dharma treasures bombarded Feng Han. At the same time, many Dharma powers turned into large hands and ropes that wrapped around the 5 Hells King cauldron. Why are there so many cultivators here to take advantage of the situation? Logically speaking, this suicide island is very hidden. It's my first time slaying a demon, and I'm going to get a treasure cauldron. Am I going to give it up just like that? Who are those people? Why are there so many of them? Feng Han saw that he had killed the island master with great difficulty and wanted to obtain the treasure left behind by the island master, the treasure cauldron. But he did not expect so many cultivators to jump out all of a sudden. He did not know where they came from. Feng Han almost cursed out loud. However, this was not the time to curse, because many magic treasures had already slashed at his body. Among them, there were several extremely powerful flying swords that were not inferior to the sonic demonic saber. The most powerful one was a golden rainbow. It was so powerful that it was equivalent to 300 to 400 horses galloping together. It wrapped around the 5 Hells King cauldron and almost swept the cauldron away. Long Xian and the witch saw that the situation was not good. They each used their Dharma powers and blocked in front of Feng Han, blocking the attacks of the flying swords. As for Feng Han, it was at this critical juncture that he once again unleashed his might. The true energy of the Wood Empress spread out, covering an area of more than 10 acres. It was like a huge swamp that sucked in the incoming attacks. Then, he turned the other half of the Wood Emperor's true chi into a large hand and grabbed the 5 Hells King cauldron. Immediately, he caught the golden rainbow. His Wood Emperor's true chi had 1,000 horsepower and instantly tore the golden rainbow apart. The 5 Hells King cauldron was also grabbed by him and flew to his side. This golden rainbow is so powerful and so tough. If I didn't transfer all the Dharma powers of the Black Water King snake, I wouldn't be able to tear it apart even if I risked my life. Fang Han saw the owner of the golden rainbow from afar. He saw a young girl holding a gourd. It was Qing Wei. Fang Qingwei had also appeared on the sea. This was something that Fang Han had not expected. Logically speaking, a small fish like Fang Qingwei would not be able to stir up any big waves, and he had never taken her seriously. But now, he seemed to have guessed wrong. Fang Qingwei's cultivation had improved greatly. Although she had not stepped into the divine realm, her strength was equivalent to his when he had cultivated the Yama golden body. She was comparable to an Azura. It seemed that with one more step, she could vaguely break through that realm. Although it was difficult to take that step, at least she had reached the limit. With Fang Qingwei's own talent, she could only train her body to the limit after another 10 years. It was certain that Qingwei had been taught by an expert. The gourd in her hand, why does it look like my 7 demons' gourd? But there was no golden rainbow in the 7 demons' gourd? Even the heavenly wolf smoke could not have such great strength. The heavenly wolf smoke's strength was only the strength of 30 or 40 horses. And this golden rainbow was 10 times bigger. That's right, Hua Tiandu had summoned Qingwei. Could it be that Hua Tiandu had refined my 7 demons' gourd again? And then gave it to Qingwei? That must be it. Good move, good move. In this way, after Fang Qingxiue came out of seclusion, she would have nothing to say. He could also let Qingwei restrain and fight with him, making it difficult for Fang Qingxiue. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's really brilliant. This kind of move is enough to be a sect leader. In an instant, a thought flashed in his mind. Suddenly, Fang Han had guessed the ins and outs of what had happened. At this moment, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Hua Tiandu's moves were so brilliant. He had created so much trouble in just a few moves. As for Qingwei, Fang Han did not dare to treat her too badly. He could vent his anger, but killing or maiming her was absolutely impossible. First of all, he could not get past Fang Qingxiue. Besides, he was still under Fang Qingxiue's protection in the Ascension Gate. If Fang Qingxiue turned to kill him, no one would be able to protect him. If Qingwei did not have the strength, he would not care at all. But now that she had the strength, it was extremely troublesome to go against him everywhere. Damn it, I might as well not do it and not cultivate it. Fang Han's heart was filled with murderous intent. He was so angry that he even cursed. But I have to eat the king cauldron of 5 hells first. Unfortunately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not keep it in the Yellow Springs diagram. And refining a cauldron of this level will take a long time. I have to beat these people back first. To protect the king's cauldron of 5 hells, Fang Han released the Wood Emperor's true qi, which spread out in all directions. Instantly, those who were attacking felt Fang Han's strength and stopped. Even Qingwei retracted her wishful golden smoke and stood in the distance. There were a total of 10 people with Qingwei. 5 of them had very stable auras and were middle-aged. They did not have any Dharma treasures on them, only 1 or 2 spirit weapons. But they were all experts in the divine arcana realm. However, they had not cultivated true qi and were only at the first level of the divine arcana realm. They were obviously itinerant cultivators. Only itinerant cultivators who had reached the divine arcana realm did not have any Dharma treasures. If they were divine arcana experts in big sects, the sects would definitely give them treasured weapons. And the sects would also give them cultivation methods for their disciples to cultivate true qi. Itinerant cultivators did not have cultivation methods and could not refine their own spirit weapons. They could only go to dangerous places to search and try their luck. Spirit weapons were common goods in the ancient times. As long as one had a bit of divine arcana and a bit of luck, they would be able to find them in dangerous places. Treasured weapons were not easy to find. Of the remaining 5 people, one was Qingwei, and the other was someone Fang Han was very familiar with. It was actually Yinan Tian. He was crippled by him during the Mountain River List competition, and was then saved by Southern Wanro. The other one was someone Fang Han knew, who was beaten up by him before, Silver Snake Sword Yuan Jian Kong. Other than that, the young island master of Nightless Island was also among them, who was also beaten up by Fang Han. And he and one of the itinerant cultivators looked very similar. It was obvious that they were father and son. It could be seen that one of the itinerant cultivators was the island master of Nightless Island. The last one was actually a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. But Fang Han did not recognize him, but looking at his clothes, it was the Dao robe of a true disciple of the Ascension Gate. 5 island masters of the Divine Ability Realm, 1 true disciple of the Ascension Gate, and 4 inner sect disciples who had a life and death feud with Fang Han. This time, it was truly a narrow road for enemies. Fang Han, it's actually you. Qing Wei was the first to clearly see Fang Han's face and body. She was first shocked, then her eyes contained a trace of gloominess. Haha, haha. Since you are from the same sect, then it's easy to handle. You are all inner sect disciples, but you actually dared to come and kill the island master. You are truly daring. But you can go back now, the sea is dangerous, and it's not good to stay for long. Fang Han stood on the spot, using his true qi to envelop the house-sized 5 Hell King cauldron. His eyes swept and looked at Yi Nantian. Yi Nantian, your martial arts were crippled by me, and you actually recovered so quickly? Looks like Wanro's Fa Li is not bad. Seeing your brother Wanro's Fa Li is not something you can imagine. Yi Nantian gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Han to the bone, and wanted to eat his bones and drink his blood. You are the newly promoted true disciple Fang Han? And you? Long Xian. At this moment, the true disciple of the Ascension Gate spoke. So it's senior brother Song Bai. 2 years ago, you reached the Divine Ability Realm and became a true disciple. After 2 years of seclusion, you came out again. Your Fa Li is a lot stronger now, and you actually came out to the sea this time. Could it be that you also want to explore the returning void? Long Xian obviously knew this true disciple. This time, I came out to thank senior brother Wanro for asking me to take care of Qing Wei, Yuan Jiankong, Yi Nantian, and Xiaoshi. Second, I came out to gain experience. I heard that the 40 great bandits were rampant on the sea, so I came to get rid of 1 or 2 of them. I didn't expect you guys to beat me to it. A cold smile appeared on Song Baizi's face as he stared at the 5 Hells King cauldron. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, but he covered it up again. Fang Han, you actually got the 5 Hells King cauldron. Your contribution to the Ascension Gate is huge. Let's go. Let's go back together and hand it over to the sect. Hand it over to the sect? Fang Han licked his lips. I don't think there is such a rule in the sect. Of course there isn't such a rule. However, you were able to kill the Death Island Master because we were outside and sealed off the Evil Spirit Gorge. We have a part to play in it. According to the Ascension Gate's rules, if 2 people get the same treasure, they should hand it over to the sect and let the sect decide. Song Baizi shrugged. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Fang Han suddenly laughed. Hearing Song Baizi's words, he was so angry that he laughed. Fang Han, why are you laughing? Song Baizi was stunned, and greed flashed in his eyes. His attention never left the 5 Hells King cauldron. This treasure-level cauldron was really covetous. With his cultivation, even if he cultivated to the heaven realm, he would not be able to get his hands on this treasure-level cauldron. Moreover, he could already tell that this 5 Hells King cauldron was a supreme-grade treasure. If he got it, he could refine supreme-grade pills, and his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. In a short time, he could cultivate to the heaven realm. Otherwise, with his cultivation base, he would have died of old age before he could cultivate to the celestial realm. Now that this 5 Hells King cauldron had fallen into Fang Han's hands, how could he let him keep it all for himself? Even if he had to twist words and force logic, he had to get a share of the pie. He would cause a ruckus in the sect and take credit. Then, he would add fuel to the fire and get his hands on this treasure cauldron no matter what. How could he let go of something that was related to his life? This was the advantage of being a righteous disciple. For the sake of a treasure, they could argue with each other after being in the right. If it was the demonic path, whoever had superior Dao techniques could seize the treasure. Killing each other was nothing. Song Baizi had nothing to fear. He was also a true disciple, so Fang Han did not dare to do anything to him. If he wanted to sue, he could go to the sect and fight. However, after Song Baizi spoke, Fang Han suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, "What am I laughing at?" "I'm laughing at you. As a disciple of the Ascension Gate, you are actually so shameless. I, Fang Han, have seen many vile characters. Those who forget righteousness at the sight of profit, those who seek revenge for the smallest grievance, and those who hit someone when they are down. However, I have never seen someone as shameless as you, who is pestering endlessly and inverting right and wrong. You are just a sloppy trash who has not even cultivated true qi, yet you dare to compete with me for this treasure? Do you have any credit for it? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? The master of Suicide Island has cultivated true qi. She can kill you with a slap. With your meager strength, Long Xian can kill you 100 times over. You still dare to say that you have credit for it? Believe it or not, I will imprison you right now. I will let you have a taste of a life worse than death. You! How dare you? Hearing Fang Han's curses, Song Baizi was first stunned. Then, he flew into a rage. Blood gushed to his face. Fang Han! You think that just because you cultivate a little divine ability and have a little bit of true qi, you can do whatever you want. This was looking down on fellow disciples, lawless and out of control, the nature of the devil Dao. No wonder senior brother Hua Tiandu said that you have a demonic nature and wanted to punish you. Now, it seems that he is right. You have really gone mad. Only a demonic disciple would insult a fellow disciple like this. Let me tell you, today, you have to hand over the 5 Hells King Cauldron whether you want to or not. I didn't expect that a shameless person would dare to say that I am a demonic cultivator. It is really the reverse of right and wrong. However, at this time I am too lazy to talk to you. First, I will imprison your divine ability. I will imprison you for 3 to 5 months. When the time comes, you can go and reason with the sect elders. Fang Han was really angry. Thoroughly angry. This Song Baizi shamelessly inverted right and wrong. He wanted the 5 Hells King Cauldron and dared to say that he was a demon. Yet, he still said it in such a righteous manner. Fang Han had never seen such a shameless person before. No matter what, he had to teach this Song Baizi a lesson. Not killing him, but breaking his limbs, imprisoning his divine ability, and suppressing his true qi. Although it was against the sect rules, it was not a big deal. As he spoke, Fang Han's true qi of the Wood Emperor was fully activated. In an instant, it condensed into a green longsword that was 100 zhang long. It slashed down with a mighty aura. It was biting cold and had the strength of 1,500 galloping horses. It pressed down fiercely. Song Baizi's true qi was at most equivalent to 100 galloping horses. It was 20 times weaker than Fang Han's. Now, Fang Han was really going to overturn him with 15 times the strength and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Stop. At this moment, the first one to make a move was not Song Baizi, but the Nightless Island Master, Xiao Bai. His son was called Xiaoshi. He had entered the Ascension Gate as a disciple. He had approached Qing Wei but was beaten up by Fang Han. Naturally, he knew about this matter. Xiao Bai, the Nightless Island Master, was also a powerful figure. It could be seen from the fact that he was able to send his son to the Ascension sect and rope in the other 4 itinerant cultivators of the Floating Island, the Rainflower Island, the Spirit Pearl Island, and the Turtle Fish Island to form the 5-Island Alliance. As soon as he made a move, he used his true qi to activate a flying sword. It whizzed out and its true qi collided fiercely with Fang Han's true qi sword. Then, the 4 island masters behind him each flew out their flying swords. They opened their mouths and spat out their true qi. They combined their true qi and shouted together. 5 ways of the South Sea. Among them, the island master of Yuhua Island was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her eyes were cold as she spat out 5 words. She seemed to be reminding the other 4 island masters how to use the power of their moves. Clang! 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 5 loud sounds. The 5 flying swords used an ingenious method to shake off Fang Han's slash. Although the 5 island masters had reached the divine realm, they were not as strong as the true disciples of the orthodox sections. Each of them only had about 70 to 80 dermic powers. Together with the flying swords in their hands, their strength was barely over 100. The 5 of them combined were 500. They should not have been a match for Fang Han, but their use of dermic powers was ingenious and refined. They had been through hundreds of battles. Using the 5 swords in succession, they clashed one after another. Wave after wave, they actually managed to withstand Feng Han's huge sword slashes. What a thief! You little itinerant cultivators interfered with the internal affairs of the Ascension Gate. It seems that you really don't want to live anymore. Feng Han's killing intent rose. The disciples of the Ascension Gate could not kill each other, but killing a few itinerant cultivators would not violate any sect rules. Otherwise, how could they be called true disciples of the 10 immortal Tao sects? If he did not show his thunderous means, he would not be able to establish his authority. With a flash of killing intent, Feng Han retracted his true qi and released it again. This time it was divided into 5 parts, each forming a flying sword and killing the 5 island masters. Kill them one by one? Unfortunately, the 5 of us can combine our true qi when we cultivate together. Xiao Bai, the Nightless Island Master, smiled coldly and spat out true qi. The flying sword in the air was supported by the power and danced like a dragon snake, meeting Feng Han's true qi sword. True disciples of the Ascension Gate? My son is also a disciple of the Ascension Gate and will become a true disciple sooner or later. You, Feng Han, may not be as successful as him in the future. Die for me. Feng Han was waiting for this moment. With lightning speed, the 5 flying swords suddenly retracted and turned into a heavenly wood divine needle. With just one strike, it pierced through Xiao Bai's flying sword. Then, the entire divine needle sank into Xiao Bai's body. No. Xiaoshi, the young island master of the Nightless Island, roared in despair. In his voice, Xiao Bai's body suddenly exploded. A huge green wood expanded from his body and split his body into pieces, turning his bones and flesh into mud. The Nightless Island Master, Xiao Bai. He was killed by Feng Han in one move. Even the Gang Qi of the Suicide Island Master could not resist the heavenly wood divine needle, let alone Xiao Bai, who was at the first level of the supernatural power. Killing Xiao Bai was equivalent to forming an irreconcilable enmity with the inner disciple, Xiaoshi. The enmity of killing one's father and stealing one's wife could not be compromised. However, Feng Han also knew that even if he did not kill Xiao Bai, this itinerant cultivator island master had already formed an enmity with him because he had beaten up his son. Otherwise, he would not have so blatantly intercepted him. Logically speaking, if a small itinerant cultivator met a disciple of one of the top 10 immortal sects, he would not be so respectful, but at least he would not openly oppose him. Therefore, Feng Han concluded that the Nightless Island Master, Xiao Bai, already had a plan to deal with him. If he wanted to deal with him, there would be benefits. Now, in the sect, there were many disciples who wanted him to be unlucky and secretly made things difficult for him, including Dongling Xiao, Southern Wanro, and the other core disciples. However, due to the sect rules, they could not deal with him personally. It was normal for them to get some itinerant cultivators to deal with him and give them some benefits. Xiao Bai had received benefits and used the name of avenging his son to deal with him. It was perfectly justifiable. Looking at Xiao Bai's methods, although his magic power was not high, he was scheming. He would be a terrifying enemy in the future. Because of this, Feng Han made the first move and killed this itinerant cultivator to avoid future troubles. It was clean and efficient, putting an end to all changes. Father. Xiaoshi's face was already blood red. He watched Feng Han kill his father, but he could not do anything. With his strength, there was no way he could break through Feng Han's true qi barrier. His eyes were fixed on Feng Han. Xiaoshi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. However, Song Baizi reached out and grabbed him, rolling him up and bringing him to his side. To prevent him from falling into the canyon and dying. The ocean current in this evil spirit gorge was fierce. If a divine ability realm expert's magic power was not enough, he would fall and shatter into pieces. He would be swept into the whirlpool by the waves and die. Retreat. The Nightless Island Master, Xiao Bai, was killed by Feng Han. The other 4 island masters were immediately terrified and quickly retreated, not daring to make a move. Feng Han did not kill them anymore. He withdrew his true qi and coldly stared at Song Baizi. Feng Han. You devil. You killed the innocent, you actually killed the family of my Ascension Gate disciple. It seems that you really don't want to be a cultivator of the immortal Tao. You are single-minded, you are definitely going to become a devil. Song Baizi gritted his teeth. He did not make a move just now because he wanted to see Fang Han's strength. However, he did not expect Fang Han to be so ruthless. He killed the enemy in one move and did not give him a chance to make a move. Whether I become a devil or not, it is not up to you to decide. This is up to Master Qianxia. Who do you think you are? Do you mean that Master Qianxia is old? I originally wanted to imprison you and seal your divine arts, but since I've killed Xiaobai, my anger has subsided. I won't imprison you anymore. Get out of here. After killing Xiaobai, Fang Han's anger was indeed better. At this time, he was too lazy to lower himself to Song Baizi's level. After all, if he imprisoned the other party, it would be a real violation of the sect rules. Fang Han, don't be arrogant. Qing Wei's body shrank. At this time, seeing Fang Han being so ruthless and killing people, even though she had the Rui gourd, she still had some fear in her heart. Especially when she just released the Rui golden smoke, it was actually torn apart by Fang Han's true qi. She understood that Fang Han's spiritual power was not something she could compete with. If you had my spiritual power, you would also have the right to be arrogant. Fang Han stared at Qing Wei and then focused on the Rui gourd. This gourd is the 7 demons gourd that Hua Tiandu took away from me. He actually gave it to you. Do you want to test the power of the 7 demon sword formation inside? Humph. When my sister comes out, I will explain everything to her. At that time, I hope you can give her a reasonable explanation. Qing Wei's fingers moved, as if she wanted to activate the Rui gourd, but she stopped. In the end, she resisted the impulse. After going through so many things, her eyesight was also much better. Song Baizi, this time you inverted right and wrong and forcefully wanted to take the credit. I have already recorded this matter with the watermark talisman. When I return, I will hand it over to Master Qianxia and let him distinguish between right and wrong. Long Xian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stood out with a cold smile on her face. She held a talisman between her fingers. The talisman was made of thin crystal. On it flashed all kinds of people, conversations, and the scene of Fang Han killing the Suicide Island Lord and the Nightless Island Lord. Although it was not clear, it could be seen roughly. The watermark talisman was a refining method of the all-water godly technique. It could be used to record some things that had happened and imprint it on the talisman. Long Xian, you are amazing. Song Baizi's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand. Let's go. With a whistle, he flew away first. When he flew away, the others also flew away. Even Qing Wei and Yinan Tian did not look back. Fang Han, you killed the Nightless Island Lord this time. It seems to be a little troublesome. After seeing them leave, Long Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said. What? What's the trouble? Fang Han did not think so. Xiaobai is nothing, but his former wife was from Exquisite Paradise. Back then, Xiaobai and his wife were both martial arts masters in the secular world. His wife obtained an immortal fate and was accepted as a disciple by Exquisite Paradise. Her cultivation seemed to be quite high. Exquisite Paradise did not accept male disciples, so Xiaobai went to the sea to become a rogue cultivator. With the help of some medicinal pills from his wife, he cultivated bitterly for 10 years and reached the divine ability secret realm. Because of this relationship, his son, Xiaoshi, was able to enter the Ascension Gate. Long Xian seemed to be very clear about everything. The disciples in the Ascension Gate were inextricably linked in countless ways. She had a clear calculation in her heart. It seems that I have offended another true disciple of Exquisite Paradise. Fang Han waved his hand. But I have offended enough people, so I don't care about one more. The most important thing now is this 5 Hells King Cauldron. I have to find a place to refine it. Then, I will have another earth-shattering treasure. Yes, the quality of this 5 Hells King Cauldron is really good. Fang Han, it seems that I will have to ask you for medicinal pills in the future. Long Xian's heart was also burning. Now that the treasure cauldron had fallen into her hands, with Fang Han's generosity, it would not be difficult to borrow it in the future. Then, let's go. Fang Han's true qi flew out and turned into a big hand. He grabbed some of the gold, silver, and jewels in the life-ending palace and put them into the 5 Hells King Cauldron. Although these worldly treasures were not very useful, it was better than nothing. As for the life-ending island master, he was known as the 38th character of the 40 Great Bandits. He usually killed and robbed many people, so he must have accumulated some treasures. But those treasures were all in the Five Hells King Cauldron. The Five Hells King Cauldron was as big as a house, so it was naturally easy to store some things. After he was done, Feng Han flew up and left with the cauldron and the cauldron. He was also a great bandit. Just after they left, a slight fluctuation in the air was transmitted from the canyon. A few people wearing 8 trigrams purple gold Taoist robes appeared. They were the inner disciples of the Tai Gate. I didn't expect the situation to change like this. Senior brother Zhang, who was the leader, looked at Feng Han with cold eyes. What should we do? Are we just going to watch this precious cauldron fall into the hands of a disciple of the Ascension Gate? The Five Hells King Cauldron is rumored to be a top-grade cauldron artifact that the Five Hells Sky Demon King cultivated 800 years ago. It might become a Tao artifact. A disciple of the Tai Gate took out a book and searched carefully. Suddenly, he stopped, as if he had found the origin of the Five Hells King Cauldron. A top-grade precious artifact. Senior brother Zhang was shocked. Naturally, we can't let this thing fall into the hands of Feng Han. But this Feng Han's magic power is actually so strong? Logically speaking, an expert at the second level of the divine power realm only has the strength of 500 to 600 horses at most, but he has at least 2,000. We are not his match. It seems that I have to inform the other senior brothers. As he spoke, a golden talisman burned in his hand. It turned into a small golden arrow and quickly shot into the sky and disappeared. This was the golden talisman of the Tai Gate. It was called the cloud-piercing arrow. After releasing the cloud-piercing arrow, they waved their hands and hid again. They quietly followed the direction Feng Han flew in. After a great battle, the sky was still dark, and the night on the sea was even darker. The stars had set, and everything was dark and hazy. Counting the time, it was already the middle of the night. The third night watch was ghostly, and the fourth night watch was sneaky. The third night watch was the time when the yin qi was the heaviest. Darkness completely covered the land and swallowed everything. However, Feng Han did not care about the yin qi and darkness between heaven and earth. He was very excited. After killing the island master, he had obtained the Five Hells King Cauldron, a great alchemy cauldron. It was the best of the treasured weapons. His strength would improve greatly soon. The most important thing now was to find a place to refine the Five Hell King Cauldron and make it his own. Then, he would have another treasure to protect himself. This Five Hell King Cauldron was not only a cauldron, but it could also be used as a house. When people lived in it, they could control all kinds of formations. It could be used to fly quickly, and it could even block the enemy's attacks. When Suicide Island Master used this cauldron, he even destroyed Long Xian's Frost Dragon sword. If not for Suicide Island Master being heavily injured and hit by the Water of Oblivion, Feng Han would not have been able to kill him. To be honest, if Feng Han knew that Suicide Island Master actually had the Five Hell King Cauldron, he might have made some plans. In the end, he would definitely have missed the opportunity. Feng Han flew quickly in the air. The Wood Emperor's true qi wrapped around the witch and Long Xian. His speed was extremely fast, and his stamina was great. After flying for a while, he finally saw another deserted island on the sea. He quickly landed. While flying, his body flickered with a faint yellow light and swallowed the Five Hell King Cauldron. He no longer had to carry the cauldron with him. Otherwise, it would be too much of an eyesore. Long Xian knew that he had kept it in the space of a Tao artifact. She secretly nodded. When cultivators went out, the biggest problem was that they did not have enough medicinal herbs. They could only bring a little each time. A treasure that could open up a void was a Tao artifact. It was very rare. How could ordinary Transcendent Realm experts have it? Now that Feng Han had a Tao artifact, Long Xian calculated that Duo would be able to collect medicinal herbs overseas. How much less trouble would she have to go through? After landing on this unknown deserted island, Feng Han, Long Xian, and the witch hid and looked around. They did not find any powerful auras, and only then did they settle down. Where are we now? Do you have a sea chart? Long Xian? Feng Han had already lost his sense of direction after flying around the sea for a while. He sent some of his spiritual power into the Acheron map to activate the Five Hells King Cauldron and asked Long Xian for her location. Long Xian took out the Myriad Worlds and flipped through it for a while. She was very familiar with it and found a map of the sea. She then took out a compass and calculated for a while before saying with certainty, "We should be in the Southern Sea. If we fly 30 to 40,000 miles south from here, we will reach the Myriad Returns Sea Market. After you have refined the Five Hells Imperial Cauldrons, we will go to the Myriad Returns Sea Market to buy a large number of herbs to refine pills. This will save us the trouble of searching everywhere and wasting time." Myriad Returns Sea Market? Feng Han had heard of it before. Long Xian nodded. The 10,000 Returns Sea Market is a sea market organized by the 10,000 Returns Immortal Island in the recent 60 years. Many wandering cultivators from overseas collect herbs and find spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They all go to the market to trade. Other countries also go to the market to buy things. Some emperors also go to the market to buy pills and medicines. However, because this sea market was only recently developed, there are no records of it in the Myriad Worlds. The Myriad Worlds book was written 100 years ago. The world is changing with each passing day, and the information in it is outdated. I see. Feng Han was enlightened. When I was in the Li dynasty, I often heard that emperors built ships to go out to the sea to buy immortal herbs. I thought it was ridiculous, but it seems that it is true. As Long Xian spoke, there was a coldness that was hard to detect. This move by the 10,000 Returns Immortal Island was thought of by a genius in their sect. Therefore, the 10,000 Returns Immortal Island has developed rapidly in the past 60 years. In the gathering of immortals in a few years, they will shine brightly. However, if they want to compete with Tai for the position of the #1 sect, they will not be able to survive. You seem to have some enmity with the 10,000 Returns Immortal Island? Feng Han could hear the resentment in Long Xian's voice. Of course. The people of the 10,000 Returns Immortal Island have a blood feud with me? Sooner or later, I will remove this Immortal Dao sect from the 10 Immortal Dao sects. Long Xian tapped the hilt of the deadly frost sword with her finger. Let's not talk about this anymore. I just checked. Your Five Hells King Cauldron was brought here by a great heavenly demon king from the Outer Realms 800 years ago. This Sky Demon King is called the Five Hells Demon King. He is already cultivated to the 9th level of the divine power, the Heaven and Earth Dharma idol. Therefore, this cauldron is no small matter. I don't know how it ended up in the hands of the Island Master of Suicide. No wonder the Island Master of Suicide was able to cultivate Gang Chi so quickly. According to the normal cultivation speed of these rogue cultivators, it would take them 100 years. The 9th level of the divine power. The Heaven and Earth Dharma idol. Something refined by a demon king of this level? Feng Han couldn't help but shudder when he heard this. With his current cultivation, he had a slight understanding of how powerful the 9th level of the divine power was. Its strength was at least 500,000 galloping horses. It could probably crush him to death with just a finger. He stopped talking and focused all his attention, magic power, and true chi into the Five Hells King Cauldron on the Acheron map. At this moment, the huge Five Hells King Cauldron was completely immersed in the Oblivion water. Traces of the Oblivion water seeped into it. Feng Han activated it with true chi and turned it into mist, eliminating many of the spiritual imprints in the Five Hells King Cauldron. Many of the formations in the Great Sky Demon King's Cauldron were activated. The things stored inside were all ejected and fell into the Acheron River. This Five Hells King Cauldron was also where the Island Master of Suicide stored his things. The Island Master of Suicide was a robber, so he stored a lot of good things. Thus, 10 purplish golden gourds immediately flew out from his mouth. Each of these purple gold gourds was as tall as a person, and they were all pills. Oh my, this is the Heaven Extreme Demon Sect's life-extending Gene Dan. There are 300 pills in each gourd. There are 3,000 pills in 10 gourds. These pills are refined from 36 types of medicinal herbs that are more than 500 years old. The quality is very good, and it has an even better effect than the blood pill. Yan Lao took over a purple gold gourd, opened the lid, and poured out a pill. He found that this pill was the size of a broad bean. A fragrance filled the air, and the lines on the pill showed 36 types of colors. The medicinal properties were strong. This was the life-extending Jin Dan of the Heaven Extreme Demon sect, a major demon Dao sect. Compared to the Ascension Gates Essence pill and Fasting pill, it was a level higher. It was the best food for Transcendent Realm experts. Moreover, the life-extending Jin Dan had another effect. After taking it for a long time, it could protect one's face from aging. After ejecting the 10 gourds of Jin Dan, the 5 Hells King Cauldron was still ejecting flying swords. There were 36 flying swords dancing on the Acheron River. Good fellow, he actually gathered 36 flying swords of the Heaven Extreme Demon sect's Heaven Extreme Sword Formation. Unfortunately, he still lacks a Heaven Extreme Sword Formation. Xianxia laughed. Before he could even finish his sentence, more than 20 Spirit Tool Dharma robes were shot out from his mouth. This guy opened a clothing store. How many people did he kill? How did he collect these spiritual artifact robes? Among these spiritual artifact robes, there were some that were of the same quality as the blood cotton demon robe. However, there was not a single treasure. A lot of gold and jewels were also ejected into the Acheron River. These were all things of the secular world, so it was fine. But in the end, puff. A pitch-black book was ejected. It was a demon sect classic. Heavenly Dipper Life-Ending Hand. Heavenly Dipper Life-Ending Hand? This unique skill was used on me by the Suicide Island Master. It's extremely powerful. It's a pity that before I reach the Heaven Realm, I can't cultivate other divine abilities. Otherwise, the heterogeneous true chi will clash and I will die immediately. When Feng Han saw this demon book, he thought of the battle between him and the Suicide Island Master. He slapped his palm, and his aura condensed into a palm with 3 fingers. End. Break. Cripple. The 3 words were filled with dense demonic chi. Even his Wood Emperor true chi could not withstand it. Its power was truly astonishing. You can't cultivate the Heavenly Dipper Life-Ending Hand, but you can read it and understand the true chi condensation method of the Heavenly Dipper Life-Ending Hand. You can still use the moves, Yen reminded. Of course, I know that. However, this Suicide Island Master doesn't have anything good on him. All of them are spiritual artifacts. Not a single treasure. Feng Han communicated telepathically. In fact, he was overjoyed. At least with the 10 gourds of elixirs, he did not have to rack his brains to refine blood pills. In the future, he would not have to worry about food and could focus on cultivation. Taoist cultivators worried about medicinal pills like farmers worried about rice. They would be busy for a year. Only when they cultivated to the longevity mystic realm could they use their powerful dermic powers to absorb the immortal chi in the void to nourish their body and spirit. Then, they could break free from the shackles of elixirs, reaching the realm of immortality of chi eaters. Treasures are hard to come by. For a rogue cultivator like him to have so many spirit artifacts is already impressive. That's especially true of those 36 flying swords. They've all been refined by his life-extinguishing true energy. If he can create the Heavenly Obliteration spell formation, then he'll be able to kill people and ghosts with 10 times the power. I suspect that the reason he captured the Blackwater Kingsnake was to use its skin to create the Heavenly Obliteration spell formation. How do I refine the Heavenly Ultimate formation? Feng Han was intrigued. However, he spent most of his dermic powers exploring the various formations in the 5 Hells King Cauldron. You need to be in the Deva realm to refine it. There are many formations in a single formation, and you also need to refine the Demon of Vigor. You need to reach the Deva realm as soon as possible. Based on my current progress? How long will it take for me to reach the Deva realm? Feng Han asked. About 50 to 60 years. That long? And that's fast. You're advancing by leaps and bounds. Take that Master Tsang Baizi for example. Even if he cultivated for another 200 years, he still wouldn't reach the Deva realm. But now that you have this 5 Hells Monarch Cauldron, go to the market and buy some medicinal ingredients. Yan Xiaoyun listed over 100 different types of medicinal ingredients, all of which were Earth-type spirit medicines. Take those spirit medicines and boil them with the Oblivion Potion. Then you'll be able to cultivate the Yama Gold Body. When you reach the Xitigarbha level, you'll be able to produce vital energy that will speed up your cultivation. You'll be able to reach the Deva level within 10 years. 10 years to reach the Deva realm? That's too long. Hua Tiandu is already a Deva realm expert. Feng Han thought for a moment, then suddenly asked Long Xian, what level has Hua Tiandu reached in his cultivation? Can you tell me a thing or two? Long Xian thought for a moment. No one can see through Hua Tiandu's cultivation base. However, he passed the tribulation of wind and fire 60 years ago, and formed his Dharma idol. Now he's reached the 10th level of the heaven-defying fate-changing level. 10th level of the heaven-defying fate-changing level. Feng Han's heart skipped a beat, and he turned around to communicate with Yan. Yan, when can I reach the immortal secret realm? Yan did not answer this time. After a long time, he said, if I'm not wrong, it should be around 3,000 years. However, you won't live that long, so you probably won't be able to reach the immortal secret realm in your lifetime. Hua Tiandu may have reached the 10th level of the heaven-defying fate-changing level. However, he might not be able to take that step in his lifetime. Heaven-defying fate-changing. Heaven-defying fate-changing. Is fate so easy to change? From Yan's words, Feng Han felt that the immortal secret realm was like a barrier that could never be crossed. He did not ask any more questions, and silently gathered all of his spirit. The strength of 2,000 horses all rushed into the cauldron. The 5 Hells King cauldron immediately started to spin, and vigorous magic power was emitted from it. Feng Han's spirit went deeper into the cauldron, and he found more and more formations and layers of restrictive spells. It was like a maze, and he almost lost his spirit. Now that he had become a true disciple of the Ascension Gate, he more or less knew the secrets of formations. He had also seen many treasured weapons. However, he had never seen a single treasure with so many great formations. Even the island master of Suicide Island was unable to fully control this pill furnace. This 5 Hells King cauldron is indeed powerful. Yan also cried out in surprise. Through the continuous infiltration of the forgotten love water, he also felt the power of this pill furnace. The island master of Suicide Island had only refined a few basic great formations, and had not refined a large portion of the great formations. If not for the fact that the forgotten love water was good at refining all magic treasures, Feng Han would not have been able to break through one great formation after another. Just how many great formations are there? Under the cover of the forgotten love water, Feng Han's true qi went deep into the cauldron, shuttling through layer after layer. Every layer was like a palace, extremely complicated. Yan, lend me a hand. Feng Han used his magic power to break through over 100 great formations in a row. He felt that his true qi was running out, so he hurriedly summoned Yan. When Yan heard the summon, with a splash, he also rushed down fiercely and merged with Feng Han's true qi. Immediately, the 2 great forces rushed to the bottom like a hot knife through butter. There were a total of 999 great formations. They were all controlled by Feng Han and Yan under the impact of the forgotten love water. They were all branded with Feng Han's magic power. This kind of magic power imprint was much stronger than the blood spirit and was also much more stable. Good boy. Why are there so many great formations? I'm still missing the core formation to transform into a Dao artifact. Unfortunately, this core formation needed an expert from the longevity mystic realm to set it up. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to transform into a Dao artifact. But like this, it was already a top-grade treasure. A treasure among treasures. The king of treasures in the world, no wonder it was called the King's Cauldron. Feng Han, you have mastered this King's Cauldron, and you can attack and defend in one. Its power has increased by 10 times. I think if you increase your magic power a little more, even Feng Qingxue might not be able to kill you easily. Yan also exclaimed, the more formations a magic treasure has, the more powerful it is. But ordinary materials can't withstand the operation of so many formations. This King's Cauldron can hold 999 great formations. I wonder what material it is made of. It was true that the more arrays there were in a magic treasure, the better. But the more formations there were, the harder it was for the material to withstand. Just like the sonic demonic saber, there was a great formation that increased speed inside. If another great formation was added, the demonic saber would disintegrate and collapse on its own. The material wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just as Feng Han was controlling this king's cauldron, suddenly, several rainbow-like sword auras rushed over from the distant horizon. Their momentum and speed were not inferior to Shi Longzi, who had cultivated the boundless dark gold sword aura and the instant kill technique. Feng Han, there's a situation. Long Xian was the first to react. She knew that Feng Han was refining the Five Hells King cauldron. This was the most important time, so how could he not be on guard? She had already woken up when the first ray of sword chi appeared in the sky. She abruptly stood up and released the cold drake sword, creating a thin layer of mist in the sky within a radius of 1 to 2 acres. Don't underestimate the fog, it was the ice soul godly fog. As long as one touched it, their body would be frozen into ice crystals and die from the cold. Now that she had reached the divine realm and cultivated the myriad water godly technique, she was able to use the cold drake sword more and more. What? Who is it? Could it be that Song Baizi hasn't given up? He gathered someone else to kill me? It doesn't seem to be Song Baizi. Who is it? It's a pity that I'm not experienced enough and can't tell which sect this person is from. Feng Han was also awakened. He diverted some of his attention and looked up at the sky. Indeed, he saw the sword chi and spiritual power. There were many people coming. All of them were experts in the divine realm, but they didn't seem to be Song Baizi's group. He couldn't tell, but Long Xian explained it to him. That's the Tai Gate sword chi. The Tai Gate's flying swords are usually the Tai dispersing swords. They can split into sword chi and are extremely powerful. Why are the Tai Gates people looking for us? It seems like they don't come with good intentions. Long Xian's knowledge was better than Feng Han's. She could tell from the sword chi. Tai Gate. Feng Han was about to use his divine ability, but he felt a wave of tiredness in his mind. He felt dizzy and his eyelids were fighting. He felt like he wanted to sleep and rest. This was a state where he could fall asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. This was because his spiritual power had been consumed too much. Physical strength was stored in the body, while spiritual power was stored in the mind. It was a huge force. Once it was consumed too much, one would feel dizzy and even lose consciousness. It was equivalent to being completely drained of energy. Now, Feng Han had consumed almost 99% of his spiritual power because of the sacrificial refining of the Five Hells King cauldron. He needed to rest for a day to recover. Not to mention fighting with others, it was difficult for him to even stand up and fly. Damn it. Taking advantage of the situation. But I can't let them succeed. Fortunately, I have magic crystals. This time, he had to endure the pain. Unfortunately, I was planning to exchange magic crystals for various medicinal herbs at the Myriad Returns market. Feng Han knew that this was an urgent matter. He could not afford any delays. With a thought, the magic crystals and jade stones stored within the Acheron map flew out. Streams of pure magic power were sucked out to nourish his parched mind. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. One by one, the magic crystals and jade stones were sucked dry of their magic power. Cracks appeared on them and they turned into ordinary stones. All of them were useless. This round of absorption had used up all of Feng Han's reserves. Only then did his mind become clear and his mana was replenished. He recovered 90% of his strength, and his drowsiness disappeared. Feng Han's current magic power was too dense and difficult to replenish. If he had not used the art of grafting flowers to obtain the magic power of the Blackwater Kingsnake, he would not have needed so many magic crystals and jade stones. Seeing all the magic crystals and jade stones he had stored cracking and turning into ordinary stones, Feng Han felt as if his heart was being ripped apart. Disciples of the Tai Gate, what brings you to this deserted island? I am Long Xian, a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate. The 10 immortal Dao sects attack and defend each other. Not only do we not interfere with each other's business, but we also have to help each other when we encounter demons. What brings you here with such ferocity? Long Xian's body floated in the cold mist. She stood in the air and looked at the sword light that stopped in the sky. Whoosh! 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 First, the 3 sword lights stopped. The air was filled with gunmetal chi. Within the sword chi, 3 cultivators wearing 8 trigrams purple gold robes appeared. These 3 cultivators' eyes were like gems, sparkling in the dark night, revealing the strength of their physical bodies. Feng Han took a closer look and felt that the 3 of them were physically stronger than his own Yama's golden body. Although divine mystic realm experts had strong magic power, their physical bodies were still limited. Unless he cultivated some kind of special body tempering technique. However, special body tempering techniques were passed down in secret from each sect. It was very difficult for direct disciples who had made special contributions or had connections to the sect to learn them. With his Yama golden body, he could pull along 20 to 30 fierce horses. This was 6 times the strength of an ordinary 10th stage divine transformation master. But these 3 people's physical auras were stronger than his. That was terrifying. Tai Gate's direct disciple, Yao Dian. Tai Gate's direct disciple, Xia Yu. Tai Gate's direct disciple, Yu Fen. When the 3 cultivators saw Long Xian, their eyes were as sharp as the heavenly messengers. They looked down on her without any emotion. In that instant, Feng Han felt like he was facing an imperial envoy sent by the emperor to deliver a decree. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as the 3 cultivators finished speaking, a large group of disciples behind them also arrived on their sword lights. They followed behind them in an orderly manner, without a trace of disorder, just like an army. One look and one could tell that the sect was very strict. It didn't have the carefree and lazy aura of the Ascension Gate. The disciples of the immortal Tao sects were usually lazy and carefree. They did their own things and didn't have the rules of the mortal world. Otherwise, how could it be called the immortal Tao? But the Tai Gate seemed to be doing the opposite. It was the opposite of the carefree and lazy immortal Tao. Feng Han's heart trembled. Direct disciples, what business do you have? Long Xian asked coldly. You killed the island master at the evil spirit's gorge and took his supreme grade treasure, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. 800 years ago, this cauldron had belonged to the 5 Hells great heavenly devil king. It had been refined from 9 heavens meteoric iron, 5 chi true steel, rainbow godstone, blood shadow ghost, 8 extremities divine wood, living earth soil, and the lives of 365 devil kings. That day, the 5 Hells sky demon caused chaos in the mortal world and was injured by our Tai Gate's senior brother, Xianxia, and escaped. In the past 800 years, his lifespan was exhausted and his chi dissipated. This demonic treasure fell into the hands of the demons. Now, we want to bring it back to the Tai Gate to prevent the demonic treasure from spreading and harming the mortal world. The direct disciple of the Tai Gate called Yao Dian said emotionlessly. You must be mistaken. We didn't get the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Long Xian didn't even blink. Junior brother Zhang Wei. Yao Dian didn't speak to Long Xian, but called out. Instantly, a disciple behind him stood out. It was senior brother Zhang, who had shot the cloud-piercing arrow. However, in front of these 3 direct disciples, he was only a junior brother. Never would I have imagined that a true disciple of the Ascension School would be so full of lies. Earlier, I saw that your Ascension School's people even had internal strife in order to seize this royal cauldron. How did that Nightless Island master die? Where's Tsang Baizi? Zhang Wei laughed. I'll tell you the truth. I was hiding nearby using the Heaven Evasion Talisman. With your Heaven's Emergence Tao techniques, you naturally wouldn't have noticed the Heaven Evasion Talisman. When Long Xian heard this, her expression changed. She didn't expect to be seen by the people of the Tai Gate. Junior brother Zhang. You can leave. Xia Yu, the direct disciple, waved his hand and said, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron is a demonic item. It's not made by the immortal Tao. It's not suitable for the disciples of the Ascension Gate to use, and it's even harder to refine. It's better to bring it back and destroy it. You don't have to worry. We'll fill our pockets with this demonic item. If that's the case, the first rule of the gate won't tolerate us. According to the rules of the Tai Gate, any disciple who cultivates a demonic art or uses a demonic item will have all their Tao techniques crippled and become immortal. Your Ascension Gate is also a gate of the immortal Tao. I hope you don't privately possess a demonic item and ruin the reputation of the immortal Tao. I remember that in the last Immortal Assembly, your senior brother of the Ascension Gate, Hua Tiandu, said that he wanted to draw a clear line with the demonic sect. Please hand over the demonic item, or you can come with me to the Tai Gate and destroy it in front of everyone. Another direct disciple, Yu Fan, said. Your Tai Gate has a lot of resources. You've eaten meat, so don't tell me you won't allow a small sects to drink soup. Our Ascension Gate's rules don't forbid our disciples from cultivating demonic arts or using demonic items as long as they don't offend the heavens. It's not impossible for them to cultivate a demonic art or use a demonic item at the same time. Because if they use righteousness, they'll be righteousness. If they use evil, they'll be evil. On the other hand, your Tai Gate created the exquisite tribulation 3,000 years ago. I don't know how many lives were lost, but it greatly damaged the vitality of the immortal Tao and allowed the demonic sect to develop. I'm a direct disciple of the Ascension Gate. Don't tell me your Tai Gate wants to interfere with the internal affairs of our Ascension Gate. Feng Han laughed and suddenly flew up to stand side by side with Long Xian. What did you say? Yao Dian glanced at Feng Han. His aura was cold, and traces of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. The exquisite tribulation was the eternal pain of the Tai Gate. That female disciple of exquisite rebelled against the Tai Gate 3,000 years ago. Not only did she not enter the demonic path, she even established exquisite paradise and became the leader of one of the 10 immortal Tao sects. Now that he mentioned the exquisite tribulation, it was the same as slapping the Tai Gate, the largest immortal Tao sect, in the face. The Tai Gate's disciples also lost face. As direct disciples, how could they not be angry? Feng Han also saw the Tai Gate's disciples being overbearing and acting as if they were number one in the world, so he spoke out. The Tai Gate's disciples didn't use demonic items, that was for sure. But forbidding other sects' disciples from using demonic items was a bit too much. Of course, there were also feelings of jealousy. They were afraid that Feng Han would advance by leaps and bounds after obtaining the pill furnace, increasing the strength of the Ascension Gate. So they would rather destroy it than give it to others. After all, the effects of the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron were too great. How could Feng Han not guess the thoughts of the Tai Gate's disciples? His shrewdness was like squeezing oil out of a stone. What did I say? Didn't you hear me clearly? My Ascension Gate has its own rules, and your Tai Gate has its own rules. You want to force your Tai Gate's rules on our Ascension Gate? Does that mean our Ascension Gate has become your vassal? Does your Tai Gate unify the immortal Tao? The moment Feng Han opened his mouth, he started to accuse Mo Liushi. I didn't say that. Yao Dian was stunned, then exchanged a look with Xia Yu and Yu Fen. But the 5 Hell Sky Demon was injured by my Tai Gate's eldest senior brother 800 years ago. Logically speaking, the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron should be handed over to my Tai Gate. As for killing the Suicide Island Master, you obtained quite a bit. There's no need to hand it over. What? You still want the Suicide Island Master's treasures? Feng Han licked his lips. There are many demonic weapons in the Suicide Island Master's treasures. Naturally, we have to destroy them one by one without leaving any traces. The inner sect disciple, Zhang Wei, said coldly, but if you hand over the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron, it shows that you have the intention of drawing a clear line with the demonic Tao. Those little demonic weapons can be ignored. Our Tai Gate is not a calculated person. Not a calculated person? Feng Han's eyes narrowed into slits. Looks like you really think the Tai Gate is the only big sect in the immortal Tao. You want to take care of everything. Looks like today's matter will be difficult to deal with. Then let me see if your Tai Gate's Tao techniques are stronger, or my Ascension Gate's Tao techniques are stronger. What? Feng Han, you want to fight the Tai Gate? Long Xian was shocked. She secretly transmitted her voice using spiritual power. What, I can't fight? There's no rule in the sect that says I can't fight with disciples of other sections. Feng Han said. This is a new rule set by senior brother Hua Tiandu. He said that disciples of the Ascension Gate have to keep a low profile. If we fight with the Tai Gate, we have to tolerate as much as possible. In the past 60 years, disciples of the Ascension Gate have fought with disciples of the Tai Gate a few times, but they were all dealt with severely by senior brother Hua Tiandu. Now, disciples of the Ascension Gate are basically inferior to disciples of the Tai Gate. This is also why the disciples of the Tai Gate are so arrogant when they see us. Long Xian's tone was a little impatient. Hua Tiandu. You are the sinner of our sect. Fang Han suddenly let out a long roar. You dare to insult your own senior brother? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of Hua Tiandu. If you can take this sword in my hand, I'll let you leave today. If you can't, I'll tie you up and personally deliver you to the Ascension Gate, to Hua Tiandu, and let him deal with you. Yao Dian stretched out his hand, and a flying sword appeared in his hand. The sword light flickered and flickered, revealing its powerful strength. This Tai Gate true disciple's expression changed, and a powerful self-confidence surged out. At this moment, he seemed to be the only one in the world. Fang Han, you have to be careful. This person's cultivation has already reached the level where he can understand yin and yang. His stellar energy has reached the level where it has spirituality. Although he's not as strong as the demon marshal, you're still no match for him. Yanni was shocked by Yao Dian's aura, and immediately warned Fang Han. What? He's cultivated to the 4th level of the mystique realm. Fang Han was stunned. Just as he was stunned, Yao Dian smiled. The flying sword in his hand shone brightly, and with a whoosh, it slashed over. The sword light condensed into a line, and a sharp killing intent went straight for Fang Han's head. He wanted to pierce Fang Han's mind and cripple Fang Han's mystique. The sword aura was fierce. With just one strike, Long Xian's cold mist was broken. The frost dragon sword was useless against Yao Dian's sword aura. Fang Han could only see illusions before his eyes. Yao Dian's sword aura completely enveloped his soul, as if he couldn't move. He could only be a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The power of this sword was earth-shattering. Fang Han knew that this was a matter of life and death. Yao Dian's Dao technique was 2 levels higher than his, and his experience was probably much richer. His cultivation method might not be inferior to his. Tai Gate was the number 1 gate in the immortal Dao. How could their cultivation method be inferior? Even when Acheron's gate was at its peak, it could only compete with the Tai Gate. Heavenly Wood Divine Needle. Fang Han clenched his teeth and cleared his mind. He opened his hand, and the Wood Emperor's true chi surged out. It suddenly transformed into a divine needle, and it pierced towards Yao Dian. It was a mutually destructive attack. Humph. Yao Dian snorted. Seeing the heavenly wood divine needle piercing towards him, he didn't change his sword aura. His body emitted another wave of stellar energy, and he transformed into a white heavenly lion. It opened its mouth and swallowed the heavenly wood divine needle. His flying sword broke through Fang Han's protective true chi, and stabbed into Fang Han's skin. Just one sword was enough to cut Fang Han into pieces. Buzz 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 buzz. At this moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out from Fang Han's body. Fang Han suddenly disappeared, and Yao Dian's flying sword slashed into a cauldron as big as a house, creating a series of sparks. You actually refined the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron. Yao Dian was stunned. Yao Dian was a core disciple of the number 1 gate in the world, the Tai Gate. His Dao techniques were profound, and his magic power was tyrannical. With Fang Han's current level, he was definitely not a match for him. Not to mention that he had cultivated to the 4th level of the divine power, the yin-yang realm, and his stellar energy had spirituality and was extremely condensed. Just his magic power alone was at least twice as strong as Fang Han's. His strength was probably at least 5,000 black and yellow horses. Ordinary people who had just entered the divine power secret realm had magic power between 80 to 200 horses. After cultivating true chi, one's magic power would be several times more powerful, between 300 to 700 horses. After cultivating stellar energy, it would be from 1,000 to 3,000 horses. After entering the yin-yang realm, one would have the power of at least 5,000 horses. At the peak of the yin-yang realm, one could have 10,000 horses galloping, destroying cities, messing up rivers, and moving houses with just a thought. Fang Han's current strength was only equivalent to 2,000 horses, which was very far from Yao Dian's. Logically speaking, he should have been killed or captured in a single exchange. However, he had refined the 5 Hells Royal Cauldron and could use the Sky Demon King's treasure to protect himself. Before he attacked, he had already used a concealment talisman to hide the cauldron. As soon as he attacked, he entered the cauldron to protect himself. Come in quickly. Let's work together and use this cauldron's power to charge out. As he entered the cauldron, Feng Han's consciousness was transmitted to Long Xian and the witches' minds. When one's martial arts reached the divine transformation realm, one could use consciousness to communicate, let alone divine power secret realm experts. Feng Han only needed a thought for Long Xian and the witch to know what he meant. The two of them circulated their magic power and entered the cauldron. Frost Serpent Dragon, Frost Thunder. The moment Long Xian entered the cauldron, she waved the Frost Serpent sword and spat out dozens of frost thunder at the white celestial lion in the distance. Feng Han had just condensed his genuine qi and turned it into a heavenly wood divine needle to assassinate Yao Dian, but it was swallowed by a white heavenly lion formed from Yao Dian's gang qi. If the wooden needle could not be retrieved, Feng Han's loss of genuine qi would take at least a few years to recover. Long Xian knew this, so she wanted to blow up the white celestial lion so that Feng Han could retrieve his true qi. You want to retrieve your true qi? When Yao Dian saw the momentum, the white sky lion beside him opened its mouth and swallowed the ice soul divine lightning. Long Xian's face changed. She hurriedly channeled her spiritual energy, but the ice soul divine lightning was like a clay ox entering the sea. She could no longer sense it and it would not explode. When one's divine power reached the yin-yang realm, one's stellar energy could be formed into sentient objects, such as Feng Qingshua's purple lightning yin-yang serpents. Yao Dian's stellar energy true form was a white celestial lion. It was ferocious and seemed to be able to swallow everything. This was a divine power of the Tai Gate, called the Celestial Lion Art. There was once an elder of the Tai Gate who used the Celestial Lion Art to swallow 100,000 soldiers of a country. Wu. Gu. Ba. Ma. Ha. Ya. Ha. Ha. At this moment, a powerful sound wave broke through the air and turned into 8 azure dragons. They followed closely behind the frost thunder and rushed towards the celestial lion. 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. The blue dragon form of the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was different from the celestial lion. It was just a change in form and didn't have any sentience. However, it was the sound of all of Feng Han's true qi gathered together. In particular, within the cyan dragon's shape, there was a trace of yellow that was not easy to detect. It was the water vapor formed by the water of oblivion. 8 notes of the heavenly dragon? You want to break my celestial lion art? Wishful thinking. Don't make a move. I'll capture these 3. Yao Dian didn't care. He was about to use his divine power to trap the 5 hells imperial cauldron. At the same time, he ordered the other disciples to stay put and let him do it alone. When the disciples heard Yao Dian's order, they didn't make a move and retreated far away. Even the other 2 core disciples flew into the sky and watched from the side, showing the demeanor of the number 1 great Tao gate in the world. This showed that the Tai gate was different. All the disciples were very arrogant. The celestial lion opens its mouth and swallows the mountains and rivers. Strands of white earth qi on Yao Dian's body boiled again and entered the celestial lion's body. The white celestial lion immediately swelled and grew into a giant lion the size of a small hill. It opened its mouth and sucked in the dragon form of the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. It didn't stop there. The lion opened its mouth and swallowed the 5 hells imperial cauldron. The 5 hells imperial cauldron was the size of a house. Even a giant python like the Blackwater kingsnake couldn't swallow it. However, when the celestial lion opened its mouth, it completely enveloped the cauldron. You're courting death. Hidden in the Acheron map, the water of oblivion that was mixed in the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was suddenly activated. What's going on? The water of oblivion entered the celestial lion's stomach and intertwined with the celestial lion's earth qi. Instantly, it corroded the flesh like acid. Green smoke rose and sizzled. Intense pain was transmitted to Yao Dian's mind. The celestial lion's true form was formed by his earth qi. Once it was injured, he would feel it deeply. Waves of earth qi was corroded and collapsed from the inside. The majestic celestial lion was in extreme pain. It raised its head and roared. 5 hells imperial cauldron. Break for me. When Feng Han saw this, he immediately activated the cauldron and threw it into the sky lion's mouth. Then, he activated the array of the cauldron. Suddenly, flames shot out from the cauldron. The flames were in the shape of a sphere and had thorns. They looked like chestnuts. When they encountered the celestial lion's earth chi, they immediately exploded. This was one of the formations in the five hells imperial cauldron. It condensed flames and released the five fire divine thunder. Not only could it refine the strongest ore, diamond, and turn it into steam, it could also be used to bombard the enemy. The five hells imperial cauldron contained 999 great formations. Each of them was very powerful. Although Feng Han had refined them one by one, it was impossible for him to activate all of them. This was because he didn't have enough magic power. If he wanted to activate all 900 great formations of the five hells imperial cauldron, he would need the strength of at least 100,000 strong horses. Therefore, he could only choose one of them, the five fire divine thunder formation, which had decent destructive power. Balls of explosive flames formed a fireball with a radius of 3 to 4 mu. It burst out from the inside of the celestial lion and instantly blew the celestial lion into pieces. Milky white earth chi splattered everywhere. When the celestial lion split open, Yao Dian sensed it and spat out a mouthful of blood. First, he was plotted against by Yan, and then he was caught off guard by Feng Han. He failed miserably. Crash! Seeing this opportunity, Feng Han didn't hesitate. He activated the other great formation of the cauldron. It rotated at high speed and with a rumbling sound, it crashed towards Yao Dian. The house-sized cauldron crashed into the outstanding disciple of the Tai Gate. How dare you use such a trick? Break my heavenly lion. Since that's the case, no one in this world can save you. I will capture you alive, destroy your divine powers, and hang you up so that you will suffer the pain of being pierced by swords for 81 days. I will let the other immortal Dao sects know how powerful you are, and only then will I send you back to the Ascension Gate. Yao Dian's roar shook the heavens and earth. If the five hells royal cauldron hit his body, even a mountain would be smashed to pieces. However, Yao Dian's mana was strong after all. Although the heavenly lion true form was blown apart, he still displayed his powerful strength at this critical moment. As he roared, he grabbed with both hands, and a large amount of milky white aura surged out from his body again, blocking the impact of the five hells king cauldron. This was the heavenly lion true aura that he had cultivated. It was ferocious in nature, and the rolling gang chi was like the roar of a lion, showing the might of the king of beasts. Tai diffraction. As he crazily gathered his gang chi, he controlled the flying sword to fly back. It split into many sword lights, and like a spider spitting out silk, they intertwined to form a dense sword net. This layer of sword net spread out and trapped the cauldron. Instantly, the sound of metal being cut rang out. They wanted to cut the cauldron apart. Which, use your mana to activate the five fire divine thunder formation in the cauldron. Long Xian and I will activate the spatial teleportation formation. If Yao Dian is so difficult to deal with, if the other two core disciples come, we will not be able to escape. Feng Han told the witch and Long Xian from inside the cauldron. The witch also knew that things were not good. If they were caught by the Tai Gate, they would definitely be killed. So she focused her mana into the five fire divine thunder formation. Fireballs shot out from the cauldron again. Feng Han's and Long Xian's powers were all concentrated in a space teleportation array. This formation was used to activate the cauldron to fly and teleport. Once activated, the cauldron would fly faster than the speed of sound. The stronger the user's mana, the faster it would fly. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, Feng Han and Long Xian channeled all of their powers into the space teleportation array. Immediately, the cauldron shook violently and let out a roar. Together with the five fire divine thunder, it broke the Tai diffraction sword net and flew into the distance, leaving the battlefield. Because of Yao Dian's arrogance, the rest of the people had retreated. Feng Han's sudden departure from the battlefield was unexpected. Of course, the main reason was that the alchemy furnace was too fast. It was 3 to 4 times the speed of sound. A white wave of air left the sound wave far behind. The alchemy furnace rubbed against the atmosphere, giving rise to a long tail of fire, just like a phoenix. This kind of speed could only be achieved by experts who had cultivated to the celestial realm. Now, Feng Han was able to do this with the help of the five Hells King Tripod's void teleportation array. Yao Dian rose Yao Di's. He Xianxiao. What do we do now? Should we go after them? The other two disciples, Xiaoyu and Yufan, quickly flew over. Seeing Yao Dian like this, they knew he was injured and asked in surprise. I'm fine. Don't go after them. If we continue, we'll be seen as Tai Gate hunting down a disciple of Ascension Gate for a Dharma treasure. It'll also cause conflicts between the sections. I didn't expect them to refine the cauldron so quickly. Let's discuss this matter in the long run. We won't let them get the cauldron. Let's go. Yao Dian smiled coldly. Where are we going? Myriad Returns Market. They killed Suicide Island Lord, so they'll definitely go to Myriad Returns Immortal Island to claim their reward. We'll go there and wait for them. We'll capture them in front of everyone and make them lose face. Yao Dian said confidently, you have to be careful. Feng Han has something that seems to be specialized in corroding immortal Dao dermic powers. It's extremely dangerous. If you meet him, you have to kill him. Don't give him a chance to use his demonic treasure. Okay. A group of Tai Gate disciples flew towards the Myriad Returns Market. A large cauldron violently surged, sweeping across the surface of the sea. The airflow it brought along caused the seawater to be swept away, plowing out a deep gully. For a moment, seawater gushed out, and the surrounding dozens of li were filled with monstrous waves. Fortunately, this was the depths of the ocean. If it was in a coastal area with many fishing boats, who knew how many fishing boats would have capsized by now? All of a sudden, the cauldron slowed down and fell into the sea, sinking into the water with a loud thud. The spatial shift formation is really draining of Dharma power. I've used up more than half of my Dharma power in just a short while, and now I'm mentally exhausted. If they catch up, I'll be in danger. Feng Han sat in the cauldron and let out a long sigh. He stopped using the formation and rested to recover his Dharma power. I'm sure the Tai Gate disciples won't come after us. Otherwise, there are tens of thousands of wandering cultivators on the sea. If an expert were to see this, it would be said that the Greater One sect was hunting down the disciples of the Ascension sect for a treasure. Long Xian finally had the chance to examine the space within the cauldron. In the middle of the Five Hells King cauldron, there were golden carvings and jade carvings everywhere. There were layers upon layers of golden and jade screens, and there were a total of 9 of them. These screens were separated into many independent small secret rooms. On each of these screens, there were pictures of fire, wind, sabers and swords, thunder and clouds, dragons and tigers, 100 ghosts marching in the night, 100 demons eating humans, etc. On the 9 screens, there were pictures of immortal Dao and demon Dao. It seemed to be a combination of immortal and demon. At this time, Feng Han had the opportunity to examine the space inside the cauldron. It was as big as the hall of a wealthy family, separated by 9 screens made of immortal and demon. The layout was exquisite, revealing all kinds of mysteries. Through the walls of the cauldron, they could see the situation outside. The sea was deep, and many fish swam about. This cauldron was about to sink. However, not a single drop of water entered the cauldron. It was very safe. They could not feel the pressure of the deep sea at all. The walls of the cauldron seemed to be made of a special material. They could see the outside from the inside, but they could not see the inside at all. Then what do we do now? The demoness asked. The Tai Gate disciples always kill the great Asuras directly after capturing them. I'm sure they won't let us go. But since they won't come after us, they'll definitely wait for us at the Myriad Return Sea Market. Because we killed the Suicide Island Master, we'll go to the sea market to get our reward. Feng Han said, let's rest for a while and recover our Dharma power. Then we'll float up and go to the returning void. I'm afraid that's not right. We still have to go to the sea market. You've used up all your Dharma crystals and jade stones. If you don't have enough Dharma power in a battle, you'll be killed by the returning void. Besides, the returning void is very dangerous. I originally wanted to go to the sea market to buy some herbs to refine pills to increase my strength and condense my true qi. Long Xian said, if I condense my true qi and increase my Dharma power, we'll be much safer together. What? You want to condense your true qi too? So fast? Feng Han was stunned. Logically speaking, Long Xian would need 2 to 3 years to condense her true qi. I've taken the yin-yang longevity pill, and with my special physique, the myriad water technique complemented each other. Now that I have this cauldron, if I can go to the sea market and buy the sunflower jellyfish, jade lightning jellyfish, purple cloud jellyfish, sea god jellyfish, gold jellyfish, silver jellyfish, star jellyfish and the 7 mutant jellyfish, and fuse them with my Dharma power. Then I'll condense my true chi in this cauldron. Long Xian looked around the cauldron. Myriad water technique, oh myriad water technique. I wonder when I'll be able to fully master it. Unfortunately, if I can find a type of holy water and fuse it with my body, my Dharma power will increase by leaps and bounds. What kind of water? Feng Han asked casually. The number 1 holy water in the world. The water of oblivion. When Feng Han heard the words water of oblivion, his heart skipped a beat. He stared at Long Xian, but saw that she was calm, as if she was just saying it casually. His heart calmed down a little. Although he didn't know the mantra for the myriad water technique that Long Xian was cultivating, he knew a little about it. It required one to use one's Dharma power to gather thousands of types of water vapor in the world, condense them into a ball, crystallize them into a water pill, and finally, fully master the myriad water technique. One could command all the water in the world, and have infinite power and mystery. However, there were some types of water in the world that were extremely difficult to obtain, such as the 9 yang holy water, 9 yin holy water, and so on. But the most difficult to obtain was the water of oblivion from Acheron's holy river. In the world, those with wisdom could not forget their emotions. If they could forget their emotions, they would not grow old. A cup of the water of oblivion could destroy a person's soul, but it could also allow one to transcend mortality. Feng Han used the water of oblivion to attack his enemies, but also used the holy water to refine his body and cultivate the Yama's golden body. After the Acheron's holy river was cultivated into the Acheron map by Emperor Huangquan, the water of oblivion became extinct. Long Xian's myriad water technique lacked this vital water, and there were many obstacles. However, Feng Han couldn't just be a nice guy and give away the water of oblivion so casually. This was no small matter, and he couldn't reveal it for now. Only if he had cultivated up to the sky human stage would he be able to slightly expose his identity. That was because the sect valued experts of the sky human stage differently compared to the ordinary air disciples. The sect would protect them. Because heaven realm experts were already able to set up formations, forge spiritual weapons, and with good materials, they could even forge treasured weapons. It would greatly increase the strength of the sect. It could be said that experts at the 5th level of the transcendent realm were the true core of a sect. Feng Han knew that if he could cultivate to the heaven realm, Feng Qingxue wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At that time, it wouldn't be a big deal even if the Acheron map was exposed. A heaven realm disciple was qualified to possess this supreme demonic weapon, and the ascension gate wouldn't force the disciple to create another tribulation of exquisite. Now that the Acheron map was exposed, it was a little dangerous. At that moment, Feng Han just smiled. Legend has it that the water of oblivion is an underground holy river. It's said in the various worlds that it has dried up, but in the world, species will not die out. Long Xian, you don't have to worry about it. One day, you will find the water of oblivion. You will be able to complete the myriad water technique. Is that so? Then I'll have to thank you, Feng Han. Long Xian smiled and didn't mention the water of oblivion again. She just sighed. It's a pity that this 5 Hells King cauldron still lacks a core formation. Otherwise, it could be shrunk and easier to carry. Oh right, Feng Han, our ascension gate has an unwritten rule. That is, any disciple who has cultivated to the heaven realm will be summoned by the sect master. They can also ask the sect master for a favor. At that time, you can ask the sect master to set up a core formation for you, and this cauldron will become a Tao artifact and be even more powerful. Oh, there's such a rule? Feng Han didn't know about this. Thinking of this, his desire to cultivate to the heaven realm became even stronger. Let's cultivate and replenish our energy. This 5 Hells Pill cauldron is the best portable cave, and it can even dive to the bottom of the water. My 10,000 water godly technique will improve faster at the bottom of the water, and the water will be purer too. After Long Xian finished speaking, she took out a pill and swallowed it to recover her energy. Seeing this, Feng Han didn't say much. Waving his hand, the purple gold gourd that the Suicide Island master used to store pills flew over. Dozens of life-extending Jingdan flew out and were all swallowed into his mouth. He swallowed them like fried beans. Immediately, a warm current rose from his abdomen and circulated throughout his body. Then, he slowly activated his qi and blood, turning it into spiritual power, and step by step, into spiritual power. At the same time, a large number of pills flew into the Acheron map and into the mouths of the 10 sleeping Asuras. Feng Han originally had 10 Asuras that had melted 10 flying swords. Their killing power was huge, but because he lacked pills to feed them, he only let them rest and didn't let them fight. Asuras had to expend a lot of energy to fight, so they consumed a lot of food. Moreover, the current Asuras, after eating the blood pill made from the white-haired flying zombie, grew white hair all over their bodies. Their swallowing ability was stronger and their appetite was bigger. I wonder when these 10 Asuras will transform into great Asuras. I'm afraid it will be a few decades later. Oh right, in the collection left behind by the Suicide Island Master, there are many spiritual equipment robes. Let these Asuras wear them too. Fuse them with the blood of the Blackwater Kingsnake and use the power of the cauldron to refine them. Feng Han rested for a long time to recover his spiritual power. Suddenly, with a thought, the 10 Asuras flew out from the Acheron map and landed beside him. Robes. With another thought, 10 shimmering robes were draped over the bodies of these Asuras. There were a total of 28 robes in the Suicide Island Master's collection, each of which was a supreme-grade spiritual equipment. As soon as these Asuras put on the robes, blood suddenly spurted out and turned into 10 blood-colored satin that wrapped around their bodies. This blood was the blood of the Blackwater Kingsnake. True fire body refinement. 5 Hell's Cauldron. Feng Han then activated the ability of the cauldron to refine pills. Waves of golden flames burst out from the screen and instantly enveloped the 10 Asuras. All the blood of the Blackwater Kingsnake was refined into the Asuras' bodies. At the same time, the spiritual equipment robes that wrapped around their bodies were also refined. The formation on the robes was also branded on the outer shell of their bodies. Kacha, kacha, the bodies of the 10 Asuras emitted metallic cracking sounds. Long white hair grew out from their outer shells and was even longer than before. Waves of ferocious aura were even more intense. At the same time, their bodies grew a lot taller. Extremely powerful physical strength burst out from their bodies. At this moment, they were no longer ordinary Asuras, but a type of mutated existence. Ordinary Asuras could pull 13 wild horses. But now, these Asuras had the physical strength of 60 to 70 wild horses. After fusing with the flying sword, robes, and the blood of the Blackwater Kingsnake, these Asuras were equivalent to divine realm experts. However, they did not have any spiritual energy and relied solely on their physical bodies. After refining these 10 Asuras, Feng Han once again immersed himself in cultivation. He recalled his battle experience with the Suicide Island Master and Yao Dian. At the same time, he took out the demonic book, Death Hand of Heavenly Dipper, and carefully studied the method of circulating his true qi. After 3 days, he refined the Wood Emperor's true qi again. He also figured out various battle techniques and his physical strength and spiritual energy had recovered to an unprecedented peak. Only then did he open his eyes. Long Xian and the witch were almost done with their cultivation. Let's go. Let's go to the Myriad Returns Market. Feng Han activated the cauldron and floated to the surface. He then stored the cauldron in the Acheron map. Controlling his true qi, he found the right direction and slowly flew forward. In front of us is the Southern Sea Continent, which is where the 10,000 Returns Market is located. 3 green lights flew at a steady pace. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. The smell of spring could be faintly felt from afar. Feng Han's sharp eyes looked into the distance and saw a vast continent floating on the ocean. There seemed to be a city, a population, shops. Along the coast, there were countless ships docked or coming and going. It was more than 10 times more prosperous than the mainland. There were ships with decks, sailboats, and even large ships with 5 teeth. Feng Han had seen many ships in the Longyuan province because it was close to the Longyuan River. The capital of the Li dynasty, Li capital, had many things that needed to be transported by the Longyuan province. Among them, Feng Han had seen large ships that could carry up to 100,000 kilograms or even hundreds of thousands of kilograms. However, the ships at the port of the continent gave him a huge shock. This was because he saw many huge ships floating on the sea like mountains. People were walking up and down the ships like ants. Those huge ships could carry millions of jin, or even millions of jin. Fang Han had never seen such a huge ship before. Moreover, he could clearly feel that those huge ships had a strong aura of steel. They were actually made of steel. Those huge ships belonged to the number one empire in the world, the Dushuan Empire. Every year, the Dushuan Empire would trade with the 10,000 returns market. They would transport herbs and rare treasures back to the 10,000 returns market. They would even transport magic crystals. This kind of steel ship can cut through the waves and travel thousands of miles in a day. Long Xian explained to Fang Han. The Dushuan Empire would actually use magic crystals to trade? Fang Han asked curiously. The Dushuan Empire is controlled by the Tai Gate. The Tai Gate has an immeasurable amount of resources. Rumor has it that the Tai Gate has opened a dojo in the outer space. They found a few stars that contain large amounts of magic crystals. Long Xian said, otherwise, why would the Tai Gate be so arrogant? Yes, the disciples of the Tai Gate are all like messengers from the heavens, enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. I don't believe that the 9 great Taoist sects won't be dissatisfied with him if he continues to be arrogant and despotic. The demon sect will also take advantage of the situation. Fang Han thought of Yao Dian, Xia Yu, Yu Fan, and the faces of Zhang Wei and the other Tai Gate disciples. He felt extremely uncomfortable and wished he could kill them all. However, Fang Han understood that this was just a thought in his heart and could not be implemented at all. If he wanted to kill a disciple of the Tai Gate, he would be in great trouble. No one would be able to protect him. Touching a disciple of the Tai Gate was like killing an imperial envoy in the secular world. It was tantamount to openly rebelling. Even if the disciples of the Tai Gate came looking for trouble, they could only swallow their anger. Otherwise, you'll be the one in the wrong if we fight. The Tai Gate has the strength to suppress the 9 great Tao Gates and the Demon Gate. Not only do they have many supreme immortals in the immortal mystic realm, but according to legend, the Tai Gate has an immortal artifact. Long Xian said. Immortal artifact. Originally, Yan Quan had been cultivating in the Acheron map. He had been fiddling with the Blackwater kingsnake, refining its flesh into pills, and peeling off its skin to create array diagrams. He could also refine its teeth and sell them for a good price in the sea market. The 5 Hells Royal Cauldron was in the Acheron map. Yan Quan could freely manipulate it. With the array within, the quality of the pills refined were much better. However, when it heard the words immortal artifact, it immediately showed a thoughtful look, as if it was recalling some ancient secret. As the artifact spirit that had followed the Emperor Huangquan, it naturally knew many ancient secrets and the secrets of the immortal Tao sects. What immortal artifact? The Tai Gate has an immortal artifact? Fang Han was stunned. Of course, he knew that the Dharma treasures in the world were divided into Dharma artifacts, spirit artifacts, bejeweled artifacts, Tao artifacts, and the most powerful immortal artifacts. He knew what a Tao artifact was, but he did not know what an immortal artifact was. I don't know what kind of immortal artifact Tai Gate has. This is the highest secret of both the immortal Tao and the devil Tao. Long Xian shook her head. It seemed like she really did not know. Yan, do you know what an immortal artifact is? Fang Han asked Yan Quan secretly. Immortal artifact. It can destroy the earth, move the stars, change the void, travel between the past and the present, and have endless power and endless wonders. If you have an immortal artifact now, you can kill Hua Tiandu immediately. Even the experts of the immortal secret realm are no match for you. Yan Quan's tone was heavy and slow, and each word carried a heavy pressure. So, in 10 years, it's not impossible for you to surpass Hua Tiandu. That is, you have to get an immortal artifact. However, this hope is even smaller than cultivating to the immortal secret realm. In this world, there are many experts of the immortal secret realm, but few immortal artifacts. When an immortal artifact appears, all the devil emperors, supreme immortals, and hidden experts will make a move. It won't be your turn. Thousands of years ago, there were many great immortal and devil wars, and most of them were triggered by the appearance of an immortal artifact. I know. Looks like I have no hope of getting an immortal artifact. Let's go to the 10,000 returns market and buy the pills to cultivate the golden body of Yama. I'll take another step and cultivate it to the Xidagarba realm. As Feng Han spoke, he increased his speed and flew towards the continent in the distance. Long Xian and the witch followed closely behind. Once they got close to the continent, Feng Han saw a few people flying around. Of course, most of them were wearing spiritual artifact robes or were using supreme-grade floating talismans. There were not many experts of the divine secret realm. Feng Han, Long Xian, and the demoness were all wearing a spirit artifact Dharma robe. They restrained their own arcane energy and only relied on the power of the Dharma robe to fly slowly in the air. In the 10,000 returns market, the biggest shop is called the Mystic Turtle Pavilion. It's owned by the 10,000 returns Immortal Island. There are all kinds of herbs, dermic talismans, spiritual herbs, and everything else. You can even sell your own things in there. Long Xian introduced to Feng Han. The three of them landed in the center of a big city. It looked like a palace. This was not a palace, because the words Mystic Turtle were written on a huge plaque at the entrance. There was also a giant mystic turtle on the roof of the palace. It looked like it was about to fly into the sky. When Feng Han, Long Xian, and the witch landed in front of the Mystic Turtle Pavilion, a few disciples immediately came up to them. Which sect are you three from? Or are you a rogue cultivator? Are you here to sell something? Or to buy something? These disciples were wearing spiritual artifact robes and holding horsetail whisks. Their eyes were sharp and their bodies were powerful. Their physical cultivation was at the 8th tier of bravery and 9th tier of spirit channeling. In the mortal world, they were martial arts grandmasters. But in the immortal Tao sect, they were just small disciples. However, the horsetail whisks in their hands emitted traces of dermic power. It seemed to be a spiritual artifact, and there were many traces of dermic power on their bodies. There were also powerful spiritual artifacts or dermic artifacts hidden in them. At first glance, it was obvious that they were disciples of a big sect. The three of us are the true disciples of the Ascension sect. We came to the Wangue Immortal Island to buy some spiritual herbs to refine pills and also to receive a reward. Feng Han raised his hand and a ball of vital energy was brewing in his palm. It emitted a powerful wave of Dharma power. Ah! Divine ability mystic realm. True disciples. The disciples of the 10,000 returns Immortal Island looked at each other and became polite. Honored guests. As they spoke, two more disciples appeared at the entrance. These two disciples had higher cultivations, they were at the mortal body 10th level and at the divine transformation realm. They called out to Feng Han and the others, senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters, please follow us in. Feng Han nodded and followed the two disciples into the Mystic Turtle Pavilion. The Mystic Turtle Pavilion was really like a palace. There were layers and layers, and there was an indescribably beautiful scenery. There were array formations everywhere, and there was a faint glow. That's right. I heard that your 10,000 returns Immortal Island offered a reward for the capture of the ferocious rogue cultivator, the 40 great bandits. I killed the 38th ranked Suicide Island master. This is his head. Can I receive the reward? Feng Han asked Long Xian to take out the Suicide Island master's head. Oh. The two disciples who led the way saw the frozen head of the Suicide Island master. One of them sucked in a breath of cold air. The Ascension Gate is indeed powerful. You guys actually got there first. We also heard that a few true disciples of the Tai Gate wanted to kill the Suicide Island master. What? Feng Han had an idea. He took out 2 small bottles from his bosom. There were 6 pills in the bottles. This is the life-extending Jin Dan that I obtained after killing the Suicide Island master. It's used to temper the body. Junior brothers, take it. There are 6 pills in each bottle. It can increase your cultivation. Thank you, senior brother. The two disciples of the 10,000 returns Immortal Island were overjoyed. Long Xian was expressionless when she saw this scene. She had a grudge with the 10,000 returns Immortal Island, but her hatred was not with these disciples. She did not say anything about Feng Han. May I ask, have the disciples of the Tai Gate come here? Feng Han asked. He gave the pills to find out about this matter. Not yet. At this moment, the three senior brothers of the Tai Gate, Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yufan seemed to be meeting with a few elders at the upper level. A disciple said. How long have these three disciples of the Tai Gate been here? When are they leaving? Fang Han asked. Not yet. It seems that they are waiting for someone. A disciple received the pills and was overjoyed. Oh right, there's another big thing to tell senior brothers and sisters. It's that demon marshal of the Khanate demon sect, Ying Tianqing. At this moment, he is also at the highest level of the Xian Turtle Pavilion, talking to our pavilion master, the elder Xian Turtle. It seems that he has cultivated his demonic arts and is going to the depths of the returning void. At the same time, he will wipe out the 40 great pirates on the sea. If senior brothers and sisters meet him, you must be careful. Oh? There's such a thing? Fang Han did not expect this. When he heard this news, his heart trembled. The demon marshal had also come to the sea and was in the Xian Turtle Pavilion. The three true disciples of the Tai Gate were also here. A thought flashed through his mind, and a scheming expression appeared on Fang Han's face. Let's cut to the chase. I want 7 great jellyfish and some medicinal herbs. 800-year-old Rehmannia, Vajra Earth, Earth-Fire Gold, 1000-year Earth Turtle, 1000-year Gold Silver Pangolin, 1 Ting Snake, 1 Lunar Earth Dragon Earthworm. Fang Han listed many rare spiritual herbs in one breath. I wonder if you have them? So many rare spiritual herbs. And most of them seem to be cultivating Earth-type arts. I think senior apprentice brother should be cultivating the Ascension Gate's heavenly wood great art. A disciple pondered. Another disciple hurriedly touched him. Senior apprentice brother must have a use for these spiritual herbs. This is not something we can ask. We do have these spiritual herbs in the Xian Turtle Pavilion, but the price is too expensive. The reward for senior apprentice brother killing the Suicide Island master is not enough to offset the value of these spiritual herbs. I wonder if senior apprentice brother has any spiritual artifacts that can offset the price difference. About 10 spiritual artifacts, flying swords, or dermic robes will do. I still have 10 spiritual artifacts and dermic robes. I wonder if adding them can offset the price difference? Fang Han waved his hand, and the witch behind him took out a stack of clothes. They were all spiritual artifacts and clothes from the Suicide Island Master's collection. Ordinary spiritual artifacts were popular goods in Xianxia sect, including hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples, all needed spiritual artifacts. However, spiritual artifacts could only be refined by experts at the 5th level of the Transcendent Realm, and they required rare materials. Even Transcendent Realm experts would need to spend a lot of dermic powers to refine spiritual artifacts. Such experts also needed to cultivate themselves. It was impossible for them to waste a lot of primordial chi and time to refine spiritual artifacts for inner and outer sect disciples. 10 spiritual artifacts, even with natural treasures, would take a Transcendent Realm expert a year or 2. How precious was a year or 2? Without reaching the longevity secret realm, one's lifespan was limited. Who would be willing to waste time? As expected, it's 10 spiritual artifacts and dermic robes. The two disciples looked at each other, calculated for a while, and nodded. That's enough. Senior apprentice brother, please wait in the inner hall. We'll take these spiritual artifacts and dermic robes and the head of the Suicide Island master to the senior apprentice brothers. Then, we'll get the herbs you need. I'll have to trouble you, junior apprentice brothers. After you get the herbs, I'll have to ask you to arrange a secret alchemy room for me. I want to start refining pills and cultivate some things. After I'm done, I'll definitely give you benefits, Fang Han said. Of course. Fighting is not allowed in the Myriad Return Sea Market. Many itinerant cultivators come here when they want to cultivate and spend pills to stay. That's the safest place. The two disciples were not surprised by Fang Han's request. There was danger at sea at all times. It was safest to find a place to cultivate in the sea market opened by the Myriad Returns Immortal Island. Because fighting was forbidden in the sea market. Not to mention in the Mystic Turtle Pavilion. Anyone who wanted to fight or kill here would have to ask the permission of the Myriad Returns Immortal Island. Cultivating here was exactly the same as cultivating in the Ascension Gate. It should be very safe. Seeing the two disciples take the dermic robes and the head of the Suicide Island master and leave in a hurry, Long Xian looked at Feng Han and smiled sinisterly. She could not help but say, "What do you have in mind?" "Yao Dian, Xia Yu, and Yufan are here. Logically speaking, they'll know about us soon and definitely won't let us go. However, I didn't expect the demon marshal to be here as well. I have my own ideas." Feng Han stopped smiling sinisterly. "When the herbs are here, we'll hide in the imperial cauldron and cultivate our theurgy. You can also condense your true qi." After sitting for a while, the two disciples of the Myriad Returns Immortal Island hurried over. "Senior apprentice brother, senior apprentice sister, the room you want has been prepared. The herbs have been sent inside. Please come with us." "So fast?" The Myriad Returns Immortal Island is indeed one of the 10 great Taoist sects. Feng Han praised. Among the spiritual herbs he mentioned, there were a few that were very difficult to find. For example, the lunar earth dragon earthworm and the 1,000-year gold-silver pangolin. If he went to the wilderness or the desolate swamp to collect them, it would probably take him a few months. Now, it only took him a few words, 10 spiritual tools, and a head to exchange for them. I still have 36 flying swords and 8 spiritual tool dermic robes. I wonder what I can exchange them for. Feng Han calculated in his heart. He had no use for these things, but to the disciples of the physical body realm, they were treasures among treasures. After all, disciples of the physical body realm were the majority in a sect. Feng Han knew that a flying sword and a dermic robe could help a disciple through the most difficult cultivation of the physical body realm. There were more than 400,000 outer sect disciples in the Ascension Gate, and only a few of them had flying swords and dermic robes. Even the inner sect disciples couldn't have a set. Presumably, it was the same for the Myriad Returns Immortal Island. The Myriad Returns Immortal Island opened a sea market and was rich in resources. Feng Han could exchange the things he didn't need for things he could use for cultivation. Immediately, Feng Han followed the two disciples into the depths of the Mystic Turtle Pavilion. At the same time, he was thinking about how to exchange. Unexpectedly, the two disciples spoke. "Senior apprentice brother, I wonder if you have any flying swords or spiritual tool dermic robes on you. Seeing that you took out 10 spiritual tool dermic robes at once, it's very generous. If you do, our Myriad Returns Immortal Island can exchange for treasures you can use for cultivation." "Is that so? What treasures do you have?" Feng Han asked. We can't make the decision, but senior apprentice brother Hai is waiting for you too in the secret room." The two disciples took a few turns and led Feng Han and the other two to the front of a copper palace. With a creak, the thick copper door of the copper palace was opened. A man stood upright like a javelin. Naturally, he had a calm and steady aura. His magic power was hidden deep in his body. He was obviously an expert in the divine arcana realm. "Greetings, fellow cultivators from the Ascension Gate. I'm a true disciple of the Myriad Returns Immortal Island, Hai Shan." "Greetings, fellow cultivator Hai." Feng Han nodded and walked into the copper palace. The door slowly closed. Suddenly, it was silent as if it was an independent space. This copper palace was about 700 to 800 square steps. It was empty and had no furnishings. However, many medicinal herbs were temporarily placed in the middle. They were all stored in large crystal vats. In particular, there were 7 large crystal vats that were the height of 2 people. In the middle of the vats were 7 jellyfish. Each of the jellyfish was emitting a strong water vapor. A strong spiritual force was transmitted from the 7 jellyfish. They even wanted to confuse Feng Han and the others, causing them to hallucinate. Obviously, these 7 jellyfish had turned into spirits. These were the 7 jellyfish that Long Xian wanted. Each of the jellyfish was a rare species that lurked in the depths of the sea. God knows how much time it would take to catch them. The remaining crystal vats were filled with the medicinal herbs that Feng Han needed. There were at least a few thousand kilograms. "Fellow cultivator Feng Han, you must have gained a lot from killing the Suicide Island master this time. Rumor has it that you had some conflicts with the Tai Gate. At this moment, a few disciples from the Tai Gate are still waiting for you in my Mystic Turtle Pavilion. They seem to want to harm you. But don't worry, they still don't know that you are here." Hai Shan smiled and suddenly said. Fellow cultivator Hai, you are very well informed. Fang Han put on a fake smile. Just now, fellow cultivator Hai wanted to make a deal with me. I do have some spiritual weapons on me. I wonder if fellow cultivator Hai has anything that can increase my cultivation level? As he spoke, he went straight to the point. He did not beat around the bush and waste time. You are cultivating one of the 8 great powers of the Ascension Gate, the Heavenly Wood technique, right? I have a piece of divine wood here that can help your cultivation level. I found it in the sea. What do you think? As he spoke, Hai Shan waved his hand and a piece of wood flew into his hand. This piece of wood was the size of a palm. It was twisted and looked like a human. It looked like ginseng, but it did not have any roots. The wood was purplish-black, like red sandalwood, but it was not. When Hai Shan held it in his hand, it was extremely heavy. Fang Han reached out and grabbed it. Immediately, he felt his body sink and almost collapsed. In the end, he could only use his spiritual power to lift this piece of wood. This small piece of wood weighed at least 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms. What a strong body. What a vigorous spiritual power. I can't believe that someone in the true energy realm can have such powerful spiritual power. What an anomaly. Hai Shan's expression was strange. Fang Han could tell that Hai Shan was in the true energy realm, just like himself. However, his spiritual power was not as vigorous as his. His spiritual power was equivalent to 500 wild horses. His true energy was red in color. Fang Han had no idea what kind of divine ability he cultivated. What kind of tree is this? I've never seen it before. However, I can't seem to absorb any wood spiritual true energy from it. Fang Han could sense that this piece of wood was extremely condensed. He could not sense any wood chi within it. He could not absorb it, and he could not cultivate. When he heard Fang Han ask what kind of tree it was, Hai Shan's expression became awkward. Well, I don't know either. However, this thing has been refined many times. No matter if it's burned with true fire or soaked in water, I can't refine it. No flying sword can cut it open. Therefore, I concluded that this is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The heavenly wood technique of the Ascension Gate is extremely powerful. It can absorb all kinds of wood. That's why I gave this treasure to someone who knows its value the best. You don't know what it is? Fang Han's jaw dropped. Isn't that a useless thing? If you can't use it, you give it to me. What kind of rare treasure is this? Isn't this a joke? However, he did not say this out loud. However, everyone could see the expression on his face. He could not absorb any spiritual energy from this strange piece of wood. It was as good as a useless object. Fellow Taoist, if you can get 30 more spiritual artifacts, I'll give you this rare treasure of heaven and earth. What do you think? Hai Shan shrugged. 30 spiritual artifacts. Fang Han looked at Hai Shan as if he was looking at an idiot. Brother Hai Shan, this treasure is too valuable. I can't accept it. You should take it and cultivate. If you don't have 30, 20 will do. Hai Shan seemed to know that this piece of wood was a little strange, but it was not very useful. Fang Han obviously did not want it, so he relented. This treasure is too valuable. Even my heavenly wood technique can't melt it. It must be a rare treasure of heaven and earth. If you can understand its mysteries, you can definitely reach the longevity secret realm. Fellow Taoist Hai, you should give it to someone who knows its value. Maybe you can exchange it for a Tao artifact. Fang Han shook his head. Why are you teasing me, brother Fang? I've taken in more than 10 new disciples. For the time being, I don't have any spiritual artifact level flying swords or robes to give them. The sea is vast. If you don't know how to fly, you can't even move an inch. If you encounter ferocious sea beasts, you can't even protect yourself. How about this, as long as Brother Fang can give me 15 flying swords, I'll give you this piece of divine wood. Hai Shan shook his head slightly. In that case, I'll do you a favor. I killed the Suicide Island Master and got some flying swords. I'll give them to you. Fang Han waved his hand, and 15 sword lights flew out from his sleeve. They turned into 15 finger-length flying swords. I don't want this divine wood. Just take it as a personal gift from me. Let's form a good relationship. Everyone in the world is a friend. If Brother Hai has a problem, then it's my problem. Feng Han immediately did him a favor. The divine wood couldn't absorb wood chi, so it was useless. It was better to make a friend. This piece of divine wood is a deal. If Brother Feng is giving it to me for free, I'd rather not take it. Hai Shan hurriedly shook his head. He was moved by Feng Han's generosity. In that case, it's a deal. Brother Hai, I'll borrow your place to cultivate. What do you think? Brother Feng is so righteous. I have nothing to say. This copper palace is made of 9 fire essence copper. It's the place where I meditate and cultivate qi. It's the most secretive place. Brother Feng, feel free to cultivate. I guarantee that no one will disturb you. Hai Shan put away the 15 flying swords, cupped his hands, and left. Long Xian, what kind of wood is this? Do you know what it is? Feng Han asked. Long Xian took it and channeled her spiritual power. She realized that she couldn't penetrate it. It was 1,000 times harder than diamond. I don't know what it is either. Perhaps it's an ancient fossil. But it doesn't have any spiritual qi, so it can't be used for cultivation. You're so generous. You're giving away 15 flying swords just like that. If you hand them over to the sect, you'll get a lot of elixirs. Forget it. Hai Shan can use it. Forming a relationship on the sea will save us a lot of trouble in the future. As he spoke, Feng Han threw the piece of divine wood into his sleeve and entered the Acheron map. The sleeves of the Dharma robe were very big. It was like a big pocket inside. So when Feng Han threw out the flying swords, no one suspected that he had a Dao item. Because the flying swords were only the size of a finger. They were very delicate and could be kept in the sleeve. Yen, what kind of wood is this? Take a look. Feng Han knew that Yan Jian was very knowledgeable. He even knew more than some sect masters. This piece of wood is really strange. Let me see. Let me think. Yan Jian didn't seem to recognize this piece of wood. He tried to use Acheron water to penetrate it, but this time he was disappointed. The water of oblivion could penetrate all things, but it still couldn't penetrate this piece of wood. I don't believe it. There's nothing in this world that the water of oblivion can't penetrate. Yan Jian seemed to be angry. After several futile attempts, he rose up and circled around the piece of wood. The water of oblivion boiled and turned into true energy. At the same time, he even used the 5 hells royal cauldron to suck the piece of wood into it. He attacked it with fire. Water and fire attacked together. Feng Han, use your Wood Empress true energy. Refine it again. The Emerald Empress Wood Empress art can control all wood-type substances between heaven and earth. When Feng Han heard this, he quickly poured his true energy into it. Under the fierce impact of the water of oblivion and the Wood Empress true energy, the strange piece of wood seemed to tremble slightly, but still didn't emit any vital energy. However, Yan Jian seemed to have thought of something. Aha, I know. I know what this is. Who would have thought that the legends were true? Ahahaha. Feng Han had never seen Yan Jian so happy. What exactly is it? He asked. It's the World Tree. The World Tree? It's also called the World Tree. According to the legends, a long, long time ago, there was a tree in the middle of heaven and earth called the World Tree. That tree connected to the immortal world. Through that tree, people could climb to the immortal world. That tree was connected to the gods. But later, an almighty being from the primeval times cut down the tree and severed the path to the immortal world. Of course, that's just a legend. Back then, the master of 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 the Emperor Huangquan hadn't even been born yet. I don't even know if it's true or not. I dare say that not even the current paragons of the Tao of Immortals can verify the legend. But if my guess is correct, that must be a fragment of the World Tree. Acheron's water of oblivion can't penetrate it, and the Emerald Empress Wood Empress art can't refine it. That must be the World Tree. Something like that actually exists? What about that fragment? What's its use? Feng Han was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that this piece of wood was really a treasure of heaven and earth. The world tree was rumored to be a divine tree that could grow to the immortal world. That legend was actually true. Disregarding everything else, just based on its name and such a grand legend, one could tell that this tree was definitely a first-rate treasure. I don't know either. But if it's really a fragment of the world tree, then if you absorb the wood spiritual chi from it, your Emerald Empress wood Empress art will probably reach an unprecedented level. However, this is just a fragment. Don't expect it to help you reach the heavens in a single bound. Xianxia said earnestly, moreover, we don't know how to absorb it now. With our strength, we can't refine this piece of wood. Looks like I'm the one who got the upper hand. A fragment like the world tree actually fell into Xianxia's hands. No wonder others didn't recognize it. Xianxia, you're so knowledgeable, but you didn't recognize it at first. Feng Han wasn't in a hurry. He suddenly asked, by the way, what did you say the immortal world was like? Didn't you say that your cultivation was destroyed by an immortal? How powerful are those immortals in the legends? The immortal world is a special spacetime. Only by cultivating to the extreme in the secret realm of immortality and comprehending the world's laws can one break through the barriers of heaven and earth and enter that mysterious spacetime to achieve immortality. Emperor Huangquan was attacked at the last step. As for me, I didn't see what happened. Something happened, but I was destroyed by an immortal and fell to the ground to sleep. However, I heard Emperor Huangquan say that there is a door of everlasting life in the immortal world. Whoever could find this door and enter the door of everlasting life would gain eternal life. Heaven and earth will decay, but he won't. Sun and moon will fall, but he won't. 10,000 worlds will be destroyed, but he won't. Xianxia said, but these legends are too distant from us. It doesn't matter. That's true. It's hard to say whether the legends are true or not. Maybe someone made them up. Feng Han naturally didn't want to think about such distant and illusory things. Let's cultivate Yama's golden body to the level of Xidagarba first. Vital energy surged. My magic power increased. Feng Han sat down cross-legged. End of chapter 48. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.